I'm a slash-a-holic, addicted to the fray. Narration so hypnotic, Josh keeps me up all night. Lies and masks and pain, blood runs like the rain. Evil finds its way.
CJ Graham, Jason, Friday the 13th, Part 6. I just want to make sure you guys know you're listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian.
Hi, this is Kane Hodder, better known as Jason from Friday the 13th, Victor Crowley from Hatchet. You are listening to the 80s Slasher Librarian. Keep listening, or I'll kill you.
Friday the 13th, the novelization of the movie, by Simon Hawke. Prologue. Night is the best time for stories. It's dark at night. What you can't see in the darkness you imagine. Sounds you don't hear in the daytime seem very loud, significant, and ominous. A slight rustling in the bushes. A faint creak on the stair outside the bedroom door. Perhaps it's only the wind. Perhaps it's only the house settling. Perhaps. But sounds at night can be disturbing. Noises in the darkness make the imagination see what the naked eye cannot. The imagination feeds on darkness, and it's hungry at night. It began as stories often do, around a campfire on a warm summer night. The time was 1958. The place, Camp Crystal Lake. Imagine log cabins set back in the trees, picnic tables, a small dock sticking into a lake surrounded by deep woods, a few rowboats and canoes. There were 1,000 places just the same. Summer camps run on a shoestring by small-town families. The Christies in this case, nice people fond of kids. Places that remained locked most of the year, sitting idle, not costing any money except for a few months in the summer when the operating costs were small enough to allow for a little profit. Camp Crystal Lake wasn't one of those large, well-financed places with a fleet of paddle boats, a corral full of horses, and a small fortune in sporting goods equipment. No, it was just a small family-owned business, cheap to run, cheap to attend. A few cabins nestled in the pine trees on a lake near a small town where the lower-income families could afford to send their children for a short vacation. Not a bad business if you're not looking for a lot of money. You hired a few older kids as counselors who doubled as the setup crew, arriving a couple weeks early to open the camp, turn on the water, and do a little maintenance. In return, they got the opportunity to roam in the woods, relax, and have a little summer fun. Perhaps even a little summertime romance. And you didn't have to pay them much. It beat the hell out of working as a fry cook at the local McDonald's. The counselors took care of the kids when they arrived, so you didn't have to do much. You didn't really even have to be there. Maybe in the early spring you'd hire a plumber to replace some pipes that had frozen or cracked during the winter. Maybe you'd buy a new rowboat every few years. Some cots and outdoor furniture, all insignificant expenditures. The overhead was low. The time involved was minimal. The operation practically ran itself. What could go wrong? The camp had just been open for the summer, but it was going to be a short season. The counselors had spent the day sweeping and cleaning, doing a little bit of carpentry, hauling out the targets for the archery range, storing the supplies. Most of the work was finished. They'd been at it for about a week, and none of them was a stranger anymore. If you had already grown close, that is. As they sat around the campfire singing "Michael, Row Your Boat Ashore," Barry hugged his legs and watched Claudette playing the guitar. The two of them were singing an altogether different song, one that did not require any words. Their eyes sent messages. Claudette finished playing as they sang of the last Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, milk and honey on the other side. Hallelujah.
And wordlessly handed the guitar over to one of the other girls. Her gaze locked with Barry's. Barry stood and offered her his hand. She took it, smiling knowingly, and they left the campfire as the group started singing, "Hang down your head, Tom Dooley, hang down your head and cry." The sounds of singing and the guitar receded as they walked through the darkness toward the barn. The crickets were also singing in the night. Claudette hesitated at the entrance to the barn, pulling back on Barry's hand. "Somebody'll see," she said. "No, they won't." Barry tugged her gently by the hand, leading her into the darkness of the barn. He closed the door behind him and flipped on a light. As he turned, Claudette rushed into his arms. Their lips met in a long kiss. "Does Mary Ann kiss as good as I do?" Claudette asked coyly when they both came up for air. "How would I know?" Barry said, a bit too quickly. "Oh, you. Come on." He took her hand again and led her up the steps to the loft. Claudette picked up a worn woolen blanket. She paused, staring at him uncertainly. "You said you were special," she said, as if reading from a script used by countless young couples before them, performing the necessary motions of the courtship ritual, the unspoken agreement sealed with knowing gazes and lingering kisses, the token protest, the need for reassurance at the very last minute. "I meant everything," Barry said, kissing her to prove it. Perhaps he really did, but it was more likely he didn't, and she probably knew it too. The physical need two people felt for one another was only the beginning. Sometimes it was an end in itself, a brief sharing of pleasure, and he had mutually fulfilled and selflessly taken. Sometimes it was only a catalyst for something deeper, a bond of real intimacy. But that kind of intimacy only came with time, and although they didn't know it, neither Barry nor Claudette had much time left. As they settled down on the blanket they had spread on the floor of the loft, huddling close and holding one another, the barn door downstairs opened slowly. Soft footsteps made little sound as they moved towards the stairs. The music of youthful passion covered the sounds of the measured tread moving stealthily towards the steps. A faint creak, the footsteps hesitated, but no, they did not hear it. "Oh," Claudette moaned, and then she stiffened slight as she felt Barry's hand fumbling with the zipper on her shorts. "No," she said, catching his hand, but not really fighting. "Come on," said Barry, his voice plaintive. His lips gently brushed her ear. "A man's not made of stone." She giggled at that. "Oh, please." She sighed as if with resignation and released his hand. Then her eyes widened as she saw a shadowy figure standing in the darkness at the entrance to the loft. "Somebody's there!" They both sat up in alarm, buttoning up and tucking in, smiling nervously and blushing, feeling self-conscious. We weren't doing anything," Barry said quickly. He stood up as the figure in the shadows moved towards them. He smiled guiltily and shrugged. Hey, really, we were just messing around." The knife plunged deep into his stomach. He gasped with pain and shock, doubling over, his hands instinctively going to the wound. The room started to spin and he fell back, landing on a roll of chicken wire, clutching his stomach. Warm blood spilled out between his fingers and ran from the corner of his mouth as life ebbed quickly. Claudette brought her hands up to her face and screamed. The killer came towards her, but it backed away, a gaze riveted to the bloody hunting knife, 8 inches of steel, streaked with scarlet. She could not tear her eyes away from it. She shook her head, unwilling to believe that this was happening. "No, please, no, please, no," she whimpered, darting to the left, then to the right, but the killer followed her motions, blocking off escape, slowly closing the distance between them. She panicked and sought shelter behind a pile of boxes, grabbing them and throwing them, backing away, looking desperately for a way out. But she was cornered. She suddenly felt her back up against the wall, and there was no escape. She screamed as she saw the gleaming knife rise and stalk its swift descent. It was like a streak of fire across her chest, a burning, incandescent pain, more agonizing than anything she had ever felt. The blade bit deeply, ripping through her flesh, sinking in up to the hilt. It rose again and fell and rose and fell and rose and fell, over and over. Claudette wasn't screaming anymore, but still the killer hacked away like a runaway machine, and o'er the sounds of metal thudding into flesh and bone that came a distant sounds of singing from around the campfire. "Hang down your head, Tom Dooley, poor boy, you're bound to die." Chapter 1. Small towns don't change much over the years. If anything, they get even smaller. The children grow up and move away to bigger towns and bigger opportunities. Those few that stay behind replace the old folks as they died, providing not so much an infusion of fresh blood as a new dose of Geritol. Just a small shot of tonic to keep the old town going. Businesses closed, perhaps losing their customers to that new shopping mall in the next town, or simply finding they're unable to compete in an economy that is increasingly geared towards mass production and cheap foreign labor rather than quality and service. The regulars sit at the bar or at the soda fountain. Some still exist, and if you can find them, they're generally worth looking for, and they'll tell you tales of a time in the past, days gone by. Remember when Al Cleary's little girl ran off with that motorcycle gang back in '56? And when the police picked her up in, where was it? Brattleboro, yeah. She'd come home with that tattoo. Damn, you could hear old Al scream clear over the county seat. Whatever happened to Bonnie Clearly anyhow? Heard she went out to California, married some producer. What? Bonnie? Married a producer? Shoot, no kidding? Really? What I heard, of course, you know what they say, everyone out in California's a producer, right? She ever get in any pictures? Knowing Bonnie, if she got into any pictures, they ain't the kinds you'd show your mother. Often there were particular stories that were told over and over. Stories that became part of the folklore of the town, part of its history. In Crystal Lake, it was the story of Camp Blood. Camp Blood, as it came to be called, was the place on the outskirts of the town, about 10 miles down the country road owned by the Christie family. For 20-some-odd years, the story had survived, passed down orally like an Indian myth. It survived because it possessed all of the ingredients that made for a legend. It centered on a place, Camp Crystal Lake. Only the locals called it Camp Blood, and its focus was violent death and mystery. The mystery was that no one had ever learned who caused the deaths or why, and it concerned a local family, the Christies, who owned the place and tried to fight the legend to no avail. Ever since 1958, each time they tried to get the camp going again, something stopped them. Stopped them in a way that only added to the legend of Camp Blood. Some said it began in 1957, after that young boy had drowned. His name was Jason Voorhees, Pamela Voorhees' son. A shy child, quiet and strange, went swimming alone out in Crystal Lake. They never found his body. Others said it began in '58, when those 2 young camp counselors were killed. They found the horribly mutilated bodies in the barn, hacked to pieces. The girl who had found them, the murdered girl's bunkmate, had been taken to the county hospital in a state of nervous shock. Some claimed she got better. Others insisted that she was still in an institution somewhere, locked up in a padded cell and screaming about blood. The police had never solved the murders. Theories abounded, depending on who told the story. The murders were either committed by one of the other counselors in a jealous, homicidal rage, or an escaped inmate from an insane asylum, or by a satanic cult, or some deranged derelict living in the woods still on the loose, still out there somewhere. Or, if you listen to Crazy Old Ralph, by vengeful ghosts or ravaging demons, or by little green men from a UFO. The story varied according to how much Old Ralph had to drink. But then, nobody listened to Old Ralph anyhow. Old Ralph was the town drunk. No small town was complete without one. Big cities had them too, more than their share. But in big cities, drunks completely wandered the streets talking to themselves and carrying all of their belongings in shopping bags, sleeping in parks or down in the subways. They were ignored by a population that considered them a nuisance and didn't really want to see them, lest they feel some spark of human pity. People in small towns noticed. Maybe no one listened to them, but at least they noticed them, which made for some kind of human interaction. Old Ralph was happier in the town of Crystal Lake than he would have been in the big city. He had no friends except his imaginary ones and his long-suffering wife. But people noticed him and knew him. Every now and then he'd get tanked up and hear the call. He would mount up his old Swim Newsboy Special, the kind of bike you don't see anymore, with sheet metal wrapped around the top frame rail so that it looks like it has a gas tank. The kind with the big balloon tires and springs under the seat. He would ride out like Paul Revere, shouting the gospel, doing the Lord's work. A latter-day Reverend Jonathan Edwards, preaching to the sinners. A Puritan, warning of an angry God. Nobody listened, but at least they heard him. And because they heard him, they called the sheriff, and Officer Dorf would be sent to bring Ralph in to sleep it off. It was a symbiotic relationship. It made old Ralph feel noticed, and it made Officer Dorf feel like a real policeman. You couldn't feel like a real policeman if you didn't get to arrest someone every now and then, and Dorf needed to feel like a real policeman. He needed his big Harley-Davidson Electra-Glide with the siren and the lights. He needed his spit-shined riding boots and his crash helmet with the department's gold insignia painted on it. He needed his hand-tooled gun belt, loaded down with every conceivable accessory a police officer could possibly desire. From the leather holster to the billy club, to the chrome steel handcuffs to speed loaders, and to the special police Kell flashlights, and the utility snap pouches where he carried chewing gum and breath mints. He liked to use the 10 code when he spoke on the radio, just like the cops on TV. Despite the fact that there were only 4 officers on the Crystal Lake Police Force, and there wasn't any need to abbreviate everything by using numbers instead of simple phrases in plain English. Dorf dreamed about leaving Crystal Lake and becoming a policeman in a big city like New York or Los Angeles. He felt trapped in Crystal Lake, but his police paraphernalia and his Wyatt Earp attitude helped him to live out his dream, at least a little bit. Annie Phillips, on the other hand, had felt trapped by the big city. She needed to get away every chance she got, which was mostly during summer vacations when she took jobs as a cook at various camps. It paid a little more than just being a counselor, and good cooks were always in demand. It gave her a chance to get out into the country and breathe fresh air for a few weeks. She lived for it. She dreamed of leaving the city forever and moving to a log cabin or an A-frame house in the country. Perhaps starting a small crafts business or getting a job as a cook in a resort hotel. She and Dorf might had an interesting conversation about the pros and cons of their respective dreams. But Dorf wasn't on hand to welcome her to Crystal Lake when she arrived. He was out cruising the highway, looking for speeders. All Annie had to welcome her as she hiked into town was Ed Bryan's dog Winslow, who watched the pumps for Ed and barked whenever a car pulled in. Since Annie didn't have a car, Winslow decided not to bark. Better to let Ed sleep than risk a sharp rap on the noggin with a rolled-up newspaper for raising a false alarm. Instead, Winslow sat up between the pumps and unfurled his tongue, wagging his tail for affection. It worked, and Annie shucked her knapsack and knelt down beside the dog, stroking his fur. "Well, hiya, girl. Oh, excuse me, hi, boy." She laughed. It was a gorgeous day. The town was quiet and peaceful, about as far removed from the noise of New York City as possible. "Hey, can you speak English?" she said, laughing and ruffling the dog's fur. "Exactly how far is it to Camp Crystal Lake, boy?" It was the most attention Winslow had received in months, and he whined in appreciation. "That far, huh? Okie dokie. See you later." Annie groaned as she hoisted the backpack onto her shoulders. She had hiked in all the way from the interstate, and had hoped there'd be more traffic around town, so she could hitch a ride to the camp. But there wasn't a car in sight. The town looked quite dead indeed. "Well, you wanted peace and quiet," she said to herself. "I guess you got it." She passed several buildings and turned onto the main street of the town. She saw a number of cars parked in front of a general store and a coffee shop. She decided to take a chance and stop in to ask directions. Perhaps someone would volunteer to drive her. The radio was tuned into an AM station playing "Sail Away, Tiny Sparrow" as she walked in, causing a small bell mounted over the door to tinkle. There were several people in the shop, seated at the counter. Small town folks, and older woman dressed in a white uniform with rhinestone glasses stood behind the counter. A couple of New England types in red and black buffalo plaids, jeans, work boots, and truckers' caps perched on the stools. "It's 7:01 on Friday the 13th of June, the radio announcer said in that obsequious DJ voice that sounds like a cross between a game show host and Woody the Woodpecker. "This is Big Dave, and it's time for you lazy bones to get out of bed. It's Black Cat Day in Crystal Lake." "I must have seen that cold track 82 times, the woman behind the counter said to one of the coffee drinkers in response to a comment Annie hadn't heard. "Hi, excuse me," she said to be heard over the radio, but the woman behind the counter had turned down the radio at the same moment, so Annie's voice suddenly sounded unnaturally loud. "How far is it to Camp Crystal Lake from here?" Everyone turned to stare at her. For a moment she thought perhaps the fly on her jean was unzipped or something, because they simply kept staring. But then the woman behind the counter broke the silence. "What is it, Enos?" she said. "About 10 miles?" "About that," replied Enos, a heavy-set man in a plaid shirt and baseball cap. Terrific, Annie thought. She didn't relish the thought of hiking another 10 miles. "Camp Blood," one of the other men said. "Don't tell me they're reopening that place up again." "Lots of luck," said Enos, shaking his head. Annie sighed, not really following the conversation, just thinking about the 10 miles that she had to go. "Can I get a bus or something?" "Not likely," the man who mentioned Camp Blood answered. "You're going out to the crossroads, ain't you, Enos? What about giving the little girl a lift? That'll be about halfway," she added, looking at Annie with a smile. "No sweat, Trudy," Enos said. He made getting off the stool look like something that required a manly effort. "Okay, kid, let's move it." "Name's Annie," she said, smiling at him, grateful to have 5 miles less to walk. "All right, Annie, let's go." He walked past her and opened the door, holding it for her. "All the girls up there gonna look as good as you?" He laughed. "I don't know." A man who looked like a scarecrow wearing a fedora loomed up before them, lifting his palm up towards them. Annie stopped suddenly, surprised. The bony hand descended onto her shoulder as the man leaned down close to her face. His breath would have stunned an ox. "You're going to Camp Blood, ain't you?" he said, glaring at her. It seemed as if any minute he was going to break into a maniacal cackle like the Wicked Witch of the West. "God damn it, Ralph, get on out of here." Enos gave him a hard shove. "Go on, get! Leave people alone, won't you?" "You'll never come back alive!" cried Ralph, his voice rising in pitch. "Oh, shut it, Ralph," Enos said, leading Annie towards his truck. "It's got a death curse!" Ralph persisted, rolling his eyes wildly. "He's a real prophet of doom, ain't he?" Enos said, opening the passenger door. "Go on, climb on up, miss." He gave her a boost with a hand on her rear as she climbed up. For a moment Annie wondered if he was copping a quick fill, but she decided to forget it. He seemed reasonably harmless, like crazy old Ralph, and it probably made his day. In any case, it beat walking 10 miles. He went around the front of the truck and climbed in, turned the key, and started the engine. "I tell you," he said as he banged the shift lever into first with noisy grinding, "he's causing problems enough for your boss with all that talk." The truck shuddered out of the parking lot with a sloppy clutch engagement. "Goddamn nuisance," Enos muttered. They drove in silence for several minutes as the truck left town and headed into the country, over a small bridge and onto the country road. Enos seemed to be wrapped up in thought, and Annie just stared out the window. "He tell you anything?" Enos asked and turned, her eyebrows raised. "What?" "He tell you anything?" "Who?" "Your boss, Steve Christie." "Oh," she smiled. "Yeah, I'll be cooking for 50 kids and 7 staff, including me. The campers will mostly be inner-city children." Enos waited a bit, watching the road. "No," he said, still not looking at her. "I mean about what happened." Annie frowned and shrugged. "No?" Enos retreated into silence again. She waited for him to complete whatever he had been about to say, but he seemed to have thought better of it. There was a particular expression on his face. "Come on," said Annie. "There's something you're not telling me." Enos stared out onto the road. Then he turned to look at her and said, "Quit. Just quit now." Annie's jaw dropped open. "Quit? Why would I want to quit?" "Camp Crystal Lake is jinxed, I tell ya." Enos turned back to watch the road. For a moment, she stared at him astonished. Then she burst out laughing. "Oh, terrific. Not you, too. You sound like your crazy friend back there." "Well, maybe," Enos said, scowling. His jaw muscles worked a moment, and he glanced at her, then gazed back at the road. "Did Christy tell you about the 2 kids murdered back in 58? She shook her head. "About the boy who drowned back in 57? She shook her head again. "About a bunch of fires they had. Nobody knows who did any of them. And in 1962 they were going to open up again, but the water was bad." He shook his head with resignation. "Steve Christie will wind up just like his folks, crazy and broke." He glanced at her to see how she was taking it. Her face was a mixture of polite interest and skepticism. "He's been up there for the past year fixing up that place. He must have dropped 25 grand, and for what? Ask anybody. Quit." "I can't," said Annie. Enos snorted. "Dumb kids, know-it-alls, just like my nieces, heads full of rocks." Annie laughed and shook her head. "You're an American original," she said. "I'm an American original," Enos mimicked her. "Dumb kid." Annie chuckled. "At least I'm not afraid of ghosts." Enos gave up. What was the point? Maybe the kid was right. Maybe he was starting to sound like crazy old Ralph. Maybe they were all afraid of ghosts in the town of Crystal Lake. He wouldn't get anybody to admit that in daylight, but at night, you couldn't pay anybody enough to go anywhere near that place. Call it Camp Crystal Lake, he thought. Call it any damn thing you like. Regrade the road. Give a few coats of fresh paint to the cabins. Do a few repairs on the dock. Fix the boathouse. Put up a nice new sign. It's still Camp Blood. Afraid of ghosts? To a stranger, it probably did sound crazy. But what happened there had happened after all. Argue with that. He pulled up at the crossroads in front of the cemetery. "Far as I go, you be heading that way." He pointed down to the other road. "Take care of yourself, kiddo." Annie opened up the door and jumped down lightly. "No sweat, thanks for the lift." She dragged her knapsack off the front seat and set it down between her legs, then slammed the door shut. Enos pulled off with a wave, shaking his head sadly. Annie watched him drive off. She hoped he wasn't a typical example of the folks in Crystal Lake. First crazy old Ralph, then paranoid Enos. Sometimes people in small towns were wary of outsiders. Maybe the folks in Crystal Lake were like that, or maybe they just had something personal against the Christie family. In a small town, it didn't take much. News traveled fast. Everybody knew everyone else. It was hard to keep things quiet. It didn't take much for people or places to get a reputation. An unfortunate incident like a drowning could develop into a story of a place that had been jinxed, as Enos had put it. But it had happened. When was it he had said? 1957? Years ago. Assuming it had already happened, yet he had also said something about a couple of kids being murdered in 58. Steve Christie hadn't said anything about that when he hired her. Not that she should really blame him, even if it had been true. It had been a long time ago, but people had been funny about some things. People who were otherwise perfectly sensible could be superstitious about things like that. That's why, if you were trying to sell the house, you didn't tell prospective buyers someone had been murdered in it. Enos had also mentioned something about fires. Assuming that was true as well, there was probably a perfectly logical explanation for it. Vandalism, for example. Kids fooling around at night in a place that was supposedly haunted. Something like that was always good for a thrill, or maybe some of the locals had taken a hand to make sure that the Christie family didn't get their operation off the ground again. Who knew? Still, perhaps that was something she should ask Steve about. He seemed like a reasonable guy, straightforward and sincere. If any of those things had really happened, there was probably a perfectly good reason why he hadn't mentioned it yet. It might be difficult to get people to work there if they thought the place was jinxed, but if there was a chance that they could expect some trouble from the locals, Annie wanted to know about it. She shrugged and picked up her pack. Now she was getting paranoid. It was that easy. It didn't take much. She started walking down on the road, and soon she had put Enos and Crazy Ralph and their ghost stories out of her mind. It was going to be a good summer. The peaceful quiet and beauty of the country. A placid lake, campfires and songs, and who knew? Maybe even a sweet foxy hunk thrown in, and she'd be getting paid for it. Nothing like a couple of months in the woods to get your head straight before you went back to the city and to school, to noise, cold, and pollution, and too many people in too small of a place. One of these days she would find out just the right place to settle down. But for now, she had nothing more complicated to look forward to than cooking a few meals and kicking back at night to watch the stars or go skinny dipping in the lake. She had walked perhaps 2 or 3 miles when she heard the sound of a car coming up behind her. She turned and smiled and stuck out her thumb. It was a Jeep, moving quickly down the road. It passed her without slowing down, and she made a wry face. But then the driver hit the brakes and pulled up to the side of the road. She hitched up her pack and ran to the Jeep. Things were looking up already. She'd probably catch a ride all the way up to the camp. She opened the door, shrugged out of her pack, and tossed it in the back. "Hi," she said, smiling at the driver as she got in. "I'm going to Camp Crystal Lake." The driver shifted into first, and the wheels spun for a moment in the loose dirt on the shoulder, then found traction and the Jeep shot forward. "I'm going to be on the staff up at the camp," she said, trying to make pleasant conversation. The driver remained silent. Annie shrugged. She knew that small-town people didn't talk as much as city people, but there was no harm in trying to be friendly. "I guess I have always wanted to work with children," she continued. "I hate it when people call them kids. Sounds like little goats." She grinned, but no reaction from the driver. "Anyway, when you've had a dream as long as I have, I guess you'll do anything," she said. The driver didn't ask about her dream, so Annie just decided to shut up and watch the scenery. It went by at quite a rapid clip. God, she thought. First you get some crazy old coot who tells you that you're gonna die. Then you get some paranoid redneck who wants you to quit your job and go back to where you came from. And now the silent treatment. Maybe she shouldn't have said anything about Camp Crystal Lake. Maybe she should have just waited until they got to the road leading to the camp and said, "You can let me out right here." Maybe the people in the town of Crystal Lake really did have something against Steve Christie. She decided to be grateful for small favors at least. because she was getting a ride, and at the speed they were going, they'd be there soon. She wouldn't have to put up with the silent treatment for much longer. They were driving well over the speed limit. She watched the trees whip by, and then a small road leading off on a diagonal, with a signpost that said, Camp Crystal Lake. She turned and watched it recede. "Hey, wasn't that the road for Camp Crystal Lake back there?" she said. No response from the driver. The Jeep didn't slow down. She glanced back out the window, then stared at the driver nervously. Think we better stop. You can let me out right here." The Jeep did not slow down. "Please?" said Annie, starting to feel a little frightened. The Jeep sped up. "Please stop!" The driver didn't even look at her. "Please, please stop!" Now the driver looked, and Annie panicked at the expression of utter loathing and cold fury in those eyes. She fumbled for the door handle, forgetting all about her backpack, and managed to get the door open. The wind whistled past her as she struggled to push it open. They had to be going 60. She jumped. She cried out as she struck the dirt shoulder of the road and rolled down into a ditch. For a moment she lay stunned, feeling the shock of the impact and the sudden pain shooting up her leg. The tires screeched as the driver hit the brakes. The engine revved as the Jeep was shifted into reverse. Then Annie heard it backing up. She had no idea what the driver was going to do, and she had no intention on waiting around to find out. She struggled to her feet, wincing with pain. Her leg would barely support her. She saw the Jeep approaching quickly, and she turned and limped off into the woods, trying to get out of sight. As she hobbled into the shelter of the trees, she heard the Jeep stop and the door slam. Fear sent adrenaline rushing through her, and she half ran, half stumbled through the bushes, ignoring the branches that had struck her face, not knowing where she was going, just fleeing in directionless panic, trying to put as much distance between herself and her pursuer as possible. She whimpered as she staggered ahead, both from fear and pain, and imagined she had heard crashing through the brush behind her. She tried to speed up and fell, her leg buckling beneath her. She sobbed for breath, biting her lip to keep from crying out. She glanced quickly all around her. Everything was quiet. She was afraid to move, afraid to make the slightest sound. She strained to listen. There, a footstep. Where was it coming from? She had lost all sense of direction. She turned and saw a pair of legs right in front of her. She looked up slowly and saw a knife. "No!" she whimpered, shaking her head, her eyes wide with fear. "Please, please, no!" She backed away, scuttling in the leaves, unable to take her eyes off the keen blade. She came up against a tree. "Get up!" her mind screamed. "Get up and run! Run!" She struggled to her feet, using the tree for support, her breath coming in quick gasps. "No! No, please, no!" All she could see was the knife shining brightly, coming closer. She screamed and felt a searing white-hot pain as the blade slashed across her throat, opening a deep gash that spouted blood as the knife sliced through her trachea, severing her jugular vein. Then she couldn't scream anymore, as blood filled her lungs and her vision was blurred by a red mist. Chapter 2. As Annie's life was ending in the woods about 3/4 of a mile from Camp Crystal Lake, Ned Rubenstein felt that his was just beginning. He turned right at the intersection of the crossroads and gunned his brand new Chevy pickup down the country road. The cab was filled with bluegrass music from the tape deck, and the interior still had that new car smell. The truck was a present from his father for having made the honor roll every year since he had started high school. Ned was always goofing off, and his father had made the promise easily, never dreaming Ned could actually pull it off, but he had underestimated him. The deal was that if Ned buckled down and worked hard for 4 years, he'd get a new car for graduation and be allowed to attend the college of his choice. That was all it took, a little motivation, and it hadn't been that difficult to do. His reward had been a brand new red Chevy pickup with a white camper top and a killer sound system. And in the fall, he'd be heading out to California to start school at UCLA. He couldn't wait. He was already dreaming of the beach at Malibu, thinking about the girls he'd meet and the connections he would make in UCLA's film program. He'd already had a half-dozen t-shirts made, all different colors, all bearing the same legend. Why grow up when you can make movies? Add a couple pairs of jeans and some new Reeboks, and there was his college wardrobe. Now all he had to do was kick back for a few lazy weeks in the sticks, take some little kids on nature hikes, and teach them swimming and archery. Then mellow out around the campfire after they had all gone to bed, drink a few beers and smoke a joint or two while he dreamed California dreams. Everything was great. All it would take to make it a perfect summer would be meeting some foxy girl up at the lake. Jack, on the other hand, wasn't taking any chances. He had brought down his own. He and Marcy were sitting in the back of the big cab making out. They had been inseparable all through their senior year and had signed up as counselors together so they could spend the summer with each other before going off to different schools in the fall. Outwardly, they both talked about keeping the relationship going, but realistically, they both realized the odds of remaining a couple were slim once they started college in different states and started meeting different people. Consequently, there was a last-minute urgency about them. They were like a bomb getting ready to go off. Ned glanced up in the rearview mirror. "Hey, Marcy!" She broke off their kiss long enough to acknowledge his presence. "What?" Ned grinned. "You think there'll be other gorgeous women at Camp Crystal Lake besides yourself?" Marcy laughed. "Is sex all you ever think about, Ned?" "Hey, no, absolutely not." "Huh!" Jack made a face. "Sometimes I just think about kissing women, actually," Ned said. He couldn't resist rubbing it in a little. He knew that Jack and Marcy hadn't made it yet. Jack had confessed as much to him one night over a few beers. It drove him crazy. Marcy apparently kissed like a nuclear reactor melting down, but always drew the line at having sex. Jack claimed it was one of the things he really liked about her. Ned remembered the time that Jack brought up that particular moment. "Now wait a minute, he had said. "Let me get this straight. It's driving you crazy that she won't sleep with you, and at the same time the fact that she won't have sex with you is one of the things you like about her?" Jack had taken a long swig of beer and grinned. "Yeah, I guess it does sound sort of weird, doesn't it? But think about it. If a guy wants to get laid, there's a lot of girls around who wouldn't mind at all, but I don't want to pressure Marcy. If you love somebody, you don't pressure them. Love is about trust, man, not lust." "Yeah, but it sounds to me as if you're suffering from a bad case of both," Ned said. "Love and lust." "Look, I love Marcy, all right?" said Jack. "And if you love somebody, I mean if you really love them, and you're not just bullshitting yourself, you don't try to jump their bones just because you're horny. If that's the bottom line, then you're not making love, man. You're just using someone else to get your rocks off. If you're that cheap and sleazy, you might as well whack off. At least you don't have to buy your right hand dinner. I mean, come on. If you're doing that to someone else, you're lying to them, man. And chances are that if it's that easy, they're probably doing it to you. That's not being in love, that's just being selfish." "Goddamn, Jack," Ned said, grinning. "Ain't you a romantic?" "So you think that's funny? What the hell's wrong with being romantic, man? Maybe if more people were romantic, they'd stay together longer." "Well, that's what you say," said Ned. "But is it what you truly believe? This is going to be your last summer together, man. It's got to be now or never." "I know," said Jack, staring miserably into his beer. "I know. You don't have to tell me." They pulled off onto the dirt road, marked with a new sign that read Camp Crystal Lake. Ned slowed down and followed the winding dirt road through the trees until they came to a larger sign saying, "Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake, established 1935. A lean, shirtless man with eyeglasses and a mustache was swinging an axe, leaning into it as he chopped at the roots of a large tree stump. Ned pulled over and parked. "Hey, you want to give me a hand over here?" the man yelled as they got out of the truck. "Sure," said Jack. The shirtless man turned and called toward one of the cabins. "Alice!" A pretty young blonde woman came out carrying a broom. "I want to get this tree stump out," the man said to them. "Get on this side, you pull on that side, and I'll pry on 3, okay? Alice!"
Coming!
shouted the blonde, hurrying over towards them. He counted off and they all put their backs into it. The stump resisted for a moment, then it went over and both Jack and Ned stumbled back slightly as it gave way. "That's great," said the shirtless man, taking off his work gloves. He offered Jack his hand. "I'm Steve Christie." "Jack Kendall, this is Marcy Gilchrist." "Hey there." "Ned Rubenstein." "Welcome to Camp Crystal Lake," said Steve. This here's Alice."
Hi.
The blonde woman said, smiling at them.
Steve? Cabin B is all ready.
"Oh, good," said Steve. "Where's Bill? Has he finished cleaning out the boathouse yet?"
I don't know. I haven't seen him in the past half hour.
"Oh," said Steve. "I wanted him to start painting right away." Ned glanced at Jack and Marcy. What the hell was the rush? "Well, what about Brenda?"
You told her to go set up the archery range.
said Alice. No, said Steve. "I'd rather she paint." He turned to face the others. "Well, come on, let's go!" He clapped his hands together and rushed off somewhere like a man trying to get 10 things done at once. Ned looked at Alice with bewilderment. "I thought we had 2 weeks," he said. Alice laughed.
Come on. I'll show you where you can stow your gear and get changed.
They barely had time to put on shorts when Steve Christie came back, detailing jobs like a drill sergeant in a boot camp. He seemed hyper and nervous, anxious to get everything done right away. And as fast as they worked, he thought of new things that needed to be done immediately. He kept pulling out an inventory he had made up of items from the hardware store in town. It seemed that he'd bought out their entire stock. Ned began to feel that by the time the kids arrived, they'd all be utterly exhausted. They swept out cabins and replaced door hinges, painted trim and put new putty around the windows, installed signs on buildings with drills and wood screws, chopped firewood, installed oar locks on the rowboats, cleaned the bathrooms, and generally ran around like squirrels storing away nuts for the winter. And they had just got there. Had they known about the history about the camp and Steve Christie's personal problems, they might have understood his anxiety. As it was, they were having reservations about the laid-back summer they'd been hoping for. If this was any indication of what they would expect, it could turn out to be a real hassle. Who the hell needed a camp director who thought he was a troop commander? Still, the work needed to be done, and setting up a camp properly always took a lot more time and effort than running it did. The sooner they got it done, the sooner they'd be able to relax. For the time being, they decided to give Steve Christie the benefit of the doubt. But he did seem awful nervous. They broke for lunch, sandwiches and chips, which Alice threw together because the new cook hadn't arrived yet. Steve took another trip into town to pick up more supplies. It hardly seemed possible that it was only lunchtime, considering all the work they'd done, but they were making rapid progress. Even Steve started to relax a bit once he saw how good things were going. He set down a box and helped Alice balance a rain gutter that she was attaching to the roof. "Here, let me give you a hand with that,"
Thanks.
she said, speaking around the nails in her mouth. She needed 3 hands to balance the gutter, keep her own balance on the ladder, and hammer in the nails. They were all getting tired. "Got it?"
I got it.
Alice drove the nails in, climbed down, and moved the ladder. Steve picked up a sketch pad she left lying on the deck in front of the cabin. He flipped the pages slowly. They were drawings she had made of the campsite, of the lake shore, and of him. "You draw really well," he said.
Thanks.
She said.
I wish I had more time to do it.
"Take the hint, Steve," she thought. "For God's sakes, relax a little." "When did you do this?" Steve said.
Last night.
She said. She started hammering nails again. Steve stared at the drawing she had made of him. "Do I really look like that?" She glanced over her shoulder.
You did last night.
She said. She took the remaining nails and started pounding them in, then climbed down the ladder. "You've got real talent," said Steve. The conversation seemed awkward somehow. After she'd brought up last night, they'd been alone and had done a lot of talking, but Nothing had been resolved. She didn't really understand his need to go through with this. As far as she could see, the camp was nothing more than a white elephant. Steve had a real problem with it, and she had problems of her own, of which Steve was one. He insisted on getting the camp started up again, fixing it all up and making it a going concern. He said it was to prove that the story about the place being jinxed was nonsense, that once the camp was all fixed up and it had a good season, it would be easier to sell it. But she had the feeling that it was much more than that. He had to prove something to himself as well. Prove that not only was there no curse on the camp, but that there was no curse on the Christie family either. The place had ruined his father, and he was obsessed with the idea of making a go of it, succeeding where his father had failed. "This isn't really your cup of tea, is it?" Steve said. He'd been hoping that she would get caught up in the spirit of the whole thing, that working together would help bring them closer. But she was only going through the motions. Maybe that was the problem with their relationship as well. They were only going through the motions, and Alice had other options. She sighed and said nothing. "Want to talk about it?"
It's just a problem I'm having.
She said. Nothing personal, she added ironically. He took a deep breath. "Do you want to leave?"
I don't know.
She said.
I may have to go back to California to straighten something out.
"Come on," said Steve. "Give me another chance. Stay a week. Help me get the place ready. By Friday, if you're still not happy, I'll put you on that bus myself."
All right.
She said.
Friday.
"Thanks, Alice." He started to turn away, then stopped, looked over his shoulder and said, "Oh, do me a favor if you would. Check with Bill and see if we need any more paint." She stared after him in disbelief as he walked away, carrying the box from the hardware store. She was seriously beginning to wonder why he had wanted her to stay. Was it because they needed to see if they could work things out between them? Or was it just because he could use another warm body to get the camp ready? Well, she had given him a week. If he didn't come back down to earth and get his head straight by next Friday, she'd be on that bus. She'd turned and started walking through the trees, down toward the dock. She simply couldn't understand why this whole thing was so important. It was only real estate after all. Granted, it wasn't exactly a booming area, but would it really make that much difference if there was a summer camp established on the property? If Steve wanted to sell it, why wouldn't he just put it on the market and let it go at that? He had argued that the summer camp would make a difference, a big difference, that it would turn a basically worthless piece of property into an income-producing property, which would make it that much easier to sell. They had argued about it. She couldn't see his point. How could lakefront property be worthless?
It isn't about whether or not it's income-producing property,
She had said.
It's about the obsession of yours with the Christie family curse nonsense. That's what it's really about, isn't it?
"Don't be ridiculous," Steve had said. "You know perfectly well there isn't any curse,"
That's right.
she had said.
I know it perfectly well, and you know it perfectly well. So why isn't that enough? Why do you have to prove it to the people in this town? Who cares what they think?
"It isn't that," Steve had said. "You don't really understand,"
So explain it to me then.
she demanded.
I mean, what is it? You want to stay in Crystal Lake for the rest of your life and run a summer camp 2 months out of the year? For heaven's sake, Steve, write it off. Put it up for sale with an agent. Cut your losses and let's go do something with our lives.
But it wasn't all that simple. Steve had unfinished business and he wanted her to wait and help him finish it. Meanwhile, she had unfinished business of her own back in L.A., and she wasn't all that certain she wanted to finish it. Maybe it was her business here with Steve. She could be finishing in any case. She had a week in which to make up her mind. Why did relationships have to be so goddamn complicated?
Bill?
She called out to the young man working by the dock and relayed the message from Steve, checking to see if they needed more paint.
The paint's all right. I think we're going to need some more thinner, though.
Okay, I'll tell him.
She turned to go.
Alice,
Yeah?
did the others show up?
Yeah. Everyone but the girl who was supposed to handle the kitchen. Annie?
She said. Bill wiped his forehead with the back of his hand.
You think we're going to last all summer?
He said, grinning.
I don't know if I'm going to last a week.
she sighed. Bill laughed, but she didn't. She wasn't joking. Steve had phoned something else that absolutely positively needed to be done immediately and necessitated a run back into town. He had called an impromptu briefing around the Jeep, and like a general making the rounds of his troops out in the field, he was issuing directives. "Do you want that listed separately?" said Jack, who had just been put in charge of inventory. "That's right," said Steve. "And Brenda, I want you to finish up that archery range, okay?" "Okay," she said, having already started the job several times only to be pulled off of it to do something else. "Now, if Annie gets here," Steve continued, "get her started in the kitchen." "Got it," Jack said. "Do your best, all right?" said Steve, sounding somewhat less than confident. He looked at the sky. "I'll be back sometime this evening. It's supposed to rain like hell, so get as much done as possible. I don't want to get too far behind." "Bye," said Brenda, as he drove off in his Jeep, wrapped up in his worries. She rolled her eyes. By the way, he neglected to mention that in town they call this place Camp Blood," Ned said wryly. Marcy made a face. "Next they're going to tell us there's poisonous snakes in the outhouse, some crocodiles in the lake." "No," said Ned. "The crocodiles are in the cabins." Brenda grinned. They had found a tiny lizard in one of the cabins earlier that morning, a little salamander, but by the time Ned was finished he had her half believing it really was a baby crocodile. "They look like that when they're really little," Ned had told her. "Cute and sort of harmless. I mean, look at it. Would you believe that tiny critter would ever grow up to be a crocodile? It must have been left here by some little kid who had it as a pet." She had stared at him, convinced that he was kidding, but he seemed utterly serious, and both Jack and Marcy were listening with perfectly straight faces as he continued. "See?" Ned continued. "A few years back it was like a big fad back in New York. All the pet shops were selling these little baby crocodiles, you know. You bought them for about $1.50 and put them in these little fish tank kind of things, like I used to do with turtles. And I'd feed them mealworms and little bits of hamburger and things like that. And it was kind of neat, like having a miniature dinosaur for a pet, you know. Only trouble was the cute little things got bigger as they got older, and they got bigger. And then they stopped being so damn cute. Started to look more like crocodiles, which is what they were, of course, and they started to get teeth. Lots of sharp little teeth that could inflict a pretty painful bite. People didn't think, you know. I mean, it looks like a cute little lizard, but you'd think people would realize that they grow up to be crocodiles. Only they didn't. And like I say, it got to be a fad. All these little kids had to have them because their friends had them. And just like that, as they got bigger, they started to get nasty and bite the kids. And so the parents just took them, flushed them down the toilet like you would a dead goldfish, except the baby crocodiles didn't die when they got flushed down that toilet. They went down into the sewer system under the city streets where it was warm and there was all sorts of garbage floating around for them to eat, and they just kept on getting bigger until there were these full-grown crocodiles down there living in the sewer system, surviving on the garbage down there. The way people found out about it is that several workmen who went down there to work on the sewer pipes got killed, you see. They'd be standing there in their waders working on a pipe or something, and all of a sudden this log would come drifting up. Only it weren't a log, and the next thing you knew, it had a hold of them and was dragging them down underneath that filthy water. And that would be the last anyone would ever see of them. It got to be such a problem that the unions went on strike because none of the workmen wanted to go down there, the sewers being infested with full-grown crocodiles who would take your leg off with just one snap of their jaws, you know. The governor had to call in these special teams of Navy frogmen to go down there and hunt the crocodiles. Only it's hard to kill a crocodile with just a spear gun, and there were so many of them down there that a lot of these Navy guys just got chewed up to pieces. So then they called in the National Guard, and what they did was go around the city and lift up every manhole cover they could find and drop hand grenades down in there. Jack and Marcy couldn't hold it in any longer. They both started laughing, and Brenda realized that she'd been had. Jack and Marcy, who both knew Ned from school, were used to him doing things like that. He could tell the most outrageous stories with a straight face. probably from his southern raising, just making them up as he went along, seeing how far he could push it before people realized he was pulling their legs. He was a real screwball that way, always goofing off. But the work that morning had gone a lot easier with him around, keeping things light. It hadn't taken him long to realize that Brenda was a sucker for a straight face and an outrageous line, and she had immediately become his favorite mark. But she didn't really mind. He made her laugh. It was a big improvement over most of the guys she'd known, who were always so concerned with coming on strong and cool to impress her. Ned's sense of humor impressed her much more than some guy cruising her like a macho jerk. She'd had more than her share of those kind. She opened the door of the prefab storage shed and took out one of the straw archery butts. Earlier that morning, she'd slipped the new targets on over the straw butts and screwed the tripods together. So now all she had to do was carry the targets onto the range. She picked up the target. It was awkward to carry, though not very heavy. She walked out to the range with it, where she had already set up the tripods. She hung the target on the tripod and stepped back from it a pace, brushing a few stray pieces of straw off of her shirt. Suddenly an arrow hissed right past her and thudded into the bullseye of the target, missing her by only a foot. She couldn't believe it. She turned to see Ned standing a short distance away, holding a bow and several arrows. "Ta-da!" he sang out, giving her a little bow. She stared at him with disbelief. "Are you crazy?" "Want to see my trick shot?" he asked, grinning and fitting 2 arrows into the bow. "It's even better." "I don't believe you." He dropped his lip in a Bogart sneer. "You know, you're beautiful when you're angry, sweetheart." "Yeah?" "Yeah," he replied. "Did you come here to help me or scare me to death?" She grabbed the arrow he had shot and went after him with it. He laughed, retreating from her in mock terror. "Ned, if you do that again, I'm going to take you up on the wall to dry." "God, I love it when you talk sexy," he laughed. She gave up. She just couldn't stay mad at him. Between the cornball lines and the ridiculous delivery, there was something about him that simply got to her. She didn't know what the hell it was. He was like an unruly little kid. She wanted to grab him, pull down his pants, and spank him. Pretty kinky, Bren, she thought. That or the guys bringing out your maternal instincts. Watch out, could be trouble. The guys who were really dangerous were the ones who could sneak in past your defenses, and Ned was already halfway there. She felt strongly attracted to him in spite of herself. He helped her finish hanging the targets, then they went back to the cabins to change into their bathing suits and finish working on the dock. Ned kept them all in stitches, doing his impressions of Steve Christie as the camp commandant, waving his arms around and barking out orders in that deep, raspy voice as they pushed the last piece of dock into the water and secured it. All right, move it out there, a little to the right, little to the left, move it out, okay, little to the left, no, you're okay, nope, not you, a little to the right there, okay, now a little to the left." Marcy gave him a push, and he went into the lake with a scream. Alice jumped in as well, followed by Brenda, and by unspoken communal consent, all work ceased as of the moment whether Steve liked it or not. They were going to take a break. All of them had been working non-stop since they arrived, and they deserved some time to themselves. The sun was high and the water was cool, and Steve Christie was in town, probably cleaning out the hardware store again and thinking of more things for them to do. They had accomplished a lot in one day, and the rest could wait. Might as well cool off and catch some rays before it started to get dark. Treading water by the dock, Brenda stared out across the lake. She thought she had seen something move on the other side. She grabbed hold of the dock and squinted hard at a stand of trees on the opposite shore. "What's the matter?" Marcy asked. She was lying on the dock, and now she stared in the same direction. "Do you see something?" "No," said Brenda, turning away with a shrug. "No, nothing." She glanced back over her shoulder, frowning. All of a sudden, she had the strangest feeling they were being watched. She wasn't sure what had made her turn to look across the lake, but for a moment she thought she had seen a figure standing back there in the trees. Now there wasn't anybody there. There was only a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. "It's probably Ned," she thought. "He's got me all jumpy with his sneaking up on people and all his talk of poisonous snakes and crocodiles in the lake." Something grabbed her leg. She screamed as Ned broke the surface of the water right beside her, making a snapping sound with his jaws. "Ned!" "I'm getting you," he said ominously. Very slowly she splashed him, and he laughed and pushed off the dock. She made a face at Marcy. Much as she hated to admit it, he was getting to her. Instead of being annoying, his juvenile behavior was sort of cute. He was like a little boy, throwing spitballs to get attention. It was like having Jerry Lewis getting a crush on you. It was both maddening and enduring at the same time. Marcy sighed and stood up. The sun was getting low, and she still had a few things left to do. "Hey, you guys," she said. "You ready to get back to work?" Jack groaned and turned over on his stomach.
"Yeah,"
said Bill, sounding considerably less than enthusiastic.
Uh-oh.
Said Alice. She was staring at the water. Ned had swam a distance from the dock, and he was suddenly thrashing weakly in the water. "Help!" he shouted. "Help!" "There's something wrong with Ned," said Marcy. They saw him go under. "Get a life preserver!" Jack shouted. Bill leaped into the water, and Jack dived in after him, both of them striking out towards Ned. Marcy and Brenda pushed a boat into the water. Alice threw out a life preserver. Jack was treading water at the spot where they had seen Ned go down. Bill was underneath somewhere looking for Ned. He came up beside Jack and took a deep breath.
"Did you see him?"
"I don't know. He's around here somewhere,"
I'm gonna help dive for him.
said Alice. She went over the side of the canoe as Marcy paddled out to where Jack and Bill were looking. "There he is!" cried Marcy, pointing. Brenda had come up with her arm around him. Ned was limp. "Come on, guys, help me," she said, struggling to pull him towards the dock. "Watch his head," said Marcy. Alice was beside her in another moment, and then Jack and Bill were helping to bring him in and lift him onto the dock. He appeared to be unconscious. They laid him down on his back, his head hanging to one side. Brenda crouched over him. "Can you give him mouth-to-mouth?" said Jack. "Yeah," said Brenda. She turned his head and opened his mouth, putting one hand on his jaw and clamping the other over his nose. She checked to see if there was any obstructions in his mouth, or if he had swallowed his tongue. She took a deep breath and placed her mouth over his, then exhaled slowly. "Come on, Nettie, come on," said Jack, bending over and staring head-on with concern. "Come on, buddy, come on." Suddenly, Ned's arm came up to embrace Brenda, and she felt his tongue enter her mouth as he pulled her down on top of him. She pushed him away, slapping at him. "Oh, Nettie!" "Oh, Jesus Christ!" said Jack. Marcy shook her head and rolled her eyes at Alice. Ned stared up at Brenda with a pouting expression on his face, and she stared down at him, hands on her hips, angry with him, but also trying to suppress a giggle. She turned away so he wouldn't see her starting to lose the battle, and just for a moment she thought she caught another flicker of movement on the far side of the lake. There was someone watching them, she thought, not really certain if she had glimpsed at a dark figure ducking back into the trees, or if it was only a trick of the light or her imagination. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was one of the townies, hoping to catch them all skinny dipping and getting a cheap thrill. She looked back at Ned. The others had all gone back to change, and Ned just sat there looking at her uncertainly, with that little, "boy, I hope she isn't really mad," expression on his face. She sighed. "What do I see in this guy?" she asked herself. Now she was a little sorry she had pushed away from him so soon. It had been sort of nice. He got up looking contrite. She shook her head. "Oh, come on," she said, heading back toward the cabins. As they left the dock, she looked across the lake once more. She didn't see anything, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was someone there, watching and waiting. Chapter 3. Back inside her cabin, Alice stripped off her bathing suit and slipped into a robe. Steve still hadn't returned from town. So far, he'd spent the whole day running in every direction at once. He seemed more concerned with how things were going for the camp than how things were going with them. "Give me a week," he'd said. She wondered if a week would actually change anything. What could happen in a week? Well, maybe a lot could happen in a week if they really had a chance to talk. But then they'd had a chance to talk last night and nothing had been settled. She looked around at the cabin, figuring she could take it for another week. It really wasn't all that bad, but she could think of lots of places she'd rather be. Maybe even California. But there were problems there as well. 2 men in her life. Both nice men, but both with their own agendas to consider. Neither of them was willing to give up his own interest for hers. But each expected her to give up her interest for his sake. She wondered if she wouldn't be better off forgetting about both of them. But it wasn't all that easy. Nice men were hard to find and relationships were complicated. She cared about them both. John and Steve were waiting for her to make a choice. The problem was she didn't know how to choose. She brushed her hair and went over to the dresser, taking out some fresh underwear, a t-shirt, a clean pair of jeans. The trouble was she wasn't sure what she really wanted. She didn't like the pressure. She couldn't think straight. Only one thing was clear. She wasn't about to settle down in the town of Crystal Lake. When Steve had spoken to her about the camp, he had talked about it as a piece of property that he had inherited, an investment, not as a business he actually planned to run himself. Nor did she expect to find herself drawn into it. She subsequently realized that Camp Crystal Lake was an albatross across Steve's neck. Somehow he seemed to feel that it was something he had to atone for. The camp had been his father's downfall. It had ruined him. There had been problems. She knew that a little boy had died. Steve didn't like to talk about it. He wouldn't elaborate, and the following year something terrible had happened after that. An accident, Steve said, but the talk in town didn't sound as if whatever happened had been an accident. Why did they call the place Camp Blood? One of the other kids, Ned, or was it Bill, had mentioned some killings that had occurred here. She had wanted to talk to Steve about it, but he was sensitive about the subject. She knew the moment she brought it up, he would overreact. She thought it would probably help to talk about it, but it was an extremely sore subject with him. She sighed. How can you hope to have a relationship with someone who avoids things? You can't solve problems by pretending they aren't there, and the camp was a real problem with Steve. He was obsessed with making it a success. If he devoted as much energy to his relationship, maybe she wouldn't be thinking of going back to California. Part of her wanted to leave and just be by herself for a while, to think things out, and part of her kept hoping he'd give her more of a reason to stay. As she shut the drawer, she felt something smooth brush by her foot. She jerked it back and looked down to see a large, black snake slithering underneath the dresser. She jumped back and screamed.
Bill?
Bill was outside the cabin, clearing out some brush with a machete when he heard Alice scream. He took off toward her cabin at a sprint. Alice called again for Bill to hurry. He came running through the door holding the machete.
What is it?
There's a snake over there,
she exclaimed, backing against the door.
Where?
She pointed at the dresser.
What do I do?
He said.
Kill it!
He glanced uneasily toward the dresser, but he couldn't see the snake.
It might bite.
He said uneasily, holding the machete out before him.
Haven't you ever been in the woods?
Said Alice.
We're not in the woods.
Jack burst in, startled by the screams. He was carrying a shovel. Marcy was right on his heels. Jack stopped when he saw Bill poised with the machete. Jesus, Bill, what are you doing? Ned and Brenda rushed in, breathless. What is it? Ned asked.
There's a snake in here,
warned Bill, crouching and looking all around as if expecting the snake to come charging at him. He knew snakes could move very quickly. Why are we in here? Marcy said. Alice screamed and pointed as she spotted the snake slithering under the bed, shouting, There it is! Whoa! Whoa! Shouted Ned, seeing the size of it. Feet don't fail me now,
I can't sleep with a snake in here,
said Alice. Bill jumped on the bed, holding the machete up high, but he lost sight of the snake. Nobody told us anything about snakes, said Brenda fearfully.
Kill it!
Alice said, holding on to Ned's arm. You heard the lady, Ned said.
I can't get it until it comes out,
said Bill, looking cautiously beneath the bed.
Well, call him.
Alice said. Bill gave her a wry look.
How do you call a snake?
Jack held up the shovel and worked his way around the bed. I'll flush it out. He brought the shovel down and thrust it under the bed, and then jumped back, dropping the shovel and knocking over the nightstand. The girls screamed. They saw the snake's tail disappearing beneath the fallen nightstand, and both Jack and Bill jumped back like reluctant hunters stalking a dangerous prey. Brenda screamed out and clutched Marcy as the snake shot out from the nightstand and wiggled back towards the dresser. Jack swung a pillow at it, and the feathers flew as the seams on the pillow split. Bill hacked at the floor with his machete.
I got it! I got it!
Kill it!
I got him!
Thwack! The machete thunked onto the floor, chopping the head off the snake. Bill brought it down twice more for good measure.
Is it dead?
Whispered Alice, swallowing hard. Either that or it's got a very short clone, said Ned. Alice made a sound of disgust. Well, sighed Marcy, at least we know what's for dinner. Brenda moaned with disgust, picking up a pillow and swinging it hard at Marcy's head as the girl ducked.
Marcy,
said Alice. How gross, damn, said Ned. Bill picked up the pieces of the snake with the machete and threw them out the door into the bushes. The girl who'd been hired to cook still hadn't arrived, so they were left to their own devices for supper. Steve Christie still hadn't returned. Alice reminded them that he said he would be back sometime that evening, so they decided not to wait for him. They trooped into the kitchen to check out supplies. Brenda found some greens in the refrigerator. Do you want me to go ahead and make some for everybody? That would be great, said Marcy. They had all worked up an appetite, and nobody felt like sandwiches and chips again. Oh, and I think there's some hamburger in there, too. Nothing for me, thank you, said Brenda, who was a vegetarian. She made a face at the thought of eating red meat. But, Marcy, there are some apples, though. You know how to make apple pie? Oh, sure, Marcy said. No sweat. They heard the rumbling sound of a big motorcycle approaching. Brenda glanced out the window. Uh-oh, she said. Look who's coming. They went outside and watched Officer Dorf pulling up on his big Harley, having a little trouble steering it over the rutted dirt road. He looked like authority, incarnate, and his freshly pressed and sharply creased uniform, his spit-shine riding boots, his police helmet, leather gauntlets, and mirrored shades. He pulled up to the front of the cabin and dismounted, leaning the big Harley on its side stand and looking them over as only a cop looks people over as potential perpetrators. Ned chose that unfortunate moment to be Ned. He bounded out from behind the cabin shirtless and wearing an Indian headdress he had found among the camp supplies. Part of a box full of Indian headbands, beads, and vests Steve had planned to use for teaching the campers Indian dances. Whooping like crazy horse descending upon Custer, Ned came out, prancing, doing his version of a rain dance, which looked something halfway between a man walking barefoot on hot rocks and Michael Jackson on catnip. Intent upon his performance, he didn't notice Dorf until he pranced right up to him and found himself staring at his own reflection in Dorf's mirrored shades. He came to a dead halt and gulped. Oh, shit! Dorf took off his shades with a dramatic flourish. All right, he said, giving Ned a strange look. Who are you? Camp counselors, said Brenda. Nettie's just fooling around. Yeah, right, Ned added quickly. I'm just fooling around. Can it, coachies, said Dorf. Steve Christie hire you people, right? That's right, Brenda replied. And he's paying you for this? Brenda nodded. No, we're doing this for free, you dork, she thought. Jack came walking over to the Harley, checking it out. Hey, nice bike. Dorf put his hands out, stopping Jack before he could get any closer. Dorf didn't like people touching his motorcycle. He used to have a sticker on the gas tank that said, "If you value your life as much as I value this bike, don't mess with it." But the sheriff made him take that sticker off. The sheriff was always making him take things off his bike. Once, Dorf had bought a special leather shotgun case that strapped to the front forks and had slipped a riot gun into it, but the sheriff made him take that off as well. "You're not Rooster Cogburn, Dorf," the sheriff had said with a world-weary tone. "You're a police officer. You're supposed to patrol the town on that thing and ride up speeders, not case down stagecoach riders." Dorf didn't think the sheriff understood about projecting authority. Not only did the sheriff never shine his boots, he didn't even wear regulation police boots. He wore Red Wing work shoes, the oil leather kind that didn't take a shine. One time, Dorf had heard about a special charity program up in New York that bought bulletproof vests for the police, and he had used department stationery to apply for 4 vests for the Crystal Lake Police Force. The sheriff had returned them with a letter of apology. "I don't really think we need 'em, Dorf," he had said. "Cassidy and Sundance ain't been through here in years." Dorf was often frustrated in this manner when all he was trying to do was bring some snap and polish to the force. He knew that a strong police presence was essential to crime prevention, and he knew it worked. There hadn't been much crime at all in Crystal Lake since he had joined the force 2 years prior. There hadn't been much crime in Crystal Lake before he joined the force either. But that was hardly the point. He fixed Jack with a hard stare. "You been smoking, boy?" "Smoking?" Jack said, raising his eyebrows. He grinned. "I don't smoke. It causes cancer, you know what I mean?" Dorf squinted at him. He thought it made him look mean. Instead, it just made him look nearsighted. "What, did you just get off a spaceship or something? Colombian gold, man, grass, hash, weed. Dig it?" Ned glanced at Brenda. "What's he talking about?" "Hey, don't get smart," snapped Dorf. "Me?" Ned asked innocently. "I'm as dumb as they come." "Hey," said Dorf, pointing at him, "not another word out of you, understand?" "Officer?" Marcy started. "Officer, really," Brenda said at the same time. "There's nothing going on here. We're just trying to get the place in shape." "In shape for what?" said Dorf. Brenda rolled her eyes. Bill approached him, speaking politely.
"Officer, is there anything we can do to help?"
"We'd be glad to help you out," said Marcy. Dorf glanced at them all suspiciously. "I'm looking for somebody."
"Yeah? Who's that?"
said Bill. "A guy named Ralph," Dorf replied. "Town crazy." Ned laughed. "Well, hey, no crazy people around here, Dorf poked him in the chest with his index finger. "I told you to sit on it, Tonto. Now, I got word that Ralph was peddling out this way, spouting his gospel."
"We haven't seen anybody here, officer,"
said Bill. "Just us," Marcy added. This guy Ralph," said Brenda. "Is he dangerous?" She was thinking about the figure she thought she'd seen back at the lake watching. "Every time that loony gets drunk," said Dorf. "He gets caught, I end up spending the morning in court, and he gets a week in jail." The speaker mounted on the handlebars of the motorcycle crackled as the dispatcher's voice came over the radio. Cycle 2, where are you? Come in, Cycle 2, Cycle 2. Jack picked up the mic, but Dorf instantly snatched it from him and pushed him back, giving him a stern look. "This is Dorf. I'm out here at Camp Crystal Lake, over." "Well, get back in, Dorf," the radio blasted. "Sheriff wants you back in town on the double." "Roger that," said Dorf into the mic. "That's a 10-4 on my way out." He turned to the group. "Never keep the sheriff waiting." He hitched up his pistol belt. "You kids keep your noses clean, you understand? You'll be hearing from me if you don't." He made eye contact with each of them. "We ain't gonna stand for no weirdness out here." He nodded for emphasis. He put his shades back on, threw his leg over the bike, and punched the electric starter. The Harley rumbled to life, and he blipped the throttle several times, staring at them through his mirrored shades. He wished he could pull a donut, locking up the front brake and shifting into gear, giving a lot of throttle so the rear wheel could slide around in a 180. But the last time he'd tried that, he had dropped the bike on its side in front of Harlan's hardware store, and he had to ask Harlan to come out and help him pick it up. He still hadn't heard the end of that one. He carefully eased the bike around over the ruts and gave it some gas. The rear wheel spun in the dirt, and he almost lost it, but he managed to save himself at the last instant, and he shot off down the road. They laughed as they watched Dorf ride off into the sunset. Ned walked back toward the cabin in an exaggerated version of John Wayne's rolling gait, and then tossed off a salute at Dorf's back. Marcy and Brenda shook their heads and went back into the cabin. Alice had missed the show. She had come in from the storage shed with the sack of pots and pans so they could start on dinner. She set them down on the table and went into the back room, the pantry. She opened the door and jumped back with a scream as Ralph stepped out, leering at her insanely.
I'm a messenger of God.
He cried, coming at her with his hand raised. She backed up against the stove as Marcy and Ned came running in, hearing her scream. They pulled up short at the sight of Ralph standing like an animated scarecrow and staring wildly at them.
You're doomed if you stay here.
Ralph said.
This place is cursed. Cursed.
Ned and Marcy glanced at each other uneasily.
It's got a death curse.
Ralph said, his eyes wide.
Who are you?
Alice asked, staying well out of his reach. What do you want? Said Marcy, moving behind Ned.
God sent me.
Ralph answered. Get on out of here, man. Ned hoped he didn't sound as frightened as he felt.
I got to warn you.
Ralph said, moving toward them. Ned sidled away from the door, giving him a clear path, and hoping he would take it. Ralph stared at each of them, his eyes bulging.
You're doomed to stay. Go. Go.
He suddenly lurched past Ned and went out the cabin door, hurrying away without a backward look. Ned watched him go and then took a deep breath. I think we just met Ralph, guys,
Good.
said Alice, putting her hand to her forehead.
What's next?
She looked out the door and saw Ralph approaching on his rickety old bicycle.
It's got a death curse.
He shouted at them as he pedaled down the same road Dorf had taken only moments before. Chapter 4. They debated calling the police about Ralph, but it was a very short debate. Ned pointed out that they'd probably just send out Dorf again, and it was a case of putting up with Ralph or Dorf. They'd probably be better off with Dorf. In any case, the mad prophet of Crystal Lake, as Ned had christened him, seemed to have vacated the premises, and they had decided to forget about it. Jack, especially, wasn't anxious to give Dorf any reason to search through their belongings. He decided he should probably give some serious thought to finding a safe place for his stash, just in case. They started dinner with Brenda tossing a salad and Jack frying hamburgers. It had been a long day and they were all starved. The clouds started rolling in as Steve had predicted, and it looked as if it was going to storm. "Who likes some rare?" Jack called from the grill. "Me," said Marcy. Brenda made a face and shuddered. "How can you guys eat that stuff?" she said. "It looks like dead animals." "Dead animals?" Ned looked at her in mock disgust. "That's old counselors, you cannibals!" "Well," said Brenda, serving the salad, "if you would mix all this stuff right, you'd get all the protein you need."
It's too bad Annie never showed up,
said Bill, raising the top half of his bun and peering dubiously at his hamburger.
She was supposed to be quite a good cook.
"Yeah, but don't expect me to play chef to you guys," said Marcy. "Uh-oh," groaned Ned. "The squalls are revolting." Marcy threw a bun at him. It was starting to get dark as the storm approached, and Alice reached up to pull the string attached to the light fixture. The light didn't come on. She pulled the string several times with no result.
Trouble?
Bill said.
Yeah,
Said Alice.
Either a bad bulb or no power. Seems a little gloomy in here.
Steve taught me how to use the emergency generator, said Jack. The town power lines are supposed to be real lousy. God, don't you love that macho talk? Joked Ned. He lowered his voice. Emergency generator. Jack wished he'd give it a rest. The more he was around Brenda, the sillier Ned got. It had become obvious to everyone that Ned really liked her, but he was acting like a little kid. If Brenda had pigtails, Ned would probably be following her around with an ink pot. You want me to give a hand? Jack asked Bill, shaking his head in resignation.
Yeah, let's go.
Bill rose from the table. Wait for me, said Brenda. Nettie, can you watch the burgers? Jack said. Sure. Burn 'em, Brenda grimaced. Alice handed Ned some buns.
You want to heat these?
Yeah, said Ned, making a big production out of rearranging all the burgers on the grill, flourishing the spatula like a conductor loading an orchestra. Alice sighed. Maybe Ned was being a bit juvenile, but at least he didn't keep his feelings secret. If Brenda held up a hoop, he'd undoubtedly jump through it. There was something to be said about that puppy-like infatuation. It was sort of cute, and she could tell that Brenda was responding to it. She wished Steve would be a bit more demonstrative. He was always so serious, so intense. She wished that he'd lighten up a little. One would think, from the way he acted, that everything at Camp Crystal Lake was a matter of life or death. Bill shut the door behind them as Brenda switched on the flashlight, aiming it at the old gasoline-powered generator. The wind was starting to pick up outside. All they needed now was a power failure just as the storm was about to hit. You really think he's gonna be bent out of shape? Brenda asked as Jack approached the generator. I don't know, said Jack. They weren't looking forward to Steve's reaction when he learned there was something wrong with the power lines. Throughout the day, he'd been obsessive about every little detail of each job that they had done, running into town to pick up more supplies every few hours, making up a new list of things for them to do, checking on their work when he got back, and finding fault with everything. None of them looked forward to sitting out a storm in a cabin without any lights, listening to Steve complaining about all the things they hadn't done. Bill scanned the interior of the cabin, the oldest one in the camp. It needed too much renovation to be useful as a dorm for the campers, so Steve had designed it as the plant cabin, the one where they kept all the tools and emergency supplies.
Hey,
said Bill, glancing at the generator.
This almost looks like the one at my uncle's cabin in Maine.
What an antique, said Brenda. Well, here goes, said Jack, priming it. He threw the switch, kicked it over, and it sputtered to life, making a sound like an outboard motor about to throw a rod. What has God wrought? Brenda watched the generator shudder on its mount as if it were alive. Jack dusted off his palms and stepped back from it, watching it dubiously. He wouldn't have been surprised if it shook itself apart, but it seemed to work. They went outside and looked at the sky. It was a cloudy blue-gray. The wind had died down and everything was still, as if waiting for the storm to break. The surface of the lake was mirror smooth. Marcy came out to join them. Jack took her hand. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful. It was nice having the camp to themselves for a while. No campers to watch over yet. No nervous camp director to badger them about their work every time they stopped to take a break. Jack led Marcy down the lake shore, past the dock and towards the woods. They walked across some fallen logs, then stopped in a little stand of trees, sheltered from the others. Marcy smiled and came into his arms. They kissed. Ned stood by a tree on a path between the cabins, watching them. He could just barely see them through the trees. He smiled and whistled softly between his teeth, thinking about Brenda. He always felt a little awkward around girls he liked. He knew he acted a bit foolish, but he couldn't really help himself, and Brenda didn't seem to mind. She actually seemed to like him. He sighed and started walking back to the cabin that he shared with Jack. As he approached, he thought he saw someone standing on the porch, looking out where Jack and Marcy stood kissing in the trees. "Hello?" he said. Whoever it was moved quickly back into the shadows. Ned hesitated, thinking about Crazy Ralph. He had seemed harmless enough, just a skinny old guy with crazy eyes. Not much to him at all, but you never could tell with crazy people. Yet if Ralph were really dangerous, he doubted that the local police would allow him to run around loose. Just the town character, he thought. But he didn't like the idea of Ralph being in their cabin going through their things. He hurried toward the cabin, but whoever had been on the porch had gone inside. He heard the door creak. He paused at the steps leading to the porch, took a deep breath, then started up. He paused again outside the door. "Can I help you?" he said. He rolled his eyes. "Can I help you?" What was he, a sales clerk in a convenience store? Christ, be firm, Ned, he told himself. Get in there and chase the old loony out before he steals something. He stepped in and scanned the cabin. There wasn't anyone in sight. "Hello? Hello?" He heard a step behind him, but before he could turn around, someone grabbed a handful of his hair and gave a hard, sharp jerk. His head snapped back, and he opened his mouth to cry out, but before he could utter a sound, a gleaming steel blade flashed briefly in front of his eyes, and he felt a line of fire burn across his neck. A searing, stinging, white-hot pain as the knife slashed his throat from ear to ear. His legs gave way beneath him, and he coughed, choking on the flood of blood, trying in vain to gasp for air. Everything seemed to turn incredibly, indescribably bright for a brief instant, and then he felt himself falling. He was dead before he hit the floor. Jack lit the way before them with a flashlight as he and Marcy ran back to the cabin. The wind had picked up again, sending the clouds scuttling across the sky and churning the surface of the lake into whitecaps. "Come on!" gasped Marcy, running ahead of him, trying to catch her breath. The flashlight beam bounced crazily as Jack ran to keep up with her. I'm coming! He made it up the hill and paused, breathing hard. Whew, hold on. Wind's coming up. He shifted a good 180 degrees. Makes me want to hold on to you, Marcy smiled, coming into his arms again. Jack kissed her long and hard, then looked into her eyes. His cabin was right behind them, and everyone else was back in the main cabin, cleaning up after dinner. He looked toward the darkened cabin behind them, then back at Marcy. She watched him silently for a moment. "What about Ned?" she asked. "I don't love Ned," Jack said. Besides, he was sure that Ned would be back at the main cabin mooning over Brenda. They'd been talking about breaking out one of the games and maybe smoking a few. He didn't think Ned would be coming back to their cabin anytime soon. Marcy laughed. "He keeps acting like a jerk." "Neddy!" Jack shouted, though not loud enough for anyone in the main cabin to hear over the wind. "Stop it!" Marcy said. "Don't call him!" Her eyes were steady on his. "I thought you wanted to give him one of your motherly lectures," Jack said, trying not to think about how much he wanted her. "Look, Neddie's gonna do whatever Neddie wants to do, you know." "Uh-oh, it's gonna storm." He moistened his lips. "It can tear down that valley like a son of a gun." As if to punctuate his comment, thunder rolled just beyond the valley. The storm was approaching fast. They sat down on a log, and Marcy scooted closer to him. "I've been afraid of storms ever since I was a little girl," she said. "No, really?" She laughed slightly, embarrassed. "Yeah, I've had this dream where I'm in a thunderstorm and it's raining really hard. It sounds like pebbles when it hits the ground. I can hear it, and I try to block out the sound with my hands over my ears, only it doesn't work. It just keeps getting louder and louder, and then the rain turns to blood. And the blood washes away in little rivers, and the sound stops." She shook her head and shivered as drops began to splatter around them. "It's just a dream," said Jack. "Yeah, I know," Marcy grimaced. "I'll call it my shower dream." Lightning flashed and the storm began. Jack laughed. "Well, hey, this is no dream. Come on, we're going to get soaked." He led her into the cabin as the wind whipped across the lake, bending the treetops. He turned off the flashlight as they entered the cabin. They were alone in the dark. Marcy pushed up against him, kissed him seductively, and slowly started to unbutton his shirt. Jack shut his eyes and swallowed. It seemed like it had been building up to this for a long, long time, but he had never thought it would happen. He couldn't believe how much he wanted her. He thought about the conversation he once had with Nettie. Just because you want something doesn't necessarily mean you should have it, Ned had said. Now here he was with Marcy in the dark, in an empty cabin on a secluded lake with thunder crashing and lightning flashing in the sky. And Marcy was afraid of storms. He remembered somewhere that some women were excited by thunderstorms and by fear. Was he taking advantage of the situation? No, he told himself. She's ready. She's making the choice. He had waited. He had never pressured her. He had allowed her to make the decision, to pick the right time and place. He ran his hands over her chest. Her nipples were hard. She broke the kiss and made her way over to the bottom bunk, feeling her way in the dark. He sat down beside her and reached over to the nightstand, picking up a small candle and lighting it. She unbuttoned her jeans and pulled them down. She was wearing white bikini panties. He was afraid to speak, afraid to break the spell, afraid she'd change her mind at the last minute. He'd die if that happened. Alice pulled back the curtain and peered out the window of the main cabin. The storm was making the surface of the lake boil. It was raining so hard, it sounded like hell hitting the roof.
Jack and Marcy are gonna get drenched,
she said. Bill smiled.
Not if they're where I think they are.
He plucked a few chords on the guitar. They had the fire going and it was warm and cozy inside. A pleasant place to relax after a hard day's work. Alice threw another log on the fire and sank into a chair and stretched out, sighing contentedly.
That's nice.
Uh-huh, Brenda nodded. She glanced up suddenly with a sly smile. Hey, I know what we can do. We're gonna play Monopoly. Alice groaned.
I hate Monopoly.
Not the way I play, you don't, said Brenda, grinning as she took the game down off the shelf.
Like what?
Said Bill, putting down the guitar. Brenda started to take the game out of the box and spread it out on the table. We're gonna play strip Monopoly. I'm gonna be the shoe. She picked out her game token.
You've got to be kidding me,
said Alice. Brenda shook her head. Bill raised his eyebrows, intrigued by the thought.
What if Steve walks in?
We'll give him a handicap, Brenda replied quickly. He can keep his boots on, everything else goes. Now, it's easy. Instead of paying rent, you pay clothes. Bill can be the banker. She glanced at him coyly. Unless, of course, he's chicken. Alice laughed, thinking it might be fun. Bill grinned and joined Brenda at the table.
I guess I'm game, but heaven help you if you land on one of my hotels.
Alice, why don't you see if Marcy left any of that grass? Brenda suggested. Bill started to sort out the play money.
What happened to my 500s?
They're right there, Brenda said, pushing them toward him. She looked around at the cluttered surface of the table. What happened to my shoe? Jack and Marcy lay naked in the bed together, moving slowly, exploring one another's bodies, speaking in sighs and moans of pleasure. They had each given in to the feelings of the moment with no thought for the consequences. Rain pattered on the cabin roof. Wind whistled past the windows. Thunder rolled and lightning flashed. The soft, flickering light from the candle on the nightstand illuminated only their one small corner of the cabin. Shadows danced across their bodies. The rest of the room was plunged in darkness. A darkness that had enveloped Ned as he lay lifeless on the bunk above, his throat slashed, his eyes wide open, seeing nothing, his blood seeping into the mattress. And there was something else inside that darkened cabin with them, a hate that seized with mindless fury, raging for revenge, waiting to reach out and take it. It was close, so very close, merely a breath away. Alice set the open beers on the table, then sat down and lit up a joint, inhaling deeply.
I'm not going to pass go without a glow.
She giggled. Brenda laughed. We've already rolled for you. You're going to go last, okay? And community chest cannot give you back your clothes. She rolled the dice. Double sixes, I get to roll again. Bill sipped his beer and glanced at Alice.
I think we're being hustled.
I think you're right.
Said Alice, leaning back in her chair and taking another toke before passing it to Bill. Steve wouldn't approve of this, she thought. If he came in now, he'd put a stop to it and give them all a lecture on responsibility. She sighed. He'd think this was juvenile, silly. But it wouldn't hurt him to be a little silly and juvenile on occasion, even a little irresponsible. If he kept pushing himself like this, he'd wind up with an ulcer, and she certainly wouldn't be around to see it. She'd be dozing in the California sun. He'd been so different when she met him, gentle, compassionate, attentive. Or had she only seen what she had wanted to see? It wasn't that he was unkind or that he took her for granted. It was just that he was too wrapped up in his plans to the point of obsession. He simply wasn't able to see what was really happening around him. Perhaps it was her fault. Perhaps she should have seen it coming. Maybe there was something about her that led her to make the same mistakes with men over and over. She had been vulnerable when she met him, trying to get over the breakup of a relationship that hadn't been going anywhere. She had told John that she had needed time away from him for a while to think, time to herself. And then along came Steve, who seemed so very different, so much more relaxed and easygoing. Now she was stuck in the same rut all over again. It was one thing to have plans, to have ambitions, goals, but it was something else entirely when these goals and ambitions took over and blocked out everything else. Her father had been like that, and she had seen what it had done to her mother. Her father had been a commodities broker. He had started out with nothing, determined to make a good life for his family. He had worked like a dog, putting in long hours at the office and bringing work home with him. Always on the telephone, always with his nose stuck in the Wall Street Journal, caught up in his dream. There was nothing wrong with pursuing a dream, she thought. There was nothing wrong with planning for the future, but you couldn't live in the future. You had to take time out to appreciate the present. Then her father started spending more time at the office than at home. Breakfast with the family became gulped coffee while he scanned the market reports. Conversations over dinner on those rare occasions when he came home in time became absent grunts and nods while his mind was somewhere else on work. Always the work. He never spoke of anything else. Alice had watched her mother becoming more and more withdrawn, more and more alienated from her husband's world. There was never any time for vacations. There was no time for going out to dinner or the movies, or playing with the kids on the weekends, or just curling up in front of the fireplace with a glass of wine and a good book. Occasionally there had been time for argument with her mother, pleading that he shouldn't work so hard, and her father insisting that he was doing it all for them, so that they could have a better life. It was always the dream of the better life, never the thought that life just might be good enough the way it is if he could only take the time out to enjoy it. But he couldn't seem to find the time. That time kept drifting into the future, and finally, there was no time left. Like a clock with the mainspring wound too tight, her father had finally snapped. He had died of a coronary. They had found him slumped over his office desk, a telephone receiver in either hand. He had literally worked himself to death, and his heart had burst. Alice was never going to go through that ever again. She didn't want any part of men who became so caught up in their plans and ambitions that she would wind up being pushed aside. You don't work for a relationship, she thought. You work at it. And that meant communicating. It meant sharing. It meant not putting things off until some other time where it would be more convenient. That time might never arrive. When Steve came back, she was going to have to confront him with it. Maybe if she explained to him why she felt the way she did, he'd understand. Maybe then he'd open up and talk about it, instead of avoiding the subject, which he always did. It was almost as if he was afraid to talk about it. She had seen the curious change come over him as they had driven up to the lake. She had seen him grow tense and moody. As they approached the camp, he had stopped the jeep at the entrance, his mouth a thin line as he simply sat and stared through the windshield at the empty cabins on the lake shore, like an old soldier revisiting a battlefield.
What is it, Steve?
She had asked him. For a long moment he said nothing.
Steve?
He had blinked as if coming out of a daze and turned to look at her, a forced smile on his face. "Nothing," he said. "Just thinking about all the work we have to do, that's all." But that wasn't all. She knew there was something else, something he wouldn't tell her. There was a sense of desperation about him, as if he were frightened of something. What was he so afraid of? He acted as if it were all a matter of life and death. They lie next to one another, bodies touching, basking in the warm afterglow of sex. Marcy turned on her side and kissed Jack softly on his cheek. She sighed. "You are so fine." She gave him another kiss and got out of bed. The candle on the nightstand was flickering. "Yo, where you going?" Jack said, sitting up. "I gotta pee." She felt around in the darkness for her clothes. Jack put on his shirt. Marcy found her underpants and t-shirt, pulled them on, and then slipped into her raincoat without bothering to look for the rest of her clothes. They were nearby on the floor somewhere, and she would only be gone a minute. "Hurry back, okay?" Jack grinned. "It's getting cold in here." "You'll save my place for me?" "Oh, yeah." She bent down to kiss him, then picked up the flashlight and went out the door. It was pouring. She smiled at the thought of what would happen if she ran into any of the others, and they saw her barefoot in the rain, without anything on beneath her slicker except her underwear. But the light was still on in the main cabin, and she could see smoke curling up from the chimney. They're probably having their own party, she thought. Alice rolled the dice.
5.
She moved her playing piece.
Baltic Avenue. I'll buy it.
No one ever lands on Baltic Avenue.
Bill pointed out.
I think it's a pretty color.
Alice said. She passed Bill the play money and he handed her the deed card.
Okay.
He said, rattling the dice in his hand and blowing on them like a crap shooter.
Come on.
Said Alice. He rolled the dice. Alice moved his token around the board.
Baltic Avenue. You owe me one boot. Hand it over.
Coming.
He reached under the table to pull off his boot. Alice draws first blood, said Brenda.
What a terrible way to talk about my feet.
Said Bill. He passed her the boot.
Thank you.
Said Alice, setting it down beside her chair. They were all starting to get a little silly. The grass was helping, so was the beer. You know, I think I'm beginning to like this game. Just wait till you land on my old Kentucky home, Brenda threatened. She rolled the dice.
More beer?
Asked Bill. He quickly checked the bottles on the table.
More beer.
He nodded and got up to go to the refrigerator. Let's see, said Brenda. What railroad is that? Jack lit up a joint and waved the match out, flicking it onto the floor. He drew the smoke in deeply and exhaled as he lay back on the bed. He thought about Marcy. He wondered if she was taking birth control pills. He wondered why he hadn't wondered about that before. It was a little late to ask himself that now. Suppose she got pregnant. Surely she was on the pill, wasn't she? She wouldn't have sex if she weren't on the pill, thought Jack. But then, on the other hand, he had sex and he hadn't used a condom. Why wasn't that the same? Wasn't it being sexist to expect her to take full responsibility for them both being protected? Was it fair to justify by telling himself that he got carried away? What with the thunder and the lightning getting her excited and the dark romantic cabin and being all alone out in the woods? Her being so near and touching him and looking up at him like that? He reassured himself that he had never pressured her, that she had made the choice. But what if she got pregnant? What then? They had never discussed that possibility. Would she consider having an abortion? How did she feel about that? Jack didn't even know how she felt about that. On the one hand, it was her body and ultimately her choice, but on the other hand, he would have been a part of it as well. It wasn't something they had ever discussed. Suppose she got pregnant and decided to have the baby. What then? Marriage? Okay, he loved her, no question about that. He also believed in doing the right thing. He could probably get a transfer to her school. Well, come to think about it, she probably wouldn't be able to go to school. Certainly for a while, and he'd have to get a job. They'd both probably have to get jobs. Could they balance school and jobs and caring for the baby? Daycare was sure expensive. So were diapers, clothes, baby food, medical insurance. And all right, maybe there wasn't any question that they loved each other, but were they ready to take a step that big? How come we never talked about this shit before, Jack wondered. It wasn't that he'd felt guilty about what they had done. There wasn't anything wrong with that. They loved each other. They had waited until the time seemed right. It wasn't as if he had just torn off a piece only for the sake of getting laid, but damn it, this was Marcy, someone he really cared about. But if you really care about someone, Jack thought, you communicate with them. You find out how they feel about things. You talk things out. Why was it so difficult to talk about sex? Oh, it wasn't hard at all to talk about it with other guys like Nettie, but why did it seem awkward to sit down and just discuss it in a non-threatening way with the girl you cared about? For that matter, he thought, why couldn't a bunch of us just sit down together and talk about it just between ourselves? A nice, friendly, loose discussion. Find out how we feel about things. Bounce ideas off each other. He imagined himself walking up to the other guys some night, like maybe tomorrow night when they were gathered around a campfire, having a few beers, maybe smoking a few, and saying, "Hey, what do you say we talk about sex?" Of course, they probably would laugh. So would he if Nettie had said something like that, but after they had laughed, and laughing was good to break the tension, he could tell them he was serious, that he wasn't saying that they should talk about, doing it, but how they really felt about it, what concerns they had about relationships and things like that. Why couldn't they talk about things like that in a serious, sharing sort of way? Right then, he decided he was going to have a long talk with Marcy that night. That, instead of just jumping back into bed with each other and picking up where they left off, as much as he wanted to do it again, they were going to talk first, really talk, and find out how they felt about things, about their plans, and how they truly felt about each other. You shouldn't just let your feelings take control, he thought. They'd just been physically intimate with one another, and it was past time they got mentally intimate as well. Maybe nothing would change. There'd been a strong sense of inevitability about this ever since they knew they would be moving on to different schools, meeting new people, probably forming new relationships. The tension had been there. It was something they both felt, but they never really talked about it. It seemed they both knew it would happen, and it also seemed that they both knew it would happen sometime this summer. It was a large part of why they decided to take the jobs at the camp together, so they could get away and be by themselves before their paths took them in different directions. Deep down, maybe they both knew that after this summer, it would be over for them. It didn't really have to be, but it would be hard to keep things going with all the changes that were on the way. They had to go for it while there was still time. But they had never talked. "You gotta go for it," one of Jack's friends at school had said when they discussed their girlfriends one evening in a locker room after basketball practice. You gotta ask yourself, bro," Jack's friend had said. "What are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for it to be right," Jack replied. "Yeah, you could wait forever that way," warned his friend. "I don't want to pressure Marcy, man," Jack said. "Did it ever occur to you that maybe she's waiting for you to make the move?" "Yeah, sure, I thought about it, but what? You're gonna go to state, Marcy's gonna be going to Boston. You think she's not gonna meet new guys up there? You think you're not gonna meet new girls?" "Well, if that's the way it's gonna be, then maybe we shouldn't do it, if it's not gonna lead to anything." "Who says it's not gonna lead to something? What are you saying, man? You want to get married, for Christ's sake? You want to wind up sitting all alone in your college dorm some night and thinking about what might have been? Alright, so you're waiting for her. I can understand that, I guess. But you ever think that maybe she might be getting tired of waiting for you? You gotta go for it, man. Life's too short." Jack took another long drag on his joint. Maybe his friend had been right. Well, the tension was over now. They'd done it, and it had been great. Better than could have ever been imagined, and he didn't feel sorry that they'd done it. No sorrier than he felt that they'd waited. But doing it had been the easy part. They had opened their bodies up to each other, but that was only part of it. Maybe it was corny, but he felt it was time for them to open up their hearts as well. Way past time. If you really want making love to mean something, if you really want it to be making love rather than just fucking, he felt close to Marcy now, and he wanted to feel closer. They had to talk about it. Life was too short. Something dripped down onto his forehead. "What the hell?" he thought. "Don't tell me the damn roof is leaking. Damn it! But Nettie's mattress was directly above him, not the roof. He wiped his forehead and squinted at his fingers in the light from the flickering candle. His fingers were streaked with red. What the fuck? Something moved beneath him, and before he had time to react, an arm flashed out from underneath the bed, and he felt a strong hand clamp down on him. Powerful fingers pressed his head against the pillow, pinning him down, and even as he gasped and jerked, startled, something pricked the back of his head. Something that came up from beneath the bed, pushing through the mattress. Pain suddenly shot through him as the razor-sharp hunting arrow ripped through his throat. The hand pushing it through the mattress, twisting the aluminum shaft, forcing it up to tear through the soft flesh beneath the Adam's apple. He opened his mouth to scream, but only gagging sounds came from his ruined throat as the razor-headed arrow impelled him through the neck, flooding his mouth with blood from his severed arteries, choking him. He thrashed against the powerful grip, but it was too late. His failing vision saw the triangular tip of the arrow come bursting through his neck, visible now, thrusting up just below his chin as blood came plummeting out in a fountain. And then there was time only for a few fragmented, fleeting thoughts. The realization that he was dying, already dead. He agonized, not knowing who or why, then one last searing flash of pain. A whiteness bursting against his eyes so bright, so incredibly painfully bright. Chapter 5. Marcy picked her way carefully along the path to the latrine, a large cabin set back from the others in a clearing surrounded by a grove of trees. The rain was starting to let up a little bit, but the storm was still going, and little streams of water were running down the path, reflecting the beam of her flashlight. She entered the building and flicked on the lights by the door. Water had found its way into the cabin. It was puddled up near the entrance and by the showers. She walked around it to the bathroom stalls, slipped out of her slicker, entered one of the stalls, and put the flashlight down at her feet. Steve had obviously neglected to repaint the bathroom in his rush to make sure everything was operable. The inside walls of the stall and the surface of the door were covered with graffiti left by former campers. 40 yards to the outhouse by Willie Make-It, Marcy read. She grimaced. Come on, kids, you can do better than that. She checked to make sure the seat was clean. Well, she thought, this will probably be tomorrow's detail. Steve would probably have them in here scrubbing down the floor in the stalls again after the rain and painting over all the old graffiti, which would only provide a fresh, clean, irresistible surface for the new campers who would arrive at the end of next week. She wondered what the point was. People were going to draw on walls no matter what you did. It was a way of saying I was here. Some called it vandalism, others labeled it inner city art, like a writer she saw on The Tonight Show who said it was, what was it, a new form of urban abstract expressionism, or something like that. But the bottom line was that people, especially kids, needed attention, a way of making their presence felt, a way of marking out their turf. Adults got to put personalized license plates on their cars, signs with their names on their houses and front lawns and mailboxes, personalized checks, and gave business cards and stationery, brass nameplates on their office desk and plastic nameplates on their office doors, initials on their briefcases and monograms on their pocket handkerchiefs. It was all the same thing, more or less, a way of establishing your identity, of saying, this is me, I did this, I was here. It's most common in big cities. Graffiti is rarely seen in small towns, and when it is, as in this case, it was probably done by someone from the city. In small towns, identity was not much of a problem. People knew each other. They took the time to say your name and say hello. In a big city, you often got lost in the crowd. The best attempt at a solution to the problem that she had ever seen was in a bar she went to once. Getting in by borrowing a girlfriend's fake ID, she had a couple of beers and then went to the ladies' room where she found that the walls were made of blackboard slate. There was a tray with chalk so people could write whatever they wanted to on the walls, on the theory that it would always be erased, but someone had wanted to leave a message with more permanence. So she had scratched her initials and date into the slate. You couldn't win, people simply had to do it.
Maybe that was why they did it, because you couldn't win. They had to scratch their initials into trees, make footprints in wet cement, spray paint their names on highway overpasses, often coupled with the names of a boy or girlfriend. It was a way of making their presence felt in a world where no one took the time to get to know them. Initials in a heart. We were here, we did this, we lived, we loved. She thought of Jack, of his slim, strong body, the feel of his warm skin, his lips on hers, the way he felt inside her. God, she had wanted him so much. All the time they'd known each other. Every time they'd almost done it. Come so close that they had both ached with the need for one another. All the time she pulled back when she really wanted to tear his clothes off and attack him. She wondered if she had been his first. He certainly hadn't acted as if he was uncertain or inexperienced, but then, would a guy admit it if he was? Nah. She guessed that Jack probably had girls before, and the fact that he hadn't rushed her had made it that much more special. She wondered if he knew she was on the pill. He'd never asked her, but he probably assumed she was, figuring she would have said something if she wasn't, although she knew girls who didn't use anything but didn't let that stop them. Stupid. She wondered if he had thought she was a virgin. In fact, she wasn't. Though she had not been on the pill when she had done it the first time, it hadn't been smart, and it certainly hadn't been special. It was long before she met Jack. She had only been 15. The experience left much to be desired. Some of her girlfriends had talked about saving it for when they got married, or at least for the right guy. But that idea had always bothered her. How do you know? How do you know when it was right? How could you know if it was really good with someone that you cared about if you had no basis for comparison? And she had no desire to wait until she got married to have sex. Sex was sex and love was love, and the ideal situation, of course, was when they went together. But you had to know how to tell the difference between the two. Even so, just because you love someone was no reason to marry them. It might be a reason to have sex, but it took more than desire to make a marriage or even a relationship. It seemed like every second or third marriage nowadays was ending in divorce, and she didn't want to be a part of those statistics. The first time had been okay, but that was about all she could say for it. Afterward, it hadn't seemed like a very big deal at all, and that was probably why she had felt so disappointed. It should have been a big deal. Some of her older, more experienced girlfriends had told her about orgasms, about what they felt like, about how incredible it was. She had gotten wet, but she didn't know that that wasn't it. She remembered thinking, okay, so that's what it's like. Well, now I know. She knew there had to be much more to it. She started taking the pill 8 months ago. She had frankly expected to have sex with Jack long before this, but she always found herself pulling back at the last moment. It probably wasn't fair to him to get him so hot all those times and then stop just before they passed the point of no return, but then it wasn't just a case of her getting him all hot bothered. It worked both ways. She felt the frustration too. She cared for him. She cared for him a lot, but she didn't want to give in to the feelings of the moment, only to lie there afterward thinking to herself, okay, so that's what it's like with him. Well, now I know. Hell, if a girl just wanted to get laid, it was the easiest thing in the world, especially if she was pretty and had nice tits. She just picked up a fake ID, teamed up with a girlfriend she could trust, and hit some bar where she could be sure you wouldn't run into anyone from school, or she could go to any one of a million places where you could get hit on by older guys. Christ, it happened all the time. You got hit on in supermarkets, for God's sake, and in record stores, and just walking down the street, and these days, you didn't even have to wait to get hit on. You could pick out some guy who looked nice, someone who wasn't an obvious sleaze, and you could make the moves yourself. She knew some girls who did just that, who even made a point of going after married men on the theory that they wouldn't hassle you because they had much more to lose. But that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted more, much more. She didn't want a short interlude of heavy breathing and temporary pleasure. She wouldn't settle for just feeling good. She remembered after that first time talking about it with her more experienced girlfriend who had said, God, wasn't it great? Didn't it just make you want to do it with every foxy guy you know? She had said yes because the conversation seemed to call for it, but she hadn't meant it. What she had wanted to say was, yeah, well, I guess it was sorta nice, but is that really all there is? And no, it doesn't make me want to do it with every foxy guy I know. It made me wonder if it's any different with somebody who rubs me. Someone who wants to be inside me, not just in my body, but it made me want to do it with somebody who'd carve our initials on a tree, leave behind more than a memory, a statement. We were here. We did this. We loved. She hated to think of them being apart after this summer. She felt very close to him right now, but she wanted to feel closer because of what they'd shared. It was funny in a way. For as long as they'd been together, there was always that pressure, that slight tension about when it was going to happen. Not if it would happen, but when. There hadn't been any question in her mind about the if for quite some time. And now that it had happened, she felt a pressing need to get even closer to him, to become a part of him, especially since they were going to go their different ways after this summer. She just wished she could peel back the layers of his mind and look inside, see and feel what he was really thinking. Have it written on the wall of her memory. We were here. We loved. She thought she heard the squeak of the door opening, and she pushed the stall door open and peeked out. "Jack?" No answer. "Jack, is that you?" She got up and left the stall, looking around the bathroom. There wasn't anybody there. It must have been the wind pushing the door open, she thought, or maybe just her imagination. She went over to the sink to wash her hands. She turned on the faucet. Nothing came out. She sighed and made a face into the mirror. She stared at her reflection for a moment and made another face at herself. "When I look into that mirror," she said, "I knew that I'd always be ugly. I said, 'Lady, you'll always be plain.'" She giggled and then stopped as she heard a footstep behind her in the shadows near the shower cabins. "Hello?" she said, feeling a little self-conscious. Nothing. She shrugged and tried another faucet. Still no water. Irritated, she struck the faucet with her fist. It didn't help. Great, she thought. That's all they needed. No water. She bent down to look under the sink and saw a cutoff valve on a T-fitting just below the pipes. "Aha!" she said, crouching down and turning the valve. There was a cough and a sputter from the sink as water began to rush from the faucet. She straightened up and washed her hands, wiping them on her t-shirt, then turned the water off. As she did so, she heard something behind her again. She turned and stared into the shadows at the far end of the bathroom, near the showers. "Ned!" It would be just like Neddy, she thought, to come popping out at her in his Indian headdress, waving a tomahawk or something. "Hey, come on, guys," she said, walking slowly toward the showers. "Ollie, ollie, oxen free!" She approached one of the curtained shower stalls and pulled a chain on a light fixture hanging overhead. She reached out and grabbed the curtain, then abruptly yanked it open. It was empty. There was a slight drip coming from the shower head. She stepped inside and twisted the faucet tighter, shutting off the drip. She pursed her lips and moved back, looking at the second shower stall. Was the curtain moving? She reached out and took hold of the curtain, hesitating, and then jerked it back. Empty, she sighed. Must be my imagination. Outside, the rain started coming down harder. It sounded like pebbles hitting the roof, and the thunder boomed. It seemed as if the sound was getting louder. She thought of her dreams, the rain turning to blood, and a shiver ran down her spine. She turned, not seeing the shadow that suddenly appeared on the wall, the shadow of an axe being raised. She turned and saw a face, twisted into a horrifying grimace, a look of sheer, terrifying insanity. Eyes wide and bulging, lips twisted in a snarl. She saw the axe now held high, saw it coming down. For a brief second, everything switched into slow motion. She couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. She saw the arm beginning its downward swing. She saw the steel blade coming directly at her face. She screamed a scream that was cut off as abruptly and as violently as it had begun. Cut off as it tore from her throat. The steel blade struck her face and she felt the numbing force of its impact. That and nothing more. Just one incandescently brief, agonizing blow as it was buried in her forehead, splitting the skull, biting deep into the cranium. She was already dead as she fell back against the wall of the shower cabinet, blood running down her face, the axe embedded in her forehead like some macabre Halloween prop. But the blood was real. It streamed from the deep gash and pattered to the floor like raindrops, running in red streams down the drain. The overhead light swaying crazily back and forth as the door was opened briefly and a gust of wind blew through the bathroom. The door swung closed and everything was quiet again. Only the light fixture swung back and forth, briefly illuminating Marcy's body slumped in the shower stall. Then it gradually stopped swinging, leaving her in darkness. Chapter 6. Bill was down to his bare feet and he had already lost his shirt. Shoes and socks were the first casualties of the game, and since neither of the girls were wearing socks, he thought they would be even fairly quickly. But Brenda and Alice had managed to stay ahead. Now the tide of the game had turned and things were starting to get interesting. Brenda had lost her shorts on her last turn, and now she rolled the dice and moved her game token across the board. Bill saw she was going to land on one of his properties again.
Hello?
He grinned. Brenda scowled. Worst run of bad luck since Richard Nixon. She pulled her shirt off. She had a pretty pink bra underneath, the sheer kind with demi-cuffs that exposed most of her breasts and left practically nothing to the imagination. It matched her pink bikini panties. Poor Ned, Bill thought. Look what you're missing. Well, that's what happens when you leave the party early. He smiled at Brenda as she dropped her shirt on the floor beside her chair.
Well, you can always call it quits if you want to,
he said, making it a challenge. Fat chance, countered Brenda as Alice reached for the dice. You're 2 steps away from Pacific Avenue and Skin City, boy.
Ooh,
said Bill in mock fright. He thought of Steve Christie coming back from town and walking in on them playing Monopoly stark naked. The thought of the expression on Steve's face almost made him choke on his beer.
Whoops,
said Alice as she landed on one of Bill's streets. Brenda laughed.
well, what can I say? It's not much, but I call it home.
Bill said with an elaborate shrug. He watched appreciatively as Alice started to unbutton her blouse. A sharp gust of wind suddenly blew the door in. Alice gave a little scream as the door flew open and slammed against the inside wall. A brief burst of rain blew into the room. Alice grabbed for the flying play money as Bill jumped up to shut the door.
I'll get it! I'll get it!
Wait a minute! Brenda shouted, laughing. Grab the money!
oh my God!
Screamed Alice. Bill forced the door close against the wind. The game was in shambles. Play money and game tokens and deed cards had flown all over the place.
It's blowing like crazy out there.
Bill said. Oh, and I think I left the windows of my cabin open, Brenda realized. Shoot! Alice rolled her eyes. Brenda grabbed her slicker and threw it over her shoulder, then bent down to pick up her clothes. Well, we're gonna have to finish this game some other night, she said, just when it was getting interesting, too.
Okay,
Said Alice, feeling secretly relieved. She started to help Bill pick up the pieces of the game. See you guys in the morning, Brenda said, heading toward the door.
See ya.
Bill said.
night!
Said Alice. Another brief gust of wind whistled through the room as Brenda opened the door and quickly shut it behind her. Alice sighed.
Look at this mess.
She picked up the empty beer bottles and handed them to Bill.
Here.
He took them from her and she picked up the rest of the empties and headed into the kitchen with him.
Hey, tell me,
Bill said.
were you really going to go ahead with it?
Alice smiled.
Actually, I hadn't made up my mind.
Well, in that case, we'll have to finish the game another night.
Oh yeah?
She gave him a playful kick and he ducked out of the way, chuckling. She watched him, wondering what would have happened if the wind hadn't blown the game all over the floor. What would Steve have said if he came back and walked in on them after a few more turns? And would they still be playing Monopoly? Maybe a lot could happen in a week, she thought, and the night wasn't over yet. Steve Christie sat hunched over his coffee at the counter in the general store. It had been a long day running herd on the counselors, trying to get everything organized, and he was sick and tired of constantly running back into town because he had forgotten something. He had wanted to make sure this would be the last trip. He didn't particularly enjoy coming into town and picking up supplies. Not that anyone gave him a hard time, but there was an edge to the way they all behaved around him. They looked at him strangely. They didn't have to say a thing. Their eyes did all the talking. Sandy was the one who didn't look at him as if he were his father's ghost. He had lingered at the counter, enjoying a hot dinner, munching a hot slice of apple pie, and nursing his coffee, much as he used to linger over Cokes and ice cream sodas at the same counter when he was a kid and a much younger Sandy. She used to flirt with him, making him feel older. She always had a smile and a friendly word or two, and if she ever said anything about the camp, she didn't talk about it in his presence. She seemed to understand that it was a sore point with him, and that this was something he needed to do, if for no other reason than to prove everyone wrong about Camp Crystal Lake and his father. I'll make a go of that damn place, he thought. I'll make a go of it and show them what a bunch of superstitious nonsense all of this stuff about Camp Blood is. I'll show them they were wrong about it, just like they were wrong about my dad, a man whose only curse was an incredibly pathetic run of the worst luck in the world. And it would serve them right if I sold the goddamn place for a healthy profit to some real estate developer who would come in and put up condos. He grimaced. That did not seem very likely, although Alice thought it could happen. Lakefront property, she had said. How can lakefront property be worthless? He'd wanted to tell her the real reason. Instead, what he had told her was that it can be worthless if it's in an area that's economically depressed. Small towns were dying all over the country. No jobs. The agriculture industry was going down the tubes, with banks foreclosing on small farms and small-town businesses being bled dry as they lost their customers. It would take a lot more to turn things around than an occasional rock concert or music video to benefit the farmer. Every domestic industry was being affected as this country shifted more and more to service industries and moved away from production, unable to compete with cheaper goods and labor from abroad. There had to be production. People had to get back to working with their hands. They had to have faith in themselves again, in their own abilities, in the American spirit. Even the Japanese were saying that. People were buying Japanese cars because they thought they were better than American cars, that the Japanese had better production and better quality control. But even the Japanese admitted that they had learned it from America. He could remember a time when nobody would even touch anything if it said made in Japan. That had changed because the Japanese people had made a commitment to changing it. They had worked hard. He had always made a point of reading about people who had started successful companies, about their beginnings. You learn how to be successful by studying successful people. Soichiro Honda had started with the small repair shop in Hamamatsu in 1928 and built it up into a factory producing piston rings, a factory that was bombed to smithereens during the war. But he hadn't given up. After the war, he started up all over again, founding the Honda Technical Research Institute. It was an impressive sounding name, but the institute had actually been only a wooden shed measuring 18 by 12 feet. Honda had bought 500 Army surplus engines, hired a few workers, and stuck the engines into bicycles, connected them to the rear wheels with a drive belt. They ran on a mixture of gasoline and turpentine and smoked like a plugged-up chimney. Not much of a beginning, but look where the Honda Corporation was today and look at Chrysler, he thought. Look at any company where the people really cared what they were doing, and you'd see that you can turn anything around if you're willing to work at it. Compared to some of those stories, a rundown summer camp was a joke. But then an 18 by 12 wooden shed that was supposed to be a research institute was a joke as well. Sure, he could have taken the easy way out. He could have put the place up for sale as run down as it was and cut his losses as Alice had suggested. Alice simply didn't understand his dreams. She couldn't appreciate the long view. She didn't even understand the most basic elements of business. To her, lakefront property meant that it wasn't worthless. Never mind that it was a depressed area, never mind it was falling apart from neglect. Never mind that it had been plagued by bad luck, starting with a boy drowning back in 57, and 2 counselors being brutally murdered in 58, and fires set by some arsonist the year after that, and one thing after another ever since. So that people now believed that the place was cursed. He had wanted to tell her the place was worthless because people believed in the curse upon it and upon his family. They thought he was crazy to reopen the camp, to drop $25,000 of his own money to refurbish it and bring in inner city kids. Everyone in town thought drunken old Ralph was crazy with his talk about death curses and the Lord's vengeance, but were they really any better? At least Ralph said what was on his mind. Maybe they didn't say it out loud like Ralph did, but they thought it. He was convinced that some of the problems his father had experienced could be traced directly to the residents of Crystal Lake. He wondered as he went around town picking up supplies. Which of the people he had encountered had been the ones who set the fires? Which ones had vandalized the cabins and poisoned the wells? If there was any curse upon his family, he thought, it had been put there by some of the locals who didn't want to see the camp succeed. They were convinced it was an evil place, and they had suited their actions to their beliefs. It was a lot like a salesman who tried to sell a product he didn't believe in. Because he didn't believe in it, he didn't get behind it. And when the product, not surprisingly, didn't sell, he justified his own beliefs, his own failure by saying, "See, it's just no good. I knew it all the time." Well, he wasn't going to fail with the camp. It was all he had, his legacy, his beginning. If he could make a go of it and turn it, sell it as a successful little business, instead of a run-down piece of lakefront property that would be of little to no use to anyone except some businessmen from the cities who wanted to use it as a hunting retreat, then he could make a profit on it. More importantly, he could establish himself as a real estate speculator who had taken a worthless piece of property and made something out of it. That was the sort of thing that banks would look favorable upon, and it would allow him to pyramid his investment, to get into something more ambitious, something he could build upon. You gotta start somewhere, he thought. You gotta have a dream. Why couldn't Alice see that? Maybe he just couldn't compete with that guy out in California. Maybe that was it. Maybe all Alice wanted was a reason to go back to him because he could offer her more, and she was using the camp as that reason. If that was the case, he couldn't fight it, and he wasn't going to try. Alice was old enough to know her own mind. She wasn't a child, and yet sometimes she acted like one. He started to reveal his plans, his dreams for a better future, and he'd see her shut him out. She didn't even want to hear it. He had thought that if she could see the place, if she could come out and see what he had done, actually participate in the project, then she might come to appreciate what he was trying to do. But no, she didn't really want to be there. She did her part, but her heart wasn't in it. She seemed to be one of those live-for-today types. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. If everybody thought that way, no one would ever accomplish a thing. He had lingered in the town partly because it had started storming, and he wasn't anxious to drive back in the storm. He had been hoping it would let up, but at the same time, he wasn't looking forward to spending another night with Alice, with her trying to convince him it was all a pointless waste of time. She didn't see the potential of the place, its possibilities for success. She saw it as a romantic retreat, a place where apparently she had hoped she could get him to loosen up and not take life so damn seriously. They had each come to the camp with their individual goals in mind. He had hoped to get her interested in what he was trying to do, to get her involved so she could share his plans with him. She had hoped she could get him to walk along the lake shore and gaze up at the stars, stop and smell the damn roses. Only someone had taken the time to grow and tend the rose before anyone would smell him. Alice didn't seem to understand that, and obviously wouldn't try. He sighed and pushed away his coffee cup. Hell, what was the point? It just wasn't going anywhere. Neither of them was going to change. Maybe she would be better off going off to California. Maybe he'd be better off as well. "Steve," said Sandy, coming over to him. "Is there anything else you want?" "Oh, no thanks, Sandy, I'm fine." "You can't go back out there in that rain," she said. "You want to get drowned?" No, but I got to," Steve sighed. "I've got 6 new counselors up at the camp. They're babes in the woods in every sense of the word." "Well, they'll be okay if they know enough to come out of the rain," Sandy said, smiling. "Well, what do I owe you?" He reached for his wallet. Sandy smiled at him and winked from behind her harlequin glasses. "Just a night on the town, Steve." He laughed. It was the same sort of comment she used to make whenever he was younger. It had made him feel important then, that an older woman would flirt with him like that. Now it made him feel nostalgic for his youth. "Come on now, Sandy, you know what I mean." She laughed again. "Okay, 2 1/4. He counted out 3 bills. She walked over to the antique cash register and rang him up. "Here's your change, Steve." "No, you keep it, Sandy." "Why, thank you." "Sure." He put on his slicker and headed for the door. "Now you drive careful out there," she said. "I will." "Good night." He put his hood up and ran to the Jeep, pausing briefly to check the trailer hitch before he got in out of the rain. Stupid, he thought. He should have done all of this before the storm had started. Driving back from town with a loaded trailer on wet country roads at night was a good way to get into an accident. A Jeep was not the ideal vehicle to pull a trailer. It was too light and its wheelbase was too short. He'd have to take it real easy. He wiped the inside of the windshield with his bare hand while he waited for the engine to warm up. Falling raindrops glistened in the glare of the headlights. They were all probably sitting around the fireplace in the main cabin, tearing through the beer supply and smoking pot. He grimaced. He'd have to make a point of warning them about that. With everything that was known about marijuana now, you'd have to be an idiot to smoke the stuff. He knew it didn't necessarily lead to harder drugs, but the effects of smoking it were even worse on the lungs than smoking cigarettes, or so he had been told. He didn't want to see any of that sort of thing around the kids when they arrived, and he knew that Dorf would dearly love any excuse to make a surprise visit to the camp and search for drugs. All he needed was for Dorf to find a stash and bust one of the counselors. He'd have to bail the kids out. There'd probably be a lawsuit from the parents of the campers, and it would provide the town council with the perfect excuse to shut the camp down. Of course, Alice probably wouldn't see it that way. She'd tell him to lighten up. He sighed and shifted the Jeep to first gear. It gave a lurch as it strained against the weight of the trailer, and then slowly gathered speed. All he wanted right now was to climb into his cot and get a long night's sleep. Just forget about his problems and sink into the darkness. Chapter 7. Brenda ran into the latrine, set her toilet articles on the shelf over the sink, and tore off her slicker. The rain showed no sign of letting up. It had tapered off slightly several times over the evening, but otherwise had kept coming down steadily and hard. The path between the cabins were turning into mud. She thought it might be nice if it rained all throughout the night and into tomorrow. Then they wouldn't be able to do any more work. She frowned. On the other hand, Steve Christie probably had a whole list of things made up for them to do indoors. Clean the kitchen, scour the floors, repaint the beds. If he ran out of ideas, he could always have them wallpaper the cabins. She wondered about him and Alice. There was something going on between the two of them, but there was also a visible tension. She had only known Steve and Alice for a day, and what with Steve running around so much, she had gotten to know Alice a bit better. But even on such short acquaintance, she couldn't quite manage to put the two of them together. Alice was so much more laid back than Steve, so much more easygoing, and it was obvious that Steve's intensity was getting on her nerves. If Stephen didn't watch out, Alice might decide to trade him in for Bill. She knew Bill was attracted to her and thought Alice had definitely been encouraging him. She was kind of sorry the game had been broken up, but then it would have been much better if Bill hadn't been the only guy there. She had sort of hoped that Nettie would come back and join in, but he must have gone to bed early. She wondered where Jack and Marcy had gone. If Ned had crashed back at their cabin, she didn't think that they would have gone there. Maybe they'd grabbed a couple sleeping bags and gone out to the empty campers' cabins. Everyone had paired off for the night, she thought wistfully. Steve away in town, leaving Alice alone with Bill. Wonder if anything was going to happen there. Jack and Marcy off somewhere by themselves, and here she was alone. She wondered if she should go look for Nettie. She was tempted, but at the same time, she didn't want to seem too anxious. He was cute, but she didn't want to scare him off. He seemed like a nice enough guy. Nice guys were few and far between. Put a rein on it, girl, she told herself. Take it slow. You've got all summer. She brushed her teeth, completely unaware that Marcy's body was growing colder and more rigid not 10 feet away, an axe embedded in her skull. And neither Jack nor Nettie had all summer anymore. They had both run out of time. As she finished washing up, she didn't have a clue that half the counselors in the camp had died that night. She rinsed her mouth, threw her toothbrush and toothpaste tube back into her case, pulled on her slicker, and went out the door just as one of the shower curtains behind her was slowly pushed aside. She walked quickly back to her cabin, lighting the way with her flashlight. Her gaze so intent on the muddy path that she didn't see the latrine door open again. The sound of the rain and wind and thunder and her own footsteps squishing in the mud drowned out the sounds of her pursuer. The cabin was empty. She smiled. Marcy was obviously out for the night. She glanced out the window and saw that the light in the main cabin was still on. Don't stay awake too long, Steve, she thought. She struck a match and lit the candle on the nightstand, then turned off the cabin light. At least the generator was still working. She shed her clothes and put on her flannel nightgown. She picked up the candle and set it down carefully on the window ledge above the bed, then snuggled down between the covers with the book. A quiet, rainy night in a cabin in the woods, she thought. A perfect setting for a horror story. She picked up a paperback she had bought. The book was about vampires on a Mississippi riverboat. Just the thing for a night like this. She thought it would make a terrific film and wondered if Nettie was into horror movies himself. Outside, over the sound of the wind and rain and storm, a small voice cried out, "Help me!" For a second, Brenda wasn't sure that she'd heard it. She put down the book and listened. There it was again. "Help me!" It sounded like a child. She got out of bed and glanced out the window. It was impossible to see a thing. What the hell was a little kid doing out there in the rain? She picked up her flashlight and went over to the door, opening it and peering out into the darkness, shining the beam all around the area outside of the cabin. "Hello?" she called out. "Hello? Is anybody there?" For a moment she heard nothing but the wind and rain, but there it was again, unmistakably the voice of a small child somewhere in the darkness. "Hello?" she shouted. "Hello?" The voice that answered was muffled. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" Jesus, Brenda thought, what could have happened? Maybe it was some little kid from town out there by the lake playing with some friends. Some kid that got separated somehow and then something happened. Maybe he slipped and fell and hurt himself or fell into an old trap or something. She shivered at the picture of a kid with his foot caught in one of those steel-jawed traps. God, he could bleed to death. Where was he? "Help me! Help me! Where are you? Where are you?" Brenda shouted, moving barefoot down the muddy path, shining her flashlight beam all around her, paying no attention to the wind and rain. A child was out there, in trouble. He sounded hurt. "Help me! Help me!" The voice was coming from the direction of the playing field out by the archery range. She was certain of it. God, they had left a lot of tools in that storage shed, unlocked. Some little kid, oh God, some little kid could have gone in there and... "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Where are you?" she shouted, her eyes straining to penetrate the darkness. She started moving faster. Suddenly, someone threw the switch on the junction box and the quartz halogen spotlights mounted on poles at the edge of the range came on, bathing her in brilliance. She turned and squinted against the glare, backing away, trying to block out the light with her hand over her eyes. She couldn't see if there was someone standing at the edge of the range or not. "All right," she shouted angrily. "Come on out, it's not funny anymore." She backed away from the bright light, shielding her eyes with her hand, trying to see if anyone was there. Nettie. It had to be Nettie. Damn it, this was just too much. "It's not funny at all," she yelled. Now she was sure she could see a figure at the edge of the range. Just a backlit shadow. Nettie, she thought, "I'm gonna fucking kill you." Then she saw the figure raising something and pulling back. Oh my God, she thought, it was a bow. Has he gone completely crazy? What does he... She heard a soft hiss coming toward her, unbelievably quickly. And in the split second that she realized what it was and screamed, the arrow plunged into her stomach, sending her stumbling back against the archery target behind her. It was followed by another and another and another, the arrows marking dull, wet smacking sounds as they plowed into her flesh. But after the second one, she could no longer feel a thing. They had finished cleaning up, and Alice threw another log onto the fire. Then she walked over to the couch and picked up Bill's guitar. She strummed a couple of chords. There had been a time where she had wanted to learn how to play, but she'd never been able to get past 3 or 4 chords. And you could play a lot of songs with just 3 or 4 chords. And she'd been able to fake it a few times at parties, making people think she really knew how to play, but in the end she had become frustrated and gave it up. Bill, though, was really good. He didn't just strum it, he finger-picked. He was gentle with it, his fingers seemed to caress the strings. She wondered what those fingers would feel like caressing her. She had watched him earlier that evening, sitting on the couch and absently picking up a chord progression, and later, during dinner, and afterward during the game. He always seemed so laid back, so comfortable. He just seemed to take things in stride, especially now after that game. A lot of guys would have made a pass at her, but here they were alone and Bill hadn't made a single move. It wasn't that he was afraid that Steve might arrive. She didn't think that that was the reason, because they had a clear view from the front window of the dirt road leading into the camp. They would have seen Steve's headlights coming. It just seemed that he wasn't the sort of guy to make moves on a girl. She had given him no encouragement, so he was simply being friendly. She thought he was attracted to her, but he wasn't rushing anything. He was taking the time to get to know her and how she felt about things, especially Steve. Instead of trying to force things, he was willing to kick back and let them happen. Take things as they come, no rush, no hassle. She found that to be a very attractive quality. She was wondering if perhaps she shouldn't encourage him a little when she thought she heard a scream. Bill came in from the back room carrying a kerosene lantern that he'd been filling.
Bill?
She said.
Hi. Just checked on the generator. It's still running okay.
He said, smiling.
I thought I heard a scream.
She said.
I don't know how you could hear anything through that wind.
He was obviously not taking her seriously.
It sounded like Brenda.
He glanced up at her sharply, looking to see if she was pulling his leg. She seemed completely serious.
I'd better take a look.
He said.
Yeah.
Alice stood by the window looking out through the curtains.
And someone turned out the lights at the archery range?
What?
Bill came over to the window.
I can't see anything.
They're off now.
Alice said. He glanced at her and she looked frightened.
I'm going to check it out.
He said, reaching for his slicker.
Bill, can I come?
Come on, then.
He had a feeling it was probably one of the others fooling around. Undoubtedly Ned. Only Ned would be goofing off in the middle of a storm, but it couldn't hurt to check. He handed her slicker to her and they went out into the rain. Down the path toward Brenda's cabin, lighting the way with the lamp. They ran up the steps and opened the door.
Brenda?
Alice called.
Brenda!
There was no sign of anyone inside. There was a candle burning on the shelf and her slicker was still hanging on a hook behind the door. Where is she? Alice wondered. She must be with Jack and Marcy, she said to herself as Bill went past her. They were probably out in one of the other cabins smoking dope or something.
Alice?
Bill called.
Yeah?
Come here.
His voice sounded strange. She ran over to where he stood, bending down over Brenda's bed. He pulled back the covers. There was a bloody axe on the pillow. Bill picked it up and turned to look at Alice.
What's going on?
Come on.
Said Bill. They ran out the door, heading toward Jack and Ned's cabin.
Jack!
Shouted Bill. He hammered on the door.
Jack! Open the door!
Where are they?
I don't know. Come on.
They ran down to the latrine cabin. Alice turned on the light as they came through the door.
Brenda? Marcy?
Jack?
Said Bill. There was no response. The bathroom seemed empty.
Nettie?
Alice said. Bill bent down and picked up Marcy's flashlight.
You know,
Alice said uneasily.
I think we should call someone.
If this is a joke, I'm gonna brain him.
I'm serious.
Alice said.
I really think we should call someone.
They ran to the office. It seemed as if they were the only ones left in the entire camp.
Sucker's locked.
Said Bill, pulling on the door and rattling it, kicking at it in frustration.
Where's the key?
I don't know. Wait a minute. Watch out.
With her elbow protected by the rubberized sleeve of the slicker, she smashed one of the glass panes in the door, then reached in and opened the lock from the inside.
Careful.
Said Bill as she pulled her hand out through the broken glass. She opened the door and went inside.
Get the light.
Said Bill. She flicked on the light while he ran for the phone and picked it up. A second later, he slammed the receiver back down.
What's wrong?
It's dead. Try the payphone.
You have a quarter?
No, check the desk.
She rummaged around until she found a small metal strongbox containing petty cash in one of the lower drawers. She sighed in relief when she saw it wasn't locked. She took some change and ran back to the phone. She dropped the coins in.
Hello? Hello? Oh, this damn thing's dead too.
Relax.
Said Bill. Alice was starting to get all worked up and there was no reason for it yet. There had to be an explanation. The phones, they were dead because the line was down somewhere. It was the storm. That was the only possible explanation, but it wasn't. One explanation that did not occur to them was that the line might have been cut, in this case chopped with a machete. Alice slammed the phone back on the cradle and ran out of the cabin. Bill took off after her. She sprinted down the hill toward Nettie's pickup truck. She made it to the truck just yards ahead of Bill, threw open the door and leaped inside, only to discover there were no keys in the ignition.
Alice!
Bill said, opening the door.
Damn it! Damn it! No keys! Nettie's got the keys!
Alice, you've got to calm down. There has to be a...
We gotta get out of here!
She screamed, staring at him wildly. Fear was coursing through her. She could feel that something had happened to the others, something she didn't even want to think about.
Hot wire! You said you worked on cars. Can you hot wire a car?
Well, of course I can hotwire a car, but...
Then do it! Do it now, Bill!
Rather than argue with her, he got into the truck, reached underneath the dash, and he yanked down the wires leading to the ignition switch. It only took a few seconds to find the hot lead. He touched the wires together and the starter motor turned over, but the engine would not catch.
Again! Do it again!
Said Alice. He tried several more times with the same result, then got out and went to the front of the truck and raised the hood.
What's the matter with it?
It's wet. I don't know.
Said Bill. He shrugged. It was nothing glaringly obvious, nothing he could see in the dark with only a flashlight, and he wasn't really looking that hard either, being more concerned with calming Alice. That was why he didn't see the cut wires leading out of the distributor cap. Alice jumped off the truck and ran to him.
Why don't we just hike out of here? Just get out right now.
Look! It's 10 miles to the nearest crossroads. Steve will be back soon. We can use his Jeep to get help. Don't worry. There's probably some stupid explanation for all of this.
Like what?
She said. He put his arm around her and kissed her on the cheek.
It's okay. We'll be laughing about this tomorrow, I promise.
He grabbed the hood of the truck and slammed it shut.
Come on. Let's get out of this rain.
Getting out of the rain was just what Steve Christie was thinking about as he sat in the driver's seat of his Jeep about 5 miles from the camp, stuck in the mud. The deer had bottled across the road in front of him, and he had only seen it at the last moment. He had swerved, but the added weight of the load he was towing sent the Jeep slewing around and the trailer jackknifed, nearly flipping over. He barely managed to bring the whole sliding rig under control, but not before he had skidded off to the side of the road and onto the soft shoulder, which the rain had turned into quicksand pretty much. The trailer was stuck fast in a muddy ditch, and even the four-wheel drive wasn't enough to get it out. Perfect, he thought, leaning his head against the steering wheel. For a while it had looked as if things were beginning to go well, and now everything was suddenly going wrong. The rain was probably going to ruin all the painting they had done outside. There was a slight chance that the paint might have dried in time, but Steve wasn't counting on it. On top of that, the cook he'd hired had never shown up. He had run into Dorf in town, and Crystal Lake's answer to Don Knotts was already complaining that the kids he hired were a bunch of smart-ass wise guys. Apparently, he'd taken a ride out there earlier, and they had neglected to salute him. And Alice was ready to give up and go back to California, and now this. Maybe there really was a curse on the goddamn place. Flashing red lights came on behind him, and he glanced into the rearview mirror and sighed with relief as he saw the police car pull off the side of the road. He pulled up the hood of his slicker and got out of the Jeep. The spotlight shone on him, and he squinted against its glare. "Hi, Steve." It was Sergeant Tierney. "Hi," said Steve, relieved that it wasn't Dorf. "I thought that thing would go through anything," said Tierney. "Not riding a trailer," Steve replied wryly. "Can you give me a lift?" "Sure." Tierney opened up the passenger door for him. "I'll have one of my counselors bring me back in the morning," Steve said, getting in. "No problem." Tierney turned off the flashers and pulled back onto the road. "Hell of a night, isn't it there?" "It's a nasty one," Steve agreed. "It's not bad enough that it's Friday the 13th, don't you know?" said Tierney, grimacing. "We got a full moon, too." He snorted. "We keep statistics, you know. We have more accidents, more rapes, more robberies, more homicides, more of everything when there's a full moon. It upsets people, makes them nuts." Steve grinned. "You've made a science out of coincidence." Tierney shrugged. "Can't argue with the numbers. Heard old Ralph was out your way today. His wife was a nervous wreck until we got him home." "Oh boy, that's all I need," said Steve. "Crazy Ralph running around." "Well, at least the rain's slowing down. Piss her while it lasted, though." The radio crackled and the dispatcher's voice came on. "Sergeant Tierney, come in. Sergeant Tierney, code 9er. Tierney grabbed the mic. "Yeah, this is Tierney." "Rescue squad with jaws of life," the dispatcher said. "Near mile marker 17, possible fatales. 3, maybe 4 trapped. Head on." "Roger," Tierney said. "Acknowledge receipt. Estimated arrival, 15 minutes. He hung the mic back on its hook. "See what I mean?" he said. He pulled over at the turnoff leading to the camp. I'm gonna have to let you off here, Steve. Sorry, man." "Sure, thanks. Good luck." He got out of the car, and Tierney swung around, hitting the lights and the siren. Steve gave him a wave, then started down the road. As he approached the new sign by the entrance, he saw a Jeep parked at the side of the road. Someone was standing beside it, aiming a flashlight at him. He squinted against its glare and shaded his eyes. "Hello? Who is that?" He approached the figure, trying to make out who it was. "Oh, hi," he said, smiling with recognition. The knife blade flashed briefly in the light and then plunged deep into his stomach. He felt it as a blow, as if it had been punched hard in the stomach and the wind whistled out of it. His first reaction was utter disbelief, and then he felt the first sharp piercing pain as the knife was withdrawn and then plunged in again. His hands flew up in a futile gesture to protect himself, but his knees were already buckling. The knife flashed down again and again, slashing repeatedly, and as he fell, unable to scream, the full realization of what was happening to him sunk in. In the brief moment before he collapsed, he suddenly knew what had happened to those 2 young counselors back in '58. He knew who had set the fires. He knew who had poisoned the water. He also knew the reason why, but the knowledge came far too late. Far too late. And as he fell, dying, he remembered what Tierney had said about Friday the 13th and the full moon. His last agonized thought was that there was nothing he could do to save those poor kids at the camp. Nothing at all. Chapter 8. As the rain stopped and the wind started to die down, all the lights suddenly went out. In the darkness of the cabin, Alice gasped and reached out quickly, grabbing Bill's arm and squeezing it convulsively.
It's all right.
Bill said, putting his arm around her and giving her a squeeze.
It's all right. Don't worry. I'll get the lamps.
He left her standing in the main room of the cabin and went into the kitchen to get a couple of kerosene lamps. He brought them in and set them on a table, then struck a match and lit a candle so he could see what he was doing. Alice stood, holding herself tensely, while he lit the lamps.
What do you think happened?
She said in a small voice.
I don't know.
Said Bill.
The generator's probably out of gas. I'll go check it.
You want me to come with you?
She asked anxiously, afraid of going outside, but more afraid of being left alone. He shook his head and led her to the couch.
Why don't you stay here and try to get some sleep? I'll be right back.
He gently eased her down and covered her with the blanket. She stared up at him, eyes wide, lips trembling slightly. Whatever was going on, he thought, it had long since passed the joke stage. It wasn't funny anymore. Alice was genuinely frightened, but he remained convinced that the others were behind this. The generator might have run out of gas, or they might have turned it off just playing games. Maybe Ned put them up to this, he thought. It was just the sort of juvenile prank he would pull, and Brenda would have probably gone along with it. But Jack and Marcy seemed to have a lot more sense than to pull something this stupid. They had probably all gone off and smoked somewhere, got silly, and decided to play a practical joke. Hide and seek, ghosts and monsters in the dark, kids stuff. But the laughter stopped when someone got as scared as Alice did, especially the bit with the bloody axe in Brenda's bed. It was probably red paint. He hadn't stopped to check. It actually scared him a little too. Sick, he thought, really sick. He had half a mind to deck Nettie when he found them, and Steve wouldn't be amused by this at all. Unlike Alice, he knew why the people in the town called the place Camp Blood. When he had first arrived, he had stopped in for breakfast at the general store in Crystal Lake and struck up a conversation with one of the locals, who had told him all about the drowning in 1957, the murders in '58, and everything that had happened since, every time the Christies had tried to reopen the camp. At first, Bill hadn't really believed him. He had worked as a camp counselor every summer for the last 5 years, and he heard every single summer camp ghost story there was to hear. Most of them were variations of the same thing, a tired classic told around the campfire late at night, the story of the Hawke. There was a homicidal maniac who had killed a lot of people and been locked up in an asylum for the criminally insane. This asylum always just happened to be somewhere not far from the camp. The killer, so the story went, had lost his hand, and in its place he had a steel hook. The hand was never found. The killer had lost it somewhere nearby in the woods, and he was obsessed with finding it. By this time, if you placed the story right and described some of the killer's murders in particularly gruesome detail, the campers would all be sitting wide-eyed around the fire, hanging on your every word. A lot of people thought it was just a story you'd tell the campers. At least the storyteller would go on to say, at least that's what a couple of the counselors who worked here last year thought, until the night they sneaked off in a car, driving to a deserted country road not far away. They had parked the car beneath some trees and turned the lights out. As they were sitting there making out and listening to the radio, the girl thought she heard something just outside the car. A twig snapping, a footstep, a little scratching noise as if someone was touching the door handle with something made of metal. She got scared all of a sudden and insisted that they leave, drive off right away. And the guy who she was with caught the mood from her and started up the car and floored it, peeling out. They were driving back into the camp right down that very road there, and the storyteller would point at the road leading into the camp, that they'd relaxed and started laughing about it, feeling foolish for getting so carried away and letting their imaginations get the better of them. And as they were getting out of the car, something clinked against the car door, and there, hanging from the door, was a steel hook. And then you dropped the bombshell. Earlier that night, you'd tell them you had heard on the radio that the killer had escaped from the insane asylum and the state police had set up roadblocks and were combing the woods looking for him. They had issued a warning for the people in the area to stay indoors because the man was highly dangerous, a maniac, an animal, and he had last been seen in the vicinity of, fill in the name of the camp here. He's looking for his hook, you'd tell them in a very low voice. That very same hook that he lost last year when he tried to kill those counselors, and they just barely managed to escape in time. He's convinced the hook is here, you'd continue, right here in this camp, and, in fact, those two counselors last year had left it here. It's really been here all along, and the killer knows it. He knows it's here, and he knows we have it, and he won't rest until he gets it back. And you quickly reach into your jacket and pull out a steel hook and hold it up for everyone to see. It worked best if you had taken some polish to it and really shined it up so that it would gleam in the firelight. And it worked even better if you daubed some paint on the end and sprinkled it with dirt so that it looked like dried blood where it had been ripped from the killer's stump. First, he had lost his hand, you would tell them, pausing dramatically as you turned the hook slowly so it caught the firelight. And now he's lost his hook. And what's more, he knows we haven't, and now that he's escaped, and at that moment on cue, somebody would come leaping out of the darkness, screaming like a maniac, wearing a mask or a pillowcase with eye holes cut in it. He'd have one hand pulled up inside his sleeve so it looked like a stump, and in the other hand he'd be holding a large knife or maybe an axe or machete, and he'd jump on top of you, screaming horribly, and wrestle you to the ground. If you screamed enough, it usually scared the campers out of at least 10 years' growth. He had seen and heard a vast number of variations on that theme. Every summer camp had its own version, like a time-honored tradition. He had thought this camp blood thing with the drowning and the murders and the fires was just another version of the same old story. But the guy he had talked to back in town had seemed quite serious about it, and now, despite his conviction that Nettie and the others were just doing a number on them, he felt a tightness in his stomach as he walked down the muddy path to the utility cabin to check the generator. They had to be around here someplace, he thought. There were only 2 vehicles. Steve had taken the Jeep and Nettie's pickup was still there. They had tried to start it, but the distributor or the plugs must have been wet or something. Nettie would be pissed as hell when he found the ignition wires torn loose, but it would serve him right. They're here, thought Bill. They have to be. They couldn't have walked all the way into town in the storm. It was at least 10 miles. Once he got the generator working again, he was going to make a cabin-by-cabin search, including the boathouse by the dock. When he found them, he had a good mind to toss them all into the lake. Goddamn juvenile nonsense. He opened the door to the utility cabin and hung the lamp on a hook just above the generator. He took off his slicker and dropped it on the floor, then unscrewed the gas cap on the generator's fuel tank, picked up the yardstick and stuck it in the tank. He pulled it out and held it close to the lamp.
Full of gas.
He muttered to himself. They had probably just turned it off. He bent down to check the switch. I'm gonna kill them, he thought. Somebody's gonna die. Alice woke with a scream.
Bill!
She sat up on the couch, breathing hard, not knowing what had awakened her. She didn't remember dropping off to sleep.
Bill?
The thought of being left alone unsettled her. First, Nettie disappears, then Jack and Marcy, then Brenda, and now Bill.
The generator.
She sighed as she remembered that he had gone to check it, but he should have been back by now and the lights were still out. Maybe there was something wrong, a loose wire or something, and he was working on it. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then picked up the other lantern and went into the kitchen to put on a pot of tea. What the hell was going on? Where was everybody? Steve still wasn't back. Maybe he had decided to stay in town until the storm blew over. Maybe he got stuck on the road. But where were Jack and Marcy and Nettie and Brenda? Well, maybe they'd all paired off, as she thought, and were in some of the other cabins having their own parties. But they had checked the cabins, at least the ones where the counselors were staying, and there was no sign of them. She didn't feel like checking the other cabins in the dark by herself. Besides, Bill had probably already done that. Maybe he'd even found them and given them all a piece of his mind. He was convinced that this was all a joke, but she didn't find it very funny. They'd probably all be coming in any time now, laughing about how they scared her half to death. What time was it anyway? It had to be the middle of the night. She wished Bill would hurry back. She wished Steve would get back from town. She wished somebody, anybody, would come. Being alone was giving her the creeps. She put on her slicker and picked up the lantern, then went outside, taking the path down to the utility cabin. It was pitch dark outside. She could barely see a thing. She held the lantern high, picking her way carefully along the path.
Bill?
There was no answer.
Bill?
She shouted it louder.
Bill!
God, she thought, this is all I need. Where was everybody disappearing to?
Bill!
The door to the utility cabin was open. The light was on.
Bill?
There was no one inside. A slicker lay crumpled on the floor. She picked it up. It was still wet. It had to be Bill's. Where was he?
Bill?
She stepped outside and started to close the door. It felt strangely heavy. Bill was hanging on the door, blood running down his face and chest. His throat was slashed. There was an arrow stuck in his eye. Another arrow pierced his neck, and several more were rammed into his body, plunged in after he had been hung up, driven in so deeply and so hard that they had gone straight through him and into the wooden door. Alice screamed, bringing her hands up to her face and backing away from the awful sight in disbelief.
Bill!
She grabbed the lantern and ran sobbing back to the main cabin. The terrifying knowledge of what had happened to the others overwhelmed her. She ran through the door and slammed it shut, searching wildly for some way to secure it. She spotted a length of rope and picked it up, tossing one end over a rafter and pulling it tight, then tying it to the doorknob so the door could not be pulled open. Sobbing hysterically, she searched for something to barricade the door. She ran over to the windows and pulled the curtain shut, then picked up a large fireplace log and set it in front of the door. Not heavy enough. She grabbed a trunk and dragged it over, then a chair, piling things up in front of the door, half out of her mind with fear. A weapon. She had to find a weapon, something to protect herself. She grabbed a baseball bat in one hand and clutched the lantern in the other, trying to catch her breath, trying desperately to think straight. But all she could see was Bill's body hanging on the door, transfixed by arrows and covered with blood. She started to hyperventilate. She ran into the kitchen and set the lantern on a table, then rummaged through the shelves. She pulled down a barbecue fork and readied herself to stab with it, still gripping the baseball bat in the other hand. She stood in the center of the room, looking all around, expecting the killer to come bursting through the door at any moment. She swallowed hard and tried to control her breathing. Her heart was pounding out of her chest. My God, she thought, they're dead. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. What am I gonna do? She glanced out the kitchen window, then quickly closed the curtains and leaned against the refrigerator, sobbing and gasping for breath. Suddenly the kitchen window shattered in a rain of glass as Brenda's body crashed through it, hurled from outside by someone with incredible strength. Alice recoiled from the window, screaming. Brenda's corpse fell onto the kitchen floor like a sack. It was pierced and pelted with arrows and caked with blood. Blood on her face and neck, blood everywhere, and she was tied tightly with enough rope, tied so her arms were against her side to prevent them from flopping around.
Brenda!
Alice whimpered. She sank to her hands and knees and crawled around the body, away from the window, sobbing uncontrollably. She crawled to the center of the room, backed up against the stove, and leaned up against it, rising unsteadily to her feet, thinking only that she had to get away. She had to run, but where? The killer was outside that very cabin, and she could block the door, but there was no way to block the windows, no way to watch them all at once. She tried to run back to the main room, but something caught hold of her jacket. Terror-stricken, she fought against the pole, convinced that the killer had somehow gotten inside. She turned and saw that the jacket had caught on the oven door. She shrugged out of it and ran into the main room. then realized she had dropped the baseball bat in the kitchen. She stood in the center of the room, glancing wildly from window to window, unable to force herself to go back in the kitchen. And then she saw approaching headlights. "Steve!" She started to pull down her barricade, sobbing with relief.
Steve! Steve!
She struggled with the knot on the rope securing the door, her fingers working spastically. Finally, it was loose and she tore it away, threw open the door and went running out toward the headlights of the Jeep, crying hysterically, shouting Steve's name over and over again. She heard the car door slam and saw a figure step out of the Jeep, silhouetted in the glare of the headlights.
Steve!
She cried, running up to him. But it wasn't Steve. Chapter 9. Alice came to an abrupt halt less than a yard from the tall, slim blonde woman who stood before her, dressed in boots, slacks, and a sweater.
Who are you?
She whimpered, backing away. The woman gave her a friendly smile.
Why, I'm Mrs. Voorhees, an old friend of the Christies.
Alice ran up and threw her arms around her, sobbing.
Help me, please.
Now, dear. I can't help you if you don't calm down, please,
said Mrs. Voorhees, trying to comfort her.
But he's dead, and oh my God, poor Bill. Oh God, they're dead.
Sobbed Alice, gasping for breath.
All right,
said Mrs. Voorhees, as if trying to humor her.
all right. Come on, dear, then show me.
No!
Alice screamed, moving away from her.
No!
But it's all right.
Mrs. Voorhees shook her head and smiled.
I'll take care of you. I used to work for the Christies.
Oh God!
Alice sobbed.
Please, you've got to help me get out of here.
It's just this place,
said Mrs. Voorhees.
No!
Said Alice, shaking her head. The woman clearly didn't believe her. She had to make her believe.
And the storm. That's why you're upset.
No!
Said Alice, shaking her head violently.
No, they're all dead. They're all dead.
All right. I'll go look,
said Mrs. Voorhees, nodding.
No, please. Don't leave me.
Alice grabbed her arm. Mrs. Voorhees laughed.
I'm not afraid.
She disengaged herself from Alice's grip and started walking purposefully toward the cabin. Feeling helpless, Alice hurried after her, unwilling to go back yet, terrified of being left alone. The minute they were back inside the cabin, Alice pulled the door shut behind them, looking around fearfully. Mrs. Voorhees gasped at the sight of Brenda's body on the kitchen floor.
Oh, my Lord.
She looked down at Brenda, then glanced up at Alice, but she didn't seem to be seeing her.
So young, so pretty. Oh, what monster could have done this?
Bill's out there!
Alice said. She wanted to tell her that Bill had been killed too, and probably Jack and Marcy and Ned, but she couldn't go on. She'll see now, she told herself. She'll realize the terrible danger that we're in, and she'll help me get away from here. But Mrs. Voorhees showed no sign of leaving.
Oh, God. It's this place. Steve never should have opened this place again. There's been too much trouble here. Did you know that a young boy drowned the year before those two others were killed?
Her voice suddenly took on a hard edge.
The counselors, they weren't paying any attention.
Alice stared at her.
They were making love while that young boy drowned.
Mrs. Voorhees said, making love as though it were an obscenity. Her eyes glazed.
His name was Jason.
Alice didn't understand. What was she talking about? What was wrong with her? They had to get out of here, but the words wouldn't come. It was as if a fist had suddenly closed around her heart and started squeezing.
I was working the day it happened, preparing meals.
Mrs. Voorhees said, coming towards Alice, her eyes vacant as if she were in a trance.
I was the cook.
Without warning, she grabbed Alice, her fingers like talons closing around her arms in an incredibly powerful grip. As Alice gasped, Mrs. Voorhees shook her hard enough to make her teeth rattle.
Jason should have been watched. Every minute. He was...
Her voice trailed off and suddenly focused on Alice, seeing her clearly for the first time. Her face relaxed and she smiled a chilling smile. Only the mouth moved. The eyes remained fixed on Alice in a baleful glare.
He wasn't a very good swimmer,
she said, then she laughed, crazy laughter.
We can go now, dear.
Oh God, thought Alice, realization slowly dawning.
I think we should wait for Mr. Christie.
She struggled to keep her voice steady. Mrs. Voorhees cackled again.
Oh, that's not necessary,
I don't understand,
said Alice, slowly backing away from her.
Jason was my son, and today is his birthday,
said Mrs. Voorhees, her eyes getting that mad, faraway look again.
Where is Mr. Christie?
Alice asked, but Mrs. Voorhees acted as if she hadn't heard. Her eyes were unfocused, looking inward somewhere, seeing twisted visions from the past, visions of a young boy floundering weakly in the lake, arms thrashing, sputtering as water filled his mouth, crying,
Help! Help, Mommy! Help!
A small boy drowning, crying for help. A boy who had never cried before. A boy who had always been disturbingly silent, never speaking, never laughing. A boy who lived in his own strange, silent world. Shunned by other children, always keeping to himself.
Oh, I couldn't let them open this place again, could I?
Said Mrs. Voorhees.
Not after what happened.
She shook her head as if to dispel the vision of her son sinking beneath the surface of the water. But the vision would not go away. It played in her mind constantly, over and over and over. She dreamed about it. It plagued her while she was awake. The guilt had gnawed at her sanity, relentlessly nibbling it away until finally Pamela Voorhees had gone completely, totally mad.
Oh, my sweet, innocent Jason,
she said, tears welling up in her eyes.
My only child, Jason.
She turned to look at Alice, her gaze boring into her, her eyes wide, pupils dilated, the corners of her mouth twitching.
You let him drown!
Alice felt hypnotized by the snake-like stare, like a rabbit mesmerized by a cobra. She wanted to scream, she wanted to run, but she couldn't move a muscle. Her mouth was dry, her skin felt clammy. She stood motionless and silent, but her mind was screaming.
You never paid any attention!
The mad woman shrieked. There was a table between them. Mrs. Voorhees suddenly grabbed it and flung it aside as if it didn't weigh a thing. The crash of the table snapped Alice out of her disbelieving shock, and her muscles finally responded. She jerked and shook her head, blinking away tears.
No! No!
Look what you did to him!
Cried Mrs. Voorhees, snarling as she raised her sweater, revealing the hunting knife in the sheath on her belt. Alice looked around in panic, forgetting where she had dropped the baseball bat, and her gaze lit on the fireplace, on the long, pointed iron poker. Mrs. Voorhees screamed like a wild animal and clawed the knife from its sheath, raising it high as she lunged at Alice. Alice grabbed for the poker and brought it down hard, swinging it with all of her might as Mrs. Voorhees leaped at her. The side of the poker connected with her head, and Alice felt the impact all the way up her arm. With a grunt, Mrs. Voorhees staggered and collapsed onto the couch. Alice brought the poker down again, clubbing her across the back, then stood over her, holding the weapon high, ready to bring it down again. The woman didn't move. My God, Alice thought, she's crazy. She's killed all the others and now I've killed her. Then she saw that the woman was still breathing, and a small voice in her mind, a hysterical instant voice, a voice that suddenly frightened her almost as much as Mrs. Voorhees had said, "Finish it!" Alice backed away, shaking her head, not willing to listen to that voice. She sobbed and dropped the poker, then turned and fled out of the cabin, thinking, the car, get to the car, get out, run! Behind her, Mrs. Voorhees stirred and moaned, slowly pushing herself up on the couch. Alice ran sobbing toward the Jeep. The headlights were still on. She prayed that Mrs. Voorhees had left the keys in the ignition. She reached the Jeep and yanked open the door. Annie's blood-spattered body was propped up in the passenger seat, throat slashed from ear to ear. Alice recoiled, screaming hysterically. Even if the keys were still in the ignition, there was no way she could have jumped inside that Jeep with Annie's body in there and blood all over the seats. It would have taken more than she had to get inside, push the body out and drive away. It would have taken reason and cold logic, and all that Alice felt now was a blind, unreasoning panic, a screaming hysteria that shouted at her to get away, to run. It didn't matter where, just run, escape, flee from the horrid reality. She bolted down the path, slipping in the mud, unable to stop screaming. Her feet slid out from under her and she slammed to the ground. The wind almost knocked out of her, but she scrambled up again, terrified, slipped again and ran, barely able to see anything in front of her. Suddenly a shape loomed up out of the darkness before, and she skidded to a stop, almost running into Steve's body hanging upside down from a stout branch over the trail. It turned slowly in the wind, dripping blood onto the path like a slab of meat in a slaughterhouse. Pamela Voorhees heard the screams and grinned. She stood outside the cabin, oblivious to the cut on her head where Alice had struck her with the poker. She felt no pain, only a raging lust to annihilate the girl responsible for Jason's death. They were all responsible. All those spoiled, immoral young people, juvenile delinquents, who took jobs as camp counselors so they could drink beer and take drugs and fondle one another in the darkness, doing filthy, disgusting things to each other, coupling like animals, heedless of the tender, innocent young lives that had been entrusted to them. They all had to pay, just as those who hired them had to pay. They were all responsible for 20 years she had relentlessly pursued her crusade. Ever since that night, she had been working late in the kitchen, performing mindless tasks, washing pots and pans several times, scrubbing the sinks and counters obsessively until they gleamed. She was always intent on finding things to keep her busy, to occupy her mind so she wouldn't keep seeing the image of her son sinking in the lake, so that she wouldn't think of Jason thrashing weakly at the water as it filled his lungs. Steve's father had kept her on as the camp cook, feeling sorry for her, sympathizing with her loss even though he'd had his doubts about her coming back after her son had drowned, questioning the wisdom of her being where it had all happened, seeing the lake, hearing the laughter of other children. She had begged him, pleaded with him, and he had relented. She seemed to need it. It seemed to help her, being around the children. It seemed to mitigate her loss, and she was so good with them, so attentive and caring. Perhaps it was just the therapy she needed for overcoming her grief, but the first seeds of the madness had already taken root. Being around the children only made her miss Jason that much more. Seeing them playfully splashing in the lake only made her think of Jason thrashing pitifully as he vainly fought to stay afloat. It made her think of his tiny body down in the muck at the bottom of the lake, slowly rotting. No matter how hard she worked, trying to exhaust herself to the point where she could no longer even think, she could not rid herself of the pain that ate away at her, pain that slowly turned to raging hatred of those who were responsible for Jason's death. At night she dreamed of him, and dreamed of his rotting body rising up from the lake. She heard his voice calling to her on the wind.
Help me! Mommy! Mommy, help me!
Someone trained in psychiatry might have spotted the telltale signs. The obsessive way she went about her tasks, performing them all with a single-minded, abnormal intensity. Someone who knew what to look for might have noticed her gradual withdrawal, the increasing periods of preoccupation, the manic, overcompensating, forced cheerfulness around other people, the edge of hysteria in her laughter, the dark foreboding in her silences. But no one noticed, and madness had a crafty tendency to masquerade as sanity for fear of being discovered. She had heard them singing. She had stood inside the darkened cabin watching the children sleeping peacefully, tears running down their cheeks. She went through their cabins every night to look at them while they slept, to bless them, to pray for their safety, and it broke her heart to see them laying there so sweet and innocent, so quiet. Jason had always been so quiet, and she had heard them singing. She thought of Jason alone and filled with fear as he sank into the murky water, and as they sang, the words came drifting to her on the warm summer breeze. River Jordan is deep and wide, hallelujah. She couldn't stop the tears. The pain was more than she could bear. She stared down at the tiny sleeping forms, so quiet, so still. Milk and honey on the other side, hallelujah. Poor Jason, sleeping on the bottom of the lake alone. No one had heard him calling out for help. No one came in to answer his cries. No one had saved him, and she heard them singing. She had stood in the shadows watching them, watching the way they looked at one another, seeing the lust in their eyes, the way that boy and girl kept looking at each other while they sang. It was dirty, filthy. She saw them get up and walk off, hand in hand, heading toward the barn. Saw them pause at the door to kiss, to run their hands over one another's bodies. Jason was drowning and no one could hear. They couldn't hear because he was crying out for help, and she heard them singing, and she didn't remember going back into the kitchen. She didn't remember taking the carving knife out of the drawer. She had only the vaguest memories of entering the barn, the knife in her hand as she quietly climbed the stairs to the loft where they were lying on top of one another, moaning and groaning like animals. But she remembered their screams. Yes, screams, she had thought, as she had hacked away at them. Scream. No one will hear you, just as you never heard Jason. She heard them once again as Alice screamed in terror at the sight of Steve Christie's butchered body, and she smiled as she moved swiftly in the direction of the screams. The 8-inch hunting knife grasped firmly in her hand. Her lips moved as a small voice, a child's voice, issued from her throat.
Kill her, Mommy! Kill her!
She quickened her pace.
Don't let her get away, Mommy! Don't let her live! I won't, Jason. I won't.
Chapter 10. Steve was dead. The horror of seeing his corpse was compounded by the knowledge that her last hope of rescue had vanished. She was the only one left alive. She suddenly remembered the rifle that Steve had kept in the office. She remembered arguing with Steve about wanting him to get rid of it, and now she thought of that rifle as her last chance. He had given in to her request and put it somewhere. Where? She had to think. The barn! She remembered he had taken it out there and hung it high on the wall, well out of reach of any small children. She ran as fast as she could to the barn, praying she could make it in time. She reached the door and pushed it back, sliding it shut behind her, then leaned against it for a moment to catch her breath. No time, she told herself. No time. She'll be here any minute. She ran to the opposite wall and climbed up on a table, reaching for the rifle mounted on hooks used to hold tools. She pulled it down and checked it. Of course, Steve had unloaded it, but the bullets had to be somewhere. Where would he have put them? She started searching madly through the doors of the workbench, pawing through the tools.
Where are the goddamn bullets.
She cried, sobbing through fear. One of the cabins was locked with chains. They had to be in there. She damned Steve for being so conscientious. All the lights in the camp suddenly came on as Mrs. Voorhees started up the generator once again. With a cry of desperation, Alice began hammering on the chain with the rifle butt. The chain held. She smashed at it with all of her might, trying to concentrate on breaking the lock, but it was no use. Trust Steve to use case-hardened steel. Damn it, she thought, damn it! She had to break it, she simply had to. The racket she was making was sure to... The barn door slid open. Mrs. Voorhees stood in the entrance, her eyes glittering with an insane light. Alice dropped to her knees and leveled the empty rifle at her. Mrs. Voorhees smiled.
Come, dear.
She cooed.
It'll be easier for you than it was for Jason.
She moved forward slowly as if in a trance, oblivious to the rifle pointed at her. Whether she knew it was empty or not seemed to make no difference. She wasn't going to stop.
Kill her, Mommy,
she said in a small child's voice.
Kill her! Kill her!
In desperation, Alice hurled the empty rifle at her. It struck her in the stomach and she doubled over with a grunt, but it didn't slow her down for more than a second or two. Alice started grabbing anything that was within reach, a ball of twine, a small can of paint, a box of nails, snatching things at random, throwing them at the crazy woman, but Mrs. Voorhees kept batting the objects away, relentlessly closing the distance between them. Alice found herself backed into a corner. She sobbed as Mrs. Voorhees seized her with one hand and started to slap her face with the other. Hard, powerful, stinging blows that snapped Alice's head back. She had never been hit so hard in her entire life. Her legs started to sag beneath her.
That's right,
said Mrs. Voorhees, grinning triumphantly, grabbing her with both hands and pulling her up to her feet.
That's right!
She picked her up and threw her across the room as easily as if Alice were a rag doll. Alice struck a table which collapsed beneath her. She fell to the floor. Stunned but stark terror galvanized her into movement, and she rolled, scrambling for the fallen rifle as the woman came at her again. She grabbed the rifle in both hands, and as Mrs. Voorhees bent down over her, she swung it with all of her might. The rifle butt cracked against the side of her head, and Mrs. Voorhees staggered. Alice jammed the rifle butt into her face again. Mrs. Voorhees fell back on a pile of mattresses, and Alice didn't wait to see if she'd get up again. She turned and ran, bolting through the door, intent on putting as much distance between them as possible. She had to find a place to hide. She had to get away. Her only instinct was to flee. Mrs. Voorhees groaned as she slowly got back on her feet.
Kill her, Mommy.
She whined in her childish voice.
Kill her. She can't hide. No place to hide.
She moved to the barn door and stood, looking out, listening for the sound of running footsteps.
Get her, Mommy. Get her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her.
She started towards the lake, heading straight for the dock like a hunter stalking prey. She heard the running footsteps receding down the path and she paused, listened intently, but the footsteps had stopped. The girl was trapped. She smiled.
Kill her. Kill her.
There was nowhere to run.
Kill her.
No escape, no hope. She was down there someplace, huddling like a frightened, guilty little animal, knowing she was going to die. Just like Jason had known the horrible reality as he slowly weakened, as his little muscles failed in their struggle to stay afloat, as his tears were washed away by the water that enveloped him.
Kill her.
She had punished all of them. Every single one of them had made them feel what her Jason had felt, that stark, unreasoning terror of impending death. They should have watched him. They should have protected him. They had failed him, and they had killed him, and now they had paid the price. There was only one more left. One more, and it would be finished. She breathed heavily as she crept down to the dock, listening for any rustle of movement, any telltale sob. Yes, cry, she thought. Cry as Jason cried. Suffer as Jason suffered. This one would not die quickly. Alice bit down on her fist to keep from making any sound as the woman moved past her. She crouched down behind a pile of lumber by the dock, watching Mrs. Voorhees as she walked right by her hiding place, pausing every couple of seconds to listen, staring out into the darkness. "Don't even breathe," she told herself, fighting the urge to scream. She had to overcome the fear. She had to think. Nothing seemed to stop the mad woman. She had the abnormal strength of the hopelessly insane. God, there had to be some way to stop her. She just kept on coming. Alice felt the tears rolling down her cheeks as she tried to catch her breath. She couldn't think straight. No matter how hard she tried, she was trembling violently. Panic threatened to overwhelm her completely. Every instinct screamed at her to run, but she knew running would be useless. She could run into the woods, but she didn't know the area, and Mrs. Voorhees did. She had managed to stay hidden and kill them off one by one. What possible chance did Alice have? She knew she couldn't run down the road. She'd never be able to outrun the crazy woman. And besides, Mrs. Voorhees had the car. She'd never make it back to town. God, thought Alice, what am I going to do? She remained perfectly still, afraid to move a muscle. The rain had stopped, but the wind was still raging, and the black clouds rolled away, revealing a full moon. She peeked out from her hiding place and saw Mrs. Voorhees' white sweater as the woman moved down by the dock, searching near the boathouse. Slowly, carefully, trying not to step on any branches blown down by the storm, Alice crept from her hiding place and headed back toward the cabins, glancing over her shoulder fearfully. If only she could find some place to hide, some place where she could barricade herself. If only she could manage to make it until daylight. Someone was bound to come out to the camp. It was her only chance. Running on tiptoe, clenching her teeth to keep from crying out, she ran back to the main cabin. It was an obvious place. Maybe the woman wouldn't think to look there. If she barricaded herself inside again, no, that wouldn't do, she thought. That would only give her hiding place away. She could barricade the door, but there was nothing she could do about the windows. She ran inside the cabin and closed the door. Her wild gaze fell on Brenda's body, lying on the floor in a pool of blood amid shards of shattered glass. She whimpered, biting her lips to stop the screams that threatened to tear loose from her throat. She had to find a place to hide, but where? The pantry. She slipped to the window and glanced out. There was no sign of Mrs. Voorhees. Once inside the small pantry, she backed up against the wall and huddled in the darkness, trying not to breathe. Someone had to come. The lines must have been blown down by the storm, and they wouldn't be able to call the camp to find out if everything was all right. They'd have to send someone, but what if no one came? No, don't think like that, she told herself. Someone has to come. She gulped and took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves, to stop her heart from pounding. She won't give up, she thought. I've seen her. I can identify her as the killer. She knows that, and she can't let me live. She brought her hands to her face, sobbing quietly. It was hopeless. The cabin door slammed open, and she froze as the lights came on. She could see the light through the cracks in the boards of the wooden door. She could hear the woman moving around out there. Something crashed to the floor, and glass tinkled. Go away! Alice shut her eyes tightly and prayed. Please, please go away! Suddenly, the cabin was silent. Alice opened her eyes and listened, holding her breath. The footsteps outside the pantry had stopped. She huddled on the floor just by the door, leaning against it, shivering and biting her bottom lip. Please, please! The doorknob turned, and the door started to rattle, and she felt the impact of Mrs. Voorhees throwing her shoulder against it. She scrambled to her feet and backed away, looking at the shelves around her, desperately seeking something that she could use as a weapon. She grabbed a large iron skillet and held it before her with both hands, staring wide-eyed at the door. The door shivered as Mrs. Voorhees repeatedly threw herself against it, but it held. She couldn't get inside. Alice sobbed with relief, and then she heard the sound of something hard hitting the door. A chopping sound. One of the boards splintered as the blade of a machete ripped through again and again as the mad woman continued to hack at it. A large piece of the door broke loose and fell inside. Mrs. Voorhees looked through the gap, grinning insanely. She reached through and opened the latch, throwing the door wide open.
No! No! No!
Alice felt the scream coming, and she couldn't stop it. Mrs. Voorhees raised the machete and lunged with a yell. Without thinking, reacting purely by instinct, Alice raised the skillet. There was a loud clang as the machete struck it. Glancing to one side, screaming hysterically, Alice swung the skillet once more. It struck the woman in the shoulder, stunning her momentarily, but Alice didn't stop. She swung the skillet again and struck the woman's head with all of her strength. Hearing the dull sound of metal hitting bone again and again, Mrs. Voorhees cried out and staggered back, bringing her hand up to protect her head. Alice kept pounding her, furiously, until she fell back on the floor. She stood over the fallen body, ready to bring the skillet down again, but Mrs. Voorhees didn't move. Alice held her breath. The woman lay motionless on the floor. Alice couldn't tell if she was breathing. Cautiously, keeping as much distance as she could between herself and the woman's body, Alice edged out into the kitchen. She reached out with her foot and prodded Mrs. Voorhees in the side, half expecting her to jerk up and grab her ankle in a powerful grip. But the woman didn't stir. There was a large bruise over her eye where the skillet had struck her. The skin had split and blood slowly trickled down her face. Swallowing hard, Alice turned the body over with her foot. There was a dark puddle of blood on the floor beneath the woman's head. Alice dropped the skillet. God, she thought, she's dead. I've killed her. Relief and revulsion overcame her at once, and she ran out of the cabin gasping, drawing in deep lungfuls of the cool night air. I'm alive, she told herself over and over again. Thank God, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. She couldn't stop shaking. She wandered down to the lake and stood in a daze. Suddenly her knees felt weak and she crouched on the ground by the canoes, kneeling and looking at her reflection in the moonlit water. She felt numb. She stared at her reflection. It seemed as if she was looking at a stranger's image. The face that stared back at her was void of expression. She wanted to cry, but no more tears would come. She held herself as the convulsions started, and she thought she was going to throw up. Her insides were churning and her throat felt dry. She couldn't swallow. She longed for the feel of the cool water on her face, and she leaned forward. A shadow fell across her. There was another image shimmering in the lake. The figure of a tall woman with blonde hair wearing a white blood-stained sweater raising a machete. Terror sent adrenaline trip-hammering through her as Alice screamed and seized a canoe paddle, spinning around, holding up the paddle to ward off the blow. The steel blade whistled down and bit into the paddle, chopping it in half, and Alice felt the impact shudder through her arms. She fell, scrambling to grab the severed paddle, rolling as the blade of the machete swept past her, missing her face by mere inches, and swung the paddle hard as the machete came down again. The wood connected with the blade and sent it spinning from the woman's grasp, but the force of her swing had pulled Alice off balance before she could regain it. She felt herself seized from behind. Screaming, she flailed her arms and elbows, twisted loose and pulled away, then felt a sharp pain in her shoulder as Mrs. Voorhees struck her with the broken paddle. Alice fell on her back and rolled to the side as Mrs. Voorhees stabbed down with the jagged end of the paddle, barely missing her. The splintered wood sank into the soft ground as Mrs. Voorhees fell forward, overbalanced. Alice leapt on top of her, desperately fighting for her life like a cornered animal. They rolled over and over on the ground, clawing and pummeling each other, but the older woman was stronger. She rolled Alice over and got on top of her, trying to pin her arms down with her knees, grabbing her around the throat and squeezing. Alice fought for breath, squirming beneath her, choking as the powerful fingers closed around her throat. She managed to lunge forward and fasten her teeth around the woman's wrist and bit down hard, drawing blood. Mrs. Voorhees cried out and released her. Alice shoved away, coughing, gasping for breath, struggling to her feet. She started to run, but a hand closed around her ankle and threw her to the ground. She hit hard, falling on her chest, twisting as she felt the woman climbing up her leg and straddling her back, grabbing a fistful of her hair and hammering her head into the ground. Alice buckled and thrashed like a fish out of water, almost dislodging her, squirming around and sinking her teeth into her arm, biting down with all of her might. She felt the woman's grip relax, and she hurled herself to the side, throwing her off, gasping for breath as she scrambled away. Staggering to her feet, her gaze fell on the machete lying on the ground about 5 yards away. She lunged for it in desperation, felt her fingers close around the handle, picked it up and turned. Mrs. Voorhees was running toward her, her face twisted into a feral snarl of rage. Alice raised the machete. Mrs. Voorhees tried to stop herself, but she had too much forward momentum, and her eyes grew wide as Alice brought the blade back. She opened her mouth. Alice gripped the machete tightly and screamed as she swung it in a wide, sweeping arc like a baseball player connecting with the fastball. Mrs. Voorhees threw her hands up to ward off the blow, and the blade struck her neck and sliced right through it. The force of Alice's desperate blow, chopping through the spinal column, decapitating Mrs. Voorhees with one swell swoop. Her severed head fell to the wet ground, the mouth opened in a soundless scream, the eyes blinking as blood gushed from the stump of her neck, blood spurting in fountains from her severed arteries. For a second it seemed to Alice as if everything had somehow shifted into slow motion. The headless body remained standing for a moment, hands up, fingers clutching in the air. Then it slowly collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut, hitting the ground and staining it with a wash of blood that poured from the grisly wound. For a long moment Alice simply stood there numb and slack-jawed, her eyes wide, staring at the horror lying at her feet. Then the bloody machete slipped from her fingers and fell softly to the ground. In a daze, she turned away and walked unsteadily to the water, unable to comprehend what she had done. Her mind had retreated into shock. Without fully realizing what she was doing, Alice bent down and pushed one of the canoes into the water, stepped into it, and drifted onto the lake, into the darkness as if safety could be found on the water, out where no one could reach her, away from the horror of what had happened on the shore. She slumped down on the boat, just letting it glide as her mind was drifting, sifting through random disconnected images as if drugged. She stared vacantly out across the water, at the moonlight rippling on the surface of the lake. She trailed her hand in the water, feeling the coldness on her fingers, vaguely aware of the gentle rocking of the boat. She felt no relief at having escaped alive. She felt absolutely nothing. She was not aware of time passing. At some point she noticed the sky turning gray with the first light of dawn. She became dimly aware of the sun's rays glinting on the lake. She seemed to hear, as if from a great distance, the sounds of birds singing. Morning came and the mist began to dissipate. The woods around the lake seemed quiet and peaceful. Everything was still, washed clean by the storm. The surface of the lake was mirror smooth. A police car pulled up to the dock, lights flashing, though Alice heard no siren. 2 officers got out and walked down to the shore. As if through a haze, Alice saw them cup their hands around their mouths, calling out to her, but she couldn't hear a thing. She felt no sense of urgency, no desire to move. She just wanted to keep drifting out upon the lake where it was quiet and safe. Something came bursting up out of the lake beside her boat. She felt the spray of water. She caught a brief glimpse of a body that looked like a corpse, smelled the sharp odor of decomposing flesh, felt clammy, slimy, rotting skin as an arm encircled her and seized her, pulling her out of the boat into the water, dragging her down beneath the lake. She opened her mouth to scream. Epilogue.
No! No! No!
She struggled against the arm dragging her down and suddenly saw bright light. "Alice? Alice, everything's all right," the nurse said, her arm encircling Alice's chest, urging her back down onto the hospital bed. Come on, it's all right." 20 milligrams of Valium, the doctor said. The nurse nodded and let her go. The doctor bent down over the bed. "It's all right now, Alice," he said in a soothing tone. "It's all over. Everything's over." Alice was breathing heavily, hyperventilating. She glanced around wildly at the hospital room, not remembering how she got there. "Roll over," said the nurse. Alice stared at her, eyes wide. "Roll over now," the nurse repeated gently. Alice rolled over onto her side and felt the nurse parting her gown, swabbing her cheek with a ball of cotton soaked in alcohol, and then felt the brief sharp sting of the injection. She turned onto her back once more and saw the doctor standing there, and a policeman too. He looked familiar, one of the cops from Crystal Lake. He must have been the one who brought her here. She had to be in the county hospital, so it was really over. "Dr. Miller," the PA announced. "You're wanted in surgery, Dr. Miller." Dr. Miller, needed in surgery. Okay. He nodded at the cop. The cop approached the bed, glancing at the nurse briefly. He looked down at Alice and smiled. Your folks are on their way. She sat up. Her folks? But her father was... Of course, the cop didn't know. He must have spoken to her mother. She started to calm down. Thank God I made it, she thought. I really made it. I'm alive. But all the others?
Is anyone else alive?
She asked weakly, looking up at the cop. His mouth tightened.
Are they all dead?
The cop nodded. Yes, ma'am. He would never forget the sight of those bodies slaughtered like animals. He had never seen anything like it, not even in the war. All things considered, it was a miracle that this poor girl hadn't lost her mind. 2 of my men pulled you out of the lake, he said. We thought you were dead too. He paused, almost as if afraid to ask the next question. Do you remember very much?
The boy.
Alice stared at him intently.
Is he dead too?
Who?
The boy. Jason.
He frowned. Jason?
In the lake!
Cried Alice.
The one who attacked me! The one who pulled me underneath the water!
The cop felt the chill run down his spine. Ma'am? He said, glancing uneasily at the nurse. We didn't find no boy. Alice shook her head.
But he...
The injection began to take effect. She felt a bit lightheaded, drowsy, as if she were starting to float. Floating in the water, drifting.
Then... he's still there.
She whispered, her voice trailing off. The cop glanced at the nurse in alarm, and the woman shook her head. They don't believe me, Alice thought. They think I dreamed it. They think I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. I didn't dream it. She felt the nurse easing her back down onto the bed, and the room started to get blurry. No, she thought. That was 20 years ago. How could he... But she remembered something rising from the water. That nauseating smell, a powerful arm grabbing her and pulling her down. That grotesque misshapen face, the rotting flesh. She saw the nurse draw the curtains, and she felt herself starting to drift off. Suddenly she was afraid to close her eyes. Afraid of the darkness. Terrified of the nightmares she knew would inevitably come. Just before she fell asleep, partly from the drug, partly from sheer exhaustion, she thought of the gruesome apparition that came out of the lake, and she knew whatever it was, it had been no dream. And whatever it was still out there somewhere, waiting, waiting, wait. Friday the 13th, Part 2, the novelization by Simon Hawke. Prologue. Some nightmares never go away, even after you wake up. Alice thrashed beneath her sweat-soaked sheets, crying out and moaning in her sleep, pursued by some hideous thing she never could have dreamed of, because although she was seized in the grip of a terrifying nightmare, that had been no dream. This nightmare had been real. It had happened earlier that summer at Camp Crystal Lake, a few rustic cabins on a quiet lake shore, a peaceful atmosphere that was shattered one night by frenzied throat-rending screams that wouldn't stop. Her own screams. She found Bill hanging on the door of the work shed. Impaled on a coat hook, his ruined body hacked and stabbed, his eye transfixed by an arrow. There was blood everywhere. Screaming, she ran back to the main cabin where she bolted the doors and threw up a barricade. She had never been so frightened in all of her life. She huddled in the kitchen of the cabin, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. And then Brenda's blood-caked body came crashing through the window, hurled with superhuman force to land lifeless on the floor. Blood was matted in her hair. Her arms and legs were trussed up with rope, and her body was pierced with stab wounds. Alice screamed as though she'd never stop. All of them were dead, all her friends. Nettie with his throat slashed, Annie butchered the same way, Jack with an arrow driven through his throat, Marcy's skull split by an axe. She fled, terror-stricken into the night, running towards the headlights of the approaching Jeep, thinking that it was Steve Christie coming back from town, never suspecting he was dead. She pulled up short as not Steve, but a stranger got out of the Jeep. The stranger was a tall blonde woman, dressed in dark slacks and a white woolen sweater. And if Alice hadn't been so terrified, she might have noticed the particular tightness around the woman's mouth, the slightly glazed, unfocused look about her eyes, the telltale bulge on her belt beneath her sweater.
Who are you?
Alice cried, scared out of her wits. The woman smiled. It was a strange smile that came way too quickly.
Why, I'm Mrs. Voorhees,
She had said.
an old friend of the Christies.
No!
Alice twisted in the tangled sheets and cried out in her sleep, trying to make herself wake up. Somewhere deep in her subconscious mind, she knew it was a dream, and she tried to wake up so she could escape from it. But like the reality that fueled the dream, the nightmare was tenacious and it would not let go.
No! No! No!
She shouted, reliving the past in her dream, pulling back from Mrs. Voorhees.
He's dead and oh my god! Poor Bill! Oh god, they're dead! They're all dead! They're all dead!
All right. I'll go look.
Said Mrs. Voorhees calmly, as if she did not believe her.
No, please. Don't leave me.
Alice had said.
No!
She cried again in her sleep. She tossed and turned in the torn-up bed, vainly trying to wrench herself out of the dream. In the cabin, they stood together over Brenda's mutilated body. A strange look came over Mrs. Voorhees' face, an intense, distant expression. She suddenly looked like an altogether different person as she spoke about the mystery of Crystal Lake, the savage, unsolved murders of 2 young summer camp counselors.
Did you know that a young boy drowned the year before those 2 others were killed?
Said Mrs. Voorhees, her eyes glazing over. Her voice became bitter, her mouth twisted into a sneer.
The counselors, they weren't paying any attention. They were making love while that young boy drowned.
Her voice took on a frightening edge, an edge of madness.
His name was Jason.
She said. She started to walk toward Alice, her eyes glittering with rage.
I was working the day it happened, preparing meals. I was the cook.
Suddenly, she grabbed Alice by the shoulders, her grip astonishingly powerful, her fingers digging in like talons.
Jason should have been watched every minute. He wasn't a very good swimmer.
Her eyes seemed to blaze and her lips drew back from her teeth in a savage snarl as she shook Alice hard enough to make her teeth rattle.
You let him drown! You never paid any attention!
She shoved Alice away hard and lifted up her sweater, revealing the large hunting knife in the leather sheath on her belt.
Look what you did to him!
She hissed as she pulled out the knife and lunged at Alice. In desperation, Alice grabbed the first thing that came to hand, a fireplace poker, and swung it at the mad woman with all of her might. Mrs. Voorhees grunted as the poker struck her. She staggered and fell to the floor. Alice ran screaming out into the night. Behind her, Mrs. Voorhees slowly rose, her eyes wild, burning with delight of madness. She spoke in the voice of a small boy, the voice of her son, Jason.
Kill her, Mommy. Kill her. Don't let her get away, Mommy. Don't let her live.
And in her own voice, she answered with grim determination.
I won't, Jason. I won't.
Alice whimpered in her sleep, her fingers clutching at the sheet spasmodically, her head thrashing back and forth. In the dream, she fled screaming from the crazy woman, but there was no escape. Cornered at the lake, she had fought with desperation, finally managing to break free of the insane killer and pick up the machete she had dropped during their struggle. Without even realizing what she was doing, Alice swung the machete with all of her might. She cried out in her sleep at the nightmarish figure of the woman's head coming off, a vision that had plagued her dreams ever since that awful night. She had awakened in the country hospital, unable to remember how she got there. She remembered scrambling back from Mrs. Voorhees' decapitated body, pumping blood onto the ground. She got into a boat and pushed off from the shore, feeling numb with shock, wanting only to get as far away from the frightening cadaver as she could. She drifted slowly out into the middle of the lake until the sun came up, dissipating the gray mist and sending shimmers of light racing across the surface. Half in a daze, she seemed to recall seeing the police car pulling up to the dock, the officers getting out and calling to her, and then the rotting corpse of a small boy broke the surface of the lake with a blood-freezing scream. The corpse wrapped his arms around her, pulling her over the side of the boat and dragging her down into the water. "Two of my men pulled you out of the lake," the officer had said. "We thought you were dead too." He paused, almost as if afraid to ask the next question. "Do you remember very much?"
The boy.
Alice stared at him intently.
Is he dead too?
"Who?"
The boy. Jason.
He frowned. "Jason?"
In the lake!
cried Alice.
The one who attacked me! The one who pulled me underneath the water!
The cop felt the chill run down his spine. "Ma'am?" he said, glancing uneasily at the nurse. "We didn't find no boy."
Then... he's still there.
Alice had said, her voice echoing in her mind like an ominous warning.
Still there, still there, still there.
She awoke with a start, gasping for breath and crying out. It took her a moment to realize that she was safe in her own room, that it had only been a nightmare, all the more terrifying because it had really happened to her. She placed her hand against her chest and felt her heart pounding away like a jackhammer. When would she finally be able to find peace? She crawled out of her bed and went into the bathroom. She leaned against the sink. Her knees felt weak. The dreams exhausted her, leached all the energy away, and left her feeling like some sort of zombie, staggering around in a trance. She wasn't getting enough sleep. She couldn't remember the last time she had had a good 8 hours, or even 6 or 4. Yes, she could remember that before the nightmares started, she got sleep. Before Camp Crystal Lake, she got sleep. Glancing at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, she realized how terrible she looked. She was losing weight. There were deep bags beneath her eyes. Her hands were shaking, and the slightest noise made her jump. When the phone rang, she almost had a heart attack. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself as it rang again. And then she went to answer it. She already knew who it would be. "Hello?" she said with resignation as she sank down onto the couch. "Hi, Mom. I know. I'm sorry. I meant to call you, but I fell asleep." She realized how emotionally drained she sounded and tried to inject a note of cheerfulness into her voice. "Really, Mom, I'm fine. I just need a little time alone, that's all. Her mom interrupted, as she always did, and Alice tried to listen patiently. Her mother didn't understand. How could she ever understand? How could anyone understand unless they had been there, unless they had seen what she had seen? "I know you and Dad worry, and I appreciate that," she said as soon as her mother took a breath. Her mother interrupted once again, and this time Alice didn't let it pass. "Come on, Mom," she said sharply. "We've been through all this before. I just have to put my life back together, and this is the only way I know how." Her mother wasn't listening. She never listened, never even tried to. "Mom, please," Alice said, exasperated. "It's late and I don't want to get into it. I'll call you tomorrow. Bye." She hung up the phone. Why couldn't anybody understand? All right, maybe she had imagined it. How could the boy come up from the bottom of the lake to drag her under? He had drowned years ago. His body would have decomposed long since, and if he had lived, he would have been a full-grown man by now. Yet, she was certain she had seen something. According to the police report, she was hysterical when the officers swam out to get her. They said that she had fought them, clawing at them, screaming at them to let her go. She didn't remember any of that. Perhaps she had fallen out of the boat and they had seen it, and when they swam out to rescue her, her tortured mind had deceived her into thinking that it wasn't a policeman trying to pull her to safety, but a rotting corpse trying to pull her under. Anyways, that's what the psychiatrist had suggested, and it seemed to make sense. After what she had been through, it wasn't surprising that her mind should have come a bit unhinged, but she wasn't really sure. She knew she had seen something, and lately, ever since she had returned to Crystal Lake, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, as if there was something out there waiting for her. Her mother thought that she was going crazy. Why, after all the horrible things that had happened to her here, would she want to return to the town of Crystal Lake? Every night her mother called. Every night it was the same discussion. Always the same old arguments. "Come home, honey. Come home where we can take care of you," her mother always said. "We'll see this thing through together. We'll get you the finest doctors. We'll do whatever it takes." Her parents simply didn't understand. What it took was going back to where it had all happened. The camp itself had been shut down, and the buildings had all been condemned, but she had come back to the town of Crystal Lake, where people did not know who she was, since her picture had been kept out of the papers when it had happened. There, she could confront her private demons by herself, confront them and beat them, or be consumed by them. She had no choice, there was just no other way. In a sense, she had never really left the place. After being discharged from the hospital, she had gone home to her parents, but each night after she fell asleep, she would end up back at Camp Crystal Lake again, reliving the horror. She would try to stay awake, knowing that it was impossible, knowing that she had to get some sleep, but dreading it because she knew what sleep would bring. And when inevitably she would finally fall asleep from sheer exhaustion, the nightmare would begin again. She tried explaining it to her parents when they told her it was foolish to go back. "What do you mean, go back?" she shouted at them in exasperation. "Don't you understand? I've never left. I'm still trapped there. I'll never get away." When she got up from the couch and went back toward the bathroom, her eyes fell on the sketches she had been working on earlier in the day. She had done them in charcoal shades of gray and black. There was a time not so long ago when she had been a talented, versatile artist. She had enjoyed drawing still life studies and landscapes, full figures and portraits. But the last thing she had done that had looked anything like her former work was the portrait she had drew of Steve back at Camp Crystal Lake. That's when the nightmare started. Ever since, all her drawings came out looking like this, dark, gloomy, and foreboding. Gray shading into darker gray shading into black. Studies of faces with wide eyes and bulging mouths open in soundless screams. She had once seen a documentary on television about children who had suffered traumas from abuse. Their drawings didn't look anything like children's drawings. No sunlit houses with picket fences and gardens and stick figure people drawn in warm, bright colors. No, those drawings looked like hers, dark, savage, terrifying. The subconscious mind living the violence that had been done to it and crying out for help. She went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The phone rang once again. Sighing, she went back into the living room and picked up the phone. Why couldn't her mother just leave her alone? Why couldn't she understand that the only chance she had of beating this thing was to come back and face it, to prove to herself once and for all that it was over, that there was no more monsters lurking in the dark? "Mom," she said into the phone. There was no answer on the other end. "Hello?" Still no response. It was not her mother. The only sound she heard was heavy breathing. She slammed the phone down and backed away from it, swallowing hard, trying to compose herself. "It's all right," she tried to tell herself. "There's nothing to worry about. It was probably just some kids playing games, nothing to be afraid of. People who called other people just to breathe heavily into the phone weren't really dangerous, were they?" She went over to the window and pulled back the drape, taking a look outside. It was dark in the streets of Crystal Lake, where rain slicked. There didn't appear to be anyone out there, but it was hard to tell with all those shadows. In her present state of mind, every shadow seemed to be a prowler, a huge shape lurking in the darkness, waiting, watching. It was storming outside, too. It had been all evening, and that didn't help things either. Her heart started to beat faster. "Okay, this is ridiculous," she told herself. "The phone rings and all of a sudden you're jumping at shadows. It was probably a wrong number." She checked the chain and deadbolt on the door, then she checked the hall. She knew it seemed foolish to be creeping around her own apartment, but she couldn't shake the awful feeling that she had suddenly felt come over her. The almost certain feeling that she was not alone. She checked the bedroom, then looked in the kitchen. She felt a cool breeze. The window was wide open, the storm blowing in. A knot formed in her stomach. She was almost certain that she had shut it earlier. She suddenly felt short of breath. There was a tightness in her chest. She couldn't take her eyes away from the gently blowing curtains of the storm outside. Slowly, she moved toward the window, picking up an ice pick from the sideboard on the sink and holding it like a knife, ready for stabbing. She shut her eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, something came flying through the window straight at her, and she gasped and recoiled with shock, then leaned back against the refrigerator with relief when she realized it had only been the cat. "Oh, it's you," she said, exhaling heavily, feeling foolish for overreacting like that. Obviously, she must have left the window open earlier, and the cat got scared by the storm outside and came back in. "I've just got to calm down," she thought. "I've got to relax before I lose my mind and run screaming out into the street." She put the ice pick down on the counter, then ran a little water into the tea kettle, which she set on the stove, turning the burner on high. She took down a box of tea bags and got out a cup and spoon. The cat rubbed against her legs, meowing. "You want to eat, huh? Okay." She went back to the refrigerator and opened it. The severed and bloody head of Mrs. Voorhees was resting on the top shelf, between the milk and the half-empty box of chocolate graham crackers. The mouth was open, and the tongue protruded from between the rotting teeth like a dead slug. The stench of decomposing flesh was overpowering. Alice threw her hands up to her face and screamed. She backed away, turning to run, and suddenly a massive arm was clamped across her throat, throttling her scream, choking it off. She saw the flash of the ice pick she had left lying on the counter, and she had only the briefest instant to register the awful realization that her worst nightmare was coming true before the point of the ice pick was driven through her temple. She felt a sharp, searing, white-hot pain. Then she fell lifeless to the floor. The tea kettle started whistling. The killer took it off the burner and conscientiously turned off the gas. Chapter 1. 5 years later. "All right, keep your eyes peeled. I think we're getting close," said Jeff, pushing his cap back on his head and watching the street signs as they entered the town of Crystal Lake. He drove the midnight blue four-wheel drive with the raised body very slowly, being careful not to exceed the posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour. He had bought it for his 18th birthday after taking several years to save up enough money for the down payment. It was still brand new, not even 1,000 miles on it yet. He knew that a lot of these small towns boosted their revenues at the expense of tourists and vacationers coming through. City drivers who were accustomed to a faster pace and therefore had a hard time driving slowly in the country. His father had co-signed the loan on the condition that he keep a clean driving record, and Jeff intended to keep up his end of the bargain. Beside him, Sandra, a pretty 17-year-old blonde, checked the directions she had scrawled on a piece of loose-leaf paper. She glanced up, looking through the windshield, brushing her thick curly hair out of her eyes as she checked for landmarks. "Hey, there's a gas station," she said, recognizing one. Jeff pulled over to the curb across the street from the gas station. "Come on, let's call Ted," he said, opening the door. Ted had told them to get to the service station in town and call him from there, so he could come out and meet them. Otherwise, he warned them they'd only get hopelessly confused. "You can get lost on those little back roads," he had told them. "Believe me, I know. Just give me a call from the Gulf station when you get into town and I'll come out and get you. You can't miss it. Just look for the big old orange sign." Jeff and Sandra ran across the street to the phone booth in the gas station. Jeff fished around in the pockets of his jeans until he found a quarter. He deposited it and dialed Ted's number. Sandra put her hands in the pockets of her khaki hiking shorts and took a look around the town of Crystal Lake. Ted had been right when he told them there wasn't much to see. "Oh, it's a little old hick town," he had said. "But what the hell, it's home, right?" Actually, it was only a summer home that had belonged to Ted's parents. Ted used to spend his vacations here, but recently his parents preferred to get away to Europe. Ted usually worked at counseling jobs at various camps, so the house in Crystal Lake was closed most of the year. It was on the market, but apparently there was no great rush to buy homes in this town. Looking around, Sandra thought she could understand why the town looked dead. Still, the prospect of spending a couple of weeks at the counselor's training center and then having a big empty house to play in for a few days before the summer camp season got started seemed like a lot of fun. They might meet some nice people at this training thing, and then when it was over, there'd be some time to party with them. She wondered what the director of the training center, Paul Holt, would be like. She hoped he wouldn't be a jerk. Ted had said he had known him from working with him several summers before. "Hey, Teddy buddy," Jeff hollered into the phone. "We just rolled in." "Huh? Yeah, Sandra's here. You coming down to get us or what?" Jeff looked at her with a wry expression. After all the talk about picking them up in town and guiding them back to the training center to keep them from getting lost, now it seemed like Ted couldn't come and meet them after all. "Okay, give me the directions," Jeff said with resignation as he started scribbling them down. Sandra noticed an old man coming toward them pushing an old bicycle. He looked like a real geek. His body was like a scarecrow, and his face was grizzled with stubble. He wore a battered old felt hat and a dark green-stained work shirt with a ratty-looking vest and shapeless slacks. His bicycle looked almost as bad as he did. It looked as if he had picked it up from a trash heap. It was all rattly and rusty. The paint was chipped and the handlebars were twisted. The fenders were rubbing on the wheels. The chain guard was loose and the seat was worn clean through. As the old man came toward them, Sandra nudged Jeff to take a look at him. Jeff glanced at him quickly, grinned at her, then went back listening to Ted. Right, he said, repeating the directions as he scribbled them down. "Out on the north road right after the first fork. Look for a Dairy Queen. Left over a covered bridge." The old man hesitated when he passed them, and a strange look came over his face. He glanced at Jeff, and then he looked at Sandra, his eyes glazing over as if he were listening to something no one else could hear. His name was Ralph, and he was the town crazy. No one ever paid any attention to him except when he got drunk and careened around the town on his bicycle and preaching the gospel at the top of his lungs and threatening to veer out into traffic or crash through somebody's store window. He never seemed to make it around the corners of Harlan's hardware store, and he would inevitably smash into Harlan's front steps and wind up in a tangled heap pinned beneath his bike, writhing on the ground and screaming. Then someone would pay attention to him. Harlan would come running out and start jumping up and down and shouting at him, calling him names like sleazeball and egg sucker, and threatening to wrap that trashed-out bike around his scrawny neck. A crowd would usually gather, or as much as a crowd as you could get together in Crystal Lake, and the sheriff would have to come by and pull Harlan off Ralph and take Ralph down to the jail to dry out. It was always like that, the same routine. They paid attention to him when he had too much to drink, but they never paid attention to him when it really counted, when he tried to warn them. He had seen things out in the woods, and he knew what was going to happen if they started having kids out there again, if they started trespassing on his turf. Just like the last time, he thought, when he tried to tell them what would happen, and they didn't listen.
"I told the others,"
Ralph said, his voice hollow and eerie, his eyes bulging wildly as he approached Sandra and Jeff with maniac intensity.
"They didn't believe me. You're all doomed."
Sandra backed away from him uneasily. Jeff did a double take, not sure of how to react. But Ralph had already moved away. Jeff and Sandra exchanged glances, and Jeff sighed, rolled his eyes, and shook his head. "What?" he said, talking to Ted. "Oh, nothing. It was nothing. Go ahead. Wait a minute. Ted, slow down. Okay, so all right. Covered bridge. I got that. Then pass an old cemetery. Sandra looked at the ineligible way he was scrawling the directions and made a face. "We're never going to find the place," she muttered, looking around. Yeah, left," said Jeff. "Then a half-mile further on a dirt road." "Oh my God," said Sandra, noticing for the first time the big black wrecker that had pulled up to their pickup truck. "They're towing us!" Jeff spun around and saw that the driver of the wrecker already had the pickup hoisted and was walking toward the door and preparing to drive off. "Ted, I'll call you back," Jeff shouted into the receiver and then dropped it, leaving it dangling as he ran with Sandra to the truck. "Hey! Hey!" he yelled as the truck driver started up the wrecker. "Hey, wait!" If the driver heard or saw them, he paid no attention. He shifted the wrecker into first and slowly pulled away, towing their pickup truck behind him. "Hey! Stop! Hey!" shouted Jeff, chasing the wrecker. "It's my truck you're towing! Hey, asshole!" "You can't do this!" Sandra cried, running hard to keep up with Jeff. "All of our stuff is in there!" Jeff caught up to the truck and started banging on the driver's window, but the man stared straight ahead with a deadpan expression. "Hey! Hey, asshole!" Jeff yelled, trying to stay even with the truck. The driver could easily have pulled away, but he continued on at a pace just fast enough to make Jeff and Sandra have to run hard to keep up, but not so fast as to leave them behind. He drove the wrecker off the main street and down a tree-lined residential avenue, speeding up a bit as Jeff and Sandra struggled to keep up. Then suddenly he pulled up in front of a large Victorian house and stopped. Jeff and Sandra came to a halt, out of breath, completely taken aback at the sight of Ted standing on the front lawn and grinning at them with his hands on his hips. "Welcome to God's country," Ted said, laughing. For a moment, both Jeff and Sandra stared at him. Then realization dawned and they charged him, shaking and pummeling him playfully. "You little rat shit," said Jeff. "You set us up." Ted laughed and waved to the driver of the wrecker, who was winching down their pickup and grinning at them. "Thanks, Max." Max gave them a wink. "Max owns the station. He's crazy, too." "I should have known," said Sandra, punching him on the shoulder. "It's great that you guys could make it," Ted said, putting his arms around them. "It's gonna be like old times." "That's what I'm afraid of," Jeff said, laughing. He remembered only too well what it had been like the summer they had spent together before they had gone off to different schools. Ted hadn't changed at all. He was still as skinny as a beanpole. He still wore loud clothes like the yellow checkered shirt he had on, and he still played practical jokes. Come on, help me load my gear," said Ted. "We'll split for the camp." They helped Ted carry his pack and duffel bags to the pickup and tossed them in the back. Then they piled in and Ted directed them on the road through Crystal Lake and out of town. "So, what's the scoop?" said Jeff as they left town and headed down a winding country lake road that led towards the lake. Sandra sat between the two of them, watching the scenery and working the radio. Ted was hunched up against the door, his hand on the outside of the truck, drumming a beat in time to the music. "Well, I know the guy who runs the course," he said. "He's okay, kind of macho, though, you know. He takes the whole thing very seriously. We'll probably get a brownie badge to wear." He dropped his voice theatrically. "If we survive." "If we survive?" Sandra exclaimed, looking at Ted. "Oh, I didn't tell you," Ted said innocently. "I'm going to be second assistant." "Oh, God," Jeff and Sandra both said at once, rolling their eyes in mock horror. After a while, they turned off the country road and headed up a narrow, graded dirt road, leading back into the woods. It was barely wide enough for two vehicles to pass each other, even if they went very slowly and carefully. Ted was rattling off a series of bad jokes when Jeff came around a turn and slammed on the brakes. "So the bear wiped his ass with the rabbit." Sandra had to straight-arm the dashboard to keep from getting thrown forward. "What the hell is that?" he said, looking out through the windshield. There was a large dead tree limb blocking the road, but there weren't any trees on the side of the road big enough to have dropped a limb that size. There were just small pines and oaks and scrub brush. "Where'd that sucker come from?" Jeff said, getting out of the truck. Ted led Sandra out and then slammed the door, coming around the front of the truck to examine the tree limb. It was too big to drive over. They'd wind up dragging it along with them if they tried, and Jeff wasn't about to risk ruining the undercarriage of his brand new truck. He stood there staring at it and shaking his head. Ted shrugged and bent down to grab the tree limb by a thick branch that was sticking out. He grunted as he tried to move it. It was a hell of a lot heavier than it looked. Come on, give me a hand." "It looks like somebody dragged it out here," Jeff said, pointing to some drag marks by the side of the road. As they both bent down to move the tree limb, Sandra wandered off the road and down a narrow path she'd spotted. She'd thought at first that it might be an animal run. She knew that dense woods were not the best place to look for wildlife because animals needed a greater variety of vegetation like that found in clearings, near rivers and streams, and at the edge of forests. Animals were creatures of habit, and they commonly used the same routes called trails and runs to get their feeding and watering areas. New ones were barely noticeable, being a little more than pushed-down undergrowth that could easily escape a casual glance. Older ones had been trampled down often enough to kill some of the undergrowth and leave a narrow dirt path. Initially, Sandra thought she had spotted a very old run because the path was well-traveled and worn and deeper in the center than at the edges. At first, she became excited, knowing that there would be deer in this country as well as bears. But on closer examination, as she walked a bit further into the woods, she realized that it wasn't an animal run after all. It was a path that had been worn by people, only it was becoming overgrown. She noticed a piece of white painted wood laying in some bushes and bent down to pick it up. Hey you guys, she called. "Take a look at this." Working together, Ted and Jeff had managed to heave the tree limb into the bushes. They jogged down the overgrown trail after her. Sandra stood looking down at the remains of an old sign. It was splintered at the edges, and the white paint was cracked and peeling. The faded black letters on it read, "Camp Crystal Lake." Ted exhaled softly. "Camp Blood," he said in a low voice. Jeff and Sandra both looked at him questioningly. This place is on the same lake that we're going to be," Ted said, looking around uneasily. "Camp Blood?" said Jeff. Sandra stared at the sign, frowning. There was something familiar about that name, but she couldn't place it. It seemed to her that she had heard something about a place known as Camp Blood. She thought she could remember a newspaper article about some murders that had taken place at a summer camp. "Wasn't this the camp?" she started, but Ted cut her off. "Come on," he said, taking the sign from her and tossing it into the bushes. "We're going to be late." "Can't we take a look?" said Sandra, gazing back down the path, wanting to see what the old place looked like. "No way," said Ted, staring back down the path toward the truck, anxious to get away. Jeff and Sandra exchanged glances and started after him. "What's the problem?" Jeff said. "You don't want to hear about it, man," said Ted. "Believe me, not before lunch." He seemed in a hurry to get back to the truck. Sandra looked at Jeff and shrugged. Ted's mood seemed to have changed very suddenly. It was clear that he didn't want to stay there, and it was just as clear that he didn't want to talk about it. They got back into the truck and started off down the road again. Ted seemed unusually quieter as they drove away. Behind them, a twig cracked on the trail as a heavy work boot stepped on it. The watcher moved some branches aside in order to look after the departing truck. He breathed heavily as old memories surged up within him. They were twisted memories that were like snakes in his unhinged mind. As he watched them leave, he decided he would see them again very soon. Chapter 2. Paul Holt stepped out of his office in the large Victorian frame house on the lake shore and pulled the rope on the brass bell mounted on the porch railing. He brushed his thick blonde hair away from his eyes and leaned back against the railing as the counselor trainees gathered in front of him. At 25, he was senior to oldest of them by a mere 6 years, and he was painfully aware of his responsibility to take charge immediately and make sure they all did their jobs. If this counselor training session went well and the camp officials he had contracted with were pleased with the results, there was good chance he'd get referrals to other summer camps and be able to double his enrollment next year. It was an excellent way of adding a couple of weeks of extra work to the summer season and building up a part-time vacation business for himself. He got to spend an enjoyable few weeks in the woods running his own business and picking up some extra money for grad school. He looked around trying to remember all their names as they started to come out from the other cabins where they had been unpacking and settling in. There was Mark, a dark, muscular boy of about 18, confined to a wheelchair as a result of a tragic motorcycle accident. Yet, despite his handicap, he was remarkably self-sufficient. He'd been an excellent role model for the kids at camp, proving that you could accomplish whatever you set your mind to. Vicky, a pretty, leggy brunette of about 17, came up behind Mark as he struggled to get his wheelchair through the soft dirt and up a slight incline to the main house. She offered to help him with a push, but Mark resolutely shook his head, making the well-meaning girl look hurt, as if he had rejected her. Paul sighed. Perhaps Mark was a bit too self-sufficient. There were a few things he was going to have to learn, but they were the sort of things that no one would be able to teach him. He'd have to come to them by himself. Often, people who were handicapped became overly sensitive to other people trying to help them. In a sense, it was understandable because no one wanted to be pitied or condescended to, and all too often, otherwise well-meaning people could become very intrusive, such as grabbing a handicapped person's wheelchair and pushing it without bothering to ask if their help was wanted or needed. But there was differences between an intrusive person and someone offering to help out of a genuine desire to be supportive, even if you didn't want the help and felt it was important for you to make it on your own. There was no reason you couldn't smile and thank the person for the offer, refusing graciously. A simple shake of the head, such as Mark had given Vicky, was not meant as a rejection because Mark was not inconsiderate, and he probably felt self-conscious about the difficulty he was having. But Vicky had taken it as such. It was plain by the hurt expression on her face. Maybe we put too much emphasis on being self-sufficient and independent, Paul thought, watching them. Instead of stressing competitiveness, perhaps, we ought to stress accomplishment instead, not for the sake of winning, but just for the joy of it, with the focus on achieving things together. Maybe then we wouldn't have such a hard time communicating, and people might not get hurt so easily. Terry, a shapely girl of 18, was coming down the hiking trail with her dog Muffin, tagging along behind her. Paul had some doubts about her decision to bring that dog along. It wasn't exactly an outdoor dog, like Shepherd or a setter. It was one of those cute little lap dogs about the size of a football, and it was all hair and ribbons. Paul didn't understand. Who in the world would wrap a dog up like a Christmas present? The dog would pick up a million brambles in country like this, not to mention fleas and ticks, and Lord only knew what sort of parasites from the lakes and streams. And in the woods, a domestic dog wouldn't stand a chance against the sort of wildlife it could encounter. Paul had even seen German shepherds get done in by raccoons, who were a lot more ferocious than they looked, and canny enough to lure the dogs into a river or a pond, and then drown them by climbing on their heads and clinging there. Even on bare ground, a coon could give a hunting dog one hell of a bad time. A little hairball like Muffin wouldn't last 3 seconds. However, there wasn't much he could do about it now. She had brought the dog with her, and it seemed pointless to make an issue out of it now. Terry would find out for herself that there was a lot of difference between the wilderness and a city park. As she came down the hill, Scott stepped out from behind a stand of bushes and took aim at her denim-out cutoffs with a wooden slingshot. He let the elastic fly, and the pebble struck Terry in the ass. Crying out, she brought her hand back instinctively and spun around as Scott stepped out from behind the bushes. He tapped the slingshot slightly against his chin, giving her a smoldering look and a wink. Terry grimaced wryly and turned around, continuing back down toward the main house. Seeing them, Paul thought that some guys never outgrew that dipping the pigtails in ink stage. Ted came up, not watching where he was going, and banged into the porch steps because he was so engrossed in his pocket computer game. He rubbed his shin and looked up at Paul sheepishly, then sat down on the steps. It was a heck of a crew, thought Paul. It looked like he had his work cut out for him. And to top things off, Ginny hadn't even shown up yet. Things were getting off to a somewhat shaky start. Okay, let's settle down, he said, consulting with his clipboard and looking around at them. With the exception of Ginny, everyone seemed to be present. It's great to have y'all here at our new counselor training center, he said. You've all worked as counselors at one camp or another. Terry, Vicky, you two were upstate last summer, right? Scott, hi. Good to see you here, buddy. You'll need it. The others laughed as Scott shook his head wearily. And Mark, Paul continued, I know we've worked a season or two together, right? Mark smiled at the recognition. The rest of you, I'll get to know you soon enough, Paul went on, noting several new faces. I'm sure there's one thing I don't have to tell any of you. Being a counselor isn't the gravy summer job everyone thinks it is. And what we're going to do over the next 2 weeks, if the rest of my staff ever shows up, is go back to the basics. Survival, first aid, boating, archery, rifle range, all of it. He was about to go on when what sounded like the crack of a rifle shot startled everyone, and they all turned around to see a dilapidated red Volkswagen convertible come banging down the dirt road leading into the camp, backfiring like a glutton at a chili cook-off and kicking up a cloud of dust. What the hell? Said Paul. The VW Bug swerved into the camp and skidded to a stop beneath some trees. The driver was an attractive young woman in a white sleeveless blouse and pink skirt. Her blonde hair was pinned up. She looked relieved as she leaned back against the seat with a sigh, shutting up the noisy mutter. Ginny, Paul thought, of course. What else was he supposed to expect? It was hard enough trying to run a training session with a bunch of kids who probably just wanted to smoke dope and run off into the woods together without having your first assistant showing up late in a ratty old VW with the gas pains. Where had she picked up that wreck and why? I'll be right back, he said to Ted. He went over to the car. Hi, said Ginny cheerfully. I'm late. Paul gave her a hard stare. Come with me. She shrugged and followed him up to one of the other cabins. They went up the steps of the porch and he beckoned her inside, then closed the door behind them. Once out of sight of the others, he turned on her angrily. What's this crap, Ginny? You're supposed to be my assistant. Everyone else got here hours ago. I said I'm sorry, she interrupted. You did? She grimaced wryly, realizing she hadn't said any such thing. I'm sorry, okay? My car is sick. You could have called. Paul, I did try. Your phones aren't working yet. Paul took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She did have a point there. The telephone should have been taken care of by now, but of course they were still off. He should have pursued that, but with so much going on, he had spaced it. All right, he said, easing up. Get your gear stowed and help me outside, okay? Paul, look, Ginny said. The course starts today. Here I am, and I promise you, I'll never be late again in my entire life. Paul raised his eyebrows skeptically. Well, she said, do we have a deal? He chuckled. All right. What the hell? He put his arms around her and pulled her close. I was starting to worry about you. She smiled and kissed him on the nose. Bullshit, Paul. They went back outside, and Paul was a bit disconcerted to see the grins on all of their faces. He tried to look more serious as he pretended to consult his clipboard, hoping that his embarrassment wouldn't show. Put your car on the lot, okay? He said to Ginny without looking up. This place is starting to look like Burger King. He looked back up at the counselors. All right, where was I? You were about to give us your let's keep our shit together speech, said Ted, grinning. Paul gave him a look, and he quickly added, Mr. Holt? Right, said Paul. Okay, He looked around at the group. They were all doing their best to look very serious. He shook his head. A few words about safety, okay? Jenny got behind the wheel of the old VW Bug and turned the key in the ignition. The starter made a terrible grinding noise. Now, I want running kept down to a minimum, said Paul, continuing his speech. Respect the equipment. It's going to be very, very expensive equipment that we'll be handling. Jenny kept trying the ignition, but the starter just kept grinding, draining the battery. The counselors were paying more attention to her efforts than they were to Paul. Axes, knives, saws, Paul continued, undaunted. They can all be trouble. Their misuse is the main cause of camp accidents. Jenny kept trying to start the car, relentlessly, and for a moment it seemed that her stubbornness was going to pay off. The motor caught for a second, then backfired violently, coughed, and died. Take care of your equipment, Paul went on, ignoring her, and it'll take care of you. Jenny slumped back in the car seat with a sigh, looking defeated. She glanced back toward the counselors and saw that most of them were watching her rather than listening to Paul. She grinned and shrugged. Now, a word of caution about our friends in the forest, Paul said. Scott and Mark exchanged glances. Scott mouthed, "Friends in the forest," and rolled his eyes. Mark stifled a laugh. Among other things, Paul went on, oblivious to their actions. This is bear country, and, contrary to what everybody hears, bears are dangerous. I don't want to see any sloppy use of food around the camp. A black bear can smell a cookie a mile away. Jeff and Sandra giggled. This means no food fights, Paul said seriously. And those nights we camp out, no eating in your tents. Change often. If you're a woman, don't use perfume, and keep clean during your menstrual cycle. Vicky and Terry exchanged glances, hardly able to believe he had actually said that. Meanwhile, Jenny had gone back to trying to start her car again with no more success than the last time. Paul finally relented and went over to see what he could do to help. Having trouble? He said. She looked up at him and nodded, sighing heavily. You gotta treat 'em gentle, he said with mock seriousness. Just like kids. Use a little of that, child psychology you're majoring in. Jenny made a face at him as he walked around behind the car and opened the motor compartment. He loosened the wing nut, holding the air filter on. He took out the air filter, and it was filthy and clogged beyond belief. He shook out as much dirt as possible and then checked her distributor cap. He tightened it. With the air filter still off, he placed his hand over the carburetor intake. Try it, he said. Jenny turned the key and the motor kicked over, coughing once and sending a spray of soot all over Paul. Coughing, he squinted and waved his hand in front of his face and replaced the air filter and the cover. Jenny backed up until she was even with him, and with a grin said, It's more fun using child psychology on you. She winked. You're such a sucker for it. Paul watched her with irritation as she swung the car around and rattled off toward the parking lot. He shook his head. She always did it to him, every single time. No matter what it was, she simply grinned and shrugged it off as if life were nothing but a joke. He glanced off toward the counselors, who weren't even trying to hide their smiles anymore. Well, at least they thought it was funny. He, however, was not laughing. She was always accusing him of being too serious. Well, perhaps he was at times, but here, at camp, there was a reason for everything, including his seriousness. For the most part, these kids were from the city and the suburbs. They weren't like country kids who grew up around the woods and had a healthy respect for the wilderness. Just as you didn't walk alone on Canal Street in New York City at 1 o'clock in the morning, there were certain precautions you took in the woods. How could these trainees ever hope to teach small children such things if they didn't take them seriously themselves? He looked back at them and sighed. Well, it was early yet. They were only getting started. There was still plenty of time for them to get it all together, assuming they applied themselves. Otherwise, they were liable to learn that the woods could be just as dangerous a place as any unlit alley at night. The trainees spent the rest of the day getting better acquainted with one another while they set everything up for the next 2 weeks. In spite of her seemingly carefree attitude, Jenny impressed Paul by quickly taking charge of getting the kitchen facilities in order, allowing him to make sure that all the equipment was properly stowed away, and enough firewood chopped to last them several days. They all pitched in and worked quickly and efficiently so that by the time dinner rolled around, they were all well ahead of schedule and had worked up an appetite. After dinner, they broke out the marshmallows and built a large campfire. As they relaxed near the flames and enjoyed the cool evening breeze of the lake, inevitable someone brought up the legend of Camp Blood. Sandra remembered where she had heard that name before, and she told everyone about how Crazy Ralph had accosted them with his grim warning as they drove into town. Vicky mentioned having heard some rumors in town that the boy who had drowned, Jason Voorhees, had never actually drowned at all, but that he had survived and was living like some sort of crazy hermit in the woods. Paul allowed them to speculate a while on all the stories they had heard, and then, picking his moment carefully, he said, "I don't want to scare anyone, but I'm going to give it to you straight about Jason." Immediately, all eyes were on him. He stared into the fire for a long moment, prolonging the suspense, making sure he had their undivided attention. Then he continued. "His body was never recovered from the lake after he drowned," he said quietly, making eye contact with each of them in turn. "And if you listen to the old-timers in town, they'll tell you he's still out there, some sort of demented creature." He lowered his voice slightly and got a faraway look in his eyes. "Surviving in the wilderness, full grown by now, stalking." He stretched the pauses out for maximum effect, noticing how they snuggled closer together, how they moved nearer to the fire, how their eyes occasionally glanced off uneasily into the darkness. Stilling what he needs. Living off wild animals and vegetation. He looked around at them and said softly, "Some folks claim they've even seen him, right here in this area." Sandra huddled closer to Jeff and glanced at him uneasily. He tried to look as if he wasn't buying any of it, but he didn't quite succeed. His smile seemed a little strained. It was only a ghost story, he told himself, but there was something really spooky about a ghost story that had really happened, especially when you were hearing it so close to the place where it had happened. He thought back to the sign Sandra had found laying in the bushes, the warped and peeling sign bearing the legend, Camp Crystal Lake. And he thought about the way Ted's voice had sounded when he had seen it and said, Camp Blood, and about how Ted had wanted to get away from there as quick as possible. Paul continued with his story. "The girl who survived that night at Camp Blood," he paused. "That's Friday the 13th. She claims she saw him." Vicky swallowed nervously as she became completely caught up in the story. Terry hunched her shoulders and moved a little closer to Scott. Even Jenny was starting to feel caught up in the tale. There was something about the story, the place, Paul's tone, and the crackling of the flames mixed with the night sounds that reached down deep and touched some primitive chord within them all. Fear of the night, of the unknown, of unseen predators. "You know, she disappeared 2 months later," Paul said, his voice very quiet now, his eyes staring into the fire, vanished. Blood was everywhere. No one quite knows what happened to her. Jenny licked her lips nervously as she realized that the part of it was definitely true. Paul wasn't just making it up. She remembered reading about it in the papers. The girl's name had been Alice, and she had returned to the town of Crystal Lake to exorcise her demons. The papers had made much of that fact, and Jenny, being a psych major, had become interested in the story. The girl had survived a series of grisly murders committed by Pamela Voorhees, a local woman who had been driven insane with grief over the drowning of her son Jason. Apparently, the Voorhees woman held the counselors responsible for her boy's death, and in a classic case of transference, she confused the counselors working at the camp the following summer with those who had worked there when her son had drowned. In her twisted mind, they were all the same and they were all to blame, so they had to die. Apparently, she caught 2 of the young camp counselors alone making love in the barn, and she slaughtered them. The bodies were hacked to pieces, almost beyond recognition. The authorities moved quickly and closed the camp down, but the case was never solved. Back then, no one ever connected the Voorhees woman with the murders. But strange events continued at the camp for several years after that. The people who owned it tried to open it up the following year, but first the water was poisoned, and then there were some fires. They gave up finally, and the camp was closed down permanently and abandoned to fall into disrepair. And then, some years later, a young man named Steve Christie tried to open up the camp again, undaunted by the rumors of a curse. He refurbished it and repaired all the damage, bought lots of new equipment, and hired new counselors to arrive a couple of weeks early and help get the place operational. It was a fatal error. In her insane fury, the Voorhees woman had murdered all the counselors at the camp, including the camp's owner, Steve Christie. And in a desperate life-or-death struggle with the mad woman, Alice struck at her with a machete and decapitated her. According to the papers, she had then experienced a lapse of consciousness, a blackout of some sort, no doubt induced by shock, and she came to in the hospital, claiming that the boy Jason had come up out of the lake and tried to pull her in. Of course, the papers capitalized on that remark and blew it out of proportion. Jenny remembered reading about it and thinking, God, that poor girl. No wonder she was having hallucinations after a traumatic experience like that. It must have been PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. The same thing Vietnam veterans experienced after returning home from the war. Alice had kept reliving the events that had caused the trauma, and she had finally decided to return to the place where it all happened, evidently hoping to convince herself it was over, and she had nothing left to fear. It turned out she had been wrong. Dead wrong. Legend has it, Jason saw his mother beheaded that very night. Paul continued in an ominous tone, that he took his revenge. Mark looked over his shoulder nervously. Paul was whispering now, and sounds of the crackling flames and the crickets and the night birds seemed very loud. The wind blowing through the trees sounded like the rustle of someone approaching, someone or something. A revenge that he'll continue to seek if anyone ever enters his wilderness again, said Paul, looking at each of them. And by now, I guess you all know that we're the first to return here. They all held their breath, watching him, frozen with fascination. 5 years, Paul said, looking around at all of them, maintaining eye contact, drawing them deeper into the spirit of the story. 5 years now he's been dormant. And he's hungry. His voice was barely a whisper now, and they were all leaning forward, hanging on to his every word. Jason is out there, Paul said, as if he himself was frightened of what he was telling them. Watching. Always on the prowl for intruders. Waiting to kill. Waiting to devour. Nobody moved. Nobody even breathed. Thirsty for young blood, Paul said. And suddenly a half-naked figure leapt into the circle, out of the darkness, beyond the fire, screaming hideously and brandishing a spear. The face was grotesque, a travesty of human features, deformed and twisted. Everyone screamed and scrambled away from the frightening apparition, all except Paul, who stood there grinning. "Come back! Come back!" he called, laughing. He approached the creature and ripped away the grotesque mask, revealing Ted. No one had noticed him slip away, as Paul had occupied their attention with the story, and now they all saw how they'd been had. They drifted back with groans and muttered curses, feeling foolish, yet at the same time greatly relieved. Ted stood there, chuckling, reenacting his role by brandishing the spear and making hideous faces. "Okay," said Paul, "now that we got that out of our system, I don't want to hear any more about it. It's ancient history. Jason drowned, Mrs. Voorhees was killed, And Camp Crystal Lake is off limits. Got it?" Everyone muttered assent, and a few of them started laughing in appreciation of the joke. They gathered around Ted, punching him playfully as he fake lunged at them with his spear. Paul spotted Ginny coming back. She was still looking around her a little nervously, so Paul grinned and gave her a hug. "Gotcha, huh?" he said, winking at her. "So, what did you think?" "The second act needs work," Ginny said wryly. Chapter 3. After putting out the fire, they all went back to the main house where they put on some music. Ted propped the spear against the wall by the stairs and hung the ghoulish rubber mask from it, and then settled down in the chair with one of his electronic games. Paul agreed to a game of chess with Ginny. Mark and Ted sat at the table arm wrestling, and Sandra and Jeff snuggled together in a corner, while Terry sat on the sofa and wrote a letter home. Scott put on his most engaging smile as he came up to her. "Hi, Terry," he said. "You want to dance?" She looked up at him and smiled. "No thanks." Without missing a beat, Scott turned his attention to her pet dog, Muffin. "Hi there. How about you?" he said, bending down and raising his eyebrows. "Would you like to dance?" He scooped the little dog up in his arms and snuggled it against his chest. Muffin licked Scott's face, pleased at the attention. He started to dance a slow waltz with Muffin in his arms. "So there I was," Scott said to the dog as if Terry wasn't even there, "sitting in this fast food joint, thinking to myself, Scott, my boy, what are you going to do with your life?" Terry couldn't keep from smiling. Her first reaction to him was that he was a real fox, but a bit too sure of himself. And shooting that slingshot at her hadn't exactly raised him in her estimation. That pebble might have been small, but it had stung. She had decided that Scott was real full of himself, a real pain in the ass. But she had also realized that there was a lot of little boy in him, a little boy who, despite his dark good looks, wasn't very sure of himself at all. And that was sort of cute in an endearing way. He was obviously trying a bit too hard, and even though she was attracted to him, she really didn't want to respond to that sort of approach. It would only encourage him to continue acting that way. She didn't need yet another guy coming on all macho to her. She was sick and tired of that act. Just because a girl has a good body, she thought, guys seem to think that they really had to strut their stuff or else she wouldn't be interested. They probably figured she got hit on all the time, so they had to come on extra cool just so she would notice them, as if that were the only approach she would respond to. The trouble was, they were only half right. She did get hit on all the time, mainly because she was pretty, had a nice ass, good tits, and great legs. But that was just the trouble. She knew perfectly well why she was getting hit on, and it didn't really have anything to do with her personality. It had to do with guys wanting to play with her body. They didn't want to get to know who she was. They were more concerned with what they could get from her, which was why every time some guy came on to her with that slick, "Hey babe" sort of manner, all her defense mechanisms were alerted. She had a feeling that Scott wasn't really like that, but he seemed to think it necessary to act the part. If only he would loosen up a little and just act like himself instead of trying to be slick and cool, maybe she would be interested. He was cute and he was kind of funny, but the macho act got in the way. She didn't want him to think that this was the Scott that she liked. Maybe he'd get the hint. Scott danced by a window with Muffin, and the dog suddenly perked up its ears and growled. Scott drew back from it a little. "Hey," he said, "I'm striking out all over the place tonight." He glanced out of the corner of his eye to see if Terry had heard that remark, and he didn't notice that the dog was looking intently out the window into the darkness. There seemed to be a figure standing out there watching them through the window. "Check," Paul said, moving his knight. "Wrong, white man," Ginny said, moving her bishop to take the knight. "Check, mate." Paul stared at the board in disbelief. He had been so intent on placing Jenny's king in check that he hadn't even seen his vulnerability to her bishop. "Well, what next?" said Jenny, looking around. She glanced over at the arm wrestlers. "Either get my arm broken by Mark," she glanced at Ted, "or my brain ping-ponged by our electronic wizard over there." She yawned. "Or bed," she added casually. Paul kept staring at the chessboard. "Good night, Paul," Jenny said. "See you in the morning." She grabbed her sweater and went outside, down the steps of the porch and up the short path leading to her cabin. On the path she hesitated, frowning. She thought she had heard something rustling in the bushes. Perhaps it was a deer. She recalled Paul's warning about bears and shivered slightly. Between Paul and his wildlife safety lectures and Ted and his performance at the campfire, she was getting the willies being out in the dark all alone. And that is when she got the feeling that she was being watched. Back at the house, Sandra snuggled close to Jeff. "I've got to see that place," she said. "What place?" said Jeff. "That camp. Camp Blood?" "What?" said Jeff, looking at her to see if she was serious. Apparently she was. "You crazy?" "I've just got to, Jeff," she said, biting her lower lip. "Maybe there is something to the legend." Jeff shook his head. "Come on," she said. "I'm serious." "No way," Jeff insisted. "You're not getting me out there. You heard what Paul said. It's off limits." Sandra gave him a sly smile and moved closer to him, allowing her breast to rub against his chest as she took a ringlet of his hair and gently twisted it around her finger. "We'll see," she said, smiling knowingly. Jenny hurried inside her cabin, feeling a bit unnerved by her short walk down the short path from the main house. She looked around at the empty room, went over to the windows, and pulled the curtains shut. She grimaced at herself in the mirror that was mounted above the pine dresser. "This is really silly," she thought. "I'm letting all my buttons get pushed by some big jock telling a silly ghost story." She pursed her lips as she glanced at herself in the mirror. He was, however, a very sexy jock, she thought. She sighed. Her friends would never understand her taking up with a guy like Paul. They would much rather spend their vacations doing summer stock at a theater or participating in pretentious sensitivity training workshops and encounter sessions where they could get in touch with themselves, instead of spending their evenings around a campfire, kicking back and singing songs. They'd sit around in some bar or cafe and have endless discussions about young Freud and Dr. Ruth. They'd rather talk about things like sexual repression and passive-aggressive tendencies than tell ghost stories. And they'd blanch at the thought of working with a bunch of young summer camp counselors when they could spend their time dissecting one another's personalities as well as their own. It was really pretty funny in a way. Most of her friends at school would spend fortunes on clothes from LL Bean, REI, Banana Republic, and Eddie Bauer, decking themselves out in down parkas, Woolrich flannel shirts, bush jackets and cotton canvas pants, fatigue sweaters and hunting shoes, and Cordura day packs. So they'd look like they were about to go off on a safari in darkest Africa, but the very thought of taking an overnight hike into the mountains would make their blood run cold. They would be utterly lost without TV and indoor plumbing, and they'd rather take their sports cars and drive 2 blocks to go to class than walk or ride a bicycle. Paul was too straight, too macho, and too unfashionable for them. But while he might not be an intellectual, thought Jenny, he had something a lot of them seemed to lack: common sense. He didn't need to use a lot of sophisticated jargon to get his point across, and he didn't need to attend some group encounter session in order to get in touch with himself. He already knew who he was. He'd much rather take a hike into the woods and get in touch with nature, and there was a lot to be said about that. She teased him a lot, but one thing she really liked about him was that she could just relax around him. She didn't need to impress him. She didn't need to compete. A lot of people she knew looked down on jocks because they were into sports, and sports were supposed to be nothing but adolescent power fantasies, a means to act out aggressive impulses and repressed behavior. Yet, the point was that with so many of her friends, their relationships took on an even more competitive aspect than the most hard-hitting football game. It sometimes seemed that the more intellectual people seemed to be, the more childish they acted. Paul was not like that. He enjoyed athletic activities, but he enjoyed them for their own sake. He wasn't driven to win, just to do his best. That way, he was able to enjoy what he was doing, whether he won or lost. Because for him, it wasn't about winning or losing, and in that sense, psychologically speaking, he was one of the healthiest people she knew. He was the same way in their relationship. She had just beaten him at chess, but it hadn't wounded his masculine pride. He had sat there staring at the board, wondering at how he'd been tricked into making the moves she wanted him to make, purposefully looking vulnerable so that she would entice him into dropping his guard. However, it wasn't going to ruin his whole evening that he had been beaten by her. Other guys she dated would have dwelled on it for days. She had been really looking forward to this time with him out in the woods. They had started off a little shaky, but that was only because she had been late and Paul had been anxious to have everything run smoothly. She could understand that, and maybe he really had been worried about her. That was rather sweet in any case. It was a good group of kids, and it looked as if the next 2 weeks would be just great. She undressed down to her bra and panties and went over to the wash basin. A shadow crossed the window. She glanced up, frowning as if sensing something. Then, dismissing her first instinctive reaction, she shook her head and put on her bathrobe. She belted it around her waist and sat down on the bed to brush her hair. There was a soft knock at the door. She looked up, startled, then grinned self-consciously at her jumpiness and went to answer it. She opened it and looked out. There was nobody there. She frowned and took a step outside. "Who's there?" She crossed the porch and looked around the side of the cabin, but there was no sign of anyone. She was certain someone had knocked on her door. "Hello?" she said uncertainly. There was no response. "Who is it?" she called, feeling a bit apprehensive. Everything seemed quiet. She shrugged, thinking it must have been her imagination, which was stirred up after that story by the campfire. Perhaps it was only the wind making a branch knock against the side of the cabin. She turned around and went back inside. As she pulled the door shut and started to turn, a hand was clamped over her mouth. Her eyes went wide with terror, and her body went completely rigid. She felt herself being spun around, and it was Paul. He had crept into her cabin while she was on the porch checking around the side. "Paul!" she said, raising her hand as if to strike him. "God damn it!" Hey, calm down," he said softly. "You'll wake the natives." He glanced around furtively. "I'm not supposed to be fraternizing with the staff." She smiled. "I won't tell." He gently pulled her close and kissed her. She put her arms around his neck as he undid her belt and slipped his hands inside of her robe. "I miss you, Jenny," he whispered, "and I was really worried when you didn't show on time." She felt his hands upon her breast, his lips against her throat. "Paul," she said, pulling away for a moment, "there's something I think I should tell you." He interrupted her with another kiss, pushing the bathrobe off of her shoulders. She reached for his belt. Outside the cabin, Crazy Ralph stood by a tree near Jenny's window, looking in at her and Paul through the partially open curtain. He had come out to the camp to warn them once again, to tell them they were doomed if they didn't leave at once. He still remembered what had happened as clearly as if it had occurred only yesterday, instead of 5 years ago. It was one of the few clear memories he had because it had been burned into his consciousness by guilt. He could have saved them just as he always tried to save the people in town when he rode around preaching the gospel, but no one ever listened to him. Somehow he needed to convince them. He needed to make them see the danger they were in. Yet the moment he had seen Jenny entering the cabin all alone and failing to close the curtains properly, he had become confused. And then, after Paul knocked on her door and hid while she came out on the porch, and Ralph saw her from behind the tree in that short bathrobe opened halfway down her chest, he became still more confused. And now, as he watched them through the narrow gap in the curtains and saw them clutching at each other, saw Paul covering her mouth with kisses, their tongues tasting each other, their hands running up and down each other's bodies, Ralph was more confused than ever. He was so distracted by the sight, that is, that he did not react immediately when he heard a twig snap close behind him. Then it was too late, as two large, powerful hands snapped out and looped a crude noose made of barbed wire around his neck and pinned him back against the tree as the wire tightened savagely and sliced into his throat, cutting through his trachea and larynx before he could cry out. Blood trickled down his neck and white fire flared before his eyes as all vision and all feeling went away forever. Chapter 4. Jenny awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside her cabin window. She smiled and reached out for Paul sleepily, touching the rumpled sheets beside her. She opened her eyes and saw that she was alone in bed. She sat up and pulled the curtains open, and warm sunlight streamed into the room. As she turned, she saw a note from Paul written in lipstick on the mirror. It read, "Beware of bears." Grinning sheepishly, she got out of bed. Well, she had tried to tell him, but he hadn't given her much of a chance since when he had finally stopped to take a breath, she was much too turned on to care. He had always affected her that way. It wasn't that he was such a terrific lover, although there was certainly nothing wrong with the way that Paul made love. While they were doing it, he always concentrated on her, on the emotions they were sharing. He focused on the feelings that were washing over them instead of concentrating on his techniques, as so many guys did because they were anxious to perform well. She never understood why guys often got so hung up on the mechanics of lovemaking rather than the pleasure of it. Why reduce something wonderful to nothing more than mere physical exercise? Why remove yourself from the experience of genuine intimacy? How the hell could you possibly be involved with what you were doing while computing baseball batting averages or doing multiplication tables in your head? She had once gone out with a music major that seemed so preoccupied during their lovemaking and so rhythmic in his movements that when she pressed him to talk about it, he had confessed that he was concentrating on the scores of various complex classical arrangements by composers like Paganini and Scarlatti. At first, she couldn't believe it, and she thought he was joking, but he was absolutely serious. He confessed to her that he had worked out a system whereby various composers were classified according to different stages of the lovemaking process. Debussy was helpful during foreplay. Wagner, he claimed, was very effective right near the end. She got even with him one night by waiting until just the right moment, then reaching beneath her pillow for her stereo remote control. She blasted him with the tape of Twisted Sister. He left scratch marks on the ceiling. Mercifully, Paul wasn't anything like that. Whenever the two of them made love, he was there with her completely, 100%, and it was like that when they did things together too. The slightest bit intimidated by the fact that she had as much endurance on the trail as he did, could run faster, or had a higher IQ. Instead, rather than resent her for the things she could do, he enjoyed the way she challenged him and spurred him on to try new things. Whatever they were doing, whether it was tennis, riding a bike, or running a marathon, they engaged in play rather than competition. They complemented each other very well. She wondered if she were really getting serious about him. She hadn't thought that she'd be ready for that yet, but Lately, she'd been thinking that maybe the key to success in love wasn't necessarily finding the right guy, but recognizing him when he came along. Otherwise, she thought, you might be so busy looking that you could miss someone really special who was right under your nose. She got dressed and went down to the main house for breakfast. It was Terry's turn to cook this morning, according to the chart they'd made up, and she wasn't certainly skimping on her responsibilities. She had gotten up early and had the biscuits in the oven by the time everybody got there. Jenny arrived to the wonderful smell of fresh-baked biscuits, mingled with frying sausages and something Terry called scrambled Denver omelet, which consisted of scrambled eggs with little pieces of ham, cheese, peppers, and onions mixed in. In return for the excellent breakfast, they all voted to excuse her from KP for the remainder of the day. After breakfast, they gathered in the living room over coffee, and Jenny gave a talk on child psychology with tips on how to deal with homesick campers. They followed this with a general discussion with how to handle problem children whose parents packed them off to camp just to have them away from home all summer. Then they exchanged horror stories about problem kids they had run into during summers past and how they had dealt with them. Jeff told a story about two rotten-tempered little boys, brothers, who had driven him nearly insane one summer, always yelling and screaming and fighting with each other. One time, he said, they'd gone at it in the camp's recreational hall and they had a war with billiard balls. It was a miracle no one was killed, he said. He himself had a narrow escape when one of the little bastards hurled a pool ball right between his legs. "What did you do?" asked Scott. "I decided to immobilize him," Jeff said. "I stuck them in 2 wooden chairs, placed back to back. Then I lashed them down, tied them to each other. I figured they could just sit there and scream to their little heart's content until their throats were raw. I left them that way for 3 hours. They quieted down sometime after that." "I always carry handcuffs, myself," said Ted. "Handcuffs," Jenny said, feeling that she was starting to lose control of this discussion. This wasn't exactly the sort of child psychology she had in mind. "You actually used handcuffs?" "You can buy them in any police supply store or magic shop," said Ted, with a perfectly straight face. "Or one of those kinky places where they sell leather, you know? Those places are good because they've always got these black leather hoods that lace up from the back, you know? So you can't really see anything. It's just these little holes for the nose where they can breathe. Even the mouth is covered. Keeps them from making too much noise, you know." Jenny stared at him in horror. "You know what else is good?" continued Ted. "They got these belts that go along as sort of an accessory with these studs and rings on them. Only the studs are just for decoration, really. Although I guess they'd hurt if you got hit with them. But the rings are the thing. See? Because you can take a length of chain and run it through the rings, then loop it over the handcuffs and lock the whole rig down. And the little buggers can't hardly move. Then..." "Ted!" said Jenny, unable to believe her ears. "My God, you can't do that to little kids. What would their parents say?" Then she saw the grins on their faces and heard the snickers, and she blushed as she realized that they'd been kidding. "Same old Ted," Paul said with a chuckle. Jenny threw a sofa pillow at him. Following Jenny's session, Paul took over and mustered everyone outside for a cross-country run, during which it quickly became obvious who the smokers were. Mark, who was excused from the run because he couldn't propel his wheelchair across rough country, sat at the side of the path near the start and finish line, yelling encouragement. He laughed as he saw Jeff bringing up the rear, gasping and panting very hard. "Hey, what's the matter, Jeff?" he yelled, clapping his hands. "Come on, the women are showing you up." Sandra was leading the race. Jeff stumbled by, out of breath, giving Mark the finger. After the run, just when they all thought they were going to get a chance to rest, Paul announced that they were going to walk it off on a nature hike. And with a collective groan, the counselors embarked upon a hike down one of the lakeside trails. "Try to stay on this trail," Paul warned as they passed in single file down the narrow path that ran along the lake shore. "There's a lot of poison ivy here." He pointed at the three-pronged plants. "After lunch, we're going to do some more running." There were more miserable groans. Jenny brought up the rear to make sure there were no stragglers. Paul had told her that he wouldn't put it past some of these kids to hang back until everyone else was far ahead and then double back to the cabins where they could gold brick. So Jenny was making sure that everyone kept up while Paul set a good steady pace up front. She saw Terry's little dog Muffin go tearing off into the trees, barking furiously at something that it had seen there. And for a moment Jenny hung back, looking in the direction that the dog had gone. She had never seen the dog respond like that before. Something felt strange. She squinted, trying to see through the thick woods, but she couldn't see a thing. Muffin had disappeared somewhere into the bushes at the side of the trail. She shrugged and continued on. It was probably only a squirrel. Still, for some peculiar reason, she could not shake the feeling that they were being watched, that someone was watching them. She hadn't said anything to Paul about it because he'd probably just laugh and claim that his fireside ghost story had gotten to her after all. There was no way she could explain it to him. She simply sensed something nearby, something vaguely disturbing. She suppressed an involuntary shudder and hurried to catch up with the others. He stood hidden in the trees and watched them pass by, oblivious to his presence. Deep within his simple, twisted mind, a cold fire began to burn as he watched them disappear from sight. He knew who these people were. They were just like the others, the ones who had hurt him so long ago, the same ones who had hurt his mother. Jason Voorhees was insane. The violent things he'd seen, the savage life he'd lived out in the woods, had their irreversible effects upon his feeble mind. But those things had only completed what nature had started. He had never been completely normal. Strange forces had been at work in his life from the very moment of his conception. From his premature birth at the stroke of midnight one Friday the 13th, there had been something different about him. It was not only that he had been an unusually large infant with striking pronounced features that gave an almost adult expression, but there was something ominous about him that filled all those who came near him with a profound sense of unease. All, that is, except his mother. A mother loves her child. Pamela Voorhees never had a chance to make it to the hospital. Her labor had been unnaturally short, as if the child within her was trying to claw its way out of her womb. The doctor had arrived just in time to deliver Jason in the bedroom. Even from birth, Jason was curiously silent. When the doctor held him up and slapped him, Jason didn't make a sound. For a moment, the doctor was alarmed, thinking that the child might have been stillborn. He slapped Jason once again, a little harder this time, again with no response. And then he noticed that the child's eyes were open and staring straight at him, with an astonishing expression, one that almost seemed like cold, venomous fury. It staggered him to see such searing hatred in the gaze of a newborn child, but that surely would have been impossible, and he decided that it must have been only his imagination. Yet for months thereafter, he dreamed of those loathsome, hate-filled infant's eyes. Even as a child, Jason was more unusual. No one ever saw him smile. He never gurgled with delight at the birthday-colored mobile that was hung above his crib, or at the toys that he was given. He never screamed when he needed to be changed, and he never displayed any reaction whatsoever when his first teeth came in. He acted as though he didn't feel the pain. He never woke his mother in the middle of the night with crying. Sometimes, feeling the anxiety that every mother of a newborn child feels, Pamela Voorhees would awaken at night and tiptoe to the baby's room, just to reassure herself that there was nothing wrong. She would look down into the crib and see her infant Jason lying in his bed, his eyes wide open, staring at her. He never made a sound. For a while, she was afraid that there might be something wrong with him, that perhaps he was autistic, one of those tragic children who were withdrawn into their own secret, silent world. But Jason was not withdrawn. He noticed everything. His reactions were unusually quick and sharp. He was incredibly alert, and his senses were remarkable and acute. He grew strong quickly, and he never became ill. He had no playmates because the other children avoided him. They seemed to be afraid of him. They ran away from him and complained about his creepy eyes. In truth, there was nothing at all unusual about his eyes, except for the fact, like a cobra, he never seemed to blink. The neighbors could never really explain why, when they were walking back from the train station after riding home from work, they always would cross to the opposite side of the street whenever Jason was outside playing. It was as if some involuntary reaction had taken a hold of them, some primal instinct warning them away. As commuters who worked in the city, they understood the subtle instincts that were at work. In a city full of predators, you learn to trust your feelings, and they had some very strong feelings about the little Voorhees boy. He made their skin crawl. It wasn't something they openly admitted to themselves because it would have sounded silly and it made no sense. But irrationally, it was there. It felt profoundly disturbing to be near him. He baffled all his teachers, although he affected a few of them much more strongly. One of them abruptly quit her job and moved away from town. His third-grade teacher, a shy young woman, offered her body to the principal if he would only move the boy out of her class. And a school psychologist, who had tried to reach him, wound up being reached himself and had a breakdown. The poor man was put into a straitjacket and taken to an institution. It seemed that something strange happened to anyone who came near Jason Voorhees, all except his mother. A mother loves her child. She was always hovering near him, protectively, always ready to defend him. She had wanted her son to experience the pleasures of a summer in the woods, and so she had taken the job as a cook at Camp Crystal Lake, just so she could stay near him. Only as it turned out, she wasn't able to stay near enough. She was beside herself with worry the night he disappeared, and when his clothes were found near the lake, Pamela Voorhees went berserk. It had been necessary to restrain her and take her to the county hospital where she was sedated. Although they never found the body of the boy, the official verdict was that it was death by drowning. Pamela Voorhees never recovered from the shock. Jason's memories of what happened on the night he drowned were very dim. He remembered being frightened as his legs cramped up and he started to slip beneath the surface of the lake. He had a vague memory of struggling to stay afloat, of water rushing down his throat and filling up his lungs. He could recall the terrifying sensation of sinking down into the murky lake, the fading light, the roaring in his ears, and then nothing. At some point, consciousness returned, but he had no way of telling how much time had passed. He came to on the shore, covered from head to toe with mud and slime, apparently having dragged himself out of the lake somehow. He coughed up water for a very long time. He remembered laying in the bushes and retching, vomiting up slimy worms and maggots as his body fought its way back to life. It never occurred to him to wonder what it was that made him different from the others, why they shrank from him as rabbits shrank from snakes. He never asked himself why he was always healthy, why the slight injuries of childhood had always healed so quickly. He had never broken any bones, so no one ever had the opportunity to notice the supernatural way his body could repair itself. Pamela Voorhees never questioned it, just as she never questioned his peculiar silence. A mother loves her child. She was simply grateful for having been blessed with a healthy little boy. Like father, like son. It did not occur to Jason Voorhees to wonder just how long he had been underwater. He merely dragged himself deeper into the woods, some primitive urge driving him to find a hole somewhere that he could crawl into, a dark place where he could rest and heal, and wait until he could think of what to do. After a while, he returned back to camp, his simple mind telling him that perhaps it was what he was supposed to do. Only there was no longer anybody there. The season had ended and the camp was closed. He broke into several of the cabins and found some cans of food and some old clothes for himself. In the process, he happened to catch sight of himself in a mirror, and he recoiled in horror from the image that confronted him. He had been at the bottom of the lake for much longer than he realized. His flesh was trying to regenerate and heal itself, but decomposition had set in. The worms had eaten at his face. He fled into the woods, terrified of his own reflection. After a while, he found a sack and cut some holes in it, then put it over his head and tied it down around his neck so that he wouldn't have to see the grotesque thing that he had become if he saw his reflection in the lake. He had no idea what to do or where to go. He wondered why his mother didn't come for him. He was afraid to leave the vicinity of the lake, for that was where he'd seen her last, and he didn't want to miss her if she came looking for him. He didn't want to get in trouble. He lived like an animal, hiding in the woods, avoiding people, killing small creatures for food. He was vaguely aware of time passing through his days, but they became an endless succession of wandering in the woods and foraging. He was aware of feeling cold as winter came. He took shelter in the cabins at the camp and huddled before fires that he would build inside the hearths. He had learned to make fires in camp, though several times he did it wrong and let the flames get out of control, burning down a couple of the cabins before he got the hang of it. On occasion, a policeman would drive by and see smoke curling from the chimney of a cabin that was supposed to be locked up for the winter. He would stop to investigate, but Jason always ran back into the woods whenever anybody came. He was waiting for his mother, and he did not want to get in trouble. He knew she would be very angry. And then one day his mother had returned. Some people had come to open up the camp again, and he had run off into the woods, hiding from them and watching as they rebuilt the place. Years had passed, and he was now full grown, though still with the mind of a small child. But whatever vestige of sanity might have been left in that childlike brain had been driven out by the hardships he had suffered, and by the sight of his mother, mad with grief, embarking upon her bloody murder spree. He had been afraid because she had seemed so angry. He had hidden in the woods and watched on that fateful night when Pamela Voorhees had unleashed her vengeance on those whom she blamed for her son's death. A mother loves her child. She had killed them all except one girl, and Jason had watched her struggle with that last survivor, Alice. He had seen that awful moment when the girl had picked up the machete that his mother had dropped and swung it with a savage desperation. He would never forget the sight of his mother's decapitated body falling to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The stump of her neck spouting arcs of bright red blood, her head falling to the ground like a ripe melon, rolling several feet and then stopping, the eyelashes still fluttering as it lay upon the ground. When the girl had pushed off from the shore in the canoe, he had hesitantly crept out of hiding and approached his mother's body. He had stared down at it, uncomprehendingly, at the vivid red of her blood soaking into the ground, at the raw torn flesh and the white bone where the machete had chopped completely through the neck like an axe through a small sapling. He had knelt down and picked up his mother's severed head, holding it tenderly, so that the sightless, death-glazed eyes looked up at him. He had stared out into the darkness of the lake, looking in the direction where the girl who had done this to his mother had gone, and whatever fragile links his tortured mind still had with reality had snapped like the neck bones of little forest creatures that he caught and killed for his survival. The girl named Alice had escaped him once, and the fury of his frustration knew no bounds. But then she had come back, and he knew that he had been given another chance to make things right. He had spotted her that day when she had returned to the camp. She had stood at the lake shore near the boat dock, staring out over the water. She had returned to the place where her nightmare had happened, to see it once again, to confront it, and to reassure herself that it was over now, and that there was nothing left to fear. When Jason had seen her standing there, the lust to kill had welled up within him, burning like napalm in his mind. He had started for her, but before he could reach her, she had gotten back into her car and driven off. Fueled by a grim determination, he had followed her on the road back to the town of Crystal Lake, staying out of sight, waiting until night fell. Each night thereafter he had stalked the streets of Crystal Lake, always keeping to the shadows, looking for her car. He had always taken his mother with him, carrying her decaying head inside a sack so that she could be with him when he did it, so that she would know that he was doing the right thing. Then one night he had seen her car parked outside an old Victorian house that had been converted into several apartments, and he had seen the open window, and he had killed her, punching the ice pick through her skull and driving it deep into her brain. And then he had taken her body with him back to the cabin in the woods, carrying it over his shoulder and slipping out of town like a grisly specter in the night. For a while there had been peace. The rage had gone away, and the hunger that had clawed at him like a ravenous animal had left him alone. He had stayed with his mother in the woods, and for a while he had been happy. They were together again. He had done the right thing, and he knew she would be pleased. Yet now they had returned once more, the same ones who had hurt him, the same ones who had hurt his mother, and he knew that there would be no more rest for him until he killed them all. He had to do it. It's what his mother would have wanted, and a mother loves her child. Chapter 5. Everyone was ravenous when they broke for lunch shortly after noon. Ted put on an apron and a chef's hat and took charge of the grill, while the others went back to the kitchen to get the hot dogs, hamburgers, potato chips, and paper plates. Jenny brought the chainsaw out and cut down several small dead trees, then sawed them up into short lengths that would fit into the bricked-in barbecue. She brought the last of them over to Ted, who already had several hot dogs going, and then she carried the chainsaw back inside, since she didn't like to leave it lying around. "Come and get 'em!" Ted shouted. "I'm right here," said Jeff, standing about a foot away and shaking his head. No matter what Ted did, he always managed to get carried away. Jenny stopped just outside the cabin and looked over her shoulder. She had that funny feeling once again, that sense that she had barely just caught someone watching, some movement out of the corner of her eyes, but when she turned around there wasn't anything there. She went inside and safely put the chainsaw away in the storage closet. It was the sort of thing that could really cause a nasty accident. One slip and it could easily slice through muscle and sever an artery before the chain caught on some bone. Maybe she was being a little paranoid, but it was better to be safe than sorry. As she headed back to join the others, she found herself thinking about Jason Voorhees. Perhaps it was because Paul's story had set her imagination off, or perhaps it was because the psychology student in her was fascinated by the tale. She wondered if the legend could possibly be true. What if the boy had never really drowned at all? What if he really were still alive? His mother was obviously a psychopathic personality. Apparently nothing was known about his father. There was no reference to him in any of the stories about Camp Blood or in any of the newspaper articles about the killings. What if the pathetic, disturbed child had run off into the woods, perhaps to escape abusive parents, or maybe to get away from the cruelty of the other children, or possibly just because the search for him had caused him to hide because he was afraid to get in trouble? She recalled a story she had once read about a search for a missing retarded man in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. Exceedingly shy, and with the mind of a small child, the man had eluded searchers because every time he heard them getting close, he hid from them. It could have been like that with Jason. They had given up for dead, stopped searching for his body, and closed the camp. What must it have been like for him then, she thought, living alone and frightened in the woods, existing like an animal? How had he been able to survive? She shook her head and pushed the thought out of her mind. It was, of course, only a hypothetical situation, something that only might have occurred. It would have made for a fantastic case study if it were true, but then surely someone would have discovered him by now. It had been a long time since all that had happened. The boy had drowned, and that was that. She didn't know why she was dwelling on this. There was plenty of time to think about abnormal psychology when she got back to school. This was supposed to be her vacation, and she'd never be able to enjoy it if she couldn't kick back and relax. Everyone was sitting down to eat by the time she returned. Ted had a hot dog in one hand and a barbecue fork in the other. His mouth was crammed full, and there was mustard dribbling down his chin. Flourishing the fork as if he were a conductor leading an orchestra, he looked as happy as a kid in a mud puddle. "Where's Terry?" Jenny asked, looking around. Ted mumbled something with his mouth full. She didn't understand a word and asked him to repeat it. He swallowed and told her that Terry's dog had disappeared somewhere and she had gone off to look for it. Jenny recalled seeing the little dog when they were out on the trail. She remembered how it had gone running off into the woods, barking at a squirrel or something, and she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen the dog since then. "Muffin!" Terry called, combing the brush along the trail. "Muffin, here, girl!" He stood perfectly still and watched the girl approach. He imagined what it would be like to kill her. The way he had killed Alice, or the way he had killed Ralph. The way he would kill all of them one at a time. Drawing it out so that each death would, if only for a little while, quench the relentless flame that burned within him. "Muffin, here, girl!" It had begun with Alice, the sensation of holding her while he drove the ice pick through her skull, sensing her terror when she realized what was happening, feeling her life draining away. He had awakened something deep within him, some primordial predatory instinct that made him lust to kill again. "Muffin!" It was as if some voice within him urged him on, commanding him to kill. After Alice, there had been a brief respite from the frenzy that had made his head feel as if it was about to burst. It made his chest feel tight, and it was difficult to breathe. He had felt as if he were on fire, burning up. "Here, girl! Here, Muffin!" For a little while, after he had killed Alice and brought her home to Mother, it had gone away, and then it had returned once more, even stronger than before. Much stronger. After he killed, he felt relief again, but it didn't last for long. This time it came back not only stronger than before, it came back faster. He felt it now. The tightness in his chest, the shortness of breath, the fire in his mind. "Terry!" Ted shouted in the distance. "Lunch!" She stopped not 20 feet from him and turned around. "Okay, I'm coming!" she yelled back. She took one quick last look around and started running down the trail towards the picnic area. Terry was starting to get worried about Muffin. Her dog had never run away like that before. What could have happened to her? Paul's threat to take them running after lunch turned out to be nothing more than a bluff, and, much to their relief, he consented to let them have a free afternoon for swimming after his first aid lecture. While everyone changed into their swimsuits and gathered up at the lake, Sandra took Jeff aside. "Jeff," she said, looking around to see if anyone was within earshot. "You ready?" He looked puzzled. "For what?" "Camp Blood," she said. Her eyes lit up with excitement. He made a wry face at her and shook his head. "Come on, Sandra. You know we're not supposed to go near that place." "Oh, come on. It's only a short walk," she urged him. "They'll never even know we're gone." He looked reluctant. "Jeff, I'm serious," said Sandra. "I really want to see it. When we get back to the city, we can tell everyone that we were there." He hesitated, undecided. She took him by the arm and pulled. "Oh, come on, you chicken shit." They checked to make sure there was no one watching them. Then Sandra said, "Okay, let's go." And they quickly slipped away into the woods. They walked through the trees for a short while to keep out of sight, and then they cut back down the trail following the shoreline, heading toward Camp Crystal Lake. While the other counselors swam and swung themselves down the lake, Jeff and Sandra made their way toward the deserted Camp Blood like a couple of kids playing hooky. They enjoyed the feeling of doing something that they weren't supposed to do. They held each other's hands and followed the trail as it wound its serpentine way around the lake. Before long, they reached a place that had once been a large clearing, perhaps a packed dirt parking lot. Only now it was covered with dead leaves and overgrown with weeds, brush, and young saplings. Moments later, they came to a rusty barbed wire fence. Affixed to it was an old metal sign that read, "No trespassing." Part of the fence had fallen down, allowing them easy access. It was almost as if they were being invited in. "This must be it," said Jeff uneasily. Sandra took his arm and moved a little closer to him. She seemed to have lost some of her confidence. "Yeah," she said, glancing all around. They stepped over the fence and entered the grounds of Camp Crystal Lake. Camp Blood. There seemed to be something ominous about the place, a feeling that was almost tangible. Sandra wondered if it was something about the place itself, or if she was experiencing strange vibes because she knew about what had happened here. She recalled her older brother who had gone to school in Los Angeles, telling her about the time that some friends had shown him the ranch where Charles Manson and his murderous followers had lived. She hadn't even been born when the grisly Tate LaBianca murders had shocked the nation, but years later she saw the events depicted in a film called Helter Skelter. There wasn't much left of the place, her brother had said, only the gateposts and foundations, pretty much all that remained of the infamous Spawn Ranch where Mason played satanic guru to his followers. But he told her there was an eerie atmosphere about the entire area, an aura that seemed pregnant with foreboding, as the former tenants had left behind an indelible, evil, spiritual impression of their presence. And that was exactly how she felt right now. It was almost as if the place was haunted, though of course that was ridiculous, but nevertheless there was something about it that had made her draw closer to Jeff and look around nervously. They were all alone out here, but she was starting to have the most particular feeling, as if someone or something was watching them. They could see the ruins of several cabins. A couple of them looked as if they had been burned down. The boards were blackened and rotting, and the structures were overgrown with woods and ivy. It was as if the woods were trying to reclaim the place, to swallow it and wipe out the memory of what had happened there. Sandra, feeling very scared, had glanced at Jeff and saw that he too looked uneasy. "Oh my God!" Sandra suddenly said, stopping and pulling back on Jeff's arm. He jumped about a foot, startled by her reaction. She pointed down at their feet at the remains of a small animal. All that was left of it were a few tufts of fur and shattered bones, some entrails and some bloody meat that had been half devoured. It looked freshly killed, as if it had just been torn apart. "Looks like a dog," Sandra said. They all knew that Muffin was missing. Jeff bent down to look at it more closely. He grimaced at the smell. "Too mangled to tell," he said. Sandra swallowed nervously. "What do you think did it?" she said. Jeff shook his head. "Wild animal, I guess." There was a knot forming in Sandra's stomach. What if it wasn't a wild animal, she thought? What if it was something worse? The feeling that they were not alone grew stronger. She wanted nothing more than to leave this creepy place. Perhaps her imagination was running wild, but she was even starting to think that she could hear footsteps approaching. She screamed as a large hand reached past her, grabbed Jeff by the shoulder, and spun him around violently. They stood face to face with the beefy deputy sheriff of Crystal Lake. He did not look very happy. Behind them, through the trees, they could see the flashing lights of his squad car on the dirt road leading to the camp. "What are you kids doing out here?" he snapped. Jeff glanced at Sandra as if to say, "Well, that's another fine mess you've gotten us into." They were marched back to the squad car and told to sit in the back seat behind the steel grating. Then the deputy slammed the door and got into the front. They noticed that there were no door handles on the inside. Sandra wondered if they had been placed under arrest. Weren't they supposed to have their rights read to them first? She was tempted to ask the cop about it, but decided that under the circumstances, it might be better to say nothing. They were driven back to the counselor training center, and everyone saw them sitting in the back like common criminals, as the squad car pulled up to the main house with its lights flashing. The deputy ushered them into Paul's office, and they stood with their heads lowered, looking embarrassed as the policeman read Paul Holt the riot act. "You're going to have to keep your people away from that place, Holt," the deputy said in a tone that brooked no nonsense. "It's condemned. Next time I catch anyone over there, I'm going to run 'em in." Jeff spoke up, feeling guilty that Paul had to sit there and take the blame on their account. "He told us not to." Paul interrupted him. "Let me handle this," he said. "I might even get a warrant against you," the deputy added, looking at Paul threateningly. "Oh, really?" Paul said, raising his eyebrows, not looking intimidated in the least. Jenny walked in carrying a clipboard as if she had done some business in the office, though it was only an excuse to see what was going on. She saw Paul sitting at his desk looking up at the big cop who towered over him. The deputy placed his hands on the edge of Paul's desk and leaned forward towards Paul. "Look, Holt," he said. "People say what you're doing with these kids is great. You've got a good reputation, but if I was you, I'd have located in the next county." He paused. "You're too close," he said. "Things have been quiet for 5 years, and that's the way we want to keep it." "So do I, officer," Paul said. "So do I." He glanced at Jeff and Sandra, standing behind the deputy. "Okay, you two," he said. "Take off, and I'll talk to you at dinner." Thanks, Mr. Holt," said Sandra, wanting nothing more than to get out of there. "It won't happen again," Jeff said as they walked out the door. The deputy turned to watch them leave and then looked back at Paul, obviously aggravated. "That's it?" he said. "You're not even going to reprimand them? No punishment?" He couldn't believe it. "What kind of place is this?" Jenny," said Paul. "Yes, Paul?" She glanced at the cop briefly, then looked at him. "No seconds on dessert for Jeff and Sandra tonight," he said, with a perfectly straight face. Jenny suppressed a smile. Disgusted, the deputy shook his head and left. Sandra was very quiet as they walked away from the main house, heading down the path towards their cabins. Jeff looked at her with concern. Fortunately, it hadn't been such a big deal with the cop. They'd gotten off easy, yet something was clearly bothering her. "You okay?" he said. She took a deep breath and sighed heavily. "Should we tell Terry, about what we saw?" Jeff thought back to the remains of the small creature they had seen, torn to pieces at Camp Crystal Lake. He could imagine how Terry would react if they had told her about it. "No way," he said emphatically. "As far as I'm concerned, we didn't see a thing." As Deputy Winslow drove away from Paul Holt's counselor training center, he wondered if he had been too easy on those kids. He had definitely been too easy on that Holt. That much was certain. "Man," he thought, "you tried to do a guy a favor and all he does is give you a hard time." That bit about no seconds on dessert was an obvious slap in the face. A complete disregard of his authority. You tried to give a guy a break because he comes to town with good intentions, Winslow thought, because he moves in with his own business. That was good for the community, admittedly, and it was a very small business and a seasonal one at that. But it was business just the same, and you always tried to help out the local business people. Things were tough enough, with the new mall under construction over in the next town, and everybody planning to take their retail business over there. So far, 3 of the merchants in town had already made arrangements to close down their stores in Crystal Lake and reopen in the mall when it was completed. At least 4 more that Winslow knew of were thinking about it seriously. Their overhead would be much steeper at the mall, but they would have a lot more walk-in trade, and they were dying in Crystal Lake. Hell, everyone was dying. Angie Black had packed up her herbs and fold remedies, closed down her plant nursery, and moved right out of town. She had gone to the big city where she planned to open up some sort of occult supply store or something. She said that the city people were suckers for things like that. Tarot decks, astrological readings, incense, and crystals and whatnot. She said she simply had to come up with a new wrinkle and make a fresh start someplace else. It had been the same thing with Tom Dunn and his smoke shop. He just couldn't make a living in Crystal Lake anymore, so he had closed up and moved away to New York City. Doc Hansen had moved away too, bought into some partnership with several city doctors and a medical complex. Miss Willis over at the elementary school had quit her job and gone to Colorado to become a writer. It was like that everywhere, thought Winslow. Small towns were dying all over the country, but Crystal Lake was particularly hard hit, especially after what had happened here. Everyone was leaving. Even the sheriff was talking about quitting and going out west to some place like Wyoming or Montana and getting a job on the highway patrol or some county police force. Winslow had always hoped he would have the chance to be promoted, but it wasn't going to be much fun being the sheriff of a ghost town. And the way things were going, that was the way Crystal Lake was headed. Paul Holt was the first to come into town with a new business in 5 years. The Chamber of Commerce was eager to keep him happy, and as a result he had pretty good relations with the people in the town. But although Winslow was able to appreciate what even the smallest business would mean to Crystal Lake's economy, he was far from convinced that Paul Holt's type of business was the sort that they really needed. The members of the chamber had argued that if he could make a go of it out there on the lake, it could bring more people into town. Other camps would send their counselors there to train in the beginning of the summer, and perhaps some more summer camps would open up out there. If things would pick up again during the summer, then more tourists would be coming in, and if they came during the summer, things were bound to pick up during the hunting and fishing season later in the year. Once they had seen the pretty country, maybe some of those hunters and fishermen would think about moving to Crystal Lake to get away from the big city. You could never tell. The members of the chamber said that all these things could easily add up to another boom for Crystal Lake. Lord knows they needed it. Besides, they said with everyone moving out of town, they needed to encourage anybody who came in and tried to make a start with something, no matter how small. Beggars couldn't very well be choosers. Winslow had conceded the point, but he had reminded them of what had happened the last time someone had tried to start something out by Crystal Lake. About 5 years ago, he had said pointedly, there had been no need to elaborate. They had all known he meant Steve Christie's effort to open up Camp Crystal Lake again. They had remembered all too well the murders at Camp Blood. "You really want another summer camp out there?" Winslow had asked. "You really want more kids running around in the woods and getting into God knows what sort of trouble? Having sex out there and smoking dope? That was what it all started at last time, remember?" But they hadn't listened to him. They still clung to the dream that someone would come out to Crystal Lake and see how beautiful it was and decide to buy up a big piece of the lake property and put in a development. Condos, Winslow thought with disgust. Sweet Jesus, you never know with the members. One of the members of the chambers had said, maybe one of the kids who would come out to that training center Holt is running could have a father who's a bigwig in real estate development. It wasn't so far-fetched an idea. It could happen. Yeah, sure. Don't hold your breath, Winslow had thought. But since they were the ones who paid his salary, he had gone along with it and promised to give Holt every break he could in case any of his kids got a little out of hand. That was precisely what had happened, and young Mr. Holt couldn't even be bothered to show his appreciation. Worse, he had responded with complete contempt for police authority. But what the hell could you expect, thought Winslow. That Holt wasn't much more than a kid himself. Kids nowadays simply had no respect for authority. It came from having parents that were too damn permissive. Winslow thought. He should have locked those two kids up to teach them a lesson, and then made that smart-ass Holt post bail, or else explain to their parents why their children had been slapped in jail while under his responsibility. If he had done that, he had a feeling Holt would have probably deprived them of a lot more than just seconds on dessert. In any case, that was the last break those people would ever get from him. His thoughts were interrupted as a figure suddenly darted across the road in front of him. Someone had burst out of the bushes to the side of the road, running directly across his path and plunging into the woods. It happened so quickly that Winslow didn't get a very good look at him. He barely had time to slam on the brakes. He struck his steering wheel with his fist. He couldn't believe it. He had just got through telling those people that the property was condemned and that he wouldn't tolerate any more intrusions there, and now here was another one of them heading right for the old camp. He opened the door and stepped out. "Hey!" he called after the rapidly retreating figure. "Hey, you!" There was no response. Whoever it was continued running. Winslow could hear him crashing through the underbrush. With a curse, the deputy took off after the fleeing figure, pursuing him on foot. "Hold it!" he shouted, furious at not having his commands obeyed. He swore under his breath and continued running through the woods, stumbling over fallen logs, pushing branches away from his face, and breathing hard from the unaccustomed exertions. Too much beer at the roadhouse every night after his shift was taking its toll. "Damn kids," he thought as he tripped over a vine and almost fell. "That's it. That's absolutely the last damn straw. You give 'em an inch and they take a goddamn yard. Well, this time they were going to jail." He was brought up short by a small stream. He could no longer hear whoever it was he was chasing. He stood perfectly still for a moment, listening for the slightest telltale sound, but the woods suddenly went completely quiet. Even the birds were silent. There was only the sound of the wind rustling the trees and the water trickling over the rocks. He bent over and peered intently into the shallow stream. Yes, there they were, footprints in the mud of the stream bed, not getting eradicated by the flowing water, meaning that whoever it was had only splashed through the stream a few moments before. Winslow leapt across the stream, not quite clearing it and getting his feet wet. He stopped for a moment, breathing heavily, and then he continued jogging through the woods. He'd had about enough of this nonsense. Whoever it was would be awful goddamn sorry when he caught up with them. An experienced backwoods tracker from years of hunting in this country, Winslow was easily able to spot the broken branches where his fleeing quarry had plunged through the thicket on the opposite side of the stream. He pushed through into a clearing littered with dead leaves and pine boughs. The branches overhead caused the waning light to break through the clearing in diffused beams, which gave the place a soft, eerie glow. Across the clearing from Winslow stood a dilapidated two-room cabin, little more than a tumble-down shack patched together with tar paper, corrugated tin, and old rotting boards nailed up haphazardly. It was overgrown with weeds and ivy and covered with moss and fungus, where the wood was disintegrating from the moisture seeping through. Winslow looked around and saw a blackened foundation, a short distance away on the opposite side of the clearing. It was mostly crumbling concrete and charred beams, all that remained of another cabin that had burned down some time ago. He had pursued his quarry directly to the grounds of the long-abandoned Camp Crystal Lake. Judging only by the appearance of this one cabin, or what was left of it, someone had actually been trying to preserve it, although in a very sloppy way. His first thought was perhaps some of the local kids had found this circuitous back way into the camp from the county road, thereby avoiding the dirt road that led down to the camp from the other side where they might have been spotted. He thought perhaps they had tried to patch the old place back together so they could use it as a secret clubhouse. It was just the sort of thing that kids would do, and he really couldn't blame them for it. He'd gone in for the same sort of thing himself when he was just a kid, but he'd have to put a stop to this immediately. These old ruined buildings were dangerous. They should have been torn down a long time ago. Some kid could fall through a rotting floor or the roof could cave in. There could even be snakes or poisonous spiders living in these crumbling old homes, since they liked rotting wood and moist, dark spaces. Winslow was thinking about secret hideouts as he walked up to the cabin, but when he pushed through the squeaky wooden door, those thoughts fled from his mind at once. He gasped and his face twisted into a grimace of disgust and disbelief as he looked around the interior of the cabin. The stench was unbelievable. A floorboard creaked loudly as he stepped inside, holding his breath and waiting for his eyes to become accustomed to the dim light. The inside of the cabin was thoroughly trashed. Pieces of the roof were missing. A grime-encrusted window barely let in any light at all, and the glass was gone completely from the window on the other side, replaced by a filthy, moth-eaten scrap of cloth tacked over the frame like a sort of curtain. However, not even the cruel breeze that came in through the busted window could dissipate the nauseating smell inside the place. It was the stink of urine and feces, the smell of rotting food and decomposing flesh. Winslow knew that homicide detectives in the city often smoked cigars and cigarettes when they had to go into a room where a dead body had been laying, undiscovered for several days, because the odor of the burning tobacco helped to mask the smell of death. However, it would have taken an entire burning field of tobacco to even make a dent in this overpowering stink that made his eyes water. One of the pantry doors was hanging by a rusted hinge. Another was missing entirely, revealing empty shelves caked with dirt and grime, shrouded with spider webs and littered with rat droppings. Dirty work cloths that looked as if they had been picked out of some trash heap were thrown together in a filthy pile beside an old stained mattress with the stuffing coming out of it. Scraps of food and the rotten remains of small animals such as squirrels and rabbits were scattered here and there about the room. There were several candles, and on the shelf beneath the cracked and peeling cabinet were a couple of unbelievably filthy iron pans encrusted with dried blood and grease. Patched together, broken furniture was scattered about the room, and a rag of a curtain concealed the entry to the back room. Half expecting to find his quarry hiding there, Winslow reached for the curtain. A sudden bang behind him made him spin around, his hand going for his holster. However, it was only the rusted hinge holding up the pantry door finally giving way and allowing the door to fall crashing to the floor. Winslow sighed with relief and turned back to the curtain, looked aside, and recoiled, gagging on the incredibly foul odor that assaulted him. It was a bathroom. The water had, of course, been turned off for years, so the toilet didn't flush. The evidence was incontrovertible. Someone had actually been living here, but living like some savage beast in the most subhuman conditions imaginable. This was no secret clubhouse for some kids, but the home of some half-human derelict, some pathetic, mentally incompetent bum who had somehow stumbled upon this place and taken refuge here. So much for the legend of Jason Voorhees, Winslow thought. Here was the answer. The explanation for all the reports of figures skulking through the nights and picking through the trash heaps. Shadow briefly glimpsed just off the wooden trails, the mysteriously rustling in the night just beyond the campgrounds, and the occasional thefts from the outlying homes located on the edge of town. Some miserable, homeless, benighted wanderer, a pathetic mental patient cut loose from some hospital because his insurance had run out, had taken refuge in this long-abandoned cabin, running off into the woods and hiding whenever anyone came near. This was how the whole thing got started, Winslow thought. Everyone was afraid of nothing more than some pitiful, crazy bum who was merely trying to stay alive. He looked toward the heavy wooden door leading to the very back of the cabin, where the poor bastard was probably hiding, like some wounded animal, scared of his own shadow. Well, no one should have to live like this. He'd go on there, cuff the poor guy, and take him off to jail. Hell, he'd be doing him a favor. The food and living conditions there would be at least 200% better than what he had out here, and in the morning the judge would hold a hearing and find some place or something that would take him. Winslow put his hand on the rusty metal knob and turned it. The door creaked open an inch, and then stuck. He grunted and pushed at it. It moved a little more, but still resisted his efforts. He stuck the toe of his boot into the crack and put his shoulder into it. With a loud creaking sound, the door swung open. Winslow staggered into the room as the door suddenly gave way before him, and what he found inside stopped him short, as if he'd run into a brick wall. His eyes went wide with horror, and his breath caught. His knees became weak, and his stomach felt as if someone had kicked him there. He suddenly felt dizzy as his mind rebelled against the acceptable reality of what was in the back room of that rotting cabin. He grabbed the door jamb to steady himself. He felt faint, overpowered by the awesome smell and grisly sight that suddenly confronted him. "Oh my God!" he whimpered, unable to take his eyes away from the tableau before him. Behind him a board creaked softly. A hand raised a pick hammer high overhead, and before Winslow could react to the telltale sound behind him, the hammer came down with brutal swiftness, striking him in the back of the head. The pick's point smashed through his skull and buried itself deep in his brain in one savagely powerful blow. Winslow felt a brief incandescent moment of searing pain, and then all feeling went away forever. He was already dead when he crumpled to the floor. Chapter 6. It was getting dark, and the hanging party lights illuminated the porch of the main house as the counselor trainees finished up their dinner. Paul stood up and banged on the table for attention. "Okay, people," he said. "Today was fun and games, right? I like to start slow, ease you into it." The response was a chorus of groans and weary muttering. If today was only starting slow, they didn't want to know about getting up to speed. So far as they were all concerned, they had signed up for a summer camp counselor training course, not survival lessons. Paul acted as if he were training a mercenary unit. "Well, tomorrow we get serious," said Paul to their complete disbelief. "If anybody wants a last night on the town, now's your chance." Me, said Ted, raising his hand like a small boy, begging to be called on in class. Paul smiled. Jenny started gathering up the dishes. "Okay, who else?" Paul said. "We want to go in as few cars as possible, folks." Half a dozen hands shot up. "Oh, and by the way," said Paul, "our 2 wanderers have volunteered to stay behind and watch the camp." He glanced pointedly at Jeff and Sandra. "Haven't they?" he said, a slight edge to his voice. Jeff and Sandra exchanged glances, sighed, and quietly lowered their heads. "Right, Mr. Holt," Jeff said. "Sure," said Sandra with resignation. Terry put her hand around Sandra, commiserating with her. "I think I'll stay too," she said. "Muffin might show up." The little dog was missing, and Terry was trying hard not to show how worried she was about her pet. Scott overheard her and immediately changed his mind about going into town. "I think I'll hang around too," he said, with exaggerated nonchalance. He threw in a yawn for good measure. "I'm pretty wiped out." Vicky saddled up to Mark. "Are you staying?" Yeah, said Mark with a self-conscious shrug. "Nothing spoils a party faster than a drunk in a wheelchair." "That's crap," said Vicky, angry at his putting himself down like that. She hesitated, knowing he was a sensitive person and proud. "Look," she said, not wanting to sound as if she was feeling sorry for him, because what she was really starting to feel was something entirely different. "We can go together if you like." Mark gave her a tight smile. "I appreciate it," he said, "but I'm in training." It was his stock line, his excuse for everything, for denying himself the slightest pleasures in life. Vicky gave him a steady look. "Then I'm staying too," she said softly. Mark shrugged awkwardly. "Suit yourself." Paul watched with mild amazement as most of his charges backed out of his offer of a last night on the town. This didn't seem like them at all. He'd never known kids to turn down a chance to party. Maybe he really had been pushing them too hard. He glanced at Jenny. "How about you, second in command?" he said. "Are you going?" "Are you buying?" said Jenny with a grin. "Sure," Paul said. "Then you're on," she said. After the tables were cleared away and the dishes were all done, Ted borrowed the keys to Jeff's pickup truck, swearing that he'd be careful, and then leave it parked in town or let someone else drive if he had too many drinks. Paul decided to throw caution to the winds and ride with Jenny in her VW Bug. Miraculously, it started right up. "Now I know how you can afford tuition to grad school," Paul joked as he got in beside Jenny. "You always find some fool to fix your car and stake you to some beer." "You got it," she said, shifting into first and chugging off after Ted and Jeff's big pickup. Behind them, the counselors drifted back into the house. Terry silently wandered off away from the others, disturbed about her missing dog. It wasn't like Muffin to run away like this, though Muffin had never been out in the woods before either. She had debated leaving Muffin at home, but finally she hadn't been able to bring herself to do it. Muffin was her friend, and it wouldn't be right to leave her all alone all summer, feeling abandoned. She realized that the woods provided dozens upon dozens of new, fascinating sights and sounds and smells for a dog that had spent most of its life in the suburbs, and Terry guessed that Muffin was probably exploring. When Muffin became hungry, she'd come back. At least that was what Terry fervently hoped. She didn't think she'd ever be able to forgive herself if something happened to Muffin, because of her own selfishness of wanting to bring the little dog along. She walked down the path leading to the lake, calling out for Muffin as she went, hoping to hear a joyful barking in response, but there was no sign of Muffin. The sun had gone down and it was dark now. Terry was starting to feel worried. The casino was a rectangular-shaped building located on the edge of town. Neon beer signs lit up all the windows and live music throbbed out into the night. The parking lot was full, and the interior of the bar was crowded with locals from Crystal Lake and several of the surrounding villages. It was a friendly redneck sort of joint, with most of the patrons dressed in jeans and buffalo plaid flannels, cowboy straws, and baseball caps. The band was laying down some hot and heavy rock and roll. They just finished doing their version of Alice Cooper's Under My Wheels, and now they were into a country number as people got out on the dance floor to shake it loose. Ted watched the cute young dark-haired waitress Maggie thread her way through the dancing couples and between the tables, balancing a tray of drinks. The moment he came in, he spotted her, and one look at those dimples, that saucy expression, that trim waist and tight ass, and those many-skirted legs that were shaped to sheer perfection, and Ted knew he was lost beyond all hope of redemption. As she approached, Ted picked up 2 empty amber bottles of the dark Boulder beer he had been drinking, an unbelievable fine brew, shipped in from Colorado, and he brought them up to his eyes as if they were binoculars. "Oh, look at this," he said, staring at Maggie through the bottoms of the bottles. He really couldn't see her very well through the thick amber glass, but if he'd been able to see her, he might not have had the courage to speak up at all. "I think I'm in love," he said. Maggie came up to stand directly in front of him. She leaned on the bar between them and smiled, indicating the 8 empty bottles in front of Ted. "Are you sure you don't want me to clear these?" she said, raising her eyebrows. "No," said Ted with a grin. "I'm collecting these." "Have it your way, honey," Maggie said, grinning at him. "I just don't want the bar to fall down on you." She was astonished at this capacity. She'd seen guys drink half as much and be drunk on their asses. But Ted was one of those rare people whose metabolism was extremely efficient. Maggie was studying to be a pharmacist, and she knew that being able to handle a lot of booze was not so much a matter of machismo as it was a simple matter of biology. Some people's metabolisms were able to handle the traumatic influx of a lot of alcohol due to the efficiency of the enzymes in their livers, though this was not by any means a ticket to a life of hard and fast drinking. It simply meant that they could handle the abuse a little better than most people. Eventually, if the pattern of overindulgence, it would be as toxic to them as to anybody else. She could tell that the beers were starting to get to Ted, but unlike a lot of people, he wasn't becoming obnoxious as he started to get drunk. Instead, he was merely loosening up a little, losing his natural shyness and finding the courage to say things that most guys wouldn't have any trouble saying when they were sober, and slightly slurring his words. Working in a bar, she had heard just about every line in the book, but there was something about the adorably clumsy way that Ted was coming on to her that was really sweet and endearing. And he was cute, too. She'd much rather have a guy who had an easygoing personality and didn't take himself all that seriously than some macho bonehead who thought he was God's gift to women. She smiled and winked at Ted before she moved away to take care of some other customers. "I think she likes you," Paul said, smiling and giving Ted a friendly nudge with his elbow. Ted grinned like a fat kid in an ice cream parlor as he watched Maggie walk away. "I think so too," he said, convinced that she was putting just a little bit extra into her naturally sexy walk just for his sake. She knew he was attracted to her, and she was returning his signals in her own delightful way. He couldn't believe it. Things like this simply didn't happen to him. Was it possible she really liked him? Life was truly wonderful, thought Ted. Take all the fears and paranoias out of the world, and they don't mean a thing when 2 people start clicking with each other. Taking the biggest chance of all in the final analysis, love really was the biggest gamble and the only one worth taking. He took a swig of beer, then suddenly got serious. "You know," he said to Paul, thinking about what had happened earlier that day, "this whole thing is ridiculous, really. 2 of our kids get hauled in today because 5 years ago a girl panics and falls out of a canoe. It's absurd." Jenny pursed her lips as she toyed with her beer bottle. "But what if there is a Jason?" she wondered out loud. Paul snorted. "Oh, bullshit, Jenny." She ignored the remark. Ted's comment had given her the opportunity to voice some of the thoughts she'd been having ever since she had arrived at Crystal Lake. "What if there is some kind of boy beast roaming around Camp Crystal Lake?" she wondered out loud again. "Let's think beyond the legend. Try to put it in real terms, you know? What would he be? An out-of-control psychopath? A frightened retard? A child trapped in a man's body?" She glanced at Paul, who was more familiar with the story than she was. "He'd be grown by now, right?" Paul nodded, an amused expression on his face. "Right," he said, humoring her. "And the only person who ever really knew him was his mother," Jenny said. She tried to imagine what it must have been like for young Jason Voorhees, an outsider no matter where he went or what he did. "He never had any friends. She was everything to him." Yeah, Paul said wryly. A deranged killer? No, Jenny protested. You're missing my whole point, Paul. I doubt that Jason would have even known the meaning of death, or at least anything like that, until that horrible night. Her voice trailed off as she tried to reconstruct what must have happened in that fateful night at Camp Crystal Lake, when Pamela Voorhees had gone on her maddened killing spree. He must have seen the whole thing happen, Jenny said, thinking out loud, trying to fit the elements of the legend with the possible reality. He must have seen his mother killed just because she loved him, she said, her eyes staring intently off into the distance. Wasn't that what her revenge was all about? She asked Paul. Her sense of loss, her rage of what she thought happened, her love for Jason. She glanced from Ted to Paul. They were watching her with interest, as if they were not certain that if she was actually being serious or not in that moment. Bizarre, isn't it? Said Jenny. I mean, just think about it. He has to be crying out for her return, her resurrection. She turned to Paul. What do you think? Paul grinned and shook his head. I think you're drunk, he said. Ted laughed and picked up his beer bottle. He had to search a minute to find the full one in the midst of all the empties. I'll drink to that, he said. He waved at Maggie. Hit us again, sweetheart. Not me, said Jenny, knowing when she'd reached her limit. She glanced at Paul. I'm serious about this, Paul, slightly annoyed at his dismissing her ideas that way. Jason is just a legend, Jenny, Paul said patiently. A legend. Terry stood looking out across the dark lake, savoring the silence of the moment. She had been walking around calling Muffin without avail. She stood on the lakeshore and sighed, afraid to admit to herself the possibility that something might have happened to her little dog. It's all my fault, she thought. Muffin's never been out in the woods before. I should have brought a collar and a leash for her. Still, she had seemed so happy running about like a puppy, enjoying the experience of a completely new environment. Just as she herself was enjoying the freedom of being away from her parents and her schoolmates, her hometown and everything she knew, meeting new people and having new experiences. You can't always be protected, she thought. Sometimes you just have to take a chance and open yourself up to new experiences. Sure, opening yourself up to new things involved a certain degree of risk, but if you never took any risk, then you never learned anything new. She found herself thinking about Scott. He was really good looking and he seemed like a nice guy. If only he didn't act like such a dork. What was it about guys, she wondered, that they seemed to think a girl could only be interested in someone who was always smooth and cool, completely in control? Why did they always have to play those games? Those silly bullshit games that always manifested themselves as aggressive behavior toward the girls who they were supposed to be attracted to. Why couldn't they simply kick back and chill out? Be honest with their feelings, come right out and tell a girl they liked her and wanted to get to know her better. Was that really all that hard to do? Maybe part of it is our own fault, Terry thought. Maybe we put too much pressure on them. Christ, they get enough pressure from the other guys they hang out with. It's not as if they need any more pressure from the girls. She imagined what it must be like in a boys' locker room, the sort of conversations they must have. Some guy gets a date with a really foxy-looking girl, and immediately all his friends want to know how far he got with her. Hey man, what's the score? Did you get laid? You get any pussy off her? What's she like? I hear she's real hot. Of course, there was a certain amount of pressure on the guy to not look like a complete wimp. He had to pretend that he made out, so to speak, even if all he wanted to do was go out to a movie with the girl and maybe a bite to eat afterward. Perhaps just sit in the car and talk and get close to someone. Getting close to someone didn't really have anything to do with fucking. Terry had no doubts on that score. Fucking was really very easy. If you could do sit-ups or push-ups, you could fuck. It was a physical act and nothing more. Fucking didn't make you a man, and it sure as hell didn't make you a woman. No more than doing push-ups or sit-ups made you a man or woman. There was nothing complicated about it at all, but the consequences of it were. There were some pretty serious implications involved in having sex, both emotional and physical. If you were smart, you would take some precautions to make sure you didn't get pregnant or contract some disease, but there was a lot more to it than that. Something that too many of her friends seemed to forget or just not think about. For one, there was no such thing as safe sex, no matter what anyone said. Terry knew of several girls who had gotten pregnant after being with guys who used condoms. A condom could break or have a pinhole in it, or it could actually come off inside the girl. She heard stories of that happening. She had even heard of a case where a girl had gotten pregnant with an IUD. A diaphragm was no sure thing either, and birth control pills, while probably the safest way to go, could still have some hazardous side effects. However, beyond the mere physical consequences that went along with having sex, there were the emotional consequences too, which could be a lot more serious, even if they did not result in pregnancy. Making love with someone was about the most intimate thing that you could do, and if you weren't ready for it emotionally, it could really mess you up. After all, there was a big difference between making love and having sex, and if one person thought that he or she was making love while the other person only thought they were fucking, then someone was being used. Terry was no prude, far from it. She had gone all the way with guys before, but it had never really meant much. Oh, it had felt nice, all right, but when it came right down to it, there had to be a lot more to it than that. And if there was one thing Terry had learned, it was that love and sex were completely different things. You could have love without sex, and it could still be special, but sex without love didn't mean very much at all. Terry was not inhibited about the way she looked. She was proud of herself. She had a naturally great body, and she took special care to keep it that way. With a figure like hers, she had learned early on that men would stare at her. It didn't really bother her. Sometimes, just to show them what it felt like, she would stare back, and every time it happened, they always looked away. What bothered Terry was people who made assumptions about her based on their own preconceptions about the way she looked. Scott didn't really do that, but in his own way, he was just as frustrating. She thought that perhaps a guy as handsome as Scott might understand about people making superficial comments based on the way someone looked, but he seemed to have the same misconceptions as a lot of guys she'd known. He seemed to think that a simple, honest, direct approach would never work, because someone who looked the way she did must have heard every line there was. So Scott seemed to think that the way to go about it was to tease her and play games with her, just to prove that he was not intimidated by her. She sighed. Some guys just never grew up. We are all so afraid of being rejected, Terry thought, that we can't even talk to one another anymore. She kicked off her shoes and felt the water with her toes. It was cold, but not too cold for swimming. She looked around. The others were all back up at the main house. It was dark, and she was all alone. The only illumination came from the spotlight mounted on the boathouse roof. It reflected in shimmering ripples off the dark water. Why not, she thought. She peeled off her sweatshirt and then took off her pants, putting them down by a rock close to the shore. Then she stripped off her panties and waded naked into the dark, cool lake. When she got up to her thighs, she took a deep breath and plunged in, experiencing the bracing shock of the cold water. After a moment, she was used to it, and she started an uneasy Australian crawl stroke, cutting through the dark water and then ducking down beneath it, breaststroking underwater for a short distance, and then bursting up for a deep breath of cool air. It felt great to skinny dip alone at night, but after a while she started to feel cold and swam toward the shore. She came up feeling refreshed and invigorated, although the wind had picked up slightly and she hugged herself against the chill. And then she noticed that her clothes were gone for a moment. She stood still, uncertain if she was looking in the right place or not, and then she heard a chuckle and spun around to see Scott coming out from behind the boathouse, carrying her clothes in his arms. "Looking for something?" he said, grinning and eyeing her appreciatively. She covered herself with her arms and looked at him with exasperation. "Come and get 'em," he said, backing away towards the woods as she approached, tossing her one piece of clothing at a time, starting with her sneakers. First one and then the other, followed by her panties and her sweatpants. She followed him, hopping on one foot to put her sneakers on, then slipping on her panties and her sweatpants. She cursed him under her breath as he kept laughing and dancing away from her reach, not at all amused by this childish display. "If I get my hands on you!" Scott laughed and dangled the shirt just beyond her reach, jerking it away each time she tried to snatch it from him. "Scott, it's no longer funny," she said. He backed away from her, taunting her and waving her shirt as if he were a bullfighter. But then his laughter was cut short abruptly as his feet were snapped out from under him and he was yanked upside down into the air. "Ah! Help! Help!" he shouted. He had stepped into a snare and now he hung twisted from the spring pole by his heels, completely helpless. "God damn that Paul!" Scott swore furiously. "Him and his wilderness bullshit!" Terry slipped on her shirt and glanced at him, anxiously, momentarily forgetting her anger at him. "What can I do?" she said. "Get me down, that's what," said Scott. Terry moved under him and tried to support his weight so that she could loosen the loop around his ankles, but it was useless. He was too heavy for her, especially hanging upside down the way he was, dead weight. "I'll have to get a knife," she said, "and cut the rope." "Hurry!" Scott pleaded with her, no longer feeling so cocky. "Okay." She stepped back and looked at him thoughtfully and walked around him in a slow circle, smiling at his predicament. It served him right. "I ought to let you hang, you pervert," she said, deciding to rub it in a little. "Come on, Terry," he pleaded. "Give me a break." "You gonna cut the crap?" "Sure, anything, I promise." She gave him a long look and watched him squirm. "Okay," she said at last, and then she added with a grin, "Don't go anywhere." Scott grimaced wryly. "Very funny." She grinned at him, enjoying how the tables had turned a bit. She loved watching him squirm, and that was one thing, but leaving him hanging for very long would not be safe. The blood would all rush to his head. She ran up the steps to her cabin and opened the door. She hurried over to the closet and pulled down her backpack. She knew she had a Swiss Army knife in there somewhere and started rummaging for it. Meanwhile, the time seemed to pass with excruciating slowness for Scott. He was beginning to feel a little dizzy. Where the hell was she? She would come back, wouldn't she? Surely she wouldn't just leave him here like this. Would she? The wind picked up a little, and he began to turn gently in the breeze. Suddenly he felt someone grab him by the hair and gave a sharp, painful yank. Before he could even cry out, the blade of a machete flashed before him, and he felt white heat lance across his throat. Blood spurted from his severed jugular, running down his neck to his chin, trickling across his face, into his eyes, as he swung gently in the breeze. He tried to scream, but his trachea and larynx had been cut clean through. His voice box had been severed, and he couldn't make a sound. Terry came running down the path, coming from her cabin, carrying the Swiss Army knife in her right hand. She stopped about a foot away from where he hung, turned away from her. "Scott," she said firmly, putting her hands on her hips. "I'm going to cut you down, but if you ever do anything like that again, I'm going to kill you." There was no response. "Scott," she said, uncertainly, wondering if he had fainted. She reached out and turned him around and then recoiled, staggering back away from him and screaming as she saw the gaping grisly wound upon his throat, the vivid streaks of blood running down his face, into his hair, and dripping to the ground. Terry kept screaming uncontrollably. She backed away in horror, and then she turned around. A blade slashed in the moonlight and cut off her screams forever. Chapter 7. The music in the main house prevented them from hearing Terry's frenzied screams. They had the stereo turned up, and Mark and Jeff sat at the table, locked in an arm wrestling combat as the girls watched and cheered them on. "Come on," said Vicky, sitting close to Mark, urging him on. "Come on, Mark." Both boys were grimacing as their arms wavered first one way and then the other. But it was clear that Mark was stronger. As Jeff started to weaken, he grunted in exasperation and used his other arm to pull Mark's arm down. Both boys laughed. "Cheater," said Vicky, grinning at him. "2 out of 3, said Jeff, flexing his fingers. Sandra saddled up to him and bumped him with her hip. "Jeff, don't wear yourself out," she said in a low, husky voice. "You want to wrestle? Come up here with me." She pulled him to the couch. Jeff required no coaxing. He sat down and pulled her into his lap. Her arms went around his neck and their lips met in a long, passionate kiss. Vicky watched them for a moment, then leaned close to Mark and spoke into his ear. "You want to take me on?" she said softly. Mark wasn't sure how to respond to her. Just looking at her was enough to make his heart start hammering away inside his chest. But he didn't want to leave himself open to being hurt again. Some girls just flirted with him to be kind. He'd had more than his share of that sort of kindness. He had feelings too, and just because he was confined to a wheelchair didn't mean he couldn't feel normal male desire. "Okay, have a seat," he said. He smiled and put his arm up. "I only want your fingers," Vicky said, her eyes staring deeply into his. He raised his eyebrows. "What?" She produced 3 little electronic games and laid them on the table. "Take your pick," she said, smiling. "They're Ted's. It's okay with him." Mark picked up the little boxes one at a time, examining them. Football, hockey, baseball. He glanced at Vicky. What was happening here, he asked himself. Was it only his imagination, or was this incredibly gorgeous girl actually coming on to him? "What's your pleasure?" he said, trying to keep his voice level. "The one with the puck," she said slyly. Mark cleared his throat. You mean, hockey?" She stared at him innocently. "Is that what you call it?" Mark flushed slightly, not certain if she was flirting with him or teasing him. "Jesus, girl, don't do this to me," he thought. "Don't rattle my chain. It's not fair." "What do we play for?" he asked. Vicky moved a little closer to him and smiled seductively. "Position," she said, looking straight into his eyes as they played. On the couch, Sandra broke the long kiss with Jeff and slowly got up to her feet. She reached out for Jeff's hand and, smiling, led him up the stairs. Mark and Vicky watched them go and exchanged knowing glances. "Your turn," Vicky said, handing the computer game to Mark. Their hands touched briefly as she passed the game to him, and she felt the electricity in the brief contact. "3 goals or you're gonna lose," she said, looking directly into his eyes, saying things with her expression that she was not saying with words. "I've heard that one before," said Mark, taking the game and punching the small buttons. Was it possible that he wasn't just imagining this? He was really getting turned on. He'd been attracted to her from the first moment they met. Could it be that she felt the same way for him? As he played with the computer game, Vicky started to roll a joint. She glanced at him, intent on the small screen, and, for a moment, she hesitated, not sure how to bring the subject up. Then she took a deep breath and decided what the hell, just come right out with it. "Mark," she said, not merely looking at him, making it seem merely a casual question. "What happened that you have to be in a wheelchair?" "Motorcycle accident, paralyzed my legs." Vicky swallowed nervously. "Is it permanent?" "Doctors think so," Mark said. "I don't." He glanced at her. "I don't intend to be in this thing the rest of my life," he said firmly. Vicky pinched the ends of the joint. She touched her tongue to her upper lip. "Just your legs, huh?" she said in an offhand manner. She hesitated, then took the plunge. "Everything else is okay?" Mark understood her meaning. "Oh, I do all right," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "One way or another." She smiled. "Toke," she said, holding out the joint. He shook his head. "I'm in training, remember?" "For what?" she said, giving him a level stare. Upstairs, Jeff lay in bed, tooting his harmonica and watching as Sandra slowly unbuttoned her tight shorts and eased them down over her hips, smiling seductively and maintaining direct eye contact with him all the time. She ran her tongue lightly over her teeth and crawled on top of him, pushing up his shirt and kissing his stomach softly. She slipped his shirt off over his head and put her arms around him, pulling him close as they kissed, their tongues tasting each other. Then she pulled off her blouse and pressed up against him, lightly running tongue across his parted lips, feeling the moistness between her legs as her nipples grew hard against his bare, smooth chest. Downstairs, Mark put down the computer game, having failed to score enough goals to beat Vicky. He conceded defeat with a sigh. "What does the winner get?" said Vicky in a low and husky voice as she looked deep into his eyes. "What does the winner want?" Mark asked her. She stared at him, her eyes sending smoldering messages. "Guess," she said softly, leaning forward and kissing him gently on the lips, once, twice, then slipping her tongue into his mouth. After a moment, she drew back. "Want to stay together tonight?" she whispered. "I was just about to ask you," Mark said. Vicky smiled. "My cabin or yours?" "Ted's and mine," said Mark, thinking that the last thing he needed was to have Ted coming back late and walking in on them. "I don't think that would work out." Vicky put out the joint. "We've got the whole camp," she said. "We'll find our own cabin." She stood up. "Just give me a few minutes to get a few things, okay?" "Sure," he said, swallowing hard, hardly able to believe that this was really happening to him. She bent down and gave him a quick kiss. "I'll be right back," she promised in a whisper. She went outside and hurried down the path back to her cabin, humming to herself happily. She had been so afraid that things might not work out between them, that Mark, because of his injuries, might not be able to make love, or that he would take her coming on to him as a show of pity, or worse still, as some sort of perverse desire on her part to have an unusual sexual experience. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, she was more than a little nervous about spending the night with him. She had never made love with a handicapped person before. She had no idea what to do. She guessed she'd just have to be on top, but beyond that, she really wasn't certain how to go about it. Was there anything she might inadvertently do that could hurt him in any way? She was sure Mark would take charge and tell her what to do. She just didn't want to seem awkward with him. She wanted it to be right between them. She ran up the stairs to her cabin and went inside. After flicking on the light, she briefly checked herself in the mirror, then went over to the dresser and took out a fresh blouse. She slipped out of her halter top and into the blouse, then rummaged through the drawer in which she kept her panties until she found the one she was looking for, a pair of sheer black silk bikini panties. She held them up and smiled. She dropped her jeans and stepped out of them, then quickly changed her panties, putting on the black ones that felt so good against her skin. She walked over to the bathroom and took her perfume out of her travel bag. She sprayed a small amount of the perfume onto her wrists, the backs of her ears, the nape of her neck, the cleft between her breast, and finally, with a salacious grin, she stuck the bottle inside her panties and gave herself a squirt for good measure. Leaning over the dresser, closer to the mirror, she turned her head to either side, examining her face. She raked her fingers through her hair, checked the results, and made a face. She rummaged in the travel bag once more, then looked around on top of the dresser. In the drawers. No luck. She couldn't find her hairbrush in the bathroom either. She tried to think where she might have left it. Snapping her fingers, she ran out to her car, which was parked just outside. She opened the door and stuck her head inside, looking around on the front seats and in the glove compartment. She sighed, getting frustrated, and then she thought to look underneath the seat when her fingers closed around the handle of a plastic hairbrush. She withdrew it triumphantly. "There you are," she said, holding it up. A rumble of thunder caused her to look up at the sky. Dark clouds were scuttling across the moon. It was about to start pouring rain. It certainly wouldn't do to go to the trouble of fixing herself up, only to have the rain come down as she was on her way back. She'd walk in looking like a wet cat. She'd have to hurry. She hoped Mark wasn't getting too impatient. Mark sat alone downstairs in the main house, listening to the sounds of Jeff and Sandra making love upstairs and the storm that just started outside. The radio was off and the house was very still. He could hear Sandra giggling upstairs. He smiled. It seemed that everyone was pairing off. Jeff and Sandra, Scott and Terry, Paul and Jenny, and now Vicky and himself. Poor Ted. It looked as if he was going to get left out in the cold. But maybe he'd find someone in town. Mark certainly hoped so. He knew what it was like to feel lonely. He wondered what was keeping Vicky. She was probably nervous. He hoped she hadn't gotten cold feet and changed her mind. It wasn't easy trying to get a girl to like you when you were stuck in a wheelchair. Sometimes it wasn't easy getting people to respond to you at all. They were either too responsive, Mark thought, going out of their way to be helpful and often interfering in the process, or they simply treated you like some sort of helpless infant who could not fend for himself. And there were some people who were so disturbed by the idea of someone who was handicapped that they acted as if they didn't even see you. He didn't know what was worse, being pitied and condescended to, or being ignored. Vicky wasn't like that. At first, he thought she might be one of those girls with a really strong maternal instinct, someone who saw him as an object of pity and wanted to mother him. But he had clearly misjudged her. She had offered to push his chair just once, and when he had insisted on doing it himself, she had backed off immediately. In fact, he realized that he had unintentionally hurt her feelings. He had seen the expression on her face out of the corner of his eye, and he had winced inwardly at his own insensitivity. There had been no need for him to be so abrupt with her. He could have thanked her for her well-meaning intentions. He could have smiled, but she had realized instinctively that he was touchy about accepting help from other people, and she had not held it against him. Instead, she had gone out of her way to try to get to know him. When she looked at him, she didn't see a wheelchair. She saw a guy who just happened to be in one. He heard what sounded like a footstep on the porch stairs, and he swiveled his chair around. "Vicky?" he said anxiously. He hoped it wasn't the others coming back. He didn't want anything to spoil it. He wheeled himself over to the front door. It sounded as if someone was standing out there, not certain about coming in. "Vicky, is that you?" he said. He reached out and opened the door, shoved it hard, and rolled his chair out onto the front porch. He looked around. There didn't appear to be anybody there. It was dark, and the black clouds rolled across the full moon. The wind, rain, and storm was getting stronger. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed upon the bright steel blade as it swished through the air and thudded into Mark's face, slicing through flesh and crunching through bone in one unbelievably powerful stroke. Mark never knew what hit him. He never even had a chance to cry out. He was already dead as the wheelchair rolled backward from the impact of the savage blow, tilting and then crashing down the stairs. His body lay completely still in a tangled heap at the foot of the porch steps, and then it was slowly dragged away, leaving behind a smeared trail of blood, unnoticeable in the darkness, and washed away by the rain. The slow tread of the heavy work boots made the porch steps creak ominously as he climbed them, but the sound of the whistling wind and the rolling thunder grounded out his approach. He reached for the doorknob and turned it slowly. Lightning flashed as it opened soundlessly, casting his giant shadow on the door and letting a brief gust of wind come into the living room before the door swung shut behind him. He looked around. The dying embers of a fire were glowing in the hearth. A few empty beer bottles and a bowl of popcorn were on the table, along with the several computer games. A girl's embroidered denim jacket was laying on the couch. A chessboard was laid out on the coffee table, the pieces still left in the same position as they'd been at the conclusion of the last game. A crude Indian-style wooden spear tipped with iron was leaning against the wall over by the stairs, a grotesque rubber monster mask hanging from it. He crossed the room and reached out for the rubber mask, which he removed from the spear and dropped onto the floor. He picked up the spear and felt its heft. It felt strong. The point, hand-chiseled from a stone and shaped like a large arrowhead, was firmly lashed to the wooden shaft. It would not break loose. He closed his fingers around the long shaft of the spear, almost caressing it. The sound of muffled laughter, followed by a high-pitched squeal of delight, came from the second floor. He turned and, with a grim purpose, started slowly climbing up the stairs. Halfway up, one of the steps creaked loudly, and he paused, hesitating, listening intently. But the sounds of love-making continued uninterrupted, and he resumed his climb, holding the spear before him. The roaring in his ears sounded like a cataract, as if a huge wall of water were tumbling down from a great height and crashing down upon a pile of jagged rocks below. He could not block out the sound, no matter what he did. There was no escaping it. He could hammer his head against a tree until it bled. He could pound his fist against the ground until the skin broke and his knuckle bones protruded, as if he could spatter the very earth into submission. He could run blindly through the forest, tripping over roots, crashing through the underbrush. His hand clamped over his ears in a futile effort to shut out the sound, all to no avail. No matter what he did, the roaring sound would threaten to engulf him, and there was only one thing that could make it go away: blood. Over the horrific pounding in his ears, the tidal waves of noise that slammed away at him relentlessly, a disembodied voice seemed to float up from the depths of his subconscious, a voice that he remembered only very dimly. It was the voice that had spoken to him while he lay in a wooden crib. It was the only voice that had ever spoken to him kindly. His mother's voice.
"Kill them, Jason.
It commanded him.
Kill them for Mommy. Kill them all."
He knew them. He knew them all. He knew they were to blame for what had happened to his mother. He knew that the only way he could make the relentless pounding in his head diminish was to sacrifice their lives to the dark forces that threatened to consume him. He moved closer to the door that stood ajar, the door to the bedroom where Jeff and Sandra were making love, oblivious to the horror that approached them. She lay beneath him, her arms clasped tightly around his shoulders, feeling the strong muscles in his back as he drove himself deep inside her, pulling his hips back and driving them forward rhythmically, filling her with the warm liquid heat that pulsed through her in waves. Sandra felt his hot breath against her neck. She felt Jeff's lips brushing against her throat, the tip of his tongue flicking at her earlobe, and her unfocused stare took in a diffused image of the curly blonde locks of his hair that brushed against her face as she hugged him close, making him a part of her. She felt the tremors start from way down in the tips of her toes, building in waves to a feeling that engulfed her, sending her entire body into paracosms of ecstasy as she felt the heat of passion washing over her. She hugged Jeff to her with all of her might, trying to force him into her more deeply, and then the shadow crossed her face, and her gaze focused on the figure standing over them, the horrifying hooded apparition that held the spear aloft, the burning hate-filled eyes that bored directly into hers. She opened her mouth to scream, and then the spear plunged down, plowing through Jeff's back so hard that she felt the brutal impact as the spear penetrated clean through him, then into her own flesh. She heard the hiss of air rushing from Jeff's lungs. She saw the shocked, disbelieving expression on his face. She felt the spray of blood that came out of his mouth and struck her cheek. She felt the searing heat of the spear's iron point tearing through her flesh, plunging through her body, and emerging out the other side. It was driven through them both with such incredible force that it continued on through the mattress of the bed and became embedded in the floor. Sandra did not die right away. She withered in unendurable agony, transfixed by the spear which united her with Jeff forever in a passionate embrace of death. Blood bubbled up from her lungs and frothed upon her lips. She tried to scream, but found herself choking on her own life fluids. She saw Jeff's sightless eyes like frozen marbles gazing down at her in a glazed stare, and the last image that registered on her conscious mind was the terrifying sight of Jason Voorhees standing over them, clenching and unclenching his fists, staring down at them with utter loathing. She wiggled like a fish impaled on a hook, feeling her life ebbing with every blood-frothed breath she took. She wanted to scream out loud in protest that this could not possibly be happening to her, that she was too young to die, that she had a right to live, but death cared about neither age nor rights. And in a moment it was all over for her, as darkness closed in upon her, and she moved no more. Chapter 8. The bar was a lot louder, a lot smokier, and a lot more crowded as the hour grew late and the people who had already seen the one movie playing in the town drifted in to take advantage of the only other entertainment Crystal Lake had to offer. The band was cranking up, feeding off the energy of the crowd, and the lead singer had gotten drunk enough to lay into some Bob Seger with at least a slight degree of authenticity. Ted's collection of empty beer bottles had grown to about a dozen, and even with his dragster-like metabolism, he was starting to feel seriously buzzed. He had eaten some pizza earlier to cut the booze, but every drink order was just another excuse to talk to the lovely Maggie with her jet black hair, hazel eyes, beautiful long legs, and the blouse that seemed somehow to have come a little more unbuttoned since the last time he had looked at it, which had not been very long ago at all. He wondered if he could possibly just be imagining it. He had been flirting with the girl all evening, trying to get up enough nerve to make a move and hoping that he wasn't sounding like a nerd, when all the time she'd been flirting right back, and he'd been so preoccupied with trying not to look bad that he'd hardly even noticed. Maggie was starting to get a bit concerned that he'd never get his act together. She figured that after a few drinks he'd overcome his shyness and stop with the silly jokes, but he just kept putting them away and acting like an awkward little boy, not being obnoxious, just silly. Everything she'd done to try to let him know that she was interested had gone right past him. She felt exasperated. She was getting tired of winking at him. She felt as if her eye was twitching, and she had already unbuttoned the top 3 buttons on her blouse. If she got any more obvious than that, she'd fall right out. She'd wish to hell he'd stop playing around and come right out and ask her if she was doing anything after she got off work, which would be in about another half an hour. She could tell that he was nervous, but for God's sake, how thick could a guy be? She'd been sending him signals all night long, and he still hadn't picked any of them up. Or if he had, he was too uptight to act on them. Still, it was kind of sweet to see a guy who was so obviously not slick. She was really tired of guys who tried to come on cool and macho. Just about every guy in town had tried to put the make on her, and here was this cute boy, sort of sitting there and goofing around with her, almost as if he was shuffling his feet in the dirt and saying, "Oh gosh, golly shucks." She could hardly believe he was for real. She wanted to wrap him up and take him home and eat him. Paul tipped back his beer bottle and chugged what was left of the brew. He set the bottle down inside. "I've got to get some sleep," he said, knowing that he'd reached his limit. Jenny gave him a knowing look. "I'm tired," she said. Really tired," with an exaggerated yawn. "Quitting already?" Ted asked, dreading the moment of truth now that it had arrived. He glanced at Maggie, wiping down the bar just a couple of feet away. She smiled at him. There was no more putting it off. Somehow he had to get his courage up and ask her. It had to be now or never. "Ted," said Paul, astonished at his capacity, "you'd have me out till breakfast if I let you." Jenny stretched, allowing her hand to gently graze Paul's thigh as it came down. "I'll ride back with you, okay?" she said, hoping that Ted would get the message. "Come on, boy," she thought. "The girl obviously likes you, and we're getting the hell out of your way. Get on with it." Paul gave her a look as he felt her fingers trail over his thigh, perilously close to his groin. He started to gather up his money, except for the tip he was leaving on the bar. Maggie came over to take away their bottles and wish them a good night. "When the place closes, you come back to camp, got it?" said Paul with a big wink at Ted. "Yes, boss." Paul glanced pointedly at Maggie. Then he reached into the pocket of Ted's jacket and removed the keys to Jeff's truck as Ted watched, dumbfounded. He handed the keys to Maggie. "And let Maggie drive the pickup," winking at her and handing her the keys. Then he turned and walked away with Jenny on his arm. Ted stared after him, open-mouthed, then glanced back at Maggie as she smiled and twirled the truck keys. Ted smiled awkwardly. "Excuse me," he said to her. "Are there any after-hours places around here?" "Sure," she said, smiling and holding his gaze as she put the keys away inside her pocket. "My place." Jenny gave Paul a nudge as they walked out the front door of the bar. "You're so bad," she said. "No, I'm not. Ted is," Paul said. "I was beginning to think that Maggie would have to rip her blouse open and hold up a sign before he got the damn message." Jenny giggled. "You think you'll be coming back tonight?" she asked. "I don't think so," said Paul, grinning. "Maggie has the keys." He glanced up at the sky. The rain was really coming down. Pretty hard. "Okay," he said, turning the collar of his jacket up. "Let's make a run for it." I'm going," said Jenny, hooking her arm through his and running for the parking lot with her jacket up over her head. They made it to the Volkswagen without getting completely soaked as the rain was coming down in buckets. They rolled up all the windows and Paul grimaced at the trickle of water that immediately started to come in through the roof just above his head. "This thing had better start," he said, shoving the key into the ignition. "You fixed it, remember," Jenny reminded him. "I know. That's what worries me," he said. He turned the key. The starter motor whined in protest several times. There was a frightful clunk, and then the engine coughed, backfired like a bazooka, and caught, settling into a chugging idle that sounded like a dying motorcycle running on one cylinder. Paul glanced at Jenny dubiously. She shrugged with the sign of resignation. He shifted into first and let out the clutch, half expecting the little car to shudder and expire on the spot. Instead, it leapt out of its parking space as if it had been goosed, laying a patch of rubber on the asphalt as it chirped its tires. Nice clutch, thought Paul, as he shifted into second gear, and the VW lurched once more. At this rate, he thought, we might not make it through the night. Vicky was running from her cabin toward the main house through the storm. She made it up the steps of the front porch, just as the sky really seemed to open up. Well, so much for primping, she thought. They were both going to get so soaked. She opened the door and came into the living room, shaking out her hair and looking around. There wasn't anyone in sight. "Mark?" she said. She frowned and walked through the front room and into the kitchen. There was no sign of him. "Mark?" she said again. "Where are you?" Returning to the front room, she wondered where he could have disappeared to. Surely he couldn't have gone up the stairs, not in that wheelchair. She glanced up the darkened stairs, not hearing anything, wondering if Sandra and Jeff knew where he was, unless they'd left or fallen asleep up there. She smiled. Judging by the energetic sounds they had made earlier, they were probably dead by now. "Anybody still there? Hello?" she called hesitantly. "Sandra? Jeff?" She started up the stairs. "Sandra," she said, not really wanting to walk in on them, but worried about Mark. The thunder crashed and lightning briefly illuminated the dark stairwell as she walked softly toward the bedroom door. She knocked twice, waiting for a moment, and then knocked once more. There was no answer. There were no sounds coming from inside. She turned the knob and opened the door a crack. "Sandra?" she whispered, peeking inside. The sheets were pulled over two forms huddled together on the bed. She could see Sandra's hair spilling out over the pillow. Vicky pushed the door open and went inside. She tiptoed over to the bed, thinking perhaps she could just wake Sandra up and not disturb Jeff. She was starting to get really worried about Mark. He was nowhere in the house, and it was raining cats and dogs outside. "Sandra," she whispered, reaching out to touch the sheet that shrouded her form. The sheets were suddenly thrown back, and Jason Voorhees sat up in the bed where he had been lying next to Sandra's dead, blood-spattered body. Vicky screamed as she beheld those two burning eyes gazing out at her from behind the dirty hood. A knife flashed, and she felt as if a red-hot wire had been pulled across her skin. She looked down in horror at the blood bubbling up out of the deep slash in her leg, at the raw flesh laid open by the blade. She backed away, limping in shock and still not fully feeling the pain. She stumbled against the door and recoiled from the sight of Jeff's nude body impaled on a coat hook in the wall, dark blood coagulating on his stomach. She screamed again as Jason stabbed her in the chest, the blade piercing her skin and skipping off the bone. Jason plunged in deeply, then withdrew it and slammed it into her again with pile-driver force. She stopped screaming as a brilliant white-hot light blotted out her sight, and she sank down into the darkness. He watched her while the life trickled out of her, and for a while, a very brief while, the raging fever in him subsided. He was doing what he had to do. He was doing it all for her. Now he had to take them back and show her. He bent down, lifted Vicky by her arms, and dragged her limp corpse across the floor and down the stairs, her trailing feet thumping on the steps. He would bring her downstairs first, and then he would get the others, all of them, to show her how well he was carrying out her wishes. He would carry them all out to the cabin in the woods, and bring them, one at a time, into the back room, her room. He would take them all back to Mother. Chapter 9. The rain was coming down in sheets as Paul hunched over the steering wheel, squinting through the windshield. The VW seemed to hit every single pothole in the road, and the suspension was on the verge of quitting altogether. Since the drainage on the dirt roads left a great deal to be desired, the roads were quickly turning into mud. What they really needed in this weather, Paul felt, was a 4x4 like Jeff's, not a rattle-trap Volkswagen Bug, patched together with pop rivets and body putty. Volkswagen hadn't made the damn thing since 1979, but there were still about 1 trillion of them on the road, and all of a sudden they had become in again, especially among the college crowd. Paul had never really given them a fair chance, choosing instead to contrast them with flashier, sportier cars. On the plus side, however, they were cheap, had reasonable traction in the snow, and just about anybody could work on one. This was clearly one of the attractive features for those who were less mechanically inclined. Oh yes, and they were cute, which was probably the main reason behind their resurgence as fashionable transportation. The trouble was, there were a lot of people out there who were buying up old wrecks, cars that had been banged up or totaled or had rusted through, and they were grinding away the rusted pieces, often leaving gaping holes in the bodywork and floor, which they covered up with pieces of sheet metal, pop riveted into place. Then they hammered out the dents as best they could, slapped a thick coat of body putty over the whole thing, sanded it, and painted it some bright and cheery color. Maybe put some rally stripes on the darn thing, and then they could sell it to some unsuspecting high school or college kid for at least $1,000 or $2,000. It was a real rip-off. VW Bugs weren't the only cars that did this with, but because the Bugs were cheap and fairly plentiful, they were the most cost-effective to recondition. In some cases, this reconditioning was actually accomplished by taking one car that had been smashed up so badly in the rear that even the frame had cracked, literally sawing it in half and welding it to another half of a car that had been totaled from the front. Paul was starting to get an uncomfortable feeling that Jenny's bright red Bug might have been one of those. Maybe it was bright and shiny on the outside, but on the inside it was a real old lady. As it jounced along the rutted, muddy road, it felt as if it was about to split in half. On top of that, his shirt was soaked from the steady trickle of water leaking through the roof. Now he knew why Jenny had decided to let him drive, so she could sit where it was dry. He swore under his breath as the car swerved, sliding in the mud as he turned it into the dirt road leading down to the counselor training center. It bounced over the ruts as if it were a pogo stick and came to a wheezing halt in front of the main house about 15 feet from the porch. "Nice night," said Jenny with a grimace. "Yeah, for a duck," Paul said. He stared out the windshield at the main house, frowning. "What the hell are all the lights on for?" They ran out of the car and up the porch steps. The front door was wide open, banging in the wind. "Paul," said Jenny, shaking her head, "they wouldn't leave the place like this." She gave him a worried look. "You think something's wrong?" Without waiting for an answer, she hurried toward the stairs. "I'll check upstairs." Paul looked around the room. Everything seemed just as they had left it, except for one small thing. He picked up a roach from the ashtray on the table and smelled it. "Damn, these kids smoke better dope than I do," he said, dropping the roach back into the ashtray. He felt a little easier. They had probably all gotten wasted and crashed, forgetting to turn out the lights. Suddenly he was jolted out of it by the sound of Jenny's frightened voice calling him from upstairs. "Paul!" She sounded scared as she called his name again. He raced up the stairs to the bedroom. Jenny was standing over the bed. An expression of utter dread froze on her face. She pointed down at the rumpled sheets pulled back to show a large puddle of blood soaking into the mattress and dripping down onto the floor beneath the bed. More blood was streaked across the floor, and there was some splattered on the wall as well. "Is this some kind of joke?" said Paul, thinking that it had to be. The kids were just screwing around, playing a prank on them to get even with that bit that he had pulled at the campfire. It had to be red paint that they were looking at it, he thought. It simply had to be. It couldn't possibly be what he was afraid it was. "Oh God, they wouldn't do anything like this," said Jenny, shaking her head. Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched at his arm. As if on cue, a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire room, lighting up their faces, and a moment later they heard the deafening clap of thunder. That shook the rafters of the house. The lights flickered and went out. "Jenny, come on," said Paul, heading back downstairs. "Wait for me," she said, hurrying after him, unwilling to be left alone even for 1 second. She didn't know what the hell was going on, but she had a terrible suspicion that this was not a joke. Whatever it was really happening. It wasn't like sitting in a movie and getting caught up in the story, knowing you'd be safe when the credits rolled and the lights came back on. There was no way out of this. She was actually trapped in this horrifying plot. Paul reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pen light. He snapped it on as they went down the stairs. Trust my Boy Scout to always be prepared, thought Jenny. She used to tease him about all the things he carried in his pockets, like a 6-year-old boy bearing all his treasures with him all the time. The red Victorinox Swiss Army knife, which he was never without, the spark plug gapper on his keychain, the watch that told both ordinary and military time, as well as giving the day and date and monitoring his pulse rate, the compass, and the tiny pin light. Well, she had to hand it to him. When you needed something like that, you really needed it, and Paul was ready. The beam of the tiny light was barely enough to see by, but it sure as hell beat not having any lights at all. They went downstairs, and Paul glanced into the kitchen. Lights are all out there, too. Must be the main fuse again. Paul, what's going on? She said. She was really scared now. This wasn't funny. Nobody was around. It's nothing, Paul said, trying to sound as if he really believed that. Where is everybody? He rummaged through the kitchen drawers, looking for a spare box of fuses, cursing himself for not having spent the extra money to go with circuit breakers. Of course, now that he needed them, there were no extra fuses to be found. I don't know, he said, answering her question perhaps a bit too briskly. He didn't know what the hell was going on either, and it was really getting on his nerves. If this was some sort of joke on the part of the others, they were sure as hell going to be awful goddamn sorry in the morning. He slammed the drawer shut, disgusted at not being able to find any spare fuses. Now that they were stuck in the dark and it was his own damn fault. He should have double-checked the supply list more carefully. Well, enough was enough. The joke had worn real thin. He figured the other kids were all hiding in one of the other cabins, laughing their asses off. They'd be laughing out the other side of their faces by the time he got through with them. He glanced out through the kitchen window. Rain's stopping. We'll go look for them, he said grimly. He flashed the beam around, scowling that it was so weak. He'd have to make a point of picking up a more powerful pocket light at some point. He stopped, taking a deep breath as Jenny knocked right into him. He counted 10, telling himself it's all right. Don't get bent out of shape about it. The lights are out and everyone seems to have disappeared. She's scared. Hell, you're a little scared yourself. Don't go snapping at her. That really isn't what we need right now. Paul, she said suddenly, her voice full of hysteria, her fingernails digging into his upper arm hard enough to draw blood. There's someone in this room. Oh, for God's sake, he thought, as he swept the beam of his penlight around the room, seeing absolutely nothing. That's all I need, Jenny, he thought. Will you please not lose it on me just 'cause the goddamn lights went out? And then he saw a shadow dart across the room. He heard the heavy, labored breathing. It was absolutely unmistakable. There was someone in the room with them. Chapter 10. Paul, there's someone in this fucking room, Jenny said. Paul swung the light around just as Jason charged him. He briefly saw the image of a large, shadowy, hooded figure bearing down upon him. Something long and sharp and pointed held before it. He sidestepped, the savage lunge just in time. He felt the spear graze his side and become embedded in the wall behind him, splintering from the sheer power of the muscular arms that drove it at him, missing him by a hair. He heard the wooden shaft break with a sharp snap as it struck the wall behind him. He felt the heavy body brush past him, heard the deep animalistic breathing, smelled the stench of blood mixed with powerful acrid body odor. The penlight sailed across the room as Paul grappled with the figure, feeling the incredible power in those massive arms that encircled him in a crushing bear hug, forcing him down onto the floor. He felt the hot, heavy, stinking breath against his face as the hooded figure came up against him, forcing him to the floor, seeking to squeeze the very life out of him. Arms flailed. There was the sound of groans and grunts as they rolled across the floor, each trying to gain the upper hand. Paul, feeling the clearly superior strength of the creature he was fighting, yet drawing upon all of the reserves of his willpower, intent upon battering the crazed beast he was fighting into submission, determined not to lose. Jenny backed away against a wall, stifling a scream that threatened to break loose from her throat and never stop. She felt utterly helpless as she watched the two shadowy figures pound each other with a fierce, relentless savagery. She watched them as they rolled across the floor, crashing into furniture, overturning chairs and tables. She could hear the dull sounds of fists slamming into flesh, and then suddenly there was only silence. It was a silence more terrifying than any sound she had ever heard before. The sound of a brutal struggle of life and death suddenly gave way to utter quiet, a quiet that made her blood run cold. She stood, pressed up against the wall, holding her breath, her mouth completely dry. She was afraid to make the slightest sound, terrified of uttering the faintest whisper. Yet, at the same time, it was as if a fist had plunged into her stomach to find her inner self and squeeze with a relentless fury. She had to know the adrenaline course through her veins, pounding through her blood vessels like a freight train running out of control. Her eyes were riveted upon the spot where she had last seen the shadowy shapes tumbling over each other, locked in a life-or-death struggle for survival. "Paul," she whispered hoarsely. She saw the silhouette of a figure rising up off the floor, and she held her breath as she squinted into the darkness. "Paul, is that you? Please," she thought fervently. "Oh, please, God, oh God, Paul, let it be you." "Paul?" The shadowy figure stumbled toward her. She could hear the deep gasp of breath as if a drowning person were trying to gulp air into its lungs. "Paul?" She backed up until she felt the wall behind her. "Answer me!" she shouted. The hooded figure of Jason Voorhees suddenly loomed before her. She saw the blazing eyes staring at her hatefully through the eye holes cut into the hood that he wore over his head. She saw the bloody hand reaching out for her. She screamed and ran, plunging through the door and running down the narrow corridor into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her and locking it, holding her hand on the knob, resting the weight of her body against the door. She tried to catch her breath. She tried to think. She had to get out of there somehow. She had to escape. He would be there in a moment. The bathroom window. Holding her breath, she edged away from the door, half expecting to see him crashing through it at any moment. When she reached the bathroom window to open it, the window erupted inwards in a spray of shattered glass as Jason smashed through it from the outside. His arm reached and tried to grab her. Jenny screamed and bolted through the bathroom door, running back down the hall into the kitchen. She slammed the door shut behind her and crouched against it, bringing her fist up to her mouth and biting down upon it in an effort to choke off the screams that threatened to erupt from her throat. She pressed her ear against the door, listening. There was no sound of pursuing footsteps. Trying to control the furious pounding of her heart, Jenny got to her feet, her eyes darting all around her, desperately seeking a weapon with which to protect herself. She spotted a rack of carving knives mounted on the wall. She grabbed the biggest one and held it tightly in her hand, her eyes starting wildly at the door. She saw the doorknob turn slowly, and then the entire door shook as he tried to force the lock. The door stopped shaking, and for a moment it seemed as if he had given up. And then the door splintered as the pointed black tines of an iron pitchfork were driven through it. Jenny screamed and ran across the room, seeking an escape. She pulled open the first door that she came to, but it was a closet, and she screamed hysterically as the stiff, blood-spattered body of Crazy Ralph came tumbling out, its dead weight dropping directly on top of her. She recoiled from the corpse in horror, pushing it away frantically. The kitchen door was being methodically hacked to pieces by repeated blows from the heavy pitchfork. She climbed up onto the sink and struggled to raise the window over it. It was stuck. With an effort born of sheer desperation, she forced the window up and then tumbled through it onto the muddy ground below. She rolled as she hit the ground and came up running, dashing directly toward her VW Bug. She threw open the door and jumped into the driver's seat, slapping the door locks down and pawing madly through her pockets for the key. She found it and thrust it into the ignition switch. The starter made stubborn grinding sounds as she turned her key and pumped the accelerator. The engine would not turn over. She tried again with no result. The starter motor kept whining uncooperatively. "Oh, come on! Come on! Come on!" she pleaded, all to no avail. Suddenly, Jason's hooded head popped up into view, inches away from the wide window. She screamed and scrambled away from the fearsome apparition, but when she looked again, he was gone. For a moment, she sat motionless, holding her breath, and then she screamed once more as the black tines of the pitchfork ripped through the convertible roof, cutting a huge gash in it. "Oh my God!" she cried as Jason's arm reached in, groping for her. She unlocked the door and kicked it open with all of her might. The door struck Jason and knocked him off his feet. As he fell, Jenny burst out of the car on the opposite side and ran for all she was worth. She ran up the hill toward the other cabins, then she paused as she reached a thick stand of bushes. She could hear him running after her, his heavy footsteps squelching in the mud behind her. She hid behind the bushes, biting her lip and waiting. As he came around, she lunged out suddenly and drove her foot into his groin with all of her might. He crumpled to the ground as she ran back toward the cabins, heading for Vicky's yellow car. She tried the doors. They were locked. When she heard him coming, she ducked in front of the car, huddling close to its front grille as he came around behind it with the pitchfork in his hand. She waited until he had moved on. Then she took off at a dead run, sobbing for breath as she headed for her cabin. Chapter 11. Jenny had to get out of this somehow. She had to. She couldn't let it all end here. Suddenly, he came crashing through the underbrush at the side of the trail, lunging at her. She barely twisted away from him with a terrified cry and continued running up the path. She plunged through the door of her cabin, not really knowing where she was going, but merely fleeing from his relentless pursuit as she heard his heavy footsteps coming up the path. She scrambled underneath her bed, curling herself up into a tiny ball and holding her breath as the door swung open with a squeak and he came into the cabin. When she saw his heavy black mud-encrusted boots approach the bed and pause, she bit her lower lip, afraid to make the slightest sound. The floorboard creaked as he moved closer, seeking her. She saw him go over to the storage closet and fling the door open, looking for her. Then he flung a chair away from him with frustration. Suddenly she sensed another presence under her bed with her, and bit her tongue to keep from screaming as a huge rat scuttled past her face. She cringed as the rodent stopped within inches of her, its whiskers twitching, its feral mouth working, its nose sniffing at her. In utter horror and revulsion, Jenny drew her knees up beneath her and choked back a moan as her bladder released a hot stream of urine. Jason paused on his way back out the door, noticing the trickle of liquid coming from underneath the bed. Jenny peered out from her hiding place. There was no sign of Jason's heavy boots. Could he have left? Slowly, tentatively, she ventured out, looking all around her. She heard a creak and glanced up to see Jason standing above her on a chair, his pitchfork poised to strike. Her eyes went wide and she screamed, recoiling instinctively, saved only by the flimsy wooden chair breaking under Jason's weight at the last moment. It collapsed beneath him, sending him crashing to the floor. The pitchfork splintered and broke in half as he fell. Suddenly, remembering what she had hidden in the storage closet of her cabin, Jenny threw the door open and reached for the chainsaw that she had left there earlier. She flicked on the switch and gave the starter cord a furious yank, almost crying when the chainsaw started on the first pull. She brought it around just barely in time as Jason lunged at her. The whirring blades missed his hooded face by inches, and he recoiled, retreating before the swiftly whirring teeth as Jenny came at him, brandishing her weapon. He threw up his arm to protect himself, and the saw bit into it, chewing through the flesh and biting into bone where it got stuck and caused the motor to stall as Jason stuck out with his other arm to knock the saw away. He doubled over and covered himself up. Jenny picked up a wooden chair and brought it down upon him with all of her might. Jason fell and lay still as it broke over his head. She turned and ran, only wanting to put as much distance between herself and the psychopathic killer as possible. She had never been so scared in her entire life. My God, she thought, it's all true. The legend had been real all along. He must have been living out there in the woods all these years like the story claimed, and when Paul came back here to open up his training center, that was what had set him off. Paul. She clutched at her stomach as she staggered down the trail toward the woods. Oh God, she thought, Paul, he's dead. They must all be dead. I must be the only one that made it out alive. And then she suddenly remembered. Ted! If he had clicked with Maggie and gone to spend the night with her, then he would probably be all right. But if he came to the training center late, there was a good chance that he would run right into Jason. He might be coming back even at this very moment. Her car was dead. There was no way to go except on foot. She decided to cut through the woods and head for the country road leading into town. If Ted was coming back, she'd recognize Jeff's pickup and try to head him off. Otherwise, she'd go straight to the police and tell them what had happened. She stumbled down the forest trail, gasping for breath, trying to will her pounding heart to slow down. She reached a small stream and sat down on the bank for a moment, trying to catch her breath. Her head was swimming. She was having trouble thinking clearly, which was not unusual under the circumstances. She was in a daze, half in shock from her terrifying experience. Think, she told herself, digging her fingernails into her palms, trying to use the pain to snap herself out of her shock. Get yourself together. Figure out where you are. As near as she could remember, the country road leading to town was in a northerly direction, which meant she had to cross the stream and keep going straight until she hit it. She splashed across the stream and pushed through a break in the thicket. On the other side, she came through into a small clearing with the dark silhouette of a wooden cabin about 50 feet on the other side. She could see a candle burning in the window. Without realizing where she was, she ran toward the cabin, thinking that whoever was inside could help her. "Help me!" she cried. "Please, help me!" She burst into the cabin. The place was incredibly filthy, and the smell that assaulted her was horrifying. It was a smell unlike anything she'd ever encountered before. She gagged, holding her mouth against the unbelievable stench. Who could possibly live in such a place? The roof was falling in. The glass in the windows was cracked and broken. The pantry doors had all fallen off their hinges. Garbage was strewn all over the place, and the smell of feces was overpowering. The moist, pungent odor of rot permeated the room, and yet there was another smell even more horrendous. A sickly, sour, sweet smell that was enough to bring tears to her eyes. The odor of decomposition and decay. With the sinking feeling, she suddenly realized where she was. She was standing in the ruins of one of the old cabins of Crystal Lake. She had found Camp Blood. This had to be the place where Jason had taken refuge, the place where he'd been hiding all these years. Her worst suspicions were confirmed when she glanced out through the broken window and saw the hooded figure of Jason Voorhees come running down the trail, following her like a relentless juggernaut. She cried out and slammed the door shut, bolting it. There was no escape. She ran for the back room as she heard the weight of his body slam against the front door, making it shudder on its ancient hinges. She knew it would not keep him out for long. She burst into the back room and slammed the door shut behind her. jamming the bolt in place, and then she suddenly became aware of a flickering light behind her, and the overpowering smell. She turned around. Her jaw dropped and her eyes went wide with horror. She shoved her fist into her mouth to shut off the screams that started to spill out of her, and she bit down on her knuckles hard enough to draw blood. In the center of the room was a crudely constructed wooden altar made from a table covered with a filthy canvas drop cloth. Insects scurried across the canvas, crawling over the surface of the table. Surrounded by flickering candles like votive offerings in a church was the rotting, worm-eaten, decapitated head of Pamela Voorhees. And laid out on the table in front of the grisly head was a filthy, moth-eaten sweater, a dirty old pair of dark woolen trousers, and an 8-inch hunting knife in a soiled leather sheath, and a blood-caked machete. Piled on the floor all around the altar were the blood-soaked bodies of the slain counselors, as well as the corpse of Deputy Sheriff Winslow, and the long decayed remains of Alice, who had been the lone survivor of the massacre at Camp Crystal Lake. Jason had taken his vengeance upon them all. He had brought them home to Mother. Jenny heard the outside door splinter and give way. Then she heard the heavy tread of boots outside the door to the back room. There was nowhere left to run. She looked all around herself desperately, but it was hopeless. There was no escape. Clenching her fist and hyperventilating, trying to keep from completely succumbing to hysterics, Jenny tried to force herself to ignore the horror that confronted her, to think of some way out of this terrifying predicament. She could not accept that her death was inevitable. She could not give up. There had to be something she could do. The door to the back room shuddered as something hard struck it with a powerful blow, and Jenny recoiled as the tip of a pickaxe came crashing through the wood. "Oh no, no, no," she whimpered as the axe head was worked back and forth, freed from the wood and drawn back to smash into the door again. She sank down to her knees, fighting back the tears, struggling to keep the screams bottled up because she knew that the moment she gave way to panic, it would all be over. Chapter 12. The pickaxe crashed into the door again, splintering it still further. In a moment he'd be through, and he would tear her to pieces for profaning the shrine he had consecrated with blood to his mother. She glanced at the hideous, decomposing head of Pamela Voorhees, and a desperate idea came to her. As Jason pounded at the door with a pickaxe, breaking his way through, Jenny reached out to the altar and picked up the stinking, filthy sweater. Overcoming her revulsion, she quickly pulled it on over her head, trying not to think about the insects crawling over the table where it had lain. Then she crouched down, kneeling in front of the rotting head of Jason's mother, trying not to gag on the stench of decomposing flesh as she tucked her hair down underneath the sweater, arranging it in a rough approximation of the tattered wisp of hair upon the grisly head. She almost fainted when a huge blood-engorged worm slithered out of the head's open mouth, but she managed to fight down the panic as she smeared dirt upon her features and prayed the ruse would work. It was a wild gamble, a desperate last-ditch attempt to survive, but she had no other options. She would assume the role of Jason's mother and pray that with her college psychology, she could manipulate him into buying it. It was her only chance. She reached for the machete lying on the table. The door burst in as Jason broke through, shouldering the debris aside and holding the pickaxe aloft, ready to strike. He saw her and hesitated for a moment, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Jason?" Jenny said quickly, leaning toward him slightly. "It's done, Jason. You've done your job well, and Mommy is pleased." He started to lower the pickaxe. "That's a good boy," Jenny said soothingly. "Come to Mommy." She held the machete out of sight behind her back. She tried to keep her voice from trembling as she spoke. "Come on," she said, as he took one shuffling step toward her, cocking his head uncertainly. Come on, Mommy has a reward for you. He stopped, looking doubtful, and started to lift the axe once more. Jenny swallowed hard, trying to keep her nerves steady. Jason, Mother is talking to you, she said, raising her voice as if she were chiding a misbehaving boy. He paused hesitantly, lowering the axe again. Come on, she said. That's my boy. Kneel down. Mother has something for you. He started to go down to his knees. That's it. Kneel down, she said, watching him intently as he knelt before her, the axe held loosely before him. That's right, she said, slowly lifting the machete with both hands. Kneel down. But as she twisted slightly, raising the machete, Jason caught a glimpse of his mother's head behind her, and his eyes blazed up at her with fury as she brought the machete down in a fast swing. But it was not fast enough. He parried it with the axe head, and the shock of the impact caused her to let go. The machete clattered to the floor. He swung the pickaxe, and Jenny cried out with agony as the blade caught her in the leg, making a deep gash. Jenny! Paul shouted, bursting into the room, bruised and bleeding. He threw himself at Jason, and the two of them staggered around the room, their arms locked around each other, knocking into the walls as each tried to break the other's grip. They slammed hard into the wreckage of the door, and the impact transmitted up the wall, caused several rotting ceiling beams to give way and fall down on top of them. Jenny scrambled for the machete as Jason forced Paul down onto the floor, pinning him with his knees. He retrieved the pickaxe and raised it high over his head so he could murder Paul. But at that precise moment, Jenny lunged at him, bringing the machete down with all of her might. She swung it like a butcher's maul, putting everything she had into the stroke. The blade whistled through the air and buried itself deep in Jason's shoulder, chopping through the trapezius muscle and the collarbone, almost separating his entire left arm and shoulder from his body. He did not utter a sound. He stiffened and then fell over to his side, sprawling on the floor with the machete embedded deeply in his upper body. He lay utterly still. Jenny stood transfixed, staring down at him. Paul got up beside her. For the first time, he took in the terrifying significance of the back room, the altar with its candles, the rotting severed head of Mrs. Voorhees, the bodies of the slain counselors. He shook his head slowly, horrified at what he saw, not wanting to believe it. Jenny slowly bent down, reaching for the hood over Jason's head. She bit her lower lip and grabbed the hood, then slowly pulled it off, revealing Jason's face. They both stared with horror and revulsion at the grotesque features of the monster who had stalked Camp Blood, a boy who had drowned and somehow came back from the dead to take revenge on all those who had wronged him and his mother. Jesus, Paul said in a shocked whisper. Jenny grabbed his arm convulsively and shuddered. He took her by the shoulders and turned her away from the horrid sight. Let's go, Jenny, he said, supporting her with his arm across his shoulders. Paul helped her out of the cabin and back down the trail to the training center. She winced from the pain in her gashed leg as the sensation finally penetrated after the shock. She managed to stumble down to the stream with his help, but then she finally collapsed, unable to continue. The pain was just too much to take. She was biting her lip to keep from crying out. Paul could tell she was in agony. He knelt down beside her to examine the wound. It did look pretty bad. They would have to do something about it soon, before it became infected. Come on, I'll carry you, he said, picking her up in his arms. He managed to get her back to her cabin, where he lowered her gently to the bed. He was exhausted, and she was near the end of her rope. Her eyes were squeezed tightly shut as she winced from the pain when he put her on the bed. He touched her face and she threw her arms around him, sobbing as the full impact of her experience finally registered. Hey, you're all right, he said, holding her and kissing her, trying to calm her down. It's over. You're okay, Jenny, you're all right. He hugged her close, stroking her hair to reassure her. Suddenly there was a noise outside. He felt Jenny stiffen in his arms as she stared, terror-stricken, at the door. Paul glanced at the door, then looked at Jenny sitting there, frozen with fear. She had gone almost completely white. He looked around for something to use as a weapon, and his gaze fell on the splintered pitchfork Jason had left behind. Paul picked it up and gave the part with the sharp tines to Jenny, taking the shorter part with the iron handle for himself. He held it in his left hand as a club, hefting it experimentally. It would just have to do. Jenny took the busted pitchfork and braced it against the bed, holding it out before her like a spear. Paul glanced at her and she nodded. Whatever happened now, they were as ready for it as they could be, and at least they were together. He tiptoed over to the door and stood beside it, listening intently. He seemed to hear a soft scratching sound. He swallowed hard, reached out for the doorknob, took hold of it, and raised the pitchfork handle high over his head. He twisted the knob and flung the door open, and Terry's little dog Muffin, mud-spattered and completely soaked, trotted into the room. The ribbon in her fur was like wet noodles, and she was filthy from being out in the storm. She jumped up into Paul's arms, her tongue lolling and her tail wagging happily. "Muffin!" "Oh," Paul said, picking her up. Jenny put down the pitchfork as relief flooded through her. "Muffin! Oh, Muffin, you're okay," she said. She reached out for the little dog, and suddenly the window behind her shattered into 1,000 knife-edged fragments as Jason came crashing through it. Jenny had a brief glimpse of the stunned, disbelieving expression on Paul's face, and then she felt Jason's powerful arms encircle her. She saw his horribly ugly face, tufts of wispy hair matted against his mostly bald and puckered scalp, jutting, discolored, rotting teeth, his hideously deformed features, and the awful smell of him like a corpse rising from the grave. And then her vision blurred, and everything went black as she fainted from stark terror. She regained consciousness, tied down to a stretcher gurney, as 2 attendants wheeled her towards an ambulance. It was daytime. She looked around, dazed, astonished to discover that she was still alive. There were flashing lights all around her, and she could hear the crackle of a police radio. And then she remembered with shocking clarity what had happened before she had passed out, and so she cried out, "Paul! Where's Paul? Paul!" No one answered her. She struggled against the restraining straps as they loaded her into the ambulance without saying a word. She kept crying out for Paul as they shut the doors behind her, and the ambulance finally pulled away, heading off down the dirt road back toward town and the county hospital. The sheriff stood by his police cruiser parked outside the cabin, his hands thrust into the pockets of his black leather jacket, and his hat pulled low over his eyes as he watched the ambulance drive off. They had found the others, but so far they had not found Holt. There was no sign of him except some blood upon the floor in there. He sighed heavily. Now the shit would really hit the fan, he thought. He'd have to call the poor parents of those murdered kids. The press would descend upon the town like vultures, and they'd resurrect the story of Camp Blood. Everyone would want to know how the maniac had been able to live out there on the grounds of the old camp without anyone spotting him, and why he hadn't been arrested. It would all have to fall on someone, and it, as sheriff, he would be elected. Everyone would wind up screaming for his hide. He walked around to the back of the cabin and looked down at the large footprints in the mud. Bastard, he thought. He looked up and gazed up into the woods, thinking that you could put together the biggest dragnet in 3 counties and comb these woods for months and never find him. He exhaled heavily. Damn, he thought. Another week and I'd have been packed and heading for Wyoming. Now, I could kiss that Wyoming job goodbye. Look like I'm stuck in Crystal Lake. He shook his head with resignation. Well, at least it was a friendly little town. Too bad there was no way out.
Friday the 13th, Part 3D, by Michael Avallone. There is a sign that is always posted on houses that harbor hatred and horror. Tourist accommodated. Philip St. George, the Satan Sleuth. Chapter 1. Death Comes at the Beginning. There was something ominous about the radio newscaster's voice that morning. The familiar crackling tenor had taken on a tone of utter solemnity. No one within earshot or listening range of Ed Harris's habitually breezy voice had ever heard him so muted and so impressed with the import of his own words. And I'm Ed Harris with the KLTZ Early Morning Report. Crystal Lake in Pinehurst County, the scene of several unsolved deaths years ago, is tragically back in the top of the news this morning. Police have uncovered the remains of 8 as-yet unidentified persons in a gruesome and baffling story of mass murder. If you were familiar with Harris's vocal style, you could catch the beat he took before he went on. Judging from the sheer brutality of the murders, police theorized that they must have been committed by at least 4 people. There was but one pregnant pause, a heartbeat's worth of time. The sole survivor of the massacre has been taken under heavy sedation to County Hospital in Linfield for observation. She's been unable to provide police with any clues and is being kept under round-the-clock guard. Ed Harris had never made such a dire broadcast in all his years as a career newscaster, and had probably thought he never would. Not many radio announcers ever had when you got right down to it. Jack the Ripper had closed down his shop almost 100 years ago, but now in this day and age everything was possible. This was 1982, corpses away. No matter how awesome, how horrible, the Crystal Lake killer was far from done, miles from being finished. Or was it killers, plural? No one knew for sure, or could have said with any certainty. Certainly not Ed Harris of station KLTZ. Toward evening of that fatal day, the dying sun shot its final rays over a setting that could have been lifted from a Norman Rockwell painting. A time-worn country marketplace, flanked by a long line of bushes just turning their leaves to the colors of autumn, stood remote and isolated in the Pinehurst County wilderness. A wide gravel parking area fronted the place, leading out to the state highway which ran past its bucolic facade. Harold and Edna's was a kind of ma-and-pa kettle structure, almost a vision of times gone by. The high bushes and engulfing grass were overgrown, unattended, strengthening the aspect of dismal neglect. The building had a battered second story, the living quarters of those who presided over this ancient country kingdom. The wooden frame was unpainted, scabbing with age. Shutters on the windows showed missing slats. The rotting rooftop indicated an immediate need for repair. The waning sunlight etched all these failings in streaks of golden illumination. A heavy truck roared by on the highway, its motor's thunder shattering the stillness. The silence that followed was heavy and thick, only to be broken again by the sound of a radio playing somewhere. A news broadcast incredibly out of time and place in this rural graveyard of a place. Judging from the sheer brutality of the murders, the police theorize it was nothing more than a repeat of Ed Harris's awesome morning report on the Crystal Lake murders, a rerun of the horrors. Beyond the crumbling house and the storefront, a sagging clothesline swayed in the evening dusk in a very narrow backyard, running its length to a rickety wooden shed. The clothesline was supported by a solitary pole. Linen and sundry garments hung on the line, billowing in a strong breeze. Among them a pair of flapping khaki pants and an olive-green shirt hanging side by side. The radio voice talked on, louder now, as if the volume had been turned up. The sole survivor of the massacre has been taken under heavy sedation to County Hospital in Linfield for observation. She's been unable to provide police with any clues. Suddenly the shrouds of wet laundry parted, and a man emerged, making his slow way back toward the house. The transistor radio, jutting from one pocket of his threadbare shirt, pinpointed the radio voice. Kept under round-the-clock guard. The man grunted with inflection, and worked a thumb along his nose almost abstractedly. He was paunchy, unshaven, lost somewhere in his 40s, a man from whom time had passed by without even his noticing. Clumsily, he collided with the solitary clothesline pole on his return to the house. A pole he should have known was there, for he had passed it 1,000 times. The transistor continued to blare its dreadful news, filling the backyard with modern times and all its awesome potentialities. An upstairs window overlooking the backyard abruptly grated upward, and a worn-faced, dried-out woman thrust her angry countenance into view. Her sullen mouth, unlipsticked and sour, spewed down venom. "God damn it, Harold! I spent all day yesterday washing your clothes, and look what you're doing to 'em. Shows how much you care about me and what I wash around here." Harold slumped awkwardly on the earth, surrounded by the clean laundry he had brought down in his collision with the pole, stared yearningly upward, but only for a moment. The dream that Edna and he had shared had been killed by her a long, long time ago. He staggered erect, pulling the garments with him. The volume of the little transistor picked up as he did so. Ed Harris's voice continued, drowning out Edna's harangue and the possibility of a tirade. "Easy, woman," Harold muttered under his breath. "No problem." Edna, face working, recognizing defeat again, disappeared from view as she slammed the window shut vehemently. Police today are working on a variety of leads. Harold, sighing, clicked the transistor radio off. The silence closed in again. The sun continued its downward plunge beyond the far horizon. In the upstairs living room, Edna stomped away from the window in a cold fury. The years had only strengthened, not diminished, her war with her husband. Lips compressed, she turned her attention to the partially functional old clunker of a black-and-white TV set, which Harold had provided for her use. It was better than nothing in this god-forsaken wilderness. She flipped the set on and plopped herself down in disgust on the lumpy, faded couch that faced the thing, scooping up her knitting needles. Flicking the pair of them expertly, she resumed her work on a sweater. She ignored her surroundings of mustiness and clutter. The living room was more like an old attic, and she had given up on that too long ago, just as she had on Harold. But suddenly there was something new in her life. An earnest-faced TV reporter was staring back at her, saying the darndest things. Edna forgot her knitting for a long moment. A police spokesman tells Eyewitness News that authorities have been combing the area since just before dawn. Reports of cannibalism and mutilation are still unconfirmed. Nevertheless, these murders are already being called the most brutal in local history. The mutilations, because of their sexual characteristics, according to medical experts, indicate a psychotic personality. Edna, intent now, leaned forward to adjust the long rabbit ear antenna, spreading the rods apart to get a better picture. But the audio was perfect and all too clear and plain. The motive behind the grisly murders remains a mystery at this hour, as does the identity of the killer or killers. The search continues for more bodies. "My God," Edna murmured to herself. "My God, my God." Residents of the lake region are being urged to take extra precautions whenever approaching strangers and to report anything unusual to police immediately. We'll be back with the weather forecast after this important message. Upset now, Edna rose from the couch, the sweater forgotten, and tried not to run to the door leading to the downstairs market. She was a woman who had been pretty once and finally figured, but dead dreams and a bad marriage had overwhelmed all of that. She had not had too much education, but she did have imagination, that refuge of the whole of man and womankind, and she knew what the words cannibalism and mutilation meant. Sexual mutilation, my God! She pulled back the door and shouted down the stairwell, "Harold, what are you doing down there?" There was no answer, no response of any kind, not a sound. She rushed to the window, jerking it upward once more. "Harold, I want to talk to you." The backyard was empty. The laundry quietly swayed in the evening wind. It was getting darker now, all too fast. Edna clutched at her bosom, straining to see down into the yard, past the clothesline. For an instant, she thought she saw a human form visible between the two layers of drying clothes. From her vantage point, it was difficult to make out quite clearly who it was. Yet who else could it be in her own backyard but her husband? Nobody else belonged there. "Harold?" Edna called out fearfully. Again there was no reply. The indistinct outline vanished from her gaze. A trick of the evening shadows, the half-light. Now the TV blasting behind her unnerved her once more. She went back to the set and turned it off. Then she returned to the window, peering out unhappily. "Harold, damn you, where are you?" There was no sign of anyone or anything. Edna was too upset and nervous to notice that there was now a gap in the overfilled clothesline, where several articles of clothing had hung only seconds ago, with all the rest of the wet laundry. The khaki pants and olive green work shirt were now gone. Edna stomped out of the room, determined to find the missing Harold before her nerves and her imagination got the best of her altogether. Damn, living out in the damn country. She literally flew down the rickety, uncarpeted steps to the store proper below. Her heart was pounding too fast, and her head was filled with all sorts of wild ideas and notions. "Harold! Harold!" The market was dark, save for random shafts of dying sunlight streaming through the grimy front windows. Edna scanned the gloomy aisles frantically. Still no sign of Harold. Her heart thumped fearfully in her bosom. My God, where was the man? She saw stacks of merchandise, canned goods, and bins filled with produce, but no Harold. Edna stepped timorously through the aisles. "Harold?" she called softly. There was almost affection in her voice now, not anger. She longed for the sight of him. A huge rabbit, gray and awesome for once, appeared as if by magic from behind a piled arrangement of Campbell's tomato soup cans, standing on its hind legs, whiskers bristling, eyes trying to guess Edna's next move. His sudden materialization made Edna jump. Her eyes popped in alarm. But then she rallied and seized a tomato from the produce display on her right and hurled it angrily at the animal. "Goddamn pest, what are you staring at?" She had missed her target, and the rabbit had not even dodged. His eyes shone weirdly in the gloom. His whiskers made him look evil. In a frenzy, Edna pawed at the produce display, finding more vegetables, and flung them wildly at her silent tormentor. This time the rabbit dodged them all and scurried away with a burst of speed, disappearing down the long aisle. Edna, almost out of breath, tried to control herself. It wasn't easy. Things were happening too damn fast. The sunlight was almost gone. Gloom closed over the interior of the market, the dark shadows stretching and lengthening. Edna, clad only in a faded nightgown, pushed toward the screen door that led into the backyard. If she didn't discover where Harold was real soon, she tried not to think about that. The damn fool had to be somewhere, didn't he? She clawed her way through the sagging clothesline, touching a pair of pajamas, finding them still wet. They were clammy to her touch. She reached the uncommon gap in the line. She paused for a second. Clothes were missing, but which ones? But the shock was easily explained. Harold had taken them, of course, the pants and the work shirt. "Christ almighty, Harold," she blurted aloud, to firm up her faltering courage. "You just take what's yours and leave the rest to me, is that it? I gotta bring all the rest of these clothes upstairs, huh? Very considerate." Sighing, she reached down for the wicker laundry basket close by on the hard earth and began to take the clothes from the line. "You could at least have finished the job. Do I have to do everything around here, Harold?" She heard a noise behind her. Frozen with fear, she whirled in terror, her hands going up to her breast. A sheet on the line, filling out awesomely, strangely, taking on the size and shape of a human form, billowed before her. She gulped. Her heart hammered violently, painfully. "Harold?" she murmured, swallowing hard. "I swear you're such a child." Half defiantly, half hoping against all hope, she plucked at the sheet and ripped it off the line. It drooped like a flag to the earth. There was no one behind it. No Harold, no body. Edna almost passed out, overcome with her fears which had produced nothing but more mental torment and more questions. Where was Harold? She stared up at the dark evening sky and pulled herself together. This was silly, altogether too ridiculous. That damn TV news show. Grimly, breathing deeply, she began to gather the remaining laundry off the line. Tossing the garments into the basket, she ignored the sinister rustlings and rattlings of the tree branches behind her. When she was done, she hauled the basket up, anchored it on her hip, and strode back to the house. She had to pass the ancient wooden shed on her route. It squatted like a dark sentinel in the light. The shed door creaked open with a snapping sound like a pistol shot. A crashing noise followed, a muffled clatter of things falling from within the walls of the wooden shed. Edna, with a low scream, rushed back into the store, slamming the door behind her. In her mind, all kinds of terrors surged to the surface. When it was safely shut, she put her back to it and closed her eyes. She thought her heart would burst, it was beating so fast. The night seemed to have 1,000 eyes, and they were all staring at her from the darkness engulfing her. Deeper in the store proper, Harold was blissfully, serenely happy and completely unaware of Edna's half-hour of terror. The large white-gray rabbit, which had given Edna such a bad time, had hopped across a row of canned goods, spanning the journey with a leap to a nearby shelf. Harold had found him there, taken him gently by the nape of his furry neck, and deposited him up on his own shoulder. Harold and the rabbit were great friends, like master and dog. Harold then unscrewed the lid of a vacuum-sealed jar of peanuts, popped a handful into his own mouth, and fed the large rabbit the same. The animal munched contentedly on his shoulder. Harold returned the jar to the shelf after carefully rescrewing the lid on again, and flicked his pocket transistor radio back on. Music filtered through the silence of the store, a disco number. Harold hummed under his breath tunelessly. Almost without thinking, he reached for a long-handled broom that was propped against the tier of shelves and began to sweep the floor of the market. The rabbit did not stir from his shoulder, busily finishing off his share of the peanuts. He did not lose his perch. Harold swept by the dairy case, paused in his occupation, and picked up a half-gallon jug of milk. He broke the seal and pulled off the cap. First he offered the rabbit a taste. That was refused. Then he gulped down a long, heartfelt swig for himself. Harold was a very simple man, which was one of the reasons his marriage was such a failure from the very beginning. He was not exactly a go-getter or an ambitious man. The libation refreshment done, Harold recapped the milk jug and returned it to the case, resuming his sweeping chore until he noticed the cellophane packages of carrots on display in the produce section moving ever so slightly. He rummaged beneath the pile and produced another rabbit, a white one this time, all white. The animal was diligently nibbling on a carrot. Harold smiled and parked the culprit on his free shoulder. Harold smiled again fondly at both his rabbit friends. "Sorry, guys. It's back to the slammer for you both, before Edna makes a fur coat out of each of you. Okay?" Still humming, the radio still playing, Harold trooped back to the rear door of the store. En route, he passed a rack of cakes and pies. He stopped long enough to open a box of 6 chocolate-covered donuts. He removed one, shoved it in his mouth, closed the package, and put it back on the rack, making sure to hide it behind several unopened packages. That was how Edna found him, with a rabbit on each shoulder and his cheeks filled with donuts. She was so glad to see him, so relieved and so unable to explain her earlier fears, that she immediately launched into her usual all-too-familiar role of nag, virago, and unhappy housewife. Or as Harold saw it, aggravated Edna. "Didn't I feed you enough today?" The rabbit shot from his shoulder at the sound of her furious voice, disappearing with a clatter beside the aisles of stacked goods. Edna planted herself before Harold, hands on hips, eyes shooting sparks. Harold could not answer. He was caught, and his mouth was full. "Didn't the doctor say you had to lose weight? I try to help you, but you sneak food behind my back. What am I gonna do with you? You're like a goddamn little kid, Harold." Harold blinked, face reddening. Edna could not let up. "And put those filthy animals back where they belong, please." Harold nodded dumbly, turning away from her, going to retrieve his furry friends from their hiding places. They too feared Edna as he did, as he always had since the day his love for her had stopped. Dutifully, Harold did as she had ordered him. She stalked upstairs disgustedly, her terrors all set aside, temporarily at least. Anger and relief had washed away fear. Outside, the night winds had begun to set up an eerie serenade, whistling and whispering through the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees. It was always like that out there in the wilderness, especially after sunset, when darkness closed in from all sides. Edna had never liked that, not ever. With the gray and white rabbits back on his shoulders, Harold, still chewing the remainder of his donut, ambled across the darkened backyard. He had obtained a flashlight from the store to accomplish what Edna had ordered him to do. The wind rustled creepily in the night. Harold paid it no mind. Unlike Edna, he had no imagination whatsoever. The interior of the wooden shed which contained the hutch for the offending rabbits was as dark as a tomb. Harold thumbed the flashlight on as he entered. The stabbing glare illumined old barrels. A wide variety of tools and sundry odds and ends collected down through the years. But the rabbits on Harold's shoulders squirmed uneasily and jumped off, scurrying away from him, squealing as they went, as if something was radically wrong about the shed this time. Harold frowned. "What are you little guys so nervous about? Edna set you off your feed?" Chuckling, he fanned the flashlight's beam about the corners, trying to find his furry cronies. And then the flash stopped as Harold, his skin beginning to crawl, saw with his own eyes what had made White and Gray behave so funny. Mother of God! Through the grillwork of the hutch, the chicken wire had erected to keep them in. He saw the huddled, sprawled mass of furry forms, the contorted, bloody, glassy-eyed bodies of many dead rabbits. His tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. The glinting, glassy stares, the splattered crimson staining the bed of grass, newspapers, and old leaves, was a shock he had never experienced in his lifetime. The limp carcasses of his pets, his beloved pets. His face twisted, hardened into a mask of outrage. The blood left his face. The carnage was so complete, so awful. "Who could do this?" Harold demanded thickly of the darkness. There was no answer, of course. There could not be. Trembling, he reached down for the lid of the hutch and lifted it. A big timber rattlesnake, 3 times as deadly and menacing because of its nearness, shot upward from the hutch, mouth distended and gleaming. The twin poisonous fangs, arcing in the glare of the flashlight, riveted Harold where he stood. But his reflexes and pure instinct saved him. The rattler's hiss, uncoiling body, and deadly fangs vanished as Harold slammed the lid of the hutch down violently, losing his flashlight in the process. The shed was plunged into total blackness, and Harold lost his wits completely. Literally scared to death, he bolted from the shed, forgetting all about White and Gray. His brain was a riot of terror and confusion. As he raced to safety, his hands ground into the pit of his own stomach to keep him regurgitating. His blood was churning, and the taste of bile in his mouth was like the kiss of death, cold and sickening. Behind him, the loathsome rattler hissed and spat with fury, and the rabbits, still left alive, whimpered in an agony of terror and despair. The big timber rattlesnake thrashed against its prison walls, the long, muscular body snapping like a bullwhip. The dead rabbits paid no heed. Harold burst through the door of the upstairs living quarters like a man gone mad. His eyeballs were 2 pools of horror. Edna, unsuspecting, was in his way when he thundered in. He bowled her over, knocking her to one side like a whirlwind. She tried to catch him, to hold on to him, not comprehending. Her own earlier terrors did not need this demented behavior on her husband's part. Not now, not tonight. "What happened, Harold? What's the matter?" He could not speak. His face was ashen, and still his hands were framed into his stomach. He shook his head at her and headed on into the bathroom. Edna stared after him in wonder. "It's all that crap you've been eating, I told you," she declaimed in righteous anger. "Stuffing yourself like you were a pig." She turned to the TV set again, turning up the volume to drown out the disgusting noises he was making in the bathroom. Flopping down on the lumpy couch, she reached for her knitting needles. One of them was missing. "Now where could that other needle have gone?" she mused. Edna couldn't find it, no matter how much she rummaged, and it was going to cost her. In the bathroom, a combination storage place in John, there were two ample cupboards facing each other, each leaning against a wall. A mess of boxes and crates lying on top of each other stood behind a dusty curtain. The toilet bowl, a remainder from the days when this was just an oversized bathroom, held the center of attention. The bowl was against the fourth wall at an angle behind the door. Harold, trousers down, stomach churning, made good use of it. The first bout of diarrhea had hit him hard. The sight of the gruesomely butchered rabbits and that king-size snake hadn't helped either. He loosened his collar, sweat gleaming from his pudgy face. He pawed behind the toilet tank and produced his hidden bottle of whiskey, something Edna would never approve of, not in a billion years. Unscrewing the cap quietly, he took a hearty swig. He leaned back and shut his eyes, trying to sort out his thoughts and his feelings. What the hell was going on here? Those poor little creatures. Damn! Another swig made him feel a little better, but not much. Some of the liquor spilled, trickling down his unshaven chin. He wiped at it with one-sleeved arm. His eyes roved aimlessly over the interior of the storeroom bathroom. The dusty curtain masking the boxes and crates seemed to ripple suddenly, as if moved by an ever-so-slight draught of air, as if someone standing behind that curtain had let out a breath. Harold blinked. He shook his head again. Then came a small, hollow, brittle noise. From behind the curtain? Harold felt a chill. He tried to locate the noise, but couldn't figure out its source. It was over almost as soon as it had begun. Forgetting his position on the bowl, he shuffled over to one of the closets and yanked the door open. He saw nothing but empty shelves and layers of dust. Breathing in relief, Harold hitched up his pants again, just enough to enable him to hobble grotesquely toward the dusty curtain. It still fluttered all too suspiciously, random draft or not. Harold ripped it apart, seeing the odd assortment of boxes and crates, empty, lifeless, and somehow uncannily menacing because of that very lifelessness. Harold shuddered, forgetting his uneasy stomach. He checked the other closet as well, with a glance first, and then he almost changed his mind. Reassured, he stumbled to it, his pants lowered past his hips. The closet had the look of a closet that had not been opened or entered in a long, long time. Harold tugged at the old door. It creaked and pulled back, opening. The huge oncoming hand holding a mammoth meat cleaver came at him from out of the darkness of the closet like an express train. Harold managed a half scream, a bleat of horror and astonishment, as the cleaver came down, embedding itself in his chest like the hammer of God, or the devil, or maybe both. His scream mingled incongruously with the laughter issuing from the TV set that Edna was watching in the living room behind him. The hand twisted the cleaver in a vicious, merciless circle. Harold's chest exploded in flame and agony and death. His paunchy body toppled backwards, crashing to the floor. The meat cleaver jutted from his chest like a tombstone. Edna heard the crash from the other room where she sat. She turned off the television set with a frown and a habitual sigh. Clumsy Harold again. The man was all thumbs all the damn time. "Harold! Harold!" When no answer came, she left her seat on the couch and went to the bathroom door. It would not budge when she pushed against it. At her feet she saw fluid seeping out from underneath the door. She stopped, dipped her fingers in the stuff, and sniffed. The toilet was now flushing inside, and it didn't stop the way it should have, as if someone had left their hand on the lever. "Harold, what is taking you so long in there? You all right?" Her nose had already provided her with some kind of answer, even if Harold hadn't. He had been hitting the bottle again. "Whiskey, I thought so," she spouted grimly. She walked back to the desk in the living room, found the skeleton key she had placed there for emergencies such as this, and hurried back to the door. But before she could insert it, to her shock she now found the bathroom door opened a crack. A tiny crack, but it was open. For a moment she was nonplussed. "Harold?" Gingerly she edged the door inward. It swung wide, revealing the boxes, the crates, the dusty curtain. The flushing noise was continuing unabated, a roaring Niagara. Almost reflexively she stopped to pick up the half-empty whiskey bottle. Then she turned toward the maddening sound of that toilet, to confront Harold with the damaging evidence of the bottle. She screamed at the sight of Harold sitting on the toilet, just behind the angled door. A Harold she had never seen before. Harold with his pants down, like a grotesque dummy of some kind. Something red drooling out of the corners of his mouth, two twin streams of crimson. The meat cleaver thrust outward from his chest. One of Harold's elbows was jammed against the flushing handle of the toilet tank. Harold's dead, sightless eyes were like two bits of broken glass. The whiskey bottle fell from Edna's senseless fingers. It hit the floor and shattered, scattering shiny shards. Edna began to scream uncontrollably. From somewhere behind her the huge hand rematerialized. It did not hold a meat cleaver this time, though. It held the long, missing knitting needle. The hand drove the needle directly into the back of Edna's skull with such force and strength that the striking end pushed out through her screaming mouth, all in one lightning-like movement. Edna was gagging on her own blood as she died on the floor without ever knowing why. Death walked in Pinehurst County again, for the 9th and 10th time in a matter of days. 2 days, to be exact. Chapter 2. The Mad Stranger. In the morning light of the new day, a red passenger van screeched loudly as it rounded a corner heading into the working-class neighborhood. Weather-worn 2-family and 3-family houses lined both sides of the block. In the street, a noisy group of children playing a game of stickball were oblivious of the oncoming vehicle. Their voices rose in loud excitement and argument, indicating a variety of ethnic persuasions. The driver of the van sounded his horn, and the children scattered only as the sound came closer. Some of them yelled as the vehicle swept on by. A few others banged on the van's sides in defiance and contempt. Pinehurst County had its ghettos, too, just like any other city in America. The van continued on its course, slowed down, and then halted a block from the turbulent stickball game. The driver parked in the first available space. She emerged from her seat and went around to the passenger side. 2 passengers got out with wide grins and exuberance. Debbie was brown-haired, vivacious, and exuded good health. She was the sort of teenager who could easily double as an all-American cheerleader. She was verging on 20 years of age, but she looked younger. Andy was tall, slim, and ruggedly handsome. Together they made an attractive couple. The driver of the red van was Chris. Debbie's age, she too looked like a suitable candidate for 4-H honors. The only difference was that her blonde good looks could not quite conceal a habitual air of tension, like a wild animal about to spring or a young one with problems. Debbie squinted in the sunlight at the long row of family houses. "Which one is it, Chris?" "It's the last house on the left," Chris pointed. "She lives downstairs." She turned back to the van as Debbie and Andy linked hands. "Hey, Shelley, come on out and meet your date." She directed her summons through the window of the van, but no one emerged. Instead, a voice called out sarcastically, "Bring her to me." Chris frowned and looked at Debbie and Andy for help. Andy shrugged. "What are you going to do?" Debbie made a face. "Maybe this wasn't such a good idea." Chris sighed and shouted into the van once again. "How about you two? You coming?" Now 2 voices roared back in unison, "No!" Chris threw up her hands in a gesture of frustration. Her intense look was magnified. "Come on," she said to Debbie and Andy. "We'll do it without 'em." They started down the street toward the designated home. None of them saw or noticed the rotund, ominous-looking figure which now materialized from the other side of the red van. A hideous, ghostly mask shrouded the figure's face. The unsuspecting threesome continued along the street. The awesome figure followed, keeping well back at a safe distance to avoid detection. Chris was eyeing the house fronts intently. Andy and Debbie had locked arms about each other and were kissing openly in broad daylight, oblivious to everyone and everything else. Chris, turning, caught them. She shook her head. "Sex, sex, sex," she said dryly. "You guys are getting boring, you know that?" Debbie broke from Andy's embrace and kiss, mildly embarrassed. Andy laughed. "So, what would a weekend in the country be without sex, huh?" Debbie stiffened. "Cool it, Andy." "I didn't mean it the way it sounded, jeez." Andy apologized hastily. Amazingly, it was Chris who responded to that. "I know you didn't." Slowly, little by little, the masked rotund figure behind them had drawn closer. Chris, intent on making peace between her friends, was explaining herself. "Look, guys, I want you to have a good time this weekend. What happened to me at the cottage happened a long time ago. I'm all right now, really. Forget about me. Don't worry about it." Debbie relaxed, smiling softly. "Okay, I'll just forget that we've been friends for 15 years. As a matter of fact, I'll act like I don't even know you." She spun on Andy. "Who is that girl? Do you know her?" Now, before Andy could answer, the masked figure behind the trio attacked, rearing back and then leaping panther-like, a handheld knife arcing down in the dazzling sunlight. The blade plunged into Andy's defenseless back. "Ah!" Andy gasped, caught by surprise. Debbie screamed and Chris recoiled. The rubber knife had bent in half, toy that it was. The masked assailant stood there, laughing like a hyena. Andy took a step toward him, hands clenched. "Damn it, Shelley! Why do you always have to be such an asshole?" The attacker did not remove his mask. "I beg your pardon?" came a lofty voice. "I am not an asshole. I am an actor." "Same thing," Andy growled, "and you never will grow up." Disgusted, Chris and Debbie turned away. They walked to the house they wanted. Andy dropped back in step with the erring Shelley. He placed an arm around the rotund figure at his side. "Look, Shelley." His voice was paternal now. "You're my roommate, and I like you, most of the time. But you gotta stop doing these things. Now, I set up this date for you, didn't I? So don't embarrass me. When you meet this girl, relax and be yourself." "Would you be yourself?" The lofty voice lowered, suddenly reaching up a pudgy hand and tearing the mask away. "If you look like this?" Andy shook his head as Shelley put on a pair of unflattering prescription glasses. The effect was ludicrous, as intended. Shelley was overweight, greasy-haired, and utterly unkempt. Unmade beds would have looked better. Andy placed a hand on his shoulder, not unkindly. "Just relax, huh? You'll be okay if you relax, and don't push it." Shelley gave him a fixed and idiotic grin, tossing his head to one side. Andy snorted helplessly. Chris and Debbie had found the home. Porch steps led up to the front door of a shabby two-family house which looked like it hadn't seen a can of paint since the Beatles came to the United States. Chris rang the doorbell as Debbie smoothed the hug of her jeans around her hips. Shelley took a few steps back, matted down his unruly hair with his two hands, then tucked in his loose shirt and also removed the silly glasses, as if readying himself for a good fight. Andy, looking on, restrained a smile. The front door swung open in a few moments. A middle-aged Hispanic woman, her body shapeless in a mass of skirts, peered out at them through a screen door. "Yes?" Her accent was definitely Spanish. Chris smiled, exuding friendliness. "Hi, Mrs. Sanchez. I'm Chris. We've come to pick up Vera." The inquisitive face froze into a cold mask. "She's not going," Mrs. Sanchez declared brusquely. That was all she said. The door slammed quickly in Chris's face, just like that. Mrs. Sanchez had brooked no argument or explanations. Stunned, the group exchanged glances, not knowing what to say or do next. To add to their confusion, From within the house came a loud, rising tirade of female voices, one younger, one older. "What are they saying?" Chris demanded of anybody who could tell her. Debbie shook her head. "I don't know. I flunked Spanish." With that, they all turned to leave, defeated, unable to solve the situation. Then the voices broke off, and suddenly the front door was swinging open again, this time to reveal a raven-haired, exquisite young beauty whose tight jeans adorned a figure beyond compare. Vera Sanchez at 20 was a perfect 10. There was a knapsack over her shoulder and a determined gleam in her snapping black eyes, but she forced a smile to make them all feel better about what was obviously a family confrontation. Yet all they could do was stare at her, still feeling funny about everything, still struck with her attractive appearance and the knapsack. "Hi, everybody! What are you looking at? Let's go!" Shelley, instantly intimidated by Vera's startling good looks, dropped behind the others, using Andy as a shield. He slipped his grotesque mask back on his face. Chris blinked at Vera. "Is everything okay?" "You know, just your basic old-fashioned mother problems." Quickly, she changed the subject. "So, where's my date?" Shelley now came out from behind Andy's athletic facade. "Hi," he murmured. There was sheep in his voice, not bull. "You're Shelley?" Vera could not keep the disappointment out of her tone. Andy, angry, reached across to rip the mask from Shelley's face. Shelley howled in protest, but before anything could come from this exposure, there was something else to occupy everyone's attention. Chris saw it first, but it was Debbie who sounded the alarm. "Hey, the van's on fire!" Indeed it was. White smoke, rising and spreading, was coming out of the windows of the van. Soon the entire vehicle was engulfed, or at least seemed to be. The assorted luggage lashed to the top of the red van was now lost from view. Chris let out a yelp and bounded down the stoop. The others followed in varying degrees of intensity. In a body, they raced to the smoking van. Andy was the first to reach it, the complete athlete. He jerked open the door on the passenger side. Chris hurled herself at the driver's door, doing the same thing. Thick, acrid smoke issued from the windows of the van now. It was difficult to breathe, much less see, but the trouble was soon detected, and it was just about what Andy and Chris had expected, given the two people they had left behind in the van. Chuck and Chili were not exactly the most dependable, reliable citizens in the universe. No way, man. They could have been Cheech and Chong look-alikes, except for the fact that Chuck was a boy and Chili a girl. Together, however, they were just as wacky and far out. Left alone, they could be counted on to gum things up, or at the very least cause some kind of trouble, as they had now. They were sprawled in the back of the van, squatting on the floor, each puffing away like crazy on a bong filled with marijuana. Each had a stereo headset plugged into their ample ears, which in turn was plugged into their very own Sony Walkman portable cassette players. Each was tuned out of the real world and tuned into their own private heavens, those cloud nines they always visited when they started to smoke grass. Dreamy-eyed, contented, they both turned grinning but indifferent faces as Chris and Andy put in an angry appearance. All Chris and Andy could do was exchange glances, the kind that so clearly says without words, "I should have known." As they well should have. Chuck and his Chili, or Chili and her Chuck, were as totally irresponsible as children in a candy store, unguarded by personnel. Left alone, they were capable of anything, like setting themselves and the red van on fire. "Come on!" Chris ordered briskly. "Let's get this show on the road before any smokies get here and break up our party, guys." Nothing must break up or interfere with the glorious weekend she had planned for herself and the gang up at the Haven, Higgins Haven. Nothing. Not even the Crystal Lake Killer or killers. Chili and her boyfriend Chuck continued to suck and puff away at the bong, which was rather like a Turkish water pipe, only without the water, as Chris desperately put the red van in gear while the others did all they could to dispel and thin out the offending smoke. The red van, trailing white smoke like a plume, barreled on out of the working-class neighborhood, passing the stickball players who set up a raucous hoot of derision as the vehicle swept on by. The 7 young people were now ready for a great weekend, and perhaps a great adventure. The morning was still young as the red van, piloted expertly by Chris, sped along the empty rural highway. The New England countryside, a picture postcard of rolling low hills and verdant forest, was an almost changeless panorama. Chris had never tired of the view in spite of all her problems. Mother Nature was like some lush harlot, advertising her wares for all to see. Chris grinned at the mental image this gave her. The driver's side window was open, and the wind blowing in whipped her flaxen hair about her face. The only other seat in the van was the passenger seat. Andy held this one down, accommodating a willing Debbie on his strong lap. "Hello, young lovers." Andy yawned. "How much further to the cottage?" "We could have been there already." Chris flung a mocking glance at Debbie. "If some people didn't have to go to the bathroom every 5 minutes." Debbie scowled and took the defensive. "Oh, yeah? Well, just hope that you never get pregnant, 'cause all you do all the time is piss." Everybody laughed. The red van reached the crest of a gentle hill. Debbie hit Andy's ear as Chris changed gears, readying for a long slide down the ribbon of highway, which pointed toward a high wall of seemingly endless trees. The overhead sun was a yellow balloon in the blue sky. At that moment, murder, slaughter, and massacre were only words in the dictionary. In the rear of the red van, Chili and Chuck lay sprawled on the floor, involved in some very serious matters, like taking inventory of their supplies of funny stuff, joints and bags of weed. Shelley sat cross-legged closer to the back of the van. Directly opposite his pudgy form was Vera Sanchez. She also squatted, but her legs were wide open in an enticing V of femininity. Yet her gaze and attention were not on Shelley. The dark eyes were dreamily absorbed in the blue sky and the treetops, racing by the prism of the back window. Shelley had been unable to take his eyes off her. Her body was far too sexy. There was too much pleasure in roving your eyes over girly goodies so close at hand. Vera was all too aware of his scrutiny and the mental rape he was perpetrating. As she turned her head quickly at one point, she caught his hungry eyes fastened on her surging breasts. To cover up, Shelley averted his eyes and looked in Chuck's direction. He was lighting up another of his joints, inhaling it, and then handing it to Chili, who took it as if it were manna from heaven, which it certainly was for the likes of Chuck and Chili. Shelley could not conceal his disgust. "Is that all you two are going to do this weekend, smoke dope?" Chuck's eyebrows raised in mild surprise at such a question. "Why not, man? Is there a law against it?" "There are better things to do with your life, you know." "Like what?" The statement had confused Chuck. Chili exhaled after a long intake on the joint. "I can't think of anything," she confessed. Shrugging, she tried to pass the cigarette to Shelley. He declined with a wave of both hands. Chili then offered it to Vera Sanchez. "Sure, why not?" Vera agreed and came forward on her hands and knees to receive the offering. As she managed that, she inadvertently thrust her shapely posterior almost full into Shelley's face. He made no attempt to retreat. Actually, he reveled in the closeness of such charms. Vera puffed tentatively on the joint. "Is this stuff any good?" "Homegrown, man," Chuck chortled with pride. "Of course it's good. You think we mess with junk?" Chili's drugged face smiled sheepily. "And it's good for you, too. Strictly organic, no preservatives, man." The aroma of good grass wafted toward the front of the vehicle. Andy's nostrils got the message. He shifted Debbie on his lap and craned his neck around. "Hey, share the wealth with those less fortunate up here." Vera nodded happily and passed the joint along. Shelley was now rummaging through a small black suitcase of worn leather, a relic of a suitcase. Vera, her curiosity aroused, asked, "What have you got in there?" Shelley looked very secretive before he answered. "My whole world," he said shyly. "In that little thing?" She was incredulous and skeptical, too. "Stick around," Shelley said mysteriously, "and you'll see." Vera Sanchez had no use for mysteries, especially from fat, ungroovy guys. She turned away and went back to her contemplation of the rear window. More blue sky and more high trees were rushing by. Abruptly there came the all-too-familiar whine and keen of sirens. There was no mistaking that sound. Police noises. Vera scrambled erect and quickly spotted the pair of cruisers with lights flashing, now in pursuit of the red van. Smokey was hot on their trail. "Oh no," Vera sang out. "Better hide the grass, it's the cops." Chris's side view mirror had given her the bad news already. "Oh no," she murmured unhappily. Andy and Debbie tensed up. Shelley looked out the back window glumly. "What are we gonna do?" "Destroy the evidence!" Vera exclaimed. "Pronto!" Chuck's echo of those words was pure shock. "Destroy the evidence? No, man!" Chili, the slightly more sensible of the two, stared him dead in the dazed eyes. "Yes, man!" Everyone exchanged worried glances. The siren sound was getting nearer and a lot louder. Vera was oddly amused by the situation, and not at all alarmed. Her dark eyes twinkled, but without a word and with simultaneous precision, Chili and Chuck began to stuff loose grass and joints into their mouths. "Come on," Chuck urged, his jaws full. "Dig in." Andy, reaching around Debbie toward a bag of the stuff, seized it grudgingly. "Oh, shit." He began to chew as diligently as Chuck and Chili were doing. Vera grinned and joined in. The police siren was blasting. More bags were passed around to Chris and Debbie. Andy did the dispensing. "Here, eat," he commanded brown-haired Debbie. She shook her head at him. "No way, we're pregnant, remember?" Chris demurred too. "Try me some other time, I'm driving." "Breakfast?" Andy sighed, chomping vigorously. "I guess." The siren's wail was like an air raid now. Chili leaned toward Chris frantically. "You better step on it or we're heading for the last lockup." Chris stepped on the pedal. The van picked up speed, but the police cruisers thundered on, narrowing the gap. Chili, Chuck, Andy, and Vera's cheeks were filled to capacity at that point. The dope was going down in huge amounts. Their faces were beginning to turn awesome shades of green. They couldn't eat fast enough. Only Shelley had not joined in the feast. He was hugging his odd black suitcase, keeping his eyes peeled through the rear glass window. "Faster!" he bellowed. "Faster!" Vera angrily thrust a fistful of grass at him. "Why don't you help us, Big Mouth?" His reluctance was all too apparent. "I guess I'm just not hungry." "You're always hungry!" Andy shouted around a mouthful of dope. Shelley's face twitched at that, but to appease everyone he began to nibble on the marijuana held out to him in Vera's hand. Chris, blinking furiously, cried out, "They're too close! I gotta pull the van over! Hurry up and swallow and everybody just be cool!" With that, she cut the van over, easing to the side of the highway, slowing down to a full stop. She thrust her head from the side window to watch the cops arrive. But much to her astonishment, and the surprise of everyone else, the twin police cruisers, flashers swirling like mad, barreled on by the van like released rockets. Dumbly, Chris saw them get smaller and smaller in the distance, and then the sight and the sounds were gone. Chris blinked again in confusion and wonder. Andy let out a huff of a belch. "I think I'm gonna be sick," he said, and put his hands to his stomach. A huge collective sigh went up all over the van, more for regret of the destruction of so much good grass rather than the near miss of a bust by the police. Vera doubled over, groaned aloud. "The line forms at the rear, handsome." Chuck, dazed and glazed and utterly unhappy now, made his declaration to all of them with full vocal inflection and dismay. "I'm gonna be sicker than all of you, man. Now I gotta spend the whole weekend totally straight. God." He buried his face in his hands. "I don't think I can make it, man." Chili touched his shoulder gently. Her eyes held a curious smile. "Chuck, look." Slowly she unbuttoned her blouse. Everyone was looking at her now. They saw her fingers reach down inside of her bra, but instead of her full breast emerging into view, out came a good-sized plastic baggie of marijuana. Chuck's lower jaw dropped foolishly. "Not now, man," he had begun to say, thinking she had sex on her mind. But then came the miracle of revelation. His big grin almost split his face in two. "I'm a slow eater," Chili explained. Chuck whooped in delight, throwing his arms around her in an excess of love, relief, and of praise. "I love you, man," he blurted, showering her with kisses on the mouth, cheeks, nose, and eyes and neck. Everybody laughed again. The near miss with the cops and the grass had been just another adventure, another excitement, all part of living and being young. None of them could know what lay on the road just ahead. How could they? The twin police cruisers were just finding out for the first time about what happened at Harold and Edna's. To Harold and Edna, that is. When the red van reached the scene of the slaughter, no more than another mile and a half down the highway, the setting was one of much activity, commotion, and upheaval. Curious onlookers and rubberneckers had already gathered, forming that kind of crowd that is like no other. Chris sensed the difference as she drove up, slowing the van to get some idea of what was going on. It was all too obvious that something bad had happened there, something real bad. She could see the swath of road cutting in from the highway leading up to the ramshackle, run-down-looking marketplace. She noted the overgrown grass and weeds, the dismal appearance of but one more country place isolated, forlorn off the main drag. The two police cruisers, parked though they were still flashing those damn red lights. There was an ambulance, too, a long white vehicle. That somehow was more ominous than anything. Somebody was hurt, or somebody was dead, or both. The clincher was the medics, young, white-coated guys coming out of the rundown store and marketplace, hauling 2 heavy body bags with them. Those canvas containers could only mean one thing. Andy let out a breath, and Vera shuddered, clasping her arms about her own shoulders. Shelley's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Chili and Chuck were still more involved with smoking their joints. Chris could not take her eyes from the awful scene. A morbid fascination seemed to have overcome her. Her natural anxieties about her own terrible past had surfaced again. They were being fueled again, as she remembered all too vividly. Debbie, turning away from the scene as the medics disappeared into the ambulance and the back doors banged shut, caught the concern and the deep involvement on Chris's intense face. "Hey, kiddo," Debbie mocked, not unkindly. "Don't let your imagination run away with you." Chris caught herself, snapped out of her trance, and set the van in motion once again. Her eyes came back from whatever place she had been. She managed a shrug and a weak smile. "No skin off our noses, right?" "Right on," Debbie said, smiling. There was no more to comment about. The red van assumed its race down the highway, leaving trouble behind, leaving unanswered questions in the rearview mirror. What the hell? This was not the world they had made. The adults and the grown-ups had screwed up that world, hadn't they? Everyone over 30. Debbie was right. Forget the past. Think only of the present, the here and now. Chris shook her old memories away and concentrated on the roadway again. It was still early, but the sun was really heating up now. The countryside had never looked prettier. She floored the pedal, the wind whipping her hair again. It was great to be young, to be alive, no matter how you looked at it. Harold and Edna could not have agreed with her more. as would have the dead half-eaten rabbit lying on the ribbon of dirt road, winding away to the left as Chris plowed the red van onward toward Higgins Haven. The hilly highway was now leveling off, flattening into a straighter, truer run. Chris kept her eyes peeled. The turnoff for the dirt road leading to the cottage was coming up real soon now. She couldn't wait for the long weekend to start. There was so much to think about, so much to do, so much to decide before she came back. The wooded landscape loomed closer. The dirt road wound away to the west. Chris maneuvered the red van for the almost corkscrew turn. The sun blazed at her through the windshield. The trees were dappled with glinting slices of golden sunlight. Chris found the winding trail. Everybody in the van shouted with pleasure and expectancy, "Higgins Haven, here we come." A few minutes later, with the red van lumbering along the winding dirt trail, bordered with encroaching trees, Debbie suddenly let out an anxious yell. "Stop the van!" "What?" Chris blurted. "What is it?" "Stop!" was all Debbie had time to say or explain. Chris slammed on the brakes reflexively. The van lurched to a halt. Everyone bounced around in the interior. Chili and Chuck let out yelps of protest. But Chris had responded not a moment too soon, obviously. Everyone could see the body of a man lying directly in the road, only inches from the nose of the van. They all scrambled out for a closer look at the figure that lay like an old bundle of dirty laundry flung down in their path. Chris stared down at him numbly. The others all ringed around in an anxious circle. Everything was happening on this trip, or so it seemed. The incredible figure lying on the ground was a withered old man, with long, stringy hair and white whiskers like a Santa Claus, an ancient, bony bundle of flesh, outfitted in baggy, shapeless clothes of some kind. A duffel bag incongruously stood at his side. The old-timer had to be well over 70. None of them had ever seen anyone so old. The old coot's eyes were closed. Either he was sleeping or he was dead. Chris shook herself. "I must have been daydreaming. I didn't even see him." Chuck, crouching for a closer look, chuckled. "Hey, you know, he looks just like my grandfather, man." Debbie shuddered. "Is he dead?" Andy negated that. "Nah, just some old bum catching 40 winks." Vera smiled. "Maybe he's Rip Van Winkle." Before anyone could think of doing something positive, the apparition laying on the ground opened its eyes of a marvelous hue and depth. Everyone took a step back. The eyes focused on Debbie's lovely face. "I must be in heaven," the old man said. Shelley recoiled at that. "Don't touch him. You don't know where he's been." Now the old man tottered erect under his own power, though his legs seemed wobbly and uncertain. The luminous eyes swept over all the young faces encircling him. His smile through the full beard was warm. There was an aura about him, too. Strange lights danced in those damnable eyes of his. "You are, all of you," he intoned, "very kind and generous young people to lend a helping hand to a tired old man. Thank you very much." He began to dust himself off as if his rags were the finest of garments. "Perhaps I can repay your kindness." His civilized manner of speaking, coupled with his shabby appearance, made them all exchange glances and expressions of curious wonder. "My name is Abel, young people, and I am my brother's keeper." He reached down into the duffel bag and rummaged. They could only look on and wait for his next words. "I have something very important to show all of you." Chris tensed inexplicably. Debbie caught the action and took her hand, squeezing it for comfort and assurance. But all the group was watchful and guarded. You never could tell with dippy old men you met in the woods. Abel produced a tiny bundle from the bag, something small wrapped up in a scrap of some kind of cloth. "Look what His Grace has brought me," Abel proclaimed. He unwrapped the object, holding it in the palm of his old hand, right in front of Shelley's face. For a moment Shelley could not recognize the small, slimy, white, oblong thing. Abel smiled with all the beatific splendor of a holy man who has seen the light. I found this today. There were other pieces of the body lying there, but I believe that he wanted me to find this." The blood drained from Shelley's face as his brain told him what his eyes were actually seeing in the old man's withered hand. He drew back, his pudgy face showing fright. "That's an eyeball!" he shouted. "Oh, God!" Abel's smile only grew wider. He looked at the rest of the group. "He wanted me to warn you. Look at this, all of you." The command was accompanied by an extension of the long, bony arm and the hand holding the eyeball for all to see. For an eyeball it was. They shrunk from him in a body, all of them. Chris, Debbie, Vera, Andy, Chili, and Chuck cringed at the awful sight. Chris could feel her heart trying to climb out of her chest. Her eyes blinked uncontrollably. Old visions and horrors from the past danced in her mind. "See?" Abel intoned solemnly, advancing on all of them. "With your own eyes what I have seen. Run away! Go back to where you came from now, my children!" Fire and brimstone raged in his eyes. His voice had taken on volume of doom and death. That was all any of them needed. With a rush and an almost unified bleat of terror, they whirled and raced back to the red van. Chris was in the lead, afraid to look back, too frightened to think any longer about what Abel and his awesome object might mean. She had the van's engine throbbing with life almost before Andy, the last one in, could settle down and slam the passenger door. A human eye. God! Abel, tall, withered, old, and terrible, stood in the center of the roadway, holding the eyeball straight out as the van quickly backed away from him and roared onward along the narrow dirt road. "I warned you!" he bellowed. The red van gathered speed and rocketed out of the sight. Chris did not look back. She couldn't. She was afraid to see the angel of death standing on that dirt road, pointing an accusing finger in her direction, like a dirty old man. The others did not look back either. Abel was the very last straw of a very busy, overloaded morning, and he was in no way to start a pleasant weekend vacation. No way, man, as Chuck might have succulently expressed it. None of them could wait to get to Higgins Haven now, no matter what was waiting for them there. Anything was better than a nutty old man with an eyeball for company. Jesus, how loony could you get? Chris, Andy, Debbie, Vera, Shelley, Chili, and Chuck had no way of knowing that they were about to find out the hardest way, just exactly how loony things could get. The Crystal Lake maniac was a long way from done, and all the hounds of hell were gathering at Higgins Haven. Chapter 3. Give him the axe. The driveway approaching the lakeside cottage was rank with overgrowth. It curled and wandered through a maze of tall oak trees, trees which had been there long before the cottage had been built. Their heavy, gnarled branches hung low, looking like tired arms ready to droop down on the driveway, as if to block all newcomers to the home. The house itself was a rustic, two-storied affair, picturesque if you cared for that sort of look, run down if you were a realist. The place was in a relatively decent condition, but its thoroughly weather-beaten aspect created impression and atmosphere of great age, and perhaps a family history of some kind. There was an elevated porch and curtained windows. The parking space before the structure was ample. On the left side of the driveway, some 30 yards diagonally across from the house, stood a tall red barn. This showed a hayloft equipped with the customary block and tackle needed to haul bales of hay into the loft's broad square window. Several bales stood there now, lining the penned-in area fronting the red barn. To the right of the house, an outhouse was placed like a lonely sentinel of some kind. The familiar half-moon-shaped vent hole marked the wooden door so that there was no doubt as to the nature of the structure. And off to the left of Higgins Haven, there was the large lake, complete with its knotty old dock and a very small tree-covered island parked squarely in the middle of the still waters. The whole of the area surrounding the property was a lush landscape of assorted foliage and plants. All in all, it was a serene, idyllic panorama the ideal spot to take it easy and relax. As the oncoming red van bumped its way along the dirt road and slowed to a crawl to pass over the rickety, creaky, dilapidated wooden bridge that crossed a dried-up stream, all of Chris's friends marveled at the pastoral view, at the solitude and peacefulness of the setting. For Chris, however, it was a trip back to another time, but she controlled her innermost thoughts. No time now to brood. At the bridge entrance, the rectangular sign with Higgins Haven carved into the old wood still hung from the rotting post as always. Some things never changed, no matter how awful the past had been. From the windows of the house, anyone could have seen the red van approaching. Anyone. Chris could almost feel a pair of unseen eyes trained on all of them. She repressed a shudder and eased the vehicle under the sweep of low, hanging branches fronting the house, then halted the van with a decisive foot on the brake. Without waiting for the others, she jumped out and took a good, long, hard look at the house. A collection of memories, all fresh and sharp, possessed her for a moment. Then she shrugged the unsettling images away and untied the rope of the tarpaulin which covered the bulk of the luggage riding on top of the van. She did it slowly and very thoughtfully, calling out loudly to her friends as she did so. "Let's bring in the luggage first, then I'll give you a tour of the house and the barn, and then we can hang out at the lake, all right?" When she didn't get an immediate reply, she frowned and walked around to the other side of the van. Now she heard the sound of running feet and the shouts of laughter. The side doors of the van were wide open, and no one was hanging around, obviously. Turning, she saw all her friends, the whole bunch of them, running pell-mell towards the delightful lake. They had been unable to resist the allure of the shimmering waters and the sun-dappled landscape. Debbie, running with the rest of them, turned and called back, "Come on down! Don't delay! Do it today!" She had her answer soon enough, a totally unexpected one. From out of nowhere, in the gloom of indoors, a hand shot to her neck and pulled her backwards into the house. She started to scream as she felt a figure close in on her, and then the moment of horror and terror was gone. For the phantom attacker now was stealing nothing but kisses and embraces, and she had recognized him. Derek! Derek the tall, Derek the handsome, Derek the virile young stud of 23. His eager mouth was on hers now. The mixture of relief and gladness she felt made her collapse in his arms. But she did not yield to the warmth he was feeling. She couldn't. Not under these circumstances, not in this house. "It's good to see you, Chris," he whispered fervently into the forest of her blonde hair. She stared past his shoulder at the room, the furnishings, remembering another time, another set of circumstances. He sensed her withdrawal, for all his passion, and released her, stepping away from her. Is it my imagination, or did it just get really cold in here? She had hardly heard him. Preoccupied with seeing the inside of Higgins Haven once more, she was wandering around the room, looking at everything, trying to get a fresh perspective on things. She found the master bedroom and swung wide the door. She stood on the threshold, staring into the interior. Derek watched her with concern. "Did I do something wrong, Chris?" "No." She turned back to him, smiling softly. "It's just being here again. I know it's only been 2 years, but it feels like I've been away forever. Doesn't look like anything's changed. Even the paintings are still crooked like they always were." She walked in to the far wall and straightened a tilted seascape, an old oil painting her father had loved. Derek shook his head. "You've certainly changed. Don't you even say hello, how are you anymore?" "I'm sorry. Hello, Derek. How are you?" "That's a start, at least." He crossed to her again, pulling her toward him for another kiss. She moved away quickly, avoiding him, putting the low center table of the room between them. "Could you just slow down, please? Even when we were kids, you were always so sure of yourself." "So?" he said mockingly, his eyes studying her with that damned coolness of his. "Should I have learned to be shy?" "Well, I'm not sure of myself, and I am shy." Behind them now, passing the porch window, a huge figure blotted out the daylight for a second, and then was gone. Neither of them had seen the fleeting figure. Chris was too intent on replying to the persistent Derek. He had not changed at all. "There's a whole weekend ahead of us. Let me get to know you again. Let me get to know this place again, Derek." Derek considered that, and then his smile was the familiar one of old. "Okay, Chris. But there's only just so many cold showers I can take, understood?" She had to smile at that. The conceit of the guy. Changeless Derek. "Understood," she agreed. "Now come on outside and help me with the bags." They both headed for the front door, still unaware of the massive figure watching them from the porch. Bounding down the front steps, they busied themselves with the luggage. Derek said, "I'll get the bags off the top. You get the ones inside." On the opposite side of the truck, Chris frowned at the sliding door. She had left it open, and now it was closed. Unsure of herself, she muttered aloud, "This door was open just a minute ago, wasn't it?" "What?" Derek called from the other side of the van, unpacking the gear from the roof of the vehicle. "Nothing," Chris said. Sounds of the fun going on in the nearby lake reached them both. Chris grabbed for the handle of the sliding door and whisked it to one side. Instinctively, she braced herself for something, anything, to leap out at her. Nothing did. Annoyed with herself for being so suspicious and on edge, she leaned into the van and grabbed the very first bag she saw. And now another hand sprang out of nowhere and fastened on her wrist. She let out a startled gasp and leaped backward. But it was only Shelley, sticking his face out from the interior of the van. "That's my bag," he said in a low voice. "I'll take care of it." "What are you doing in there?" Chris demanded, still frightened. "Why aren't you down at the lake with the others?" Shelley showed his teeth in a resigned smile, still gripping his curious, precious little black bag. "Because they're skinny dipping, and I'm not skinny enough." Chris did not laugh. She looked toward the lake and saw Andy, Debbie, and Vera frolicking about naked in the water as Shelley had said. Chuck and Chili, fully clothed though they were, had both just dived off the dock with a double splash and combined shouts of glee. Everybody seemed to be having a great time, and they hadn't even seen the house yet. Just as well, she thought. Let them enjoy themselves while they could. Bad things happened soon enough, didn't they? And you were only young once, weren't you? Sighing, she went back to helping Derek with the luggage. Somewhere in the midst of the tall, overhanging oak trees, a bird of some kind cawed in the sunny daylight. A hawk, a crow, or what? It was a curious sound to hear, what with all the laughing and shouting going on at Higgins Haven. A strange and exotic noise. An omen? She couldn't be sure. The sun high overhead continued to blaze down as if it would never go out or nightfall would never come. Chris shook herself. What a funny idea to have on such a beautiful day. A crazy one, really. That afternoon it seemed a good plan to be alone with Derek and talk. The tall, dark guy, whatever else he was a good farmer, handy around a place like Higgins Haven. Chris made good use of him. While all the others were still getting used to everything around them with the cottage and the land surrounding the place, Chris and Derek baled hay. Strong Derek stood in the hayloft opening, working the block and tackle to hoist the bales of bound hay from the ground to their storage place. Chris remained below to grab the rope to hook it to the bales. It was tough work, but muscular Derek was used to such tasks and well equipped to do the job. Chris marveled at his strength. The sun had moved across the heavens, but it was still very hot work. Derek pulled in a swaying bell, grounded it somewhere inside, and then leaned from his perch to call down to her. "I never understood what all this hay was for, Chris. You don't have any horses. You never did." He sent the rope back down to ground level. Chris grabbed it and hooked it onto another bell. "It's my father's idea. Every year he makes plans to buy a horse, and then every year he ends up buying this hay, but no horse. You figure it out. I can't." Derek applied himself to the hoist, pulling forcefully. The bell rose from the ground, swaying. Derek laughed, and then his tone became playful, teasing. You realize, of course, I gave up an opportunity to spend the weekend with Mary Jo Conrad for this. Chris, rolling another bale of hay into place, looked up, a wide grin on her lovely face. You mean you actually gave up a chance to be with the Mary Jo Conrad? She spread her hands before her own chest and made a mammoth cup of her hands and arms. For little old me? I'm touched. I really am. That's right, he swore. So help me. Boy, are you dumb! She signaled and he hoisted away again, but his grin was serious somehow. Okay, Chris, I know I'm just a country boy and my feelings don't really matter, but this is the sweat of a laborer on my forehead, not a lover. Now, I believe there's a time and place for everything, and I think this is the time and the place. You know what I mean? We got to get organized here, he continued, breezily enough. We should set aside at least 3 hours a day to fulfill our needs. An hour in the morning, and 2 hours at night should be enough. If you agree, I agree. Derek reached out to grab the hoisted bale of hay, only to find Chris hanging on to the rope instead of the hay. She had let herself be pulled aloft to surprise him. He blinked, confused for a second. She smiled, shyly. Were you talking to me, sir? Derek, with a wry smile, let go of the rope. Chris fell earthward, letting out a shriek of dismay and disappointment. But her playful yelp was suddenly drowned out in a long, terrible, blood-curdling scream, which sounded from the house, or from that direction at least. Derek shouted something, springing unharmed from the hay. Chris quickly regained her feet and sprinted for the house, not waiting for Derek. From the second-floor window of the cottage, a huge and massive frame stared down at her, concealed by the curtains. Derek hit the rope to climb down, but Chris was already bounding up the front porch of the house, disappearing inside. Her blood had turned cold again, but her curiosity and her desire to help someone in trouble had spurred her into direct action without thinking of herself or the possible consequences. Fear sometimes acts like a two-edged sword. The interior gloom of the house mocked her. It was completely silent. The awful scream had been cut off, as if it had never happened. Is anyone there? There was no response. The silence was deafening. Is everything all right? She demanded again of the room, the furnishings of anybody and anything. Again, no reply, only more silence. Derek came bounding in from outdoors, only seconds behind her. Are you okay? I saw you running. I heard someone screaming, she explained. You check down here. I'll check upstairs. She headed for the spiral staircase which bound upwards to the second-floor balcony. Derek hesitated for a second, undecided about leaving her alone, then rushed off to do her bidding. Chris hurried up the stairs and beeline for the door of the bedroom she had given to Andy and Debbie for the weekend. She peered inside, but she saw and heard nothing. She turned down the corridor and spied Shelley's closed bedroom door. It was the next place to check. Shelley, are you up here? She called out first. If he was not answering. Heart beating strangely, she approached his door and pushed against the barrier. The door was stuck. She kicked at it with her foot. It swung open, slamming back against the inside wall. Shelley! She called once more, and then she walked in as bravely as she could. The room was in order. Nothing seemed out of place or disarranged. Chris took a few steps inside and looked about. There was no trace of pudgy Shelley. She spotted the heavy armoire and the one closet in the room. Something ticked and clicked in her brain. She reached out to the armoire and pulled open the door. Her eyes popped and her heart stopped beating, all in one split second of near insanity. She could have gone out of her mind. The overweight body of Shelley, an axe jutting from his skull, scarlet blood oozing down his face, toppled forward, directly into her arms. Her lungs let go in a rising, horrified scream. Then his lifeless body was sliding from her arms, down her own body, thumping grotesquely to the floor at her very feet. She screamed again in sheer unbridled horror, closing her eyes against the awful sight. Derek thundered into the room, shouting. Chris swayed, forcing her eyes open. "He's dead! He's dead!" She could not look at Shelley's corpse on the floor. "Oh my God!" Derek said. He seized Chris around the waist. "No, don't look. Let's just get the hell out of here." Footsteps pounded, the room filled with faces. Andy, Debbie, Vera. Chris caught herself almost swooning. "What's going on in here?" Debbie demanded, almost petulantly. "We heard screaming," Vera said, and then stopped. They had all seen Shelley's body and reacted accordingly. The girls hid their faces and turned away, shuddering. Only Andy, oddly unaffected or simply putting on a good show of nerve, was bending over the corpse, as if he were about to perform an autopsy. Debbie peered through her hands. "Don't touch him," she begged. Undaunted, he placed his hand on Shelley's stomach and began to tickle the corpse. Amazingly, foolishly, Shelley sprang to life, sitting erect and then jumping to his feet with an idiotic grin spread all over his face. He started to giggle uncontrollably. Andy sighed, as if it were exactly what he had expected. "What a creep you are, Shelley." The others gaped at Shelley, gasping incredulously. Chris's face went white at the monstrous deceit. Shelley, a little worried now, stammered hopefully. "I guess I fooled you good, huh?" Chris, outraged at the rubber axe, the ketchup smears, rushed at him, fist up. "Why, you little bastard! I'll kill you!" Practical joker Shelley retreated in a panic. The fake axe fell off his head. Chris struck out at him, pummeling his chest and body. Shelley fended her off, and Derek helped, pulling her back. "Leave him alone," he rasped in her ear. "He doesn't know any better." "It was a joke," Shelley protested lamely. "Just a joke. I didn't mean to." "You never mean to," Andy cut him off angrily. "But you always go ahead and do it anyways, don't you?" Vera was glaring disdainfully at Shelley. Her lovely face was almost ugly now. Somehow she found the fat boy pitiful. "I gotta get out of here," she declared. "I need some fresh air. Think I'll go get some booze." Derek agreed to that. "Here," he said, taking his keys out of his jacket and tossing them to her. "Take my VW." Chris had begun to cry helplessly. They all gathered around to comfort her. Vera stalked from the room, her tigerish figure swaying in rhythmic allure. Shelley stood mute, a helpless fat man seeing the scorn in all eyes. The red smears on his face were truly ludicrous now. His bad joke had laid an egg all over Higgins Haven. Minutes later, outside, where the barn doors were wide open, Vera Sanchez eased the Volkswagen Beetle into the driveway, pointing its nose out toward the rickety bridge. It was a rusted-out old car whose engine made more noise than a boiler factory. Vera didn't care. It would be good to get away for an hour. Enough was enough. Suddenly, the fat figure of Shelley came racing out of the home. Cleaned of all his corpse makeup and blood, Shelley's face was a portrait of desperation. He caught up with Vera as the VW gained the old bridge. Shelley, running alongside, shouted through the window at Vera. "Let me go with you, please! I gotta get away too!" Without a word, she floored the pedal and zoomed away from him, leaving him forlorn. But then, amazingly, the VW lurched to a full stop, and the side door swung open like an invitation, only yards away. Elated, Shelley bolted for the car and climbed in when he got there. The VW took off once more, zipping for the dirt road that led out to the highway. Vera drove like a racing car addict. From the curtained windows of the house, the massive form looked out, seeing them leave. A quiet laugh filled the gloom of the upstairs living room. The stranger in the midst of all these young people bided his time. It was still daylight. The hours would pass soon enough, and this creature, whoever or whatever he was waiting for the night when darkness would fall, and all sorts of terrible things were more likely to happen. The dark was a friend of this massive figure, who was not a practical joker like Shelley. No, not at all. The mutilated corpses of Harry and Edna had left a pall of horror over the police station. Veteran officers, despite the recent spate of slaughters, were once again asking each other, what's going on in this town? Who the hell is doing these things? And are we never going to be able to stop him? Them? Nobody had the answers to those questions, least of all the chief of police. When the coroner left his office with the ultimate autopsy verdict, and the chief was alone with his thoughts, all he could do was stare out the big windows at the waning sunlight, and wonder if this crime wave would cost him his job, as it very well could and might. Election time was coming up again in the fall, and Pinehurst County would be just like any other community when it came to expressing their dissatisfaction with the police chief who couldn't get the job done. The chief of police let out an enormous tired sigh, but one single thought was paramount in his troubled mind. This kind of thing had happened before. Oh, had it ever? Dead, butchered bodies lying all over the countryside. Those murders were still unsolved, still open on the books. And if this were the same maniac and/or maniacs, the chief of police shuddered. Suddenly his office was a very cold place to sit in, and his police chief's chair very uncomfortable. Chapter 4. Danger in Black. At the package store in town, Vera Sanchez made a lot of necessary purchases. Several six-packs of beer, some bottles of cheap champagne, and a flock of assorted munchies. A chastened Shelley wandered down the aisle, leaping through the magazine rack, trying to lose himself in the Playboy centerfold. The worn woman behind the counter was ringing up Vera's cash total on a noisy cash register. "That'll be $23.50, the woman snapped, "and we don't take no food stamps." Vera flung her a sneer and searched her pockets for money. She didn't have enough. "Shelley," she sang out, "I need some money. Throw me your wallet." Shelley complied eagerly, tossing his billfold down the aisle to Vera. But as she reached up to clap her hands around it, she misjudged the distance. The wallet struck the side of her hand and dropped to the floor of the store. Making a face, she stooped to retrieve it. But someone beat her to it. A very black hand, wearing rings on each and every finger, scooped the wallet up fast. Vera straightened, scowling, to face a woman outfitted in startling skin-tight black leather. A stunning woman whose beauty, as vulgar as it was very impressive. The smirk on the woman's face was like some jungle cat's, waiting, watchful, poised to strike. Vera took an instant dislike to the lady, and the feeling was obviously mutual. On either side of the woman, who seemed more like someone from Times Square in New York City than the country, were two equally black men like bookends. The bigger, more strapping one had a full set of gold teeth. His partner was sporting a bandana, one gold earring, and the leather jacket that denotes a bike man. But all of them seemed of the same ilk. Vera could only glare at the black woman for a long moment. Shelley sauntered over to see what was wrong. Is everything all right?" he asked in a low voice. Vera outstared the black woman. "Everything is going to be fine, Shelley." Shelley spied the wallet in the woman's hand. "Excuse me, but I believe that's mine," he began. The two black men moved forward, surrounding Shelley, leering down at him. The one with the gold teeth said to the one with the earring, "Make a wish, loco." Shelley was frightened now. Can I buy you two a beer or something?" He recognized danger when he saw it, and the black lady was pawing through the wallet as if staking a claim. Vera held out her hand. "I'll take that now," she said in a cold, flat voice. But the black woman was heedless of the request. She kept rummaging through Shelley's wallet. Suddenly, she drew forth a shining packet, and showing even very white teeth, read aloud from the covering. "A true Trojan, thin as a shadow, strong as a horse." She chuckled deep in her chest. "Hear that, Loco? You too, Allie. We got us a real big man here." Allie and Loco had now lifted Shelley easily from the floor by each grabbing an elbow. Then they dropped him almost as fast. Shelley scrambled erect, face reddening. Gold-toothed Ali roared, and earringed Loco echoed him. The black woman let out a loud, raucous laugh. Vera had taken all she was going to take. She grabbed for the wallet, but the black woman was quicker. She pulled her hand back. "Out of the way, Fox!" Ali rumbled proudly. "Show her all the good moves!" Fox almost bowed at him, but her attention was still on Vera. Didn't your mama teach you manners, girl? If you want something, you ask nice." Shelley rallied a little. "Please, Vera, please, be cool." Vera, teeth clenched now, said, "May I please have the wallet?" "You mean," Fox snorted, "may we please have the wallet, ma'am?" With great difficulty, hanging on to her calm, Vera repeated the request. "May we please have the wallet, ma'am?" "Now that's a good girl. That's real nice." Her cohorts, Ali and Loco, were enjoying every second, every word of this confrontation. Fox tossed the wallet to Vera as if it were an afterthought. Vera and Shelley paid for their purchases, and the woman behind the cash register, who had witnessed the whole scene and stayed out of it, was glad to see them go. Who needed trouble? Outside the store again, Vera was still smarting from the encounter, but Shelley was far more practical about their close call. "Are they following us?" he wondered. "No," Vera snapped. "Good." Shelley heaved a sigh of relief. They quickly stuffed all the goodies in the rear of the VW. Vera handed Shelley the car keys. "You drive, huh? The way I feel, I'd probably run us into a tree or something." "Next time," Shelley vowed, climbing behind the wheel. "I'll know how to handle a situation just like this next time." He keyed the ignition lock. "Let's just hope next time isn't too soon." Just as the words left his mouth, Ali emerged from the package store. Seeing the black giant so soon again was too much for Shelley. Nervously, he started the VW, throwing it into gear and hitting the gas pedal. Mistakenly, the car was in reverse. It lurched backward before Shelley could correct the error. The mistake was compounded by a terrible sound of crashing metal and screeching rubber. Shelley had backed into two shining, streamlined, souped-up motorcycles, and there was little doubt who the owners of the machines could be. Bad luck, okay? Shelley and Vera, whirling to see out the back window, had their worst fears certified. "Ah, shit!" Shelley gasped with emphasis. "Ah, shit is right," Vera agreed. "Here comes the unjolly black giant. You better go!" Ali was coming toward them now on a dead run. His right hand closed around a heavy metal chain, which he had tugged from his thick bikeman's belt. Vera swallowed hard. "Let's get out of here!" Shelley shifted gears like a maniac. The VW shot ahead, but Ali had placed himself unyieldingly in front of the oncoming car, standing his ground like a colossus, or Horatio at the bridge. "Hold on!" Shelley roared, hitting the brakes. The VW stopped on a dime only inches from Ali. All considerations aside, Shelley didn't want to run him down like a dog. That was all the weakness and charity that Ali needed. His gold teeth flashed in a blinding smile. The late afternoon sun glinted off his metallic molars. They tried to smile back at him, but it was a waste of time. The heavy metal chain swung like a bullwhip in his hand, and arced toward them in a deadly line. The windshield gave way with the bursting of glass and windshield wipers. Vera and Shelley ducked in pure reflex. Ali drew closer, wrapping the heavy chain about one ham of a fist, and drove his arm through the driver's side window, a battering ram of force and power. The window disintegrated. Vera shuddered, recoiling in terror. Ali's gleaming grin broadened. The arm drew back again for one more final telling blow, but Shelley responded for once with a speed and practicality that left Vera marveling. The fat boy reversed the VW rapidly, raced back several yards, and then shot forward again, heading for the alternate exit of the package store parking lot. Ali dashed for his toppled motorcycle, the gleaming grin gone, his long legs pumping. The VW appeared to be making a clean break, but amazingly to Vera, Shelley did not drive off to safety. Instead, the VW spun in a sharp U-turn and headed back the way they had come. "What are you doing?" Vera shouted incredulously. "He went too far this time. I'm mad." Hunched over the wheel like a racing car driver, Shelley thunderbolted the VW straight for Ali. The black man had righted his bike and was mounting up, but the engine wasn't turning over. Then he saw the vengeful VW bearing down on him, seemingly from out of nowhere. His face broke in horror and surprise. He leaped from his vehicle and got out of the way just in time. The VW ran right over his fallen motorcycle, reducing its value and working condition quite a great deal. And then Derek's rusted-out car shot away clear, heading for freedom, the highway and the road back to Higgins Haven. But not before Fox and Loco had come running from the package store to see what all the noise was about. The trio were reduced to impotent, fist-shaking losers as Shelley drove off with Vera, a true winner for perhaps the very first time in his fat life. "I did it!" he exulted with a hoarse shout. "I did it! Didn't I do it?" "You did it," Vera agreed happily, seeing him in a new light. "And you were great, Shelley." "I was great," he repeated the words, savoring each and every one of them. He floored the gas pedal, racing back to the cottage. He couldn't wait to tell the gang what had happened, or to hear how Vera would back him up. Unfortunately, as ye sow, so shall ye reap, as the Bible says. Shelley and Vera had made 3 enemies. 3 very bad enemies, with memories like elephants. Fox, Ali, and Loco were not ones to let this sort of one-upmanship pass. "No way, man," as Chuck would have said. There were now 3 black shadows in the lives of the young people who had come to Higgins Haven for a restful weekend. Like bad pennies, Fox, Ali, and Loco were going to come back. As if one maniac and one Crystal Lake killer wasn't enough, or 2. Nobody had ever been able to say for sure. The wave of unsolved murders, the countless slaughtered corpses which had plagued Crystal Lake and Pinehurst County for so many long years, was still a blot on the history of the territory. The mammoth blot had only spread and widened as the years and the corpses mounted, baffling all the local authorities, and there was no blotter in sight. The VW made good time back to the cottage, but Vera was still too overcome with the realization of something. Her dark eyes were gloomy. "I can't believe this. I was promised a quiet weekend in the country, and look at everything that's been happening." Shelley was still too happy to be upset. "Look at it this way. Things can only get better, right?" Wrong. The sun was just beginning to go down, dipping fast like an orange ball balancing itself on the far horizon. Night was coming on again, and there would come strangers in the night, as well as death. "Forget it, Ali. 'Tain't worth it." "The hell I will. I paid a lot of good bread for that bike." "What you gonna do then? Walk after them Charlies?" "Hush your mouth, woman. You do what I tell you. I'm still boss man of this outfit till someone says different, or tries different. Loco, go find us some wheels." Fox and Loco exchanged helpless glances in the parking lot of the package store. Big Ali was literally seething. They had never seen him so worked up, so downright mad. They couldn't really blame him, though. Shelley's stunt had really wrecked the bike. Loco fingered his earring, grunted, and went scrounging around the parking lot, checking the parked cars for keys left in ignitions. Fox patted the fullness of her leather-bound hips and shook her head at her main man. Ali's gold teeth shone in a fixed smile, but his eyes were glittering like the many rings on his big fingers. He was crazy about rings, just as Fox was. More importantly, getting even meant a lot to him, especially with white dudes. Chapter 5. The Night Visitors. 6 o'clock had come. The sun, dying now, splashed a golden-orange glow over the region of Crystal Lake. The landscape was alive with color. As daylight was ending, shadows began to steal through the tall oaks and across the cottage, the barn and the outhouse. Never had the area looked more pastoral or beautiful. All of Chris's friends had found things to keep them busy after the bad scare of Shelley's fake death. Chris herself had gone jogging in the woods to keep her mind off of things. The others had found time to resume some pleasant habits. Andy was on the porch working out. His tall, slim, athletic body was no accident. He was doing strenuous exercises to keep in condition, a series of calisthenics designed to maintain his splendid physique. Chuck and Chili were watching him from the porch swing, admiring his moves. But the limit of their participation was the cocaine they were sharing, dreamy-eyed. Andy's performance, as inspiring as it was, only caused them to rock faster in the swing. Still, Chuck felt a twinge of guilt. "Maybe we should do some exercise," he suggested to Chili. She shook her head, raised her Coke spoon to her nose, and inhaled deeply and fervently. "This is all the exercise I need, Chucky baby." She snorted her nose candy with a prodigious blast upward. Chuck grinned foolishly. When Debbie came jogging out of the woods, shapely figure running hard, she was soon followed by Chris, both of them perspiring freely, yet they had never looked lovelier. And now the battered, war-torn Volkswagen crawled into view, coming over the small wooden bridge towards the house. When it reached the winding dirt road, everybody could see that something had happened to Derek's buggy. Something bad. The damage was all too plain even from a distance. Chris felt a stab of fear but shook it off, and Debbie frowned. But both of them joined Andy, Chuck, and Chili in front of the barn where Shelley had slid the VW to a stop. Shelley and Vera Sanchez climbed out wearily. Chuck put his whole arm through the space where the windshield had once been. "Where's your windshield, man?" Debbie blurted. "What happened to you guys? Are you all right?" Vera and Shelley reached in for the bags of groceries, then handed them over to Chili and Chuck. Vera shrugged her shoulders. "We had a slight misunderstanding with some motorcycle gang. They came in threes, all black, but Shelley made them see the error in their ways." She put an arm around him in approval. He grinned, as happy as a mud turtle in a swamp. "Aw, it was nothing," he declared as heroically as he could. Everybody smiled and clapped their hands. Then they all headed for the house, with Vera elaborating all of the details. Nobody saw the barn door inch open, with a low creak of a sound. The huge, massive man who had skulked and observed all day drew back into the shadows again, still unobserved by any of the young people. Derek met the group halfway up to the house. His dark face was a picture of shock and resentment. "My beautiful car! What did you do to it? Oh, for Christ's sake!" Vera and Shelley, embarrassed and feeling awkward, tried to explain. Derek was beyond reason, so Vera handed him the keys. "We're really sorry, but it wasn't our fault. Honest," she told him. Shelley nodded eagerly. "A few minor repairs and it'll all be good as new." Derek was no longer listening. He ran down to the VW and examined it, circling like a mother hen, touching all the bruises and cuts and hurts. He cursed out loud, glaring back at Vera and Shelley, and exploded. "That's it! I've had it! I thought it would be good for me, and us, to spend some time together." He was shouting for Chris's benefit now, and she knew it. "But I got more than I bargained for." Angrily, he pulled the door back and climbed into the VW. Shelley and Vera, powerless to explain further, went on into the house with the others. Only Chris lingered, going to Derek and leaning down to the driver's window to talk to him. The motor roared into life. "Where are you going, Derek?" "Away from here." "Stay with me, please." "Why should I?" "Because I want you to." She had struck the right vein, whether by design or truth. He would never know. You don't play fair, do you, Chris? Finally, he sighed and pushed out the door for her. Get in. Off to the right, behind a tall oak, Andy and Debbie were kissing with a great deal of warmth, desire, and affection. Derek and Chris did not see them as the VW eased toward the rickety bridge. Andy and Debbie paid no attention to them at all. They had other matters on their minds. "Why don't we take a swim?" Debbie asked, breaking away from the kiss. Andy blinked and shook his head. "I don't know." "We'd be all alone," she said seductively. "We could do anything we wanted, and nobody would see." "Sounds disgusting," Andy declared solemnly. "Let's go." He grabbed her hand and started to run with her to the lake. As they broke past the van, Debbie stopped. "You go ahead. I'm going to get a blanket." The VW had disappeared now behind the tall wall of trees fronting Higgins Haven, hiding it from the highway. Andy continued on happily toward the lake, walking on his hands in an excess of athletic romantic happiness. Debbie laughed and slid open the side door of the red van. A nice stillness had settled over the lake and vicinity. It was going to be a lovely night. She crawled into the van, exploring for the blankets. She did not see the dark, booted feet approaching furtively, trying not to rustle a single leaf on the country earth. Her shapely rear end was out-thrust from the vehicle as she searched. The owner of the booted feet now edged around her, because she had suddenly backed out of the van, clutching the blanket. It was a very close call for both people. Debbie was scampering down to the lake, hugging the blankets, without ever having noticed the prowler or suspected that one was there. The intruder ducked behind the opposite side of the red van. Debbie joined Andy down by the lake's edge. The sun was now sinking behind the horizon, and the tall trees had walled it out much earlier. The cottage and the lake area were now thoroughly drenched in half-light. Gloom, dusk. The setting was something out of Edgar Allan Poe, haunting and beautiful and somehow weird, and not a little frightening. The booted prowler was no stranger, really. Vera and Shelley would have recognized him immediately and shuddered at the sight of him. He was large and formidable and black, and he was no less than Ali, the gold-toothed giant of their package store and parking lot encounter. Now he was carrying an empty tin gas can and a siphon and scanning the area for other bodies. There were none. Debbie was already down at the lake. Ali made a signaling motion with his hands. The bushes behind him stirred, and Fox and Loco emerged, crouching low so as not to be seen from the house. Ali had already begun to unscrew the cap of the van's gasoline tank. Fox's shining eyes held worry, unusual for her. "Maybe we shouldn't do this, Ali." Loco grumbled at that. "We gotta even the score, don't we?" Ali laughed a mean laugh. "Nobody's gonna get hurt, baby." He stuck the siphon down into the fuel tank and placed the gas can on the ground below. Loco reached for the siphon eagerly. "Let me do it." Ali firmly pushed his hand away. "I know what I'm doing, man." While the men worked the emptying the gas tank routine, Fox's attention was drawn to the barn just behind them, its two doors almost tempting her to walk in. She wandered off, curious, and tried the doors. They opened. She waited, making sure no sound was heard, and then slipped inside, closing the barriers quietly behind her. Ali and Loco did not see her go. They were too busy with the van. The last of the sunlight, spears thick with dust, filled the musty interior of the old structure. Fox scanned the premises with fresh eyes. Her face lit up with the dawning smile of a city child in a country store, seeing a new world for the first time, trying to decide which area to explore first. And the street urchin that Fox had once been was also beguiled by the interior of a country barn, something she had never seen before. This red barn was a typical, right out of the catalogs barn, filled with a variety of heavy-duty tools, some rusting sawhorses, wooden benches and ladders, a horse stall, a hay bin, haystacks, and a second-floor hayloft. Several storage rooms were on view as well. Fox marveled at it all. Fascinated, she wandered through this rustic wonderland. In her high-heeled boots, she had had some trouble maneuvering around on the hay-covered floor. The smell of the place filled her nostrils like some rare perfume. It was all so new to her. As she approached the tool shed, one of her heels stuck deep into a sticky patch of mud. She staggered slightly. To stop her fall, she clawed out for the tool shed handle. The rotting old door gave way with the weight and force of her hand, unhinging with age. Fox fell to the ground, her face landing only inches away from a pitchfork, prongs thrusting upward. Her eyes almost popped out of her head at the nearness of the miss. She rose, kicking the implement out of the way, then dusted herself off, heart pounding. She looked upward. The loft area was above her, with a wooden ladder leading to it. She didn't hesitate, but ascended the old ladder very slowly, intrigued with the barn and its aura. A bale of hay, dislodged somehow in her climb, shot past her and thudded to the floor of the barn. Fox chuckled low in her throat and kept on climbing. Soon she disappeared through the loft flooring overhead and was gone. Ali and Loco had barely noticed her wandering off until they finished filling the gas can and reached for another. It was going to take 3 cans at least to empty the red van's tank. That ought to do it. Ali stuck the siphon in his mouth and proceeded to draw on it to fill the second can. Loco kept the container in place for him to catch all the fluid. Both men were grinning from ear to ear. "Take this into the barn," Ali directed, handing Loco the one filled can. "And start pouring. And find Fox." Loco nodded. Nobody ever argued with Ali. He was just too goddamn big. So the slightly smaller man crept toward the barn, ducking past the huge overgrown oak tree that stood between the barn and the red van. But just as he was about to enter, he heard a low, wailing sound. Fox sounded like a wounded animal. He spun around and looked up. His eyes popped too. He had hardly expected anything like this, even from a tigress like Fox. What a woman! Fox came swinging out of the hayloft opening, like Tarzan, on the hanging rope attached to the block and tackle, just like a kid having a high old time. Loco watched, baffled. The woman's lithe body was like a snake clinging to the swinging rope, back and forth, back and forth. "Whoa!" Fox sang out happily, heedless of who might hear her. Loco panicked, looking around fearfully, then up at Fox again. "What the hell are you doing?" he shouted in a loud whisper. "Get off that fool thing!" She had disappeared from view once more, through the square opening of the loft. A second later she reappeared, swinging far out on the rope again. Loco's mouth dropped open. That woman is crazy. "This feels so good!" Fox shouted again, and flew back out of sight as before. Loco was getting desperate. He looked back toward Ali, concerned. The big fellow was still busy with the siphon routine, but his view of the barn was obstructed by the oak tree. Ali seemed not to have heard Fox and all her whooping. Loco craned his neck upward. "Ali's gonna be pissed if you don't stop screwing around, woman! We got work to do!" This time the rope came sailing out empty, with no one hanging from it. It dangled, twirling lazily. There was dead silence. Loco gaped, shook his head, and then raced into the barn, not knowing what to think, not wanting to think at all. If that damn woman was playing more games. The interior of the barn was gloomy, mysterious, alien to Loco. It had been getting darker by the minute, and now deep shadows lay over everything. Loco advanced cautiously, not wanting to bump into anything and make a racket. "Fox!" he called in a loud stage whisper. "Where are you?" She did not answer. Loco cursed and moved further into the barn. "Stop fooling around! You're screwing everything up!" Still no answer. Not a peep. "Shit!" Loco said. And then he heard a noise. A banging of some kind, like something hitting against the wall or the side of the barn. Loco spotted the ladder, saw the second level, and quickly knew what he had to do. He mounted the old rungs like a scurrying rat. "You had it now, woman," he growled. "I'm mad." He came through the square opening and stepped out on the floorboards. The deep shadows hid the corners of the loft. He had to squint his eyes to see. Now, from directly behind him came the banging sound again. He whipped around. He could not believe or credit what his eyes now told him, what his brain said he saw. It was too much, too soon. And it was Fox. Her body, the tigerish, leather-clad, booted shapeliness of her, was raised totally off the ground. She was suspended in midair, impelled by a pitchfork, which pinned her to the wall. And her eyes, God! They were propped open in a fixed, deathly stare, while her boots still kicked against the wooden wall with final, pitiful spasms of life. Blood flowed from each and every penetration, coursing down her body in ragged, crooked streams of scarlet. The horrific tableau was too much for Loco. He turned to run, his brain numbed, his heart almost stopped. And then his eyes registered recognition, shock, and horror. It was as if he had run smack into his own death. An on-rushing pitchfork, coming out of the gloom, rocketed into his wide-open face. He tried to shrink, grow smaller. It was no use. Fiery prongs cut deep into his stomach, traveling in a flaming, violent, battering ram of agony and violence. Blood torrented upward, flooding Loco's chest, throat, and face. The pitchfork came out his back like an Indian arrow. He staggered, the world ending for him in a haze of pain and awesome, ugly horror. The pitchfork handle jutted out of his gut. Fox's corpse kept kicking its heels against the barn wall. Somewhere in that death barn, a massive shadow lurked, waiting to strike again, wanting to. Outside the red barn, carrying 2 jugs of gasoline, one in each hand, Ali paused at the entrance. He knew now that Fox and Loco were inside, so he kicked at the door, knowing one of them would let him in. Far off in the lake, Debbie and Andy were splashing in the water, all unaware of the murderous bloodbath going on no more than 100 yards away. Ali growled impatiently when no answer came to his kick. "Loco! Fox! Open this damn door!" Frustrated with the lack of response, Ali set the cans down and pried open the door himself. He fumbled his way inside, grunting. As soon as he was in the gloomy interior, he could hear footsteps clomping about overhead in the loft. "What the hell are you two doing up there?" he demanded. Again, no reply of any kind. Ali fumed and went to the ladder, looking up. His mouth dropped open and his eyes did a double take. Directly above him, he saw Loco's form. And down it came, plummeting, the pitchfork yet sticking from the dead flesh. The body hit Ali squarely, and down both men went. Ali struggled erect, pushing Loco away, and then he saw the pitchfork, the blood, and the glazed eyes of his partner. He cried out for Fox to answer him, his blood and heart turning cold with terror and rage. He bellowed up into the darkness of the loft, a deep, mournful bellow, as he backed away from Loco's pitiful corpse, horrified. Above him, for a split second, the huge form was visible. A shaft of early moonlight washed over the stalking murderer, but Ali had seen him just before he stepped back into the darkened stalls again. "Come down here! Out where I can see you! You hear me?" Maddened now, desperate, Ali ran to the open tool shed where the array of gardening tools lined the shelves. Reaching in, he seized a rusted machete, hefted it, and his golden teeth gleamed in a deadly smile. He whirled, watching the shadows. "Where's my woman?" he shouted. "What have you done to her?" The deadly silence of the barn did not dismay him. He circled about warily, peering at every shadow, every nook. He knew the man he had seen was no longer in the loft. He sensed somehow that he had come down. "When I find you, you bastard, you're a dead man." He ventured into the darkened stalls, unable to see very well. But he was a man of purpose, a man mad enough to kill. He started to swing wildly with the machete, making murderous arcs through empty spaces, trying to flush whoever it was who had done in poor Loco and maybe Fox. The sob in his throat ended as a huge, heavy figure came hurtling down at him from the top of several piles of baled hay. Ali, quick on his big feet, rotated out of harm's way and swung the machete viciously toward the head of the figure before him. But the shadowy form moved quickly too, very much quicker than him, ducking under the slashing blade and striking like a cobra. Ali, left off balance by a blow that had not found its mark, never saw the heavy plumber's wrench that came out of the darkness and smashed full force into the side of his black face, caving in his skull. He went down and stayed down, twitching but once. And the massive figure stepped back into the shadows again, for he heard the sound of voices from outside the barn, drawing nearer. Debbie and Andy, returning, dripping from the joyous, free-willing romp in the lake. Ali was a silent mass of death on the floor of the barn. Debbie had a blanket wrapped around her wet body. Andy was walking on his hands again toward the barn. The killer retreated deeper into the darkened recesses of the barn. "What are you doing?" Debbie laughed. "We haven't been in the barn yet. Let's take a look." "Not now, Andy. I'm cold." The young athlete flipped right side up and moved to the grimy window. Shading his eyes, he tried to peer inside. He couldn't see a thing. It was too dark in there. "How about it, Deb? A little roll in the hay?" She frowned at that. "You can play with yourself. I'm going to the house." Turning, she trotted up the path to the porch. Andy lingered only a second longer, then shrugged and followed her lead. In a moment, they both disappeared into the house. The moon had come out now, shining plainly in the dark sky, shining down on a barn with 3 dead people in it, and 1 murderer. A monster from the past, called Jason. Within the cozy walls of the cottage, the fireplace was going. Warmth had made the old house very comfortable. Chuck and Chili, left to themselves momentarily, while Shelley and Vera were off somewhere, were almost at a loss as to how to amuse themselves. But Chuck's lazy eyes always knew the solution ever at hand. "Chili, how you feeling?" "Like I want to travel someplace real fast." "Check. Get us some nose candy, and we'll try for the moon." Dutifully, she trotted off in search of some of their own particular brand of lightning, funny cigarettes and cocaine spoons. The bong was tucked away safely in their bedroom. Maniacs and murder sprees were the farthest thing from their minds. Death was for old folks, not young ones. But the night ahead would prove them wrong. There was a monster loose in their very midst. Chapter 6. The Dark Reveals. Derek had parked the battered Volkswagen just off the roadway, which overlooked the cove not far from the glistening waters of the lake. The full moon bathed the landscape with soft white light. It was a perfect time of evening, ideal for a boy and girl who had once shared many a romantic feelings. The dark, handsome youth had flicked on the VW's headlights, shooting them right toward the lake where they stabbed the surface with brilliant gleams of illumination. Chris had gone to the water's edge, staring out over the lake to the far shore. Derek came up to her, smiling. "Is that better, Chris?" She nodded, her shapely back facing him. Her arms were crossed, rubbing the chill from her body. Derek took off his blue jean jacket and wrapped it about her shoulders. She sat down, and he did too. For a long moment they were both silent, thinking of the past, of many things. It had been a long, long time until this reunion. Too long, perhaps. People could change, especially young people. The silence became awkward, uncomfortable. Derek thought it. He tried to put his arm around her, but she tensed up. He wanted to kiss her, but he couldn't. He sensed her withdrawal. Resignedly, he turned away and stared at the lake again. Chris watched him, seeing once more the handsome profile, accentuated in all its fine sensuality and vulnerability. The moonlight bathed them in silver. "You know," Derek murmured, "I'm not sure I could live anywhere else. The nights are always so peaceful and quiet out here." "It's deceiving," Chris blurted, remembering. He turned to her. "What do you mean?" "The quiet can fool you. It fooled me. You can never be sure of what's out there. Hiding. Waiting." He stood up then, frustrated by her strange moods. Moving to the water's edge, he scooped up some pebbles and began to toss them into the still lake. "Why did you come back here, Chris?" He didn't look at her when he asked that question. "To prove something to myself. To prove that I'm stronger than I think I am." "And what about us?" "I'm here with you," she replied simply. "Can't that be enough for you, for now?" "I don't know. I don't see you for months on end, and when I do, you put this wall between us. How do I break through, Chris?" She didn't answer, just stared down at the dark earth. He forgot about tossing pebbles and came back to her, sitting down again. "What happened that night?" he asked softly. "You promised you'd never ask me." Derek shook his head at that. "I didn't see you or talk to you again for almost a year after that night, and no one would tell me anything. You're not being fair to me. I don't know what to do anymore. Can't you trust me enough to tell me what happened?" His tone was so earnest, so loving. Chris felt her heart go out to him. She stared deep into his eyes for a long moment, and then, "Everything is so clear in my mind about that night. I can see it all as if it were happening right now." Derek listened, rapt. He had waited a long time for this tale. Too long. At that moment, in the living room of Higgins Haven, Andy and Shelley were entertaining Debbie and Vera with a juggling act. They were trying to outdo one another with handfuls of fruit, seeing who could keep more in the air. Vera and Debbie could barely restrain their boredom. Chuck and Chili had taken the wisest course. Both were dead to the world on the living room couch, fast asleep. Cocaine sniffing and the country air had taken their toll. "Don't you give up?" Shelley jibed at Andy as he rotated 4 apples in the air with practiced skill. "No," Andy said. He had opted for oranges because he thought they'd be easier, but Shelley was topping him with red apples, whirling quickly. Vera and Debbie looked to each other for a way out. Watching boys juggle fruit wasn't exactly a thrill a minute. "Give it up yet?" Andy panted desperately. "Not on your life, never!" Shelley shouted. Debbie winked at Vera Sanchez. "I know how to stop this. Watch." She got up from her seat, crossed over to Andy, and then Vera, taking her cue, went to the fireplace, which was raging with a full-bodied flame. She poked aimlessly into the fire with a heavy poker. Debbie stretched her arms so that her full breast rose formidably. "I'm so hot. I'm going to have to get undressed." With that loud announcement, she turned and sashayed toward the staircase. The allure of her shifting hips and buttocks caught Andy's roving eye. The ignored oranges rained down on the floor. "You win," he smiled at Shelley and raced after Debbie. Shelley blinked and then stopped juggling his apples. No contest anyway. Chili and Chuck were still asleep, and Vera Sanchez was alone at the fireplace, looking thoughtful. Shelley smiled sheepishly in her direction. "I guess that leaves me and you, sort of." Inspired by the notion, he walked toward her and juggled anew. The apples flashed in the air and in his hands. Vera nodded approvingly. "You're very good at that." But she turned back to the fire, looking down. Shelley ceased juggling. A determined look swept over his chubby face. He took up his stance beside Vera, ready to say something he had never said before to any girl, because he never could. But now with Vera, Well, Vera was different somehow. Vera, he began awkwardly, you and I had a chance to really get to know one another today. I like you very much. I was thinking maybe... Don't say any more, she interrupted quickly. Stopped dead in mid-flight, Shelley felt like biting his tongue. Instead, he lowered his head and stopped talking, dejected. Vera, with all the kindness she could muster, put her hand on his arm. I'm going outside for a few minutes. We'll talk when I get back, okay? Her tone was low and very, very soft. Okay, he mumbled, but he didn't believe her. Nobody loves a fat man, right? Right? Vera Sanchez left him then, still staring down at the blazing fireplace. He was turning the apples over and over in his pudgy hands. His back was to her, so she could not see the disappointment and hurt sketched in morose, sorrowful lines all over his face. She was outside, breathing deeply of the country air, and drinking in the moon-splashed beauty of her surroundings. She did not see the hulking, gigantic shadow of Jason, standing at the living room window, spying on Shelley as he stood before the fireplace, still fingering his apples. Jason's shadow almost blotted out the window. Vera Sanchez walked quietly down to the lake. Night creatures and frogs made curious noises in the darkness. The moon seemed to be directly above Higgins Haven, like a spotlight on a stage set for massacre, mayhem, and horror. Upstairs in the house, Andy and Debbie were having a problem. Lovely kind of problem. It had to do with a hammock and making love. The easy way or the hard way. Their mutual bedroom was equipped with a hammock slung between a chair and the bed. Andy was perplexed by the arrangement. How do we do it, Deb? First we take off our clothes, she deadpanned. Then you get on top of me or I get on top of you. Andy bridled. I know how to do it. I mean, how do we do it in the hammock? Debbie, without another word, removed her top. When it came away, her absolutely perfect young breast rippled into view. She smiled a woman's smile. Andy's eyes shone with fervor. Andy, think you can figure it out? His eyes fixed like radar on her twin wonders. He gulped fervently. I'll think of something, I'm sure. He wrapped his arms around her and she tilted her face upward. His kiss and the ones that followed promised all sorts of pleasures and accomplishments in the next hour or more. Downstairs, Shelley still stood before the fireplace. The hulking Jason watched. His breathing was deep and ragged. Vera Sanchez had reached the lake's moon-limned shore. She had a lot of thinking to do. Chuck and Chili were sleeping. They were sleeping through this eventful night, like orphans unaware of the storm that was brewing. The storm so sure to come before this night was done. The headlights on Derek's Volkswagen had dimmed. The dark and desolate landscape seemed a proper setting for the tale that Chris was unfolding. She was sitting close to Derek now, somber, low-voiced, and he did not want to interrupt her until she was through. You're right, Derek. I should have told you everything a long time ago, but I just couldn't. He squeezed her hand. It was almost icy. Look, you don't have to do this if you don't. I want to, she said, very sure of something now. I want you to know what happened that night so you'll understand. They both stared out over the water, as if by mutual consent. Derek was silent, and Chris began her narrative. I don't know if you remember, but when you dropped me at the house that night, it was very late. Too late. You knew my parents would be waiting up for me. We'd had such a great time. I didn't care, and you were right. They were waiting up for me. And as soon as I got in the door, they began to yell and curse me. They made me so angry that I told them we'd been sleeping together. It just slipped out. My mother slapped me. That was the first time she'd ever hit me. I couldn't believe it. I ran out of the house and into the woods as fast and as far as I could run. I was crying. I wanted to punish them. I decided to hide out all night. I'd get them so worried that they'd be sorry for what they did. The woods were cold and damp from the rain, but I found a dry spot under a rotted oak tree, and I guess I fell asleep." She paused to take a deep breath. Derek said nothing. "All I can remember next is being startled out of sleep by the sound of footsteps. I was sure it was my father, so I hid behind the tree and listened for him. But the footsteps just stopped. The woods were dark. I couldn't see anything. I got scared." Her voice rose, intensifying as she relived the vivid memory. "Then I heard a crackling noise behind me. I turned around and, oh, God, standing there was this hideous-looking man, so grotesque he was almost inhuman. He had a knife and he started to slash away at me again and again." A shudder ran through her. "I was so hysterical. I don't know how I was even able to think, but I kicked the knife out of his hand and ran and ran and ran. But he was right behind me. He was big, but was so fast I couldn't shake him. He caught me and pulled me down. I was screaming, but who could hear me out there in that wilderness? Then, oh God, he dragged me by the hair along the ground. The branches and rocks ripped my skin. My arms were raw and burning. I was kicking and yelling, but then, I don't know, I blacked out. I just don't know what happened after that." Her voice broke on a low sob, and Derek stroked her hair very gently. A bird cawed somewhere in the dark of the night. "It's all right. You're all right." She controlled herself, breathing deeply again. "When I woke up, I was in my own bed, and my parents have never said a word about it ever. They act as if the whole thing never happened, but it did. And even though I just wanted to forget, I can't. I'll never forget that horrible face. Never!" As if for emphasis, the headlights on the VW winked off with stunning abruptness. Chris, responding to any and all stimuli, blurted fearfully, "Who's there?" There was no one in sight, no dark unknown shadows. Derek, to appease her, said, "It's the battery, damn it." "Are you sure?" she quavered. "Sure. Come on. We'll take a look, you'll see." When he tried to start the VW, the empty whirring produced by turning the ignition key convinced them both. Derek took a flashlight from the glove compartment, and then took Chris's hand. "It's no problem, babe. We'll just walk back. Come on." Hand in hand, they started down the wooded path, guided by the flashlight's beam and the shining moon overhead. With the tale as last told, Chris felt something akin to relief. It was right that Derek should know. Good that she had told him. Still, there was the awful mystery of it all. Mom and Dad pretending it had never happened, playing dumb about it all. And that man with the hideous face. She huddled against Derek's tall strength as they maneuvered the trail back to the house. The foliage was so thick and high. It was a good thing the moon was so bright, flashlight or no. Neither Derek or Chris was close enough to see Vera Sanchez arriving on the old dock at Lakeside. The low waterfall at the far end was also beyond their range of vision. As close as Vera was to the waterfall, even she did not see the heavy figure which lowered itself into the lake directly behind the waterfall, quietly, stealthily. The noisy bird in the thickets surrounding the lake kept on cawing, making an infernal racket, enough to wake the dead, but not enough to alert the living. The tired old boards of the wooden dock platform creaked beneath Vera Sanchez's feet. Rolling her pant legs up to her knees, she sat on the dock's edge and dangled her long legs into the water. Her toes broke the surface, and the sensation was cooling. Delighted, she swished her fine legs back and forth. It was so peaceful and still out here, all by herself. Useless to worry about things in a spot like this. Vera did not see or hear the air bubbles breaking the surface of the lake, not very far from where she was sitting. All she did hear was the country symphony of night noises so typical of the Crystal Lake environment. Crickets scratching in the underbrush, branches and leaves fluttering and rustling, the evening breeze whispering along the lake, the water lapping at the shoreline. It was all so idyllic. A real haven from all of life's headaches. A retreat, you could call it. She leaned back now, putting her arms behind her head, lying flat and staring up at the dark sky, leaving her feet in the cool lake water. She kept paddling them back and forth, enjoying the sensation. She was unaware of the darkened figure easing gently and silently toward her under the surface of the waters, like a deadly shark. She breathed in, arching her bust. Sensuous serenity overtook her. She was a lovely girl, and she was Latin. Softly, gently, a Spanish song from her childhood filtered from her lips, all about love and loss. The swimming figure below the surface of the lake reached the 2 legs and feet dangling in the water. Now Vera's song was coming to an end. Suddenly, the Arcadian paradise turned into a nightmare. Someone abruptly seized her dangling legs and feet and tugged down hard. Vera, jolted into reality, screamed, feeling herself pulled forward. But she was plucky and strong. She hung on, clinging for her very life to the side of the dock, and now fingers and hands were on her calves. She felt her grasp on the dock slipping. She kicked out, and in a moment she was released. The clutching, seizing hands let go. She pulled herself back on the dock, breathing wildly, her eyes trying to find her unknown assailant. Her heart thumped. Rising out of the shadowy waters, clad in a black scuba suit and white faceless mask, was none other than Shelley, the practical joker. One pudgy hand was curled around a spear gun. When Shelley tugged the mask off and Vera saw his familiar face, the glare she gave him could have killed. She was also shocked speechless for a moment by the colossal stupidity of his jest. "You've just learned a valuable lesson," he mocked her with a solid scorn. "A beautiful girl like you should never go out in the dark alone." She found her voice, her gorge rising with it. "Damn you, Shelley!" She came at him, fist balled. He blanched, retreating. "Why do you do these stupid things?" "I have to," he answered lamely. "You don't have to. Nobody does." "I just want you to like me." "I do like you, but when you act like a jerk, I don't." "Being a jerk is better than being nothing." His hurt tone softened her. She sighed, feeling futile. "I never said you were nothing." "You don't have to say it," he challenged her. "I can tell." Her eyes showed pity for him. "You're wrong." He hung his head, unable to say anything more. He couldn't face her either. He turned and trudged off towards the house. Vera Sanchez felt her maternal instincts rise, and her native simpatico always did her in. "Hey, I'll be in a little while. We can talk some more, okay?" She couldn't tell whether he heard her or not. When he reached the house, Shelley plumped down on the porch swing, defeated again. He was still clutching the faceless white mask and spear gun. His mood was contemplative and self-pitying. He began slowly to rock back and forth. The taut metal chains that supported the swing vibrated and creaked in a steady mechanical rhythm. Shelley stared down at the lake revealed in the moonlight. As for Vera, she was sitting on the dock's edge again, her back to him. He had to wonder, as he had since the first time he saw her, what it would be like to make love to a girl like Vera Sanchez. He was somehow certain he would never know. It was then that he heard the animal-like cry emanating from the old barn, as if some creature were wounded or hurt. He roused himself, coming to his feet. He thought he saw a large, shadowy figure cross in front of one of the windows. The cry sounded again. Alarmed, he ran down the porch steps and headed for the barn on a dead run. His mask and spear gun dangled at his side. As soon as he got to the barn, he peered through the window anxiously. It was too dark to see anything. He rapped on the window. "Chuck? Chili? What are you guys doing in there?" Rumbling noises issued from within, but there was nothing that sounded like an answer. He moved quickly to the barn doors and pried them open. Inside, he fumbled for the light switch in the dark. "You guys doing something that I shouldn't see?" Jocularity did not help. He was worried, realizing he hadn't seen Chili and Chuck around. He found the switch and flicked a finger. Upon the flooding of the interior with light, an owl flew toward him, zooming down from the upper loft. Shelley dropped the mask and his spear gun, throwing up both hands to protect his face. The owl shot by him in a flash, whipping through the partially open barn doors. Shelley closed them quickly so the bird could not get back in. Then he took a deep breath, his eyes shooting around the interior of the big old barn. Now there were no more rumbling noises or sounds of any kind. Slowly, watchfully, Shelley stalked the barn. This time he held the spear gun in both hands, ready for anything that might happen. More owls or whatever might... Vera was pacing on the dock trying to think. She stopped at the furthest edge, peering down into the water. A white object was floating by. With a chuckle, she saw it was a woman's bra. Debbie's, probably, considering what she and Andy had been doing in the lake earlier that day. Vera smirked, lay prone on the floorboards of the dock, and grabbed the undergarment before it could sail by. Leaning back on the dock again, she wrung out the soaked bra. As she did so, the wallet in the rear pocket of her jeans was nudged out of place by the heel of her boot beneath her buttocks. She picked it up. It was Shelley's wallet, the one he had handed her at the liquor store. For a second she hesitated. Then, with a little smile, she leafed through its contents. She found his driver's license and a picture of Shelley with the woman who had to be his mother. Then she heard a noise. She turned, embarrassed, but Shelley was nowhere in sight. Nor was anyone else for that matter. She straightened up, and once again the wallet gave her trouble. Her hand knocked against a dock post, and the wallet fell out of her grasp, bouncing off the platform and into the waters of the lake. She saw it sink out of sight, and her spirits went with it. "That's just great," she said aloud to no one in particular. Sighing, she took off her shoes and plunged into the water, diving after the billfold. Hell, she owed that much to Shelley. She paddled around in the shallows, searching with her hands. Then she cut underwater, holding her breath and looking further down. The water was dark and murky. She had to rise periodically to store up oxygen again. Now she submerged deeper than on her previous attempts. She had no idea how deep the water was here, but she had to go further out as well. The billfold was light and could have dropped further out as it sank. Air bubbles marked her progress. She wound up a good distance from the shore, and she always came up empty-handed. She couldn't find the damn thing. What lousy luck! On the dock, now as she looked back, she spied a dark figure. She could see the white, featureless mask and the spear gun held aloft. She waved to the figure, shouting at the top of her voice. "Hey, I dropped your wallet! I'm sorry!" She began to swim back for the shore, giving up the hunt. The figure nodded, waiting. Poor Shelley, always a loser, she thought. Using a smooth breaststroke, Vera reached the dock in no time at all. And lo and behold, barely 2 yards from the platform, she spotted the leather wallet, floating on the surface. She grabbed at it eagerly, happy at heart, treading water. Then she held it triumphantly above her head for Shelley to see. "I found it!" Vera reached the dock edge and looked up from the water, only to find the spear gun leveled right at her head. She was literally looking up its barrel. The masked face above the gun was now something out of Nightmare Alley. "What are you doing?" she began to murmur, shocked, and then utter panic took over all of her senses and reflexes. "Who are you?" This couldn't be Shelley. Shelley wouldn't point the spear gun at her. She never heard the trigger depress, or heard the click of the powerful air propulsion. The world exploded and kaleidoscoped with one roaring rush of violence. The barbed arrow, the deadly spear, penetrated swiftly into Vera's skull, all in one lightning-like split second. But even as her dying body sank beneath the waters of Crystal Lake, there was an expression of disbelief etched on her lovely face, frozen for all time and all eternity. Blood slowly seeped to the surface of the water. Red bubbles came up too, tiny circles of death. The monster known as Jason stared down for a long time at the place where she had submerged. His ragged breathing sounded more hoarsely than ever. It was so easy to kill once you got into the habit. This had been perhaps the easiest kill of all. But like all the other victims, this one too had come to him, swimming to her own demise. Jason turned from the dock's edge and stared back toward the house. The light in the second-floor bedroom window drew his fevered gaze. There was a lambent glow from that window as though from candlelight and not electricity. Andy and Debbie's room. Huge and hulking, Jason marched back to the house, the spear gun hanging from his right hand like an executioner's axe. The night was still young and there was more work to be done. There were still 7 alive in Higgins' house. The black ones did not count, they had been strangers. Vera had just been the latest victim of those who had come to the cottage for the weekend. The rest of the 8 would die soon enough. Jason strode as swiftly and as silently as death toward the big old house half hidden by the surrounding oak trees. Only the full moon saw him. Chapter 7. Bloodbath. The room was darkened, save for pools of light emanating from several candles, one in each window, the others on the opposite side of the room, lending an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. The hammock was wildly rocking back and forth, accompanied by those sounds peculiar to love-making the whole wide world over. And Andy and Debbie were making love. Fleeting glimpses of their naked limbs and torsos could be seen intermittently above the curved sides of the swinging hammock. Blankets and sheets hung over the edges of the hammock to the floor. The sounds grew more heated, the mutual thrashing more impassionated, until that climactic moment when all movement stilled, all sounds diminished. The hammock gently, quietly swayed to an easier pace, until it practically did not move at all. Debbie's happy sigh broke the silence. That was the best yet. Was it me, you, or the hammock? I vote for me, Andy said. I vote for the hammock. She tried to rise from the love bed, her breasts damp and gleaming. It was not a simple operation. She nearly fell to the floor, taking Andy with her. He yelped in mock fear. I'm seasick, he laughed. Get in or get out of the boat. She got out carefully, lightly. She headed for the bathroom, a naked nymph. She flicked on the light switch. It was bright and nearly blinding after the soft candles. She turned on the shower, adjusting it to a fine, steady spray. Andy called out loudly from the hammock. What are you doing? She poked her head out of the bathroom, smiling. I think it's called a shower. You might try it sometime. You're too clean for me. She responded to that by closing the door. She never felt better in her life. The steaming shower water just made things even better. For all his talk, Andy was a great lover. But the dope was still trying to carry on a conversation while the water was going full blast. Hey, Deb, can you hear me? Barely. I'm going downstairs to get a beer. You want one? What? Soap had gotten into her ears. Behind the sheer shower curtain, Debbie's naked silhouette was a picture for her calendar. She was luxuriating at the soap and hot water. Through the plastic curtain, she did not see the bathroom door open. But the door banged, and she did hear that. She blinked, her eyes fighting against the soap and water. Andy? She called out. When there was no answer, she quickly turned off the hissing water and wiped the soap from her eyes. Now she saw the shadowy figure poised behind the shower curtain in front of her. Reaching out quickly, she pulled the curtain to one side, to find Andy, completely dressed, upside down, walking on his hands again. Her heart and mind cried out in relief. The dumb, lovable sap. He had scared her almost to death. You want a beer? Andy's face asked from nearly floor level. Looking down at him, she sighed. Sure. I'll be back in a minute. With that, he turned himself around expertly and hand-walked out of the bathroom. Debbie jumped out of the tub and shut the door again. She returned to her shower and turned the water back on. Men, what small boys they were sometimes, for all their big cocks. She laughed happily, remembering the hammock session. The shower water hissed, sizzled, and sang. Debbie could not know that Jason was coming up the spiral staircase to the second level of the cottage on gliding, silent feet. Mad, monstrous Jason now held a thick blade machete in his huge right hand. The machete was fully a foot long. Jason, whose bloodlust had not been quenched, and probably never would be. Andy, walking upside down with all his athletic, well-conditioned prowess, was whistling an off-key tune. But he was happy too. It was great to be young and in love, and Debbie was a swell chick. He did not see Jason's hulking figure braced against the wall in the hallway corridor close to the entrances of the bedroom. Andy Hen walked right by him, only inches from his booted feet. His own whistling drowned out the coarse, ragged breathing of the massive maniac. Suddenly, Debbie's voice sang out from the bathroom again. "Andy, are you still there?" Andy had reached the head of the stairs. He turned around deftly, still upright on his hands, pivoting at a 180-degree angle. It was then that he saw Jason's boots. Surprised, he looked up. Jason was wearing Shelley's awesome white mask, and the machete was poised above his head, high and deadly. Before Andy could react, the glistening blade came down in a savage, powerful arc. The blade sliced through Andy's upside-down body, literally having him where he stood. The ghastly scream that bolted from the young man's throat seemed to reverberate throughout the house as his mutilated remains toppled down the spiral staircase, bouncing and bumping all the way. Jason retrieved the body. He moved like a silent wraith for such a large man. He dragged Andy's halved corpse up the stairs. There was no indecision in the monster at all. He carried the corpse back into the bedroom, while Debbie was still showering. With the water going full blast and the bathroom door closed, Debbie saw and heard nothing. She was rinsing her hair now. When she finally shut off the faucet, she felt like $1,000,000. Suddenly, the silence from the bedroom struck her. "Andy, are you there?" "You can have my beer. I don't want it." Humming, she wrapped herself in a terry cloth robe and swung the bathroom door open, to find the room quiet and untouched. Andy was nowhere in sight. Debbie shrugged and walked to the bedroom door, opening it. She called down the stairs. "Andy, don't bring me a beer. Do you hear me?" She stood at the door for a moment, listening. Behind her, a huge shadow flitted silently across the room. "Andy, answer me! I hate when you do that!" She slammed the bedroom door shut angrily. Peeved at the absent Andy, she picked up the paperback novel lying on the end table by the bed. The Beast with the Red Hands, a shocker by Sidney Stewart. An old title, but a goodie. She swung into the love hammock once more and made herself comfortable. She didn't bother covering herself. The covers and blankets drooped to the floor. She settled in. The hammock swayed gently with her weight. She found her place in the book where the hero was undergoing his Jekyll and Hyde transformation and began to read. Her right hand indolently played with her damp brown hair. Quiet unexpectedly from above her, a large drop of something fell, splattering all over the white pages of the book. Something red. Blood? Alarmed, she touched the fluid with her fingertips, trying to think straight. Blood? She asked herself. Reflexively, her gaze swung upward to the ceiling. The scream that started in her throat would not come out. Her eyes could not blink. Wrapped around the wooden rafters above her was a mangled, bloodied, awful thing. It couldn't be. It was Andy! Her mind rioted. Her nerve ends jangled. She tried to get up. From beneath the arch of the hammock, hidden by the draping covers and blankets, a huge hand reached upward, buried itself in her damp brown hair, and snapped her head back violently, pinning her helplessly to the pillow. Now the scream started to come, welling in her throat, bursting for expression. The carving knife that plunged into the back of her neck and savaged on through her flesh, the point emerging from the front of her throat, was murderously effective. Splashing blood spurted all over Debbie's horrified face. Her eyes were incredulous. The curious, ragged, intense breathing filled the silence of the room. The bloody carving knife dripped. Another one down. Few more to go. Jason's awful shadow stalked across the floor of the bedroom. The candles burning low made the room a scene from hell. With the moon for company and the darkened landscape yielding to the beam of the flashlight, Chris and Derek were still making their way back to the cottage. The road was rutted and twisting and treacherous. Derek found that out the hard way. An unseen pothole brought him down, twisting his ankle and making him fall forward, the flashlight dropping from his hand. Amazingly, he landed in the arms of a dark figure standing just before them. Derek gasped in surprise as the man clutched him. Strangers on a dark night are never exactly comforting. But Chris, quick to act, retrieved the flashlight and turned it on the newcomer's face and relaxed. It was the ancient hitchhiker of the morning, the raggedy, gaunt old bum who called himself Abel. "What are you doing out here?" she demanded of him. Derek regained his feet, his ankle tender but unbroken. "You know this guy?" "Sort of," Chris admitted. "We ran into him today coming here in the van. He's kind of, well, unusual." Abel's whiskered face and burning eyes reacted to the glare of the flashlight. "I'm one of the flock, as are you, my brother and sister." Derek made a face. "Yeah, sure. Come on, Chris. I think we should get going." But the tall, ragged Abel blocked their path, raising his long arms as if in benediction. "I can't let you go," he declared. "Look, old man," Derek said, "we don't want any trouble. Stand aside." "Then turn around, brother, and walk away from trouble." Derek started to fume, thought better of it, and took Chris's arm. "Chris, let's go." He hobbled past the tall, gaunt Abel. Chris followed him without looking back. Abel, arms still raised and eyes burning with some inner conviction, solemnly intoned in a rising, cultured voice, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil." That made Chris look back in spite of herself. She restrained a shudder. There was something about the old man that was not laughable at all. He sounded so damn sure of himself. "Forget him," Derek laughed. "The world is full of nuts like that guy. A loser, that's what he is. And we're not going to join him. Get me, Chris?" "Got you, Derek." She smiled and felt a lot better. But still, the old man sure put on a good act, didn't he? Right out of the Bible, too. Derek and Chris fumbled their way back to the cottage, the flashlight guiding them all the way, with some help from that gorgeous moon overhead, and a sky full of stars. In the kitchen of the house, Chuck was busy at the old stove, shaking a pot of popcorn over a low burner. The corn kernels, spurred by the flame, were crackling and popping merrily. Chuck amused himself by trying to catch some of them with his mouth as they shot upwards. He put back the lid and probed at his right ear with a scratching thumb. Chilly came through the back door with the flashlight in her hand. Her sexy eyes were puzzled. Chuck looked at her blankly. "I can't find the bong anywhere," Chilly complained. "Can't you remember where you dropped it, Butterfingers?" "I can't even remember what day it is, man." Chilly suddenly started. "Hey, did I hear you screaming?" "You probably heard Debbie having an orgasm," he said. "How come you don't scream when we have sex?" "Give me something to scream about," she chided. Now abruptly all the lights went out at once. Complete and total darkness closed over the kitchen and the house, save for the blue glow of the flame on the lit burner. Chilly let out a low scream. "What's the matter?" Chuck's sleepy eyes now opened. "Nothing. I was just practicing." "Don't do that to me," Chuck commanded. "You'll wake me up." Chilly flicked on the flashlight and handed it to him. "Go down into the cellar and check the fuse box." "In the dark? Alone?" "Be a man, man." She sighed at his lack of drive. Chuck spread his hands, taking a Coleman lantern down from the windowsill. Reluctantly, he handed it to Chilly. Then he took the flash and himself out of the kitchen door. He passed the kitchen window on his way to the cellar. Chilly ignited the lantern, and a yellow glow illuminated the kitchen. She carried the lamp to the stove, setting it down there. Barefoot, Chuck was such a goon sometimes. For all the fun he was. Man, if it wasn't for her own craziness, they would have split up long ago. Sighing again, Chili tried to keep the chill out of her bones. She didn't like it when lights went out for no good reason. Sloshing through a line of water puddles on the cellar floor, looking for the fuse box, Chuck was talking to himself in the dark to allay his anxieties. Flashlight or not, man, it was dark down here, dark and cold. He missed the bong like crazy. "There's nothing to be scared of, man," he said aloud to the dark and himself. "So what if it's dark? What would happen? Nothing to be scared of down here, is there?" The noise his feet made swishing in the puddles unnerved him. He looked harder for the fuse box, stabbing the flash beam outward. There was no other sound in the darkened cellar, except maybe his heartbeats. Chili took over the popcorn routine while he was gone. She made it a leisurely chore, and then something heavy knocked on the kitchen door. She turned and picked up the Coleman lantern. "Chuck, you back already?" He didn't answer. Frowning, she hesitated. Then she shrugged again and pulled the door open. The evening breeze came in. Shelley stood there, swaying, gurgling, coughing. Shelley with his fat face streaming blood, his skull split open, his chest a soaking red ruin. He came lurching at her, falling, slumping to the floor. Chili shook her head, grudgingly admiring. "Nice make-up job," she concluded. She stepped past him and over him and closed the kitchen door. He did not get up. The rattling weird noises continued to emanate from his throat. Chili, wary of all his ruses, snapped. "Stop fooling around, man. We got problems enough." She went back to the stove and the popcorn. The kernels were jumping. Shelley did not get up. He couldn't. He never would. Down in the basement, Chuck had found the open fuse box. All the fuses and electrical wiring now lay exposed to his flashlight beam. The main switch was in the off position. Chuck grunted and lifted the switch to on. The one lone basement bulb glimmered into life. "That's better," Chuck said, pleased with his efforts. Turning, his sleepy eyes tried to make sense out of what he now saw. Standing, silhouetted, backlit by the lone bulb, was the huge shadow of a man, like a monster out of some cartoon picture. Startled, scared, disbelieving, Chuck tried to say something, but there was no time at all. Powerful, hurting, deadly hands, accompanied by a forward rush of great weight and force, seized him, took his stupefied face, and held him aloft, his bare feet off the ground as if he was a child. He felt himself sailing backwards, flying, hurtling toward the open fuse box. He hit it solidly, and his feet, coming down, made contact with the pools of water on the cellar's cold floor. His hands, flung up in protection, touched the exposed electrical wires in the fuse box. The electricity, like a laser beam in a science fiction movie, hummed, shot, and crackled throughout his body. It was electrocution, pure and simple. The stench of burning, sizzling flesh now filled the cellar. The lights began to blink furiously on and off, on and off, on and off. Jason laughed viciously. At the stove, Chili found the blinking lights and Shelley's play acting. He had not gotten up yet. A further annoyance. "What's going on?" she mumbled to herself, checking the popcorn. She took the lantern again to go to the cellar herself. What was taking Chuck so long? But Shelley's body was braced against the door, motionless, still, the dead eyes staring wide open. Chili's own eyes hardened. "Get up, Shelley. Enough is enough." He could not hear her. "Okay, have it your own way." The lights were still acting up, blinking on and off. Chili bent down to push the pudgy Shelley out of the way. She touched his lifeless flesh in the process. Something sticky wetted her hands. She knew the feel of that stuff, the look of it. Blood, real blood, maybe. "Oh my God!" She quickly pressed her ear against the bloodied chest. There was no heartbeat. There was no pulse. And Shelley was as still and unmoving as a block of ice. "No, please," she begged, her mind beginning to boggle. "Get up," she begged the inert form. "Get up! Stop this fooling around!" She pressed her fingers with all her might against his heart. He did not move, nor did his eyes close. Chilly struggled erect, her brain spinning, trembling, shaking, screaming now, the blood rushing to her head. She burst from the kitchen, heading for the spiral staircase, like a woman gone mad. She was not far from that, either. "Andy, Debbie, Shelley's dead! He's dead!" She raced up the stairs, heart strangling, going toward the bedroom of Andy and Debbie. The house lights were continuing their mad tango of inconsistency. Chilly had never been so horrified in her life, but she was in for a lot more, much more. She found the mutilated corpses of Andy and Debbie. She began to scream endlessly, holding her hands to her ears, as if she did not want to hear herself going crazy. When she staggered to the railing of the balcony, she was a dazed, half-human girl, her eyes wild and unreasoning. "Oh, God, help!" She half fell rather than walked down the spiral staircase. She had lost all sense of time and place. Horror had claimed her, which was merciful in a small way. When Jason's cruel hand came up out of the darkness, she literally walked into him, the red-hot poker in his fingers, one from the fire blazing in the living room hearth, stabbed directly through her blouse, finding her breast and her heart in one fiery onslaught. The blouse caught flame, the flesh burned and fried. Jason's maniacal laughter echoed in the corridor. 3 more down, 2 more to go. Higgins Haven had become Hades, a maniac's playground, and a charnel house, all in one hideous night. Chapter 8. The Monster is Loose. Rushing winds and eerie night sounds had encompassed the cottage as Derek and Chris made their way back. The brilliant full moon had now been overtaken by dark and somber clouds. The entire landscape was one of abandonment and isolation, as if no living soul was present at Crystal Lake. A windstorm seemed to be brewing also, making the entire vicinity and its environs one of forlorn desolation. Not a light was showing from the old house, not so much as a candle's glow. As they walked up the winding dirt road past the lake, Chris was holding Derek tightly around the waist. She needed the comfort of his presence. A chill had stolen over her, aided and abetted by the encounter with weird old Abel. The ancient bum was not exactly a heartwarming individual. He had given her the galloping creeps. Added to her bad memories of the cottage, her mood was very low. The howling wind building up in fury worsened that. There was no sign of life from the house as they drew closer. None at all. That somehow did not seem right. "It's awfully quiet around here," Chris offered. "Hard to believe the Wild Bunch is already asleep." "Knowing them," Derek added cynically, "who knows what's waiting for us inside." They reached the kitchen door. Derek trained the flashlight on the knob. Chris, leading him, turned the handle and pushed the door inward. The barrier opened a crack, then came to an abrupt stop. Something heavy seemed to be pressing against the other side. Chris frowned. "There's something behind the door. I can't open it." Then she sniffed the air, her nose wrinkling. "I smell something burning." Derek grunted. "Let Mr. Macho have a crack at it." Leading with his shoulder, he rammed against the stubborn door. Forcing it ajar even more, he slipped inside. Chris followed. The kitchen was as dark as a tomb. Derek slid a hand along the wall, searching for the light switch. "Something is burning." "Chris, look at the stove!" She aimed the flashlight at the stove. A pot was cooking there, charring over a little burner. Derek found the switch, but nothing happened. The light's not working." "What the—" Chris turned off the gas burner, grabbed a towel, and lifted the too-hot lid. The flash revealed burning, blackened popcorn. "Real smart," she growled. "What a bunch of yo-yos." Derek had bumped into the butcher block table in the dark as he went around it to close the door. The table was situated on a woven circular rug. which was wedged underneath the doorframe. "Look at this," he advised Chris. She shone the light in his direction. Derek dislodged the rug. "Somebody shoved this against the door. That's why we couldn't open the damn thing." "What's going on here, Derek?" It was all so confusing. "You tell me. They're your friends." He crossed over to the living room. "I'm going to check the big room." He passed through the swinging door that separated kitchen and living room. Chris laid the flashlight down on the butcher block table. With the towel, she carried the smoking charred pot to the sink. She ran the faucet and the pot sizzled as the liquid hit its overheated surfaces. She tried to not be frightened or upset, but it was not easy. With the howling wind, the darkness, the electricity out, and no sign of Chuck, Chili, Debbie, Andy, Vera, or Shelley, she was very disturbed. It wasn't right that things should be so quiet. Derek, being in the living room and not with her, was also a bit unsettling. She did not want to be alone, not even for a second. Derek, using the glowing fireplace as a guide, looked around the big room. The flickering orange glow from the low-burning fire aided him as he traversed the room, trying each light switch to no avail. The juice seemed to be dead. Derek began to feel uneasy, too. "Andy," he sang out. "Debbie? Vera? Shelley? Where is everybody? Chuck! Chili! Come on, you guys!" There was no answer and no light, except for a dimly lit kerosene lamp tipped over in one corner of the room. Everything else appeared virtually untouched, innocent of any kind of previous intrusion. Derek sent the lantern upright and returned to the kitchen. A log in the fireplace crackled and split as it yielded to the flames. "No dice," he said, sticking his head into the kitchen. "Huh?" Chris almost jumped when he bobbed back in. "It appears that everyone else has taken off and left us." "They wouldn't do that." She was scraping the burned pot in the sink. Derek wagged his handsome head. "Well, I don't know what they're up to, but the electricity is out in the house. I'm going to the barn to check the main circuits. You stay here." He swung the door shut and Chris dropped the charred pot. "Derek, wait for me. I want to go with you." She retrieved the flashlight and rushed after him, catching up with him in the living room. He grinned and took her hand, squeezing it for comfort. But then he was gone just like that. She lost sight of him when she dropped the flashlight. When she straightened up, he was nowhere to be seen. The furniture seemed to mock her. "Derek?" She heard a slam of a sound and trained the flashlight in that direction. The front door to the house was standing open, victim of the budding storm. She hurried toward the swinging barrier, but hesitated before going through it. Her heart was somewhere in her mouth. "Derek, is everything all right?" Standing framed in the doorway of the house, she could not see to her left. There, just off the porch, Derek was wrapped in the bulky, cruel arms of a shadowy giant. One mammoth hand covered Derek's mouth, preventing any outcry. Derek's arms clawed straight outward, pleading for help. But the arms of Jason were merciless. His mad eyes shone like fiery coals in the gloom of the porch. The silent struggle continued. Derek's eyes were popping out of his head. Chris, deciding not to go outside in the dark night, went back inside, closing the door against the wind. Derek's last remaining hope for survival was gone. Jason proceeded to crush his skull with his bare hands. Derek's eyes bugged out of their sockets. His feet tattooed helplessly against the porch floorboards. But only Jason heard that. Jason in the night. Chris was back in the house, alone with the rest of the dead. Back inside the darkened cottage once more, Chris was about to re-enter the kitchen, when the sound of water dripping in a steady rhythmic cadence made her stop dead in her tracks. She shone the flashlight upwards in the direction of the noise. She gawked foolishly, her brain trying to gather the loose ends of all that was happening now, so very quickly. The balcony above her was rimmed with water. A continuing flow of droplets was cascading down, splashing on the living room floor. Disturbed anew, she moved to the base of the spiral staircase. The shadows of the interior made flickering phantoms in the gloom. "I don't know what kind of game you guys are playing," she called up the winding staircase, "but I don't like it." She climbed quickly, the flashlight beam preceding her, a moving, stabbing beacon of light. The glare picked up the path of the flowing water. It was like a stream, really, stopping at the bottom of the closed bedroom door. Chris had no way of knowing that the liquid path went as far as the bathroom door. The water seeped. Chris sloshed through the puddles. "Hey guys, enough is enough. You're wrecking the house, and that isn't fair." Andy and Debbie's bedroom was worse. She tracked in, disgustedly, anger replacing the uneasiness she had experienced earlier. She almost broke through the bathroom door toward the tub and the shower curtain. The running water was a Niagara of noise now, closer to its source. Chris aimed the flashlight, tearing the curtain to one side. The light beam illuminated the overflowing tub. Various clothes floated on the surface. There were very curious stains on the material, red like blood. Chris lifted the wet clothing from the basin. It was then that she realized the red was blood, that the garments were blood-stained. "What is going on here?" Her shocked voice questioned the four walls, and then she ran almost blindly out of the bathroom, out of the bedroom, flying down the spiral staircase, her shoes barely touching the steps on the way down. Her brain refused to think, to add all the twos and twos the last few terrible minutes had presented to her. She hurtled for the front door in the safety of outside. She whipped the door open. Behind her the water still gurgled in its steady running, cascading from the overfilled balcony. Leaving the door hanging wide open, she plunged into the night and the darkness, running for the red barn, standing off to the right, almost racing the wind. The blowing wind tossed her blonde hair wildly. "Derek!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. Stumbling on the dark path, she grabbed at overhanging oaken branches to keep herself from falling. The wind whistled through the trees in a wailing symphony of fear, and something swung down, hitting her full force in the face, knocking her backwards for a moment. A dangling, rotating, wrapped-up thing, descending from the gnarled oak tree like a hanging side of beef. Only it wasn't anything that simple, that normal. Chris stared upward, her eyes starting from her head. It was chilly, bloodied and wrapped in a smeared white sheet, harnessed under her dead arms by the dangling rope which swung her. Horrified, struck dumb with terror, Chris ran screaming back to the house, dashing headlong almost sightlessly, her brain and heart and soul pounding like dynamos gone wild. Chilly, dead. She shot up the porch, through the front door, and slammed it shut behind her, as if her salvation depended on it. It did. She backed away from the closed door, seeing through it, seeing Chilly swinging from the end of that rope. "Oh, God, Chilly! No! Derek, help! Where are you?" A sudden gust of wind blew the front door open again, smashing it against the inner wall. Chris jumped. Pure instinct guided her. She bolted the door madly, seized the nearest chair, and barricaded the portal by forcing the chair under the doorknob. Breathlessly, she moved to the windows. She slammed the first one shut, then the second, then a third, locking each one as she did so. Her fingers were like frozen ice cubes. At the third window, one more horror awaited her. She very nearly went out of her mind right then and there. The wind behind her blew open another window with a sudden burst of crashing sound. She whirled like a top at the noise. Her nerves and reflexes and every atom of her being were geared to the slightest change in the nature of the room, the cottage. Derek came flying through the window, but not under his own power, no. Through the shattering glass, the splintering shards, his bloody corpse came, released like a juggernaut. It landed against her, knocking her over in a sprawl of arms and legs. His body was still warm. Together they hit the floor. In a mad frenzy, Chris tried to push his lifeless form away. "This can't be happening, no!" Her voice was a broken, stammering moan. "It can't be, it can't be!" But it was. The terror, the horror, the madness only mounted, multiplied, enlarged in a new paradigm of fantasy and hideous reality. Glass crashed again. Another window was breaking. Her dazed eyes saw the massive, ugly monster squeezing his immense frame through another broken window. It was Jason, urging his great form through the opening. His face was in the shadows, but his hand was in the light. The axe held there caught the fireplace's dying gleam. Chris backed off, her mouth working, her head shaking. This was real. This was the monster. "Oh, God, no!" Fear moved her. Paralyzing terror did not stop her limbs. She scrambled away from Derek's lifelessness and sprang for the spiral staircase. She gained the top of the stairs and the balcony in one incredible explosion of speed. Hysteria lent her wings. One look down the staircase and the hysteria turned to blood-chilling madness. Her sanity began to crumble, melt, dissolve. Jason was at the base of the stairs. Jason wearing that featureless white mask. He was brandishing the axe, gleaming as it caught the firelight. He began to ascend slowly, deliberately, as if he had all the time in the universe to kill one defenseless female, the last one left alive in this charnel house of the dead. The mask was a slit-eyed cipher. One left to go. The girl responsible for it all. Jason came up the stairs, axe at the ready. His eyes were twin coals of burning insanity, shining through the slits. And purpose, deadly purpose, marked his blazing stare. Chris saw the bookcase resting against the balcony wall. It was huge, loaded with hard-covered tomes. She did not stop to think or ask herself if she had the strength. She did it. The adrenaline of fear drove her to superhuman endeavor. She had to use all her power and all her fear to shove the heavy bookcase forward, out from the wall, away from its position, sliding and shoving it to the head of the spiral staircase. Jason kept on coming, one step at a time, a masked monster. With a mighty shove and a gasp of torment, Chris sent the bookcase over the balcony, books and all toppling it directly into the path of the giant looming below her. So close she could have seen the mad color of his eyes had she wanted to look, mask or no mask. The bookcase fell heavily against the massive body of the man coming up the stairs. There was a grunt, a crash, and both man and bookcase went crashing down the staircase. A sob erupted from Chris's throat. Turning blindly, not waiting to see, she reeled down the hallway of the second level. The gloomy corridor was a maze in which her building terror and near insanity roamed desperately. There was no more sound from the base of the staircase below. Chris, her ears ringing with the furious thumping of her own heart, raced down the hallway looking for salvation and escape. But there seemed no place to hide, nowhere to run from the terror and horror that was down below. The monster was still loose in the house, and she was alone with Death. Death, who wore a white mask. Chapter 9. The Girl and the Ghoul. Cunning now replaced desperation. The will to live, the good fight for self-preservation guided Chris like a helping hand from some divine power. She could not wait to learn if the bookcase attack had been successful. There was no more time for guesswork, no room, no margin for error. Any mistake this time could well be her last, and death would be the end of everything. She nearly slipped on the running water streaming from the bathroom. That was when she thought of a diversionary tactic. She didn't wait to ponder the wisdom of the move. She slammed the bathroom door and the bedroom door as loudly as she could, and then rapidly disappeared into the closet at the end of the dark hall. She locked herself in, breathing hard. Her heart was a painful lump in her chest. It was beating so violently. She huddled in the narrow, cramped darkness, squeezed between all kinds of hanging clothes and paraphernalia. She waited, listening, hardly daring to breathe, straining to catch some indication that the monster, the ghoul, was prowling about looking for her. Unless the bookcase. A faint glimmer of hope burned in her breast. She heard nothing. The hallway was alarmingly quiet, dead quiet. She covered her mouth to stifle the sound of her panicky breathing. Tears, unbidden, came down her flushed and fiery cheeks. Her head was filled with all sorts of terrible pictures. Chilly, Derek, their bloody bodies, the others. Where were they? She slowly leaned forward and peered out the keyhole. The corridor was so dark, so silent, and so empty. She pressed her eye closer, gasping for breath. Suddenly there came a noise directly above her. It was a night of noises and terror, and more insanity. Debbie's mutilated corpse was falling on top of her from the shelf of the closet. She screamed. She couldn't stop the scream. She was out of control now. But even as she winced and her heart lurched at the sight of Debbie's dead face, she clapped a hand over her own mouth in sheer reflex. Too late. Underneath the weight of her dead friend's body, she trembled with terror. The night was madness. This was all so unthinkable, yet it was true. Good God, what did it all mean? She pushed forward again, freeing herself of the bloody corpse, and put her eye to the keyhole once more. She could have died on the spot. The nightmare, the monster, the ghoul had returned. Jason was coming down the hall, weird mask and all, toward her, toward the keyhole. He was a raging mad bull, unleashed. The axe was held aloft, ready to maim and smash and kill. Chris shrank from the sight, backing up against the closet wall, praying the door would hold, that she wouldn't be discovered, that she wouldn't be butchered, that she wouldn't die. She held in the screams that wanted to come, to burst from her. She was not going to be her own executioner. But it was no use. There was no pity, no salvation. The shining axe began to slice through the wooden closet door. The first slice was like a pistol shot in the stillness, ripping and tearing. Chris's body stiffened. Her trembling face was almost in line with the axe blade, as the monster on the other side of the door drew back the axe and sliced downward and inward again. Wood splinters flew. The carving knife that was jutting out of Debbie's dead neck suddenly caught Chris's eye. She flinched, but she reached and pulled the bloody knife out. She closed her hand around the shaft, her own eyes not quite sane. In a frenzy, Jason was pounding the axe into the closet door again and again. The splintering holes now permitted an area large enough for him to reach a long arm in and find the inside knob. He did just that, getting the door open before Chris could stop him. Triumphantly, a hoarse sound erupting in his throat, he loomed in the entranceway. The axe coming up once more for the killing downward slice. He took a step inward, his eyes searching the darkness for his final victim, Chris, who reacted instantly to the mammoth threat so close. She stabbed out wildly with the carving knife. She punctured the reaching hand, the one with the axe. The axe dropped to the floor. Jason staggered backward to escape further injury. Maddened, terrified, Chris came at him in a fury, heaving, grunting, lunging at him repeatedly, slicing the air in front of his brutal face. Now the massive arm retreated. The girl bravely followed, made stronger by adversity. Jason stepped backward to avoid both her and the carving knife. The move was ill-timed. The water from the bathroom caused his foot to slide out from under him. Chris saw the opening and took it. She thrust the knife downward, and her elation soared as she felt it dig into the giant's thigh, striking bone and flesh. Jason howled in agony and tumbled to the wet floor, the knife still embedded in his thigh. Chris had been unable to hang on to it, but the damage was done. Score one for terrified young ladies pursued by mad monsters. Yet the path to freedom was still blocked by the downed brute's body. He was shielding Chris's access to the spiral staircase. For a moment she panicked. Then she flung herself at Shelley's bedroom. It seemed the only way out. It wasn't. The door was still closed. Chris bashed her full weight against the panel, but it would not give. Behind her she heard Jason's fierce grunt. She heard rather than saw him pluck the knife from his wounded thigh. He was hobbling to his feet, favoring that leg. Chris hurled herself at the door once more. She got the door open just in time. The carving knife flung by the angered Jason whizzed by her head and thudded into the wall behind her. She escaped into Shelley's room, with death but an inch from her shoulder. The air was electric with danger. She dashed for the bedroom window, driven by sheer terror. She grabbed a chair as she went, smashing it through the pane in desperation. Quickly she hoisted herself, ignoring the shards jutting dangerously, squeezing out through the broken window. Lowering herself out the window, hands clinging to the sill, she looked down at the ground, an unnerving distance for her. She took one last deep breath and relinquished her hold, and prayed. But Jason had apparently been right on her heels. Her descent was checked, magically, as if a giant hand had stopped her. It had, and he had. Jason's mammoth paw, reaching down through the broken window, arrested her fall, catching the collar of the jacket about her neck. She was dangling now in his powerful grasp, 2 full floors above the hard earth below, hanging like chili. He began to haul her back up and in with great ease. She resisted with all the strength she had left, twisting, flailing her arms, screaming. The massive ghoul chuckled, drawing her upward. His masked face was weirdly close and terrible. Chris ripped open the jacket with both desperate hands and began to wriggle free of the garment. Jason pulled savagely. He almost had her now. In another second, the prey would be his. And then she was free of the jacket, falling, plummeting, plunging all the way to the ground. The monster above her ripped out a fierce oath of disappointment as he fell backwards. Her weight released, the empty garment clutched in his brute hands. She lay on the ground for a long moment, stunned, out of breath, her ankles pounding with agony from the force of the fall. But she forced herself erect, hobbled past the cellar, hunching low as she snaked her way to the front entrance of the house, the porch. Half out of her mind now, she looked up into the living room through the open door. The danger was still with her. The menace had not gone away. Horror was coming again on those awesome feet. She could see the monster coming down the spiral staircase, past the toppled, smashed bookcase. He was hobbling too, but he was still coming to kill her. She saw no chance to escape now, not with her ankles so bruised and hurting. Shaking, sobbing, with a great deal of pain shooting up her legs, she picked up a heavy log from the stacked pile near the entrance and waited. She leaned against the wall of the house, raising the log high above her head, lying in wait for Jason. There was no other ploy, no other trick left to her. This was it, the last stand, Judgment Day, the final out. He came hobbling out of the house into the night, searching, his great body a massive menace, a ghoul. Chris sprang forward with all she had, her ultimate gesture. She brought the upraised log down with all her weight behind it, and her fear, and her anger. She caught him directly behind the back of the head. The thud was like the end of the world. The blow sent him spinning, reeling, dancing off the porch in a senseless sprawl, flipping him down face first on the rocky terrain that fronted the house. He rolled over, briefly, and then was still, as if he had finally died and come to his proper end. Chris did not wait to see or find out. She scampered from the porch, bells ringing in her ears, cannons going off in her chest. Bad legs or not, she ran with the howling wind tearing at her face and hair. Her soul soared. She ran from the porch over to the van, still parked diagonally across from the house. The van that Ali had taken all the gasoline from. A van that would not, could not go anywhere, least of all to freedom, to safety, and escape from horror. The wind still howled and tore at her as she ran. But death yet walked at Crystal Lake, in Pinehurst County. Chapter 10. Horror Unlimited. Chris fell into the driver's seat. She searched her pockets frantically for the car keys. When her fingers closed over them, her heart beat even faster. She turned the key. The motor pulsed and then thundered, shattering the stillness of the dark night. She had to back out to the dirt trail road. The headlights stabbed the night, sending illumination streaming. The thickets, the ground, the trees came to life, looking like objects alive, rather than inanimate things. Chris's nerve ends wanted to let out a scream, but she held on to herself and pointed the red van toward the ramshackle bridge. The van moved, sliding forward. The glowing headlights revealed the roadway, and something else. Something far more horrible, far more grotesque and evil. The last thing Chris ever wanted to see again in this world. The giant in the awful white mask, Jason. He had staggered, dazed, from the house out toward the road. As battered as he was, there was enough raw brute strength in him to regain his feet after her solid blow with the log. Chris could not believe her eyes. No man could have survived that blow, much less regained his feet so soon after. Her blood froze. She floored the gas pedal, determined again. She headed the red van straight for the stumbling giant, who stood blinking in the glare of the oncoming headlights. It was now or never. Die, monster, die. Almost crazed with exhilaration and fear, she bulleted the van toward the massive figure. Revenge motivated her as well. Pay this ghoul back for Debbie, Derek, and the others. The red van plowed on, picking up speed. The masked monster saw it coming. He blinked, almost foolishly. Chris could see the eyes behind the mask, registering shock and fright. Grimly she hung on, hands tight on the wheel. The van went on a hard line for the ghoul. Her heart beat faster. But at the last possible moment, the final second, the huge figure dove out of the vehicle's path, rolling to safety as it raced on by. Chris's disappointment was as nothing compared to what happened next. The van continued on for another 20 yards, and then amazingly, mystifyingly lurched, sputtered, and rolled to a complete dead stop right on the ramshackle wooden bridge over the dried-up stream. Her blood running cold, she turned the ignition key again and wildly pumped the accelerator. Nothing happened. The van would not start. The motor sounded as dead as a doornail. "Please, please, please," she begged, pounding the steering wheel in agony of suspense. "Start, damn it!" The support beams of the ancient bridge were making cracking sounds, unaccustomed to the weight of a vehicle remaining on its old back. Chris glanced fearfully over her shoulder, looking for the giant. Again she pumped the gas pedal. Again no answering engine roar. The rotted wood beneath the wheels of the van began to creak and sag and strain. Chris flung a look at the gas gauge. The needle mocked her. It showed no gas. And then she remembered the reserve tank system. Her spirit soared. She reached under the dashboard and flicked the tank switch to reserve. She hit the ignition key again, praying half aloud. This time the engine roar sounded again. Quickly she shifted gears, but now all at once the wood gave way. The bridge shuddered and snapped, collapsing beneath the strain of a parked vehicle. The van suddenly dropped straight down into the bed of rocks, not far below, a dead weight. Chris's forehead slammed up against the steering wheel. She was momentarily dazed and stunned by the abruptness of the bridge mishap. She leaned back in her seat, her hands going for her head. She shook herself. Her head was swimming. She tried to clear her thinking, but the nightmare pounded on. The masked monster was upon her once more. Great fists came crashing through the van window, seizing her around the neck. Her hands shot up, trying to pry them loose. She could not scream. She pounded at the cruel hands with her fist, but with no effect. Jason's merciless fingers vised her throat. He was beginning to squeeze very hard. The rough breathing of Jason sounded in her ears like the hiss of death. She rallied at that, resourceful as ever. Her hand found the handle on the van door which rolled up the window. Desperately she cranked the handle with all she had left. The window shot up rapidly, capturing Jason's hands in a vice-like grip. He cried out, a muffled oath, but his hands were no longer around Chris's neck. She went out the passenger door as fast as she could, not wanting to look or count the success of her ploy. Again she was running. She had never run so much in her life. She ran along the dried-up stream bed, following its trail toward the old red barn. She felt like she would never draw another free breath. The dark night closed in all around her. The somber skies hiding the moon did her a favor. Jason could not see her so easily. But he had lifted himself from the window trap by butting his head through the glass and freeing his hands. A mighty growl escaped his deep chest. Maddened, he looked for the girl who had thwarted him all night long, the only one who had escaped his killing hands. The girl he had to kill, now. Chris hopped the fence surrounding the front of the red barn, looking back over her shoulder for the monster at her heels. He was not far behind. The white-masked figure was lurching after her, roaring, crazed, furious with her obstinacy. Chris struggled against the chilling wind sweeping across the landscape as she pulled at the two large wood-slatted doors of the old structure. When she got them open, she hurled herself inside. She grabbed the first thing she could find, a thick-handled shovel. This she quickly dropped into the slots of the door to secure the barrier against outside entry. The blood roared and pounded in her veins. Would this terrible night ever end? But the nightmare was a long way from done. White-masked Jason crashed his big body against the barn doors. The doors gave but did not open. The huge fist bashed at the wooden slats, relentlessly, angrily. Chris retreated deeper into the barn. Turning once again, horror slammed her right between the eyes. The human carnage scattered about the interior of the barn assaulted her head-on. Her tongue stuck in her dry mouth. There were bloody and battered corpses everywhere she looked. Fox, Loco, Ali, and Vera. It did not matter that she did not know them all. Jason's grisly handiwork spoke for itself. Chris began to cry. The tears came unchecked. Weeping had cost her precious time. Shock gave Jason one more edge. He had pried the barn doors open enough to force his long arm in, to work at the shovel which was serving as a lock against his entry. He was working it out of its cradle, making rasping, whining noises. She shook herself awake out of shock and moved desperately. He had dropped the makeshift bolt out of its grooves. The wild blowing wind aided him. The doors flew open. Dust swirled around his massive form. Breathing that curious heavy sound of his, he scanned the premises of the darkened barn. There was no sign of his quarry now. Chris had seemingly vanished, disappearing in a flash. Jason entered the barn, his burning eyes searching, roving. Now, like a hunter stalking his prey, a prey that could not escape, he set the trap. He closed the barn doors, finding the original heavy bolt, and sliding it in place. The noise echoed in the old barn like a thunderclap of doom. There was no way out, no way. He stalked deeper into the barn, a great ominous figure. With vengeance and determination, he began to take the old building apart piece by piece. No hiding place was too small or insignificant to evade his probing ferocity. He kicked and tore and pulled at things, ripping barriers away, kicking tools and objects out of his path. He scattered bales of hay and cans and boxes and crates. He spun machinery from his view, looking for the girl, the woman he had to kill, to make everything perfect, complete, to round out the bloodbath to a total score. It took him only moments of frenzy and activity. Then he had to stop, panting heavily, catching his breath, restoring his strength and energy. His mad eyes peered into every dark corner except the air and space above him. And there was still the second level, the loft, to run through. The hayloft, with its block and tackle. High above him, clinging to the wooden crossbeams, clutching one of the broad supports, sweating profusely, hung Chris, as still as a statue, not daring to take her eyes from the masked monster below. Jason was still creeping about, exploring, waiting for the first sign of his hidden prey. The silence in the barn now was like a thing alive. There was electricity in the atmosphere, the kinetic charge of tension, terror, and horror. Jason was listening, peering, taking his terrible time, certain of his own eventual triumph. The wind built in violence, howling outside, tearing at the wooden frame of the building, making the old wood creak and groan. Jason spun at the sound, ready to destroy and kill. Chris's tired flesh and strength was going fast. Her wet grasp on the wide crossbeam slipped. She slid downward, alarmingly. Her sweaty palms lost their grip on the splintered wood. Now only one arm supported her from falling weight as she swung, precariously, like a dying limb on a tree. Her heart thumped loudly in her ears, as if the giant below could hear. But he had not heard or seen, yet. He was directly beneath her dangling, helpless figure. The moment held for an eternity. Chris prayed once more. And suddenly the giant looked up. Chris let go her perch on the crossbeam. Her strength had finally gone, leaving her as sand leaves an hourglass. Down she plummeted, free of the beam. She landed full force on the monstrous form below her, with a crash and thump of collision. Both figures went sprawling, the giant landing flat on his awesome face, the mask crumpled. She scrambled erect with agonizing slowness. Suddenly she could not run. Her foot, the right one, was caught under one of the lowest wooden slats of one of the horse stalls. Jason lumbered to his feet, dazed, shaking himself. He saw her struggling with her trapped leg, only 2 yards away. He considered her only for a second, and then he laughed. A triumphant laugh. Chris was fighting like a trapped bird to free herself. Jason reached for the long, rusted machete close by, propped against an old bicycle tire. His movements were slow, deliberate, intentionally so, to make her die another death before he ended her life. She saw him coming, saw him tower above her, a black, monstrous figure. She looked up and screamed. The machete was poised for the downward stroke, the killing stroke. Suddenly her foot was free. She butted her lowered head into the middle of the giant, leaning over her, as he struck at her with his rusty machete. The suddenness and hardness of her thrust caught him unprepared. The wind blasted from his mouth, and he fell backwards against the opposite horse stall. Off balance, his big figure hit the ground. Chris dashed for the exit, all sense and sanity gone. Escape was all she cared about, freedom from this mad ghoul and this wild night. She attacked the 2 barn doors, but the bolt would not give. It was too snug and tied in its metal cradle. Behind her, Jason had regained his feet and was coming back, charging across the barn floor, the machete held high. She turned to face him. The door was out of the question. No hope there at all. This was it, the end. But she had to fight. The will to live was too strong within her. The mad giant lunged at her. The machete came slicing for her head. She ducked to one side quicker than a ferret. Terror gave her speed of reflex, the cunning of all little animals who live in a world in which there are bigger, deadlier animals. With full force, the machete throttled into the huge doors, embedding itself deep into the ancient wood. Jason still clung to the weapon, holding on. Chris, given a second's time, ducked under his guard as he struggled to lose the weapon, and raced for the ladder going up to the hayloft. She scurried upwards like a released rabbit. She was rolling a bale of hay over the opening in the loft floor when her nemesis returned, angry and roaring, having released his implanted machete. The duel was on in earnest. It became a real contest, a fight for survival. Young girl against inhuman monster with machete. Chris, rapidly surveying her surroundings, found the rope that hung from the block and tackle. She pulled it toward her, quickly fashioning a hangman's noose. She could hear him climbing the ladder, the rungs groaning under his great weight. She hurried desperately. The time had come. This was indeed it, now or never. There were no more places to hide or to run to. The die was cast. The wind still howled and racketed about the barn, setting up eerie, nightmarish noises. Jason flung off the bale of hay covering the opening in the floor. His massive head popped into view like a jack-in-the-box. He stepped out onto the platform of the loft, machete ready once more. His eyes searched again. The stack of hay bales seemed the most likely place for his victim to be hiding. He took a giant step forward, but he had guessed too late. Immediately from behind him a rope snaked out, looping about his thick throat, tightening into a garrote of death. Chris pulled on the rope with all her strength. The noose tightened. Jason's cheeks expanded under the crumpled white mask. Breath rushed out of him, and then there was no more air to be had. He dropped the machete, big hands going up to fight the noose coiled about his throat. Chris strained, panting, fighting against her own extinction. But something else was needed to stop this monster. She reached down for a heavy iron shovel lying on the loft floor. She let go the rope for just a moment, reared back and brought the shovel down with all of her might on Jason's head with a tremendous blow. She heard a bone snap or break. It was music to her terrified ears. Jason went down, limp, inert, still. For a long, dazed moment, Chris stared down at the supine monster, disgust and venom making a mockery of her lovely face. Her eyes still held flecks of insanity and disbelief. This day, this night, was all beyond belief. And this monster, what was he? Who was he? Why had he killed so many people who had never done anything to him? Strung out to the literal breaking point, her nerves and muscles spent, Chris did what she had to do. She kicked the monster to make certain he was unconscious. Then she bent over him, taking his legs in her hands, and tried to drag him to the loft opening. Alternately, she pulled, tugged, and pushed until she got the enormous figure to the opening. Somehow she managed. Throughout the whole ordeal, the giant remained unconscious. But now, as she lifted his body through the opening so she could shove him out and hang him properly with the rope's end secured to the crossbeam above, the impossible happened. The mad eyes fluttered open, awake. The giant's body stirred. A great arm came up from nowhere, fastening around her lowered head. He tried to pull her down toward him, but she had planned too well. The great legs were already dangling over the edge of the loft opening. Fiercely, her rage helping, the young girl shoved the weakened monster out into space. He tried to scream. The scream would have done him no good. He fell, a massive weight through the loft opening. He dropped like a boulder straight down for the floor of the old barn. When he reached rope's end, his weight pulled the rope tight about his brute neck. There was a snap of a sound. He pendulumed in a dizzy circle, boots well off the floor. His arms went limp at his sides. The noose had done the trick. Shaking, Chris stepped to the edge of the opening. She looked down in spite of herself. She had to see, to make sure he was really dead. As the big body swung gently back and forth, the head lolling to one side, she began to cry with the horror and the release of it all. But she could not take her eyes off the hideous sight. Jason hung there, and her soul reveled. But at last she had to move away from that horror. It was too much. She slowly descended the loft ladder, still crying pitifully, then ran blindly for the exit. The bolt was still in place, but she hesitated before unlocking it, remembering all the deathly sights that were still outside, all her friends, the horrible scenes in the cottage. She braced herself as she pushed the doors outward, facing the wind which burst in on her, whipping her flaxen hair, battering her face and eyes and mouth and lips. She wiped her eyes clear and stepped through the door, looking outward. Again, incredibly, once more, disbelief, insanity. Jason stood before her, the wind and the night at his back. Jason, larger than life, staring at her. Jason, no longer hanging back there at the end of a rope from a crossbeam. Jason, with the rusted machete in his hand, as before. The world stopped. Chris could not take her eyes from his face. "No! No! You're dead! Oh my God, no!" She backed into the barn like a person moving in a dream. Jason slowly followed her, and now he was lifting the white mask from his broad face. It revealed grotesqueness, ugliness, and total recall. Chris was now paralyzed by the fear of instant recognition. "You! It's you! No!" It was the awful, hideous face from that night. That memory, the night she had told Derek about, the man in the bush, the nightmare creature of her worst terrors, Mom and Dad pretending. She screamed as she recoiled farther back into the old barn, and Jason came at her, leering, a monster come back to life. The shrieking wind seemed to echo her scream, and the night conquered everything. Jason and the machete came toward her. Death, this time, for certain. Chapter 11. Screams and Dreams. Jason raised the machete over his ugly head for the final execution. He moved into the barn, toward her shrinking figure, every inch and atom poised for this ultimate solution. The building wind, a ferocity of noise and visual violence now, swirled and eddied about him, sweeping dust and litter and sanity away in its tumultuous path. The dark night behind him was a shroud of death. Chris could only back away farther and farther into the barn. He came on relentlessly. His eyes were truly mad. The machete raised higher. She stepped back and stumbled, going down to the ground in a full sprawl. Curling his arms upward, Jason prepared for the downward stroke. Chris closed her eyes and waited. All about the barn, the massacred bloody corpses kept silent, vigil, mute witnesses to the carnage that was about to come. Jason growled deep in his throat. His arms came down, the machete swished through the air, and the dead came to life, if only for a little time. Blood-soaked, dying Ali, still incredibly alive somehow, rose from the bloody ground and grabbed at Jason. Powerful arms locked about the giant's neck and pulled him down. The machete was checked in its lethal descent. Chris heard the interruption. She opened her eyes, heart throbbing wildly. But the dying Ali was no match for his murderer. Almost gleefully, Jason swung the machete again. It came down on the black man's wrist, chopping off an outstretched hand in one swift stroke. Straddling the dying man, Jason went at him with the machete, slashing away unmercifully. Ali died instantly this time, hardly aware of the nightmare he had awakened to. One last powerful thrust, and Fox's man was gone forever. Then Jason turned his attention back to Chris, and got more than even he had ever bargained for. While he had been busy with the black man, she had found a sickle, the only available weapon close at hand. She seized it with all the hatred and determination left in her aching, bruised, tortured body. Jason looked up. His eyes went wide with fear. For a moment he almost looked human. But it was only an illusion. Chris was running right at him, something shining in her hand. It went aloft and came down with one vicious swiping motion, and lopped the mad monster named Jason's head off, directly where his neck met his shoulders. Crimson and carmine and vermilion flowed. The huge body flopped, thrashed, and then did not move. It was still. This time it would not come back to life. It could not. The head lay a few feet away from the body, frozen, faced in death. The ugliness and grotesqueness of the face was monumental. A head for all museums that specialize in horror artifacts. A monster's countenance, a ghoul's. But even in death, Jason had reached out for Chris. The awful hands came at her from a headless body reaching out. But he had finally toppled forever, and for all time. Backed against the wall of the stall, Chris stared down at the headless corpse at her feet. She was shaking again. She would never stop shaking. She began to scream again. No! No! The wild wind picked up the word and played with it, tossing it around gleefully, as it keened and whimpered in the blackness of the Crystal Lake night. The night and the wind and the dark had truly won their victory, their conquest of the living, and death was the ruler of the cottage at Crystal Lake. Chapter 12. Abel's Prophecy. The sun was high in the sky, and white, fleecy clouds had the lamb-like look. All in all, a lovely day, despite the local murder sprees which had taken over the countryside. There was little else to think about in the country these days. In the master bedroom of the rustic cottage at Crystal Lake in Pinehurst County, Chris lay in a huge bed, the coverlet tucked up to her chin. Her eyes were blinking erratically from side to side. Her blonde hair lay in limp disarray on the pillow. The night had been hideous for her. She had slept the sleep of the mentally deranged, a fact the man standing at her bedside was quick to note. He was a doctor, and somehow he bore an uncanny resemblance to the old bedraggled bum of Chris's yesterday, Abel, the whiskered weird one. The doctor was holding a glass of water in one hand and a pill in the other. He handed both to Chris with a patient smile. Blankly she took the objects and used each of them as prescribed. Her brain would not rest. It was too easy to let others do her thinking for her. The door to the room opened softly. The sunlight streaming through the bedroom window reflected on a tall, burly man in a police uniform. Chris blinked again. But she did recognize the chief of police of her town. A good man, a kind man. She had always liked him. But the doctor, about him she wasn't too sure. When she handed the empty water glass to him, her distrust of the man was all too apparent. The police chief smiled warmly. "Everything's just fine now. All taken care of. Your parents are on their way. They should be here by early evening." The doctor, who looked so much like Abel, had taken her unprotesting wrist and was silently checking her pulse. Chris stirred. Something was fighting inside her to be told, but it was all so confusing. The night, the memories. "I asked you both about my friends," she quavered in a little girl's voice. "I want to know. They're all dead, aren't they?" The chief looked at the doctor. The doctor looked at the chief. The doctor was shaking his head, concerned. Chris got angry at that and rallied, plucking at the coverlet with nervous fingers. "Do you think I made it all up?" she demanded angrily. "Why haven't you found them? They're all out there at the cottage, and he killed them all. I killed him." The chief grunted. "Best thing for you to do now is get some sleep. Like I told you, everything's just fine." The doctor seemed to agree with that conclusion. He placed Chris's arm gently on the bed. "Doctor's orders now," he purred. "Rest and relaxation, young lady. Just like the chief said, you're going to be just fine." She compressed her lips in a thin line. She didn't say another word. Suspicion, doubt, and confusion dominated her mind, heart, and soul. What was going on here? Why didn't they believe her? It was all so easy to check out, wasn't it? The cottage, the lake, the barn, the broken bridge, the stalled van, the dead bodies all over the place. But she could only watch as the two men exited the room, closing the door softly behind them. Chris's eyes blinked again, side to side, back and forth, to and fro. Nothing seemed quite real to her. Outside in the hallway, behind her closed bedroom door, the chief of police and the doctor talked things over. They were both a little worried. A thing like this could spread to all the other young people in the town, maybe the older ones too. You just never knew. "I've arranged for the officer to stay around the clock, Doctor, just in case there is anything to the poor girl's story. Someone should watch her, all right? In her state of mind, she's liable to do almost anything." The chief eyed him closely, running his forefinger around his nose. "What do you think did it, Doc?" The doctor stared at the closed bedroom door. "Hysteria? Too much imagination? She's a lovely young girl, and possible she spent too much time wondering about this maniac or maniacs running loose these days. All these killings and wholesale slaughters. Things like that is bound to prey on the mind, especially of an impressionable young girl like Chris." "I'll buy that." The chief nodded briskly. "She did have that bad experience a few years back when she ran away from home, if you remember." "Just so, and she is tending to relive it." The doctor rubbed his hands again. "Well, I'm off. Call me if you need me again, Chief." "Will do. Thanks for your help, Doctor." They both turned to go, passing a young police officer on duty in the living room, sitting in a chair. He rose to acknowledge his superior, and the chief waved at him. The young officer nodded. The doctor and the chief of police made their final farewells to each other and walked out the front door of the house to their respective cars. The man on guard duty went back to his chair. The weather was still beautiful. Sun splashed over the earth, tinging everything with gold. The doctor and the chief drove off, raising dust as they maneuvered down the winding dirt road to the old ramshackle bridge. The setting was still pastoral, still peacefully magnificent. Horror did not belong here. The young officer left on guard duty looked at the watch on his wrist and nodded to himself. He walked toward the bedroom. There was a curious expression on his face, one his chief would not have understood had he been present to see it. The young officer turned the knob of the bedroom door and swung it open. He peered in quietly. Chris was revealed, sleeping calmly on the big bed. Golden sunlight dappled her blonde hair, highlighting the damp tresses. The officer smiled, pleased. The coast was clear. He closed the door softly without so much as a murmur, then crossed on silent feet back to his chair to wait. He knew what his job was, to keep the young female from getting hysterical and going off the deep end again. Considering the mad, wild, and woolly story she told, Jesus! What if the story was true? But it couldn't be true. As soon as the young officer closed the bedroom door, Chris opened her eyes. She waited for a long moment and then sat up listening. When she was sure he was gone and not hiding behind the door, she left the bed. Inserting her bare feet into a pair of slippers, she grabbed her bathrobe lying on the chair close by. She tied the belt tightly about her waist. Slowly tiptoeing, She went to the bedroom door. Her manner and all her movements were as stealthy as a jungle cat, or someone who has come to rob, steal, and kill. She edged open the bedroom door and peered down the hallway. She saw the young officer leaning his head back against the wall, his long legs out in a straddling posture. His eyes were closed. He was already asleep. Chris's smile was something no artist ever could have painted. Like the Mona Lisa, it was enigmatic, a puzzle, a mystery. Her thoughts at that moment would have been unfathomable. She slipped down the hall like a wraith, turned at the staircase, and glided its length without a whisper of sound. The sleeping young officer did not stir. He was snoring lightly. The house was like a tomb, an unopened tomb. The dust of centuries seemed to shine in the sunlight, washing the interior. Chris headed for the front door. She tried not to run. She was on her way to the barn, where the answers to everything lay, where they had to be, before she went out of her mind completely. Chapter 13. Terror Time Again. The sun poured into the empty barn, a place now totally barren of all its nightmarish remembrances of the previous night. The normal, everyday objects which filled it, which Chris had always known, were as they always had been, in position, not out of place. The sawhorse, the tools, the storage sheds, the horse stalls, the bales of hay, the piled boxes and crates, nothing was different. The loft ladder stood as it had always stood. The squared loft opening in the second level showed more sunlight streaming in from outside. But Chris's face showed dogged determination, purpose, and resolve. She had to know. She had to be sure. Yet it was intensely bewildering now. She raced, explored feverishly, almost wildly. From the tool shed to the ladder to the haystacks to the tool boxes that were lying on the soft earth. Rummaging, searching, hunting, like a cub looking for its mother. She needed evidence, some kind of proof that it had not all been nightmare and unreality, that she had not dreamed all of it up. Otherwise, she would go mad. She stood in the center of the barn, perplexed and sore of heart, mind, and soul. Her eyes batted furiously. The barn mocked her, somehow, as if all the inanimate objects were laughing at her. "It can't be," she muttered aloud. "Can't be. It happened. I know it did. I saw them. I did. Oh, what is going on here?" She threw her head back as if to clear it of hornets and wasps and dreaded things buzzing around in her brain. The tears started to come again, streaming down her taut face. She fell helplessly to her knees, defeated. There was no answer for her questions. The random sunlight illuminated the haystack rising before her. Something glittered there, like a lost jewel, shining, twinkling, iridescent something. She started. Her heart skipped a beat. Glints of red and green were shooting from the haystack, caught by the bright sunlight. She crawled forward on her hands and knees. She focused her wild eyes on the strange, sparkling glow. She moved to the spot on the haystack, her hands going out in a pawing gesture. An odd, dark shape now defined itself as a hand, a human hand. And on its black fingers, red and green, gleamed rings. Wincing, she picked up the hand, a bloody piece of evidence, of proof. But she remembered the big man coming to life, Jason and his machete chopping off a hand, the savage murder right before her very eyes, right here in this barn, last night. She attacked the haystack like a woman possessed, pawing, scraping, ravaging it with eager hands. She did not care what she found, no matter how grisly. Her sanity was at stake, as long as she found something, anything. Her wildest hopes were realized, her greatest horrors proven. She found a human leg, a human foot, and then a mutilated arm lying under the first layer of bloody straw. She probed deeper, her heart in her mouth. The hay gave away. Her numbed fingers unearthed more limbs, more faces, more bodily remains. What was left of Vera, Shelley, Andy, Debbie, Chuck, Chili, and those black strangers, Fox, the woman, and Loco, and Ali, and Derek, poor wonderful Derek. Transfixed, mutely horrified, she dropped the gruesome proof and retreated the way she had come, toward the barn door. Yes, she had been avenged, but at what terrible cost! She emitted one last piercing scream and flung herself from the barn of death. The scream followed her all the way up to the house, nestling among the tall old oak trees, echoing like a siren. "I found them!" she shouted for all the world to hear. "In the barn, they're all dead! Help me! Help me!" The young sleeping officer must have heard her. The front door of the house was swinging wide when she got there. Throwing herself at the door, still screaming and pounding. "Open the door! I found the bodies! Let me in! Help! Please let me in, can't you?" The door pulled back, opening wide. A huge shadow stood there. Jason. His arm drew back, coming down from on high. Something glittered in the dazzling sunlight of the new day. Chris started to scream again, but not before the machete lopped off her head, bringing the nightmare full circle. Chapter 14. The beginning come as death. The young officer left on duty in the house yawned awake. Guiltily he looked at his watch. He had been catnapping for a good hour. He got up from his chair, stretched, and walked toward the master bedroom. There was a curious expression on his face. He reached for the doorknob. He turned it lightly, gently, and opened the door. He peered into the room once more as he had before, and saw the young girl sleeping peacefully on the big bed. The golden sunlight was still touching the damp blonde hair, making it radiant to see. He waited only a second longer, nodded to himself, and then closed the door again. All was well. The juicy blonde was okay for the time being. Everything was still cool. The smile on Chris's face was almost angelically serene. The young officer was pleased. This job was going to be a snap. No sweat at all. Chapter 15. The Devil's Keeper. Ed Harris, station KLTZ's early morning reporter, was back on the job that day. Indeed, all of Pinehurst's bewildered and terrified citizenry wanted to know all they could and more about the crime wave circulating in the county. Hell, if a maniac was on the loose and people were getting slaughtered like flies, it was high old time the police department got on the ball and caught the person or persons responsible. What were people paying taxes for? The breezy Harris, however, had little of note and interest to offer his listeners. It seemed the authorities had made very little progress since the horrible discovery of 2 more victims in their marketplace store and home. The details of the massacre of Harry and Edna was topic A in Pinehurst County. All folks could do was lock their doors, watch out for strangers, and hope the killer or killers would be caught real soon. Never had so many phone calls been made to KLTZ switchboard in its entire history on the air. Harris did have one bit of new information nonetheless. In a calmer voice with some lightness in the tone, he delivered the following tidbit to his anxious and nervous audience. Local police arrested a man today who was walking on the back roads behind Crystal Lake, calling himself only Abel. The man is an obvious vagrant. He was wearing old hand-me-down clothes and is somewhat of a Bible quoter. He is a tall man with full white whiskers, and his eyes are unusually bright. Officials estimate he is well over 70, but he is by no means feeble. It took 3 officers to bring him into custody. Authorities are holding him for further investigation. As of now, no one knows the suspect's true identity. The only note of interest here is that when in custody, the old man kept saying over and over again, "It is Judgment Day. The time has come. Repent, ye sinners, and I will take you to him who will save us all." Unquote. And now, turning to the local sports action today, all Pinehurst County shuddered. What was going on in their peaceful little community? Only Chris knew, and nobody was listening to her.